Chapter 1 Rogue Software, Daily Kills. Suluo, why did you delete the file I told you to delete? In the office, Su Luo was working diligently. An angry voice came from the side, and he turned his head to look. Su Bin, Deputy Department Manager. He said, somewhat speechless, Boss, don't you want to hear what you're saying? You already told me to delete it. That. Knowing he was in the wrong, Su Bin was speechless for a moment. Couldn't you have backed it up before deleting it? Can't you put a little more effort into your work? After saying that, he turned and left. Su Luo watched his retreating figure and shook her head speechlessly. At this moment, the woman sitting next to Su Luo patted Su Luo on the shoulder and scolded him. What's wrong with you? Can't you put your mind to your work? You're just causing trouble for Manager Su. Zhao Manli, Su Luo's colleague. She was quite beautiful, and her figure was exceptional, especially her milky white breasts, which were exceptionally fair and alluring. She loves wearing low-cut clothes, which often makes it difficult for the male colleagues in the office to concentrate on their work. Su Luo looked at her in disbelief. Zhao Manli, how come you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have also betrayed us? Didn't you always complain about Manager Su to us? Now you're on his side? Zhao Manli, go away, you're the one with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Besides, when did I ever complain about Manager Su? I like him too much. Manager Su was young and promising, and handsome. Su Luo got goosebumps listening to this and looked at her sideways. I think you only started liking Manager Su because he bought a house. After years of hard work, with the help of his parents, Su Bin finally bought a house last month. They also visited a large, single-level apartment, which was very impressive. Zhao Manli rolled her eyes at him and said without any hesitation, of course, he has a car and a house. If I don't like him, why would I like a penniless guy like you who has nothing? Su Luo, I wish you two, will be locked in a lifelong bond. Zhao Manli, I think you're just sour grapes. Su Luo glanced at her. Sorry, I'm not really interested in black grapes. I only like pink peanuts. Pa, you filthy scoundrel, yours is the black one. She kicked Su Luo's chair in an annoyed manner. After getting off work, Su Luo quickly returned to her rented apartment. The two-bedroom apartment was one he had rented with his girlfriend. However, a few days ago, it was her girlfriend's best friend's birthday, and her boyfriend gave her a Mercedes-Benz C-Class as a gift. His girlfriend also kept asking him for it. He didn't give it to her, and his girlfriend threatened to break up with him, so he immediately agreed. He's not Little Ming's sword demon, he can't fawn over a woman like that. He's better off without her. After putting his bag away, he lay down on the sofa, turned on his phone, and started browsing short videos. A woman accused her boyfriend of rape on 7 occasions over 3 years because he couldn't meet her demands for an exorbitant dowry and a villa. The man was subsequently detained for 13 months. Holy crap! Upon seeing this video, Su Luo was completely stunned. Boyfriend, 3 years, 7 times, rape? The combination of these words is incredibly magical. Even more magical is that it's also become invincible. It seems his ex-girlfriend is still a good girl, at least she didn't accuse him of rape. At his peak, he could have sexed 7 times in 2 weeks. He patted his chest, still shaken, and opened the app to order takeout to calm his nerves. As soon as I opened it, a pop-up ad appeared, Daily Flash Sale. Without hesitation, he clicked the X in the upper right corner. Who would have thought it would redirect directly? Download. Install. It was all done in one go before he could even react. The installation was complete. Seriously? Are they all this arrogant now? He stretched out his finger, wanting to uninstall the software. But the software opened directly the next moment. The camera is on. Facial recognition authentication. Identity verification in progress. Authentication successful. Host Su Luo, binding complete. Daily flash sale installation successful. Today's flash sale items are now available. Wait, are malware programs these days really this brazen? Su Luo was stunned. He had seen plenty of malware, but this was the first time he had ever seen anything this malicious. First, use a fake X button to lure him into clicking it. Then, downloading, installing, verifying, and logging in are all done in one go. He doesn't even need to operate the facial recognition himself. At this moment, only one product is displayed on the software interface. A detached villa in Yunjingshi Yuan, now available at a shockingly low price of 1 yuan for newlyweds. Um? Su Luo was taken aback. He had heard of Yunjing Shi Yuan. It was where the wealthiest people in Jiangcheng lived, and it was also the most expensive and best villa area. Both the location and the supporting facilities are top-notch. I heard that the starting price for villas there is over 100 million yuan, and the price of the most expensive villas can even reach 1 billion yuan. Unexpectedly, it has now appeared in this rogue software. 1 yuan flash sale? That's ridiculous. I'd like to see just how rogue this software can be. After saying that, he clicked Pay Now. The next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Then, a text message popped up on my phone. A card ending in 9527 had 1 yuan spent at 1853 on June 25, leaving a balance of 25,555.5 yuan. Holy crap, how could someone be this shameless? I haven't entered the password yet, and I haven't linked my bank card. The money was just deducted from my bank card like that? Su Luo panicked a little. Holy crap, there's a top hacker causing trouble here. I need to transfer all the money in my bank account right away, or I'll be starving. And my phone won't work either. Ugly group, you've ruined me. Just then, the software popped up a message. The item has been delivered. Send it to your sister. I didn't even fill in the address. He shifted his position slightly, and his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a splash of red. He looked closely and saw that a red booklet had appeared on the sofa at some point. Real estate ownership certificate. This, no way, are you serious? He tried to calm himself down, picked up the property certificate, and opened it. Yunjing Shiyuan Villa Area, Building 1. Area, 679 square meters. Property owner Su Luo. He quickly opened the housing registration website in Jiangcheng and entered the property ownership certificate number. Wow, it's true, it's really true. Building 1 in Yunjing Shiyuan Villa District is really my house now. Su Luo's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. This is a villa in Yunjing Shiyuan, worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Building 1 was the king of buildings in Yunjing Shiyuan, worth as much as 1 billion. And he actually bought it in a flash for just 1 yuan. He used his 2 fingernails to pinch a piece of flesh from his thigh and twist it. Pain. I'm not dreaming. Then, he glanced at the daily flash sale app again. The product information for Yunjing Shiyuan has disappeared. Only one line of text was left. The new product will be available at midnight the following day. Please stay tuned. Chapter 2 McLaren P1, instantly killed. Call. He took a deep breath and calmed his excited emotions. Then we ate, took a shower, and waited for midnight to arrive. He had never felt time passing so slowly as he did now. It's even slower than when doing a plank. After waiting for ages, I checked my phone and only a minute had passed. And so, he finally waited until midnight. I quickly opened the daily flash sale app. Sure enough, new products have been added. A McLaren P1, flash sale price, 99 yuan. Wow, a McLaren P1 for only 99 yuan? One of the 3 most iconic supercars. The price is as high as 12.6 million yuan. Without any hesitation, Su Luo clicked the payment button. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a car key, driver's license, and vehicle registration certificate appeared on the sofa. Nice. Su Luo jumped up excitedly. No boy doesn't dream of owning his own supercar, and he's no exception. But coming from a modest background, he felt he would never have it in his lifetime. I never expected that I could get it for just 99 yuan. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone on Su Luo's face. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes. I was so excited last night that I could only fall asleep peacefully by using the airplane method to fall asleep. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to look at the bedside table. It's still there. All the spoils from last night are still there. After a quick wash, he went out to check on his large villa. As soon as I stepped out of the building, I ran into the landlord. Lin Bei, in his 40s, was thin. Hello, Uncle Lin. He greeted them politely. But the landlord grabbed him. Xiao Su, how did you know that my Xiaowen got into Peking University? And that he got in with the highest score in Jiangcheng? Su Luo's face was full of question marks. I don't know. Lin Bei continued speaking to himself. Actually, I'm really torn about whether or not to let him go to Peking University. If he goes, it's so far away, far from his hometown, family, and friends. But if he doesn't go, Peking University is still okay. So I'll just reluctantly let him go. I've heard that most graduates of his major go to big companies like Huawei and Tencent, and their annual salary isn't much, starting at 300,000 yuan, which is barely enough to support themselves. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. Going to Peking University is beneath you? This landlord is great in every way, except he's such a show-off. But he certainly has the ability to show off. Su Luo exclaimed, "No way. Xiao Wen is that amazing? She got into Peking University? That's fine then." Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, but his wide grin almost revealed his midnight snack from the previous night to Su Luo. "By the way, Xiao Su, how much is your salary again?" "It's only a little over 8,000. "That's alright, considering you didn't graduate from Peking University. Here's what we'll do, I'll waive your rent next month." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." "You're welcome." Xiaowen came over for a couple of drinks when she attended Peking University's graduation banquet. This guy kept mentioning Peking University, which gave Su Luo a headache. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she turned around and left. "Dad." Just then, a young man wearing glasses and with a scholarly air walked over. Lin Bei couldn't help but smile and patted the young man on the shoulder. "Have you had breakfast?" "Have eaten." The young man nodded, then looked at the sports car not far away, his eyes full of admiration. "Dad, look at that car, a McLaren P1, it's so cool." Lin Bei glanced at the sports car and asked, "Do you like it?" "Certainly." "Then Dad will buy you one on the first day of school." "Huh? Dad, are you sure? Do you know how much this car costs?" The young man looked at Lin Bei with a half smile. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a car, a little over $1 million at most. But considering how well you did in the college entrance exam, Dad will pay for it." "Dad, this is a McLaren P1, which costs over 12 million yuan. And it's a limited edition, so the actual price is even higher." "What?" Lin Bei almost bit his tongue. He never expected to see such an expensive car in the neighborhood. The price was completely beyond his imagination. More than 10 million? How crazy would someone spend so much money on a car? Just then, he saw Su Luo walk towards the McLaren P1 and even start driving it. His face immediately filled with anxiety. What's wrong with Xiao Su? Is it his place to touch this car? If he damages it, he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if he sold himself. He stepped forward, trying to stop Su Luo's reckless behavior. But the next moment, he froze on the spot. Su Luo took out the keys, drove off in his supercar. He pointed incredulously in the direction Su Luo had gone and said to his son, He drove off?" Xiaowen nodded in astonishment. "It seems so." Lin Bei was completely dumbfounded. He was just bragging to Su Luo how awesome it was that his son got into Peking University. He even went so far as to boast about Xiaowen's future salary and made a few comments about Su Luo's salary with a sense of superiority. But the next moment, Su Luo drove away in a luxury car worth tens of millions right in front of him. This had a tremendous psychological impact on him. Inside the car, listening to the roar of the engine, Su Luo felt his blood boiling. The matte carbon fiber body has smooth lines and a powerful look. The combination of Alcantara suede and titanium trim creates a high-tech feel with the customized digital dashboard. Every detail proclaims the exclusive privileges of top-tier luxury and ultimate performance. As he drove out of the residential area, he noticed that other drivers on the road had become more polite, giving way to him and keeping a proper distance. You don't see a single person causing road rage, cutting in front of others, or swerving. This is what life is all about. Su Luo couldn't help but roar, then made a turn and got onto the Ring Expressway, feeling the speed and passion. Soon we arrived at the Yunjing Shiyuan Villa area. Even though he was dressed very simply, no one stopped him. The McLaren P1 will speak for itself. After getting the keys from the property management, he went to Villa 1. Meanwhile, at this moment, the villa across the street. A middle-aged couple sat together, leisurely drinking tea. On the other side, a stunningly beautiful girl was quietly reading a book. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. After seeing Su Luo, the middle-aged woman Yi Huilan asked in confusion, Old Lu, isn't building one not for sale to the public? Lu Etienne was equally puzzled. Yeah, we couldn't buy them even if we wanted to back then. Looks like they were reserved for this person. Yi Huilan nodded. It seems this young man has a powerful background. He can buy things that we can't. But he looks about the same age as Xiaoyan, and he's quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Mom! Lu Bingyan, who was standing to the side, put down the book in her hand and looked at Yi Huilan with dissatisfaction. Yi Huilan and Lu Etienne exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness. Their daughter is so cold and unapproachable she doesn't get close to anyone, let alone boys, and even girls don't treat her well. Lu Etienne used to worry that his daughter was so beautiful that the blonde-haired man would take advantage of her. Now I'm worried that my daughter doesn't like boys and will grow old alone. As the electronic gate slowly opened, Su Luo drove his McLaren P1 into the courtyard. The French-style detached villa nestled in the greenery revealed itself before him. The exterior is made of off-white stone, and the 3-story high floor-to-ceiling windows are framed with custom copper frames. Upon entering, you are greeted by an 8-meter-high living room, next to which is a huge floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the beautiful lake. The master bedroom is on the second floor, and there is a private swimming pool outside the bedroom. On the basement level, there's even a gym, a private cinema, and a wine cellar. After a brief stroll around, Su Luo lay down on the sofa, looking at the luxurious villa, feeling somewhat dazed. He still can't quite believe that he's living in such a luxurious villa. After a while, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He lives in a top-tier mansion and drives a top-tier luxury car, but he only has a little over 20,000 yuan left in his pocket. This amount of money is simply not enough for the maintenance of the villa and the car. Hopefully, I can snag some popular items in a flash sale and earn some cash. He stayed in the villa for the rest of the day. As soon as midnight struck, he immediately took out his phone and opened the daily flash sale app. Chapter 3: The Shocked Lu Etienne. Today's flash sale items are now available. A case of mitai with large leaf sunflower seeds, flash sale price, 5 yuan. Finally, I managed to snag something good that I can cash in. Although Su Luo doesn't know much about wine, he has heard of the famous mitai. Authentic mitai is not cheap and is a hard currency. Now it's been given the prefix large leaf sunflower, and although he doesn't understand what that means, he knows it will definitely be even more precious. Without hesitation, he clicked buy now. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a wooden box appeared in the wine cellar, containing 12 bottles of mitai wrapped in white cotton paper with the year 1967 printed on it. Su Luo took out a bottle. On the bottle, the large leaf sunflower trademark is prominently displayed in the upper left corner. The leaves unfold in a heart shape, with black leaf stems and 3 pairs of veins. The petals are broad and long, giving the whole plant a large and substantial appearance. It looks good. I'll take this bottle and give it to the neighbor next door tomorrow. None of his friends used to be able to afford mitai, let alone this large leaf sunflower mitai. Therefore, if he wants to sell this mitai at a good price, he needs to expand his network of connections among the wealthy. If I manage to snag something else in a flash sale later, it'll be easier to sell it. After putting the wine back, he stretched and went upstairs to his bedroom to sleep. The bed was just the right firmness, and the bedding was light and soft, making it exceptionally comfortable to lie on. Soon, he drifted off to sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, after a quick wash, Su Luo carried a bottle of mitai to the 3 villas next door. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The security guard standing at the door saw him, walked over, and asked him in a gentle tone. He raised the bottle of mitai in his hand. I'm a resident of Building 1. I just moved in yesterday, so I'm here to visit my neighbors. Please wait a moment. The security guard spoke a few words into the wireless earpiece. Inside the villa, Lu Etienne spoke to his wife, Yi Huilan. The owner of Building 1 who just moved in yesterday came to visit, I'll go and greet him. Upon hearing this, Yi Huilan smiled and said, I didn't expect him to be so polite. The two then arrived at the villa gate together. Hello. Upon seeing Su Luo, Lu Etienne smiled warmly and extended his right hand. Su Luo went up to him and shook hands. Hello, I'm your neighbor, Su Luo. I just moved in yesterday. Lu Etienne, hello Mr. Su, my name is Lu Etienne, and this is my wife, Yi Huilan. Su Luo smiled and said, you can just call me Little Su. Yi Huilan looked at Su Luo from the side, her eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. In her opinion, it was rare for Su Luo, who could afford to buy a villa, to be so unarrogant. I brought a bottle of wine, but I don't know if you drink. Su Luo handed over the large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai. As for drinks, I usually like to have a few drinks. Louis Tian took the mutai, glanced at the back of the bottle, paused for a moment, and then began to examine it carefully. After a long pause, he exclaimed with delight. This is sunflower mutai? Yi Huilan, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, does mutai have this brand? Although she was from a respectable family, she didn't like drinking and didn't pay much attention to Baijiu Chinese liquor. Louis Tian, because of the elimination of the four olds, starting in 1967, the mutai distillery changed the Feitian trademark to the big leaf sunflower. However, the big leaf sunflower mutai was only produced for 8 years, so it has great collectible value. Last year, a bottle produced in 1969 sold for a high price of 400,000 yuan. This bottle was produced in 1967, so the price will only be higher. Most importantly, there's no market for it. So valuable? Yi Huilan looked at Su Luo with some surprise. She hadn't expected Su Luo to be so generous. Louis Tian also looked at Su Luo. Xiao Su, this gift is too valuable, I can't accept it. How about this, I'll buy it for 500,000 yuan, what do you think? After saying that, he turned to Yi Huilan and said, I was just wondering what gift to give my dad for his birthday party, and Xiao Su's bottle of sunflower mutai came at the perfect time. You know, Grandpa Li also has a bottle of sunflower mutai at home, and he often takes it out to show off to my dad, which makes him very envious. That bottle was produced in 1972, while mine is from 1967. I guarantee Grandpa will like it. Su Luo was overjoyed. This wine was a 5 yuan flash sale item, and now a single bottle can sell for 500,000 yuan. I still have 11 bottles at home. However, he tried hard to control himself and not let his emotions show on his face. Uncle Lu, you're joking. This wine was originally a gift for you, so I certainly can't accept money from you. Yi Huilan, Xiao Su, you heard it too. We were planning to give this wine to the old man. How could we accept your gift and then give it away? By the way, do you have any more of this large leaf sunflower mutai? Could you sell them all to us? Louis Tian, you're being a bit greedy. This is a large leaf sunflower mutai. Don't be fooled by the price of only a few 100,000 yuan. It's incredibly rare. It's already quite impressive that Xiao Su can collect a bottle from 1967. Su Luo touched his nose and coughed twice. I still have 11 bottles left. Huh? 10, 11 bottles? Louis Tian's face was filled with shock, and his mouth almost fell to the ground. In his opinion, it was already remarkable that Su Luo could collect one bottle, but to have 11 bottles was simply inhuman. After regaining his senses, he excitedly said, Can you sell them all to us? No matter what year they are, they'll all be 500,000 per bottle. Upon hearing this, Su Luo was overjoyed. One bottle costs 500,000, so 12 bottles would cost 6 million. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. However, he spoke calmly. Of course, I don't like drinking either. It would be a waste to leave this wine with me. I'll go back and get it right away. Okay. Louis Tian said excitedly. Watching Su Luo's departing figure, Yi Huilan said to Louis Tian. This Xiao Su actually has 12 bottles of mutai, his family must be very well off. Louis Tian nodded in deep agreement. That's right. You know, it's very difficult for the old man to get even one bottle. This stuff is priceless and unavailable. He actually has 12 bottles. I wonder which big family's young master he is. Yi Huilan's eyes darted around. From our brief conversation just now, I could tell that Xiao Su is a pretty good guy. He's handsome and comes from a good family. What do you think? Should we try to match him up with Xiao Yan? If it works out, it will be good for both Xiao Yan's personal happiness and the Lu family. Louis Tian's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. But you also know Xiao Yan's personality. She has never liked being close to boys since she was a child, so the chances of this succeeding are too low. Upon hearing this, Yi Huilan also felt a headache coming on. Give it a try, what if it works? Su Luo was unaware that in Louis Tian and Yi Huilan's hearts, he had already become a young master from a prominent family. Soon, he returned carrying a case of large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai. Louis Tian was also very decisive, and the 6 million arrived in his account quickly. Seeing the transfer information for 6 million, Su Luo was extremely excited. This was the first time in his life that he had so much money in his account. He had only ever seen so many zeros before, in Chengdu. Just then, a beautiful figure walked out of the villa. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to work." Su Luo looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned. Beautiful, so beautiful. This was the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful girl in his entire life. Dressed in flowing white, she looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a celestial realm. The girl glanced at him indifferently, which instantly brought him back to his senses. "It's too cold." However, his loss of composure had already been noticed by Lui Tian and Yi Huilun. The two looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Chapter 4: The Insidious Su Bin. After saying goodbye to her parents, Lu Bingyan drove away. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Huilan and Lui Tian, Su Luo was about to leave. A middle-aged man walked towards him. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he felt inexplicably familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Lui Tian introduced him. "Xiao Su, this is Li Yunhai, the general manager of my company." "Yunhai, Xiao Su is my neighbor and the owner of a villa." Upon hearing this, Li Yunhai's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although he didn't live in Yinjingshi Yuan, he helped Lui Tian buy this villa, so he knew the place very well. "I also know that building 1 is the most expensive building here, and even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it." He had initially wanted to buy it for Lui Tian, but the information he received was that it was not for sale to the public. Unexpectedly, it was bought by the young man in front of me. He immediately said seriously, "Hello, Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you." His tone was respectful. Su Luo smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Li." Then he said to Lui Tian and Yi Huilun, "It seems Mr. Li has something to discuss with you. I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. Yi Huilun, you can come to my house for dinner anytime you have time." "Okay." Back home, Su Luo couldn't resist taking out her phone again, opening the ICBC app, and checking her balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, many zeros. His eyes were blurry from looking at it. He counted it several times before he could truly accept the fact that he owned 6 million. The wine that was sold for 9 yuan in a flash sale was resold for 6 million yuan. Such terrifying profit margins would make even unscrupulous merchants weep. "I originally just wanted to give a gift and build up my network, but I never expected to become financially independent." After putting down his phone, he went to the poolside, plunged in, and swam happily in the pool. By evening, after 3 days of frantic buying, his mood had gradually calmed down, and the initial excitement had subsided. "So, I didn't go to bed until midnight and went to sleep early." Monday, 6 p.m. Although he is now a millionaire, Su Luo's biological clock still wakes him up on time. He opened his sleepy eyes, picked up his phone, and opened the daily flash sale page for that item. Today's flash sale items are now available. Patek Philippe Grand Complications Timepiece 5308G001, flash sale price, 20 renminbi. Without saying a word, Su Luo immediately clicked to buy. He had heard of this watch before it was considered a pinnacle of watchmaking craftsmanship. The price is as high as 12.18 million. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. After washing up, a Patek Philippe appeared in the villa. The case is made of white gold and is fully polished. The concave bezel and open-worked lugs are exquisitely designed, exuding a modern feel and elegant texture. It also features interchangeable solid and sapphire crystal case backs. The former is suitable for those who prefer a low-key look, while the latter allows the wearer to appreciate the exquisite craftsmanship of the movement. The ice blue sunburst dial, paired with blue metallic white gold hour markers and dolphin hands, presents a harmonious contrast that is both elegant and easy to read. The dial not only displays the time, but also the week, date, and month of the perpetual calendar, as well as day-night indicators and leap year cycles. The watch is paired with a bright dark blue alligator leather strap with square scales, which enhances its luxurious feel. They are exceptionally comfortable to wear. Su Luo was absolutely enamored with this watch. After putting on his watch, he drove towards the company. When I arrived at the office, it was completely empty. I took out my phone and saw that Deputy Manager Su Bin was having a meeting as soon as possible, and everyone else had gone. He quickly tidied himself up, then picked up a pen and paper and went into the conference room. Upon entering, Su Bin and all his other colleagues from the department were present. When Su Bin saw him, his brows furrowed slightly, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Su Luo, why are you so slow? You've made the whole department wait for you, don't you feel ashamed? Su Luo glanced at his watch. It's 8 hours 29 minutes and 54 seconds now, there are still 8 seconds before the start of work. I'm not late, you're the ones who are early. Seeing Su Luo publicly humiliate him, Su Bin felt a surge of anger. Previously, these subordinates were very wary of his position as deputy department manager. He was arrogant and domineering, and it was incredibly satisfying for him. But Su Luo completely disregarded him, the deputy manager, and would talk back to him whenever she wanted, which made him very unhappy. I told you yesterday that there would be a meeting today and asked you to come early. Didn't you see the group message? Su Luo, yesterday was the weekend, my day off, so I didn't watch it. His purpose in going to work is simple, to earn money. You put in the corresponding labor and receive the corresponding reward, that's all. It's impossible to get him to sell his integrity and become a slave for a few thousand yuan a month. Therefore, during his rest time, he resolutely ignores all work-related matters. Your work attitude is so improper, and you're not even ashamed of it. Very well, I'll remember that. Su Bin said coldly, his voice carrying a strong sense of threat. Upon hearing this, the other colleagues looked at Su Luo with mocking eyes, each of them secretly harboring resentment. You're still too young. You offended your boss over such a trivial matter. Don't you want to stay at the company? What an idiot. Don't you want your promotion and raise? Su Luo ignored Su Bin's threats. Promotion and raise? He never takes that kind of pie in the sky. Then hurry up and write it down, so you don't forget it later. You. Su Bin was furious. Every time he faced Su Luo, he felt like he was punching cotton, which made him very frustrated but helpless. At this moment, Zhao Manli spoke up. Su Luo, you're late and have kept everyone waiting for so long. What's wrong with Manager Su saying a few words to you? You still have the nerve to argue with him. Come and sit down, don't waste everyone's time. Seeing Zhao Manli speak up for him, Su Bin felt secretly pleased. He had been eyeing Zhao Manli for a long time. Not only was Zhao Manli beautiful, but she also had milky white breasts. Every time he saw them, he longed to have a taste. Now that Zhao Manli is speaking up for him, does that mean she's already taken a liking to him? Will he soon be able to enjoy this delicious snow fruit? Thinking of this, he was filled with excitement. Su Luo looked around and found that there was only one seat left next to Zhao Manli, so he went over and sat down. Zhao Manli was immediately drawn to the luxurious watch on his wrist. She quickly and secretly took a picture with her phone and searched it online. When she saw the search results, Zhao Manli's eyes were filled with shock. Holy crap, over 12 million? He's that rich? No wonder he doesn't respect his superiors. Thinking this, her eyes were filled with pink bubbles as she looked at Su Luo, her gaze so intense it seemed she wanted to devour him on the spot. Su Bin coughed lightly and said, "There's something important happening today. The general manager is coming to inspect our department. Everyone, give it your all and try to make a good impression on him. This is related to your performance evaluations and bonuses, especially you, Su Luo. If you continue to act carelessly and affect the interests of all the employees in our department, I won't let you off the hook." Su Luo frowned slightly. This kid is really cunning. With just one sentence, he put himself on the opposite side of everyone else in the department. However, before he could even speak, Zhao Manli said to Su Bin with dissatisfaction. "Manager Su, did Su Luo do anything wrong? Why are you talking to him like that? He hasn't even done anything yet. Is this appropriate? How is this any different from bullying? Is this how you act as a leader?" A series of rhetorical questions completely baffled Su Bin. What's going on? Wasn't this girl just siding with me? Why is she speaking up for Su Luo now? Chapter 5, Identity Revealed, Colleagues Shocked. Su Luo was also a little surprised. Wasn't this gold digger after Su Bin? Why does it seem like she's taken a fancy to him now? Su Bin touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. "Xiao Xiao, how could I be bullying? I was just giving Xiao Su a heads up." "Zhao Manli, what kind of preventative vaccination? I think you're just targeting me. You think you can insult people just because you say preventative vaccination? What kind of logic is that?" As she spoke, she patted Su Luo on the shoulder, comforting him. "Su Luo, it's okay. I believe you can definitely perform well in front of the general manager. Seeing the woman he liked so siding with Su Luo, Su Bin's dissatisfaction with Su Luo deepened. After some rambling, the meeting ended. Su Luo returned to her workstation, pondering when to resign. After checking the information on his phone, Su Bin happily ran to the elevator to wait. His face was full of flattery. A few minutes later, the elevator doors opened and 3 figures walked out. Su Bin quickly greeted the middle-aged man at the head of the group, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lee." Mr. Lee nodded. "Take me to your department." "Good." Su Bin nodded hurriedly and led the way. "Manager Su, how has the work attitude of your department's employees been lately?" Upon hearing this, Su Bin's eyes lit up. The opportunity had finally arrived. "Mr. Lee, the work attitude of our department's employees is very good. They are all very serious about their work and sometimes even work overtime to finish their tasks. However," he paused deliberately. "Mr. Lee, but what? Tell the truth, there can be no hiding anything." Su Bin looked embarrassed. "There's a guy in our department named Su Luo. Maybe it's because he's new here, but he's got some issues with his thinking. He has a negative attitude towards work and sometimes he's late or leaves early. Mr. Lee, I admit my mistake. It's all my fault. I will definitely do some good work to persuade him and get him motivated as soon as possible." His words were perfectly watertight. He not only spoke ill of Su Luo in front of President Lee, but also portrayed himself as a responsible leader. After hearing this, Mr. Lee frowned slightly. "How can this be allowed? Our company offers higher salaries than other companies in the same industry, precisely to get employees into the swing of things as soon as possible and to do their jobs seriously and proactively. Take me to see him. If he doesn't change his ways, fire him immediately." "Well, okay." Su Bin's face was full of embarrassment, and if it weren't for the joy in the corner of his eye, one would really think he was genuinely worried about Su Luo. Soon, the group arrived at the office. Su Luo's other colleagues were all desperately trying to appear to be working hard. The sounds of keyboards clicking and files being flipped through were incessant. After reviewing it, Mr. Lee was very satisfied and then asked, "Who is Su Luo?" Upon hearing this, the other colleagues all looked up at Su Luo. There was sympathy in his eyes, but more so mockery and sarcasm. "Ha, what a brainless idiot, daring to challenge your direct superior. Now look what happened, Su Bin is bad-mouthing you to the general manager, you're finished." Having been in the workplace for many years, they know very well that when employees have conflicts with their direct supervisors, regardless of who is right or wrong, the higher-ups will always side with the direct supervisor. After all, no employee is irreplaceable. If you don't do it, there are plenty of others who can. Big bosses always prefer obedient and compliant employees who will work overtime or do whatever they are told. In their eyes, Su Luo was finished. Su Bin looked at Su Luo with a smug expression. His eyes seemed to say, "Kid, keep being arrogant. You're still too green to mess with me." Then, he pointed at Su Luo and said to President Lee, "Mr. Lee, this is Su Luo." After saying that, he looked at Su Luo calmly, ready to watch the show. But what happened next shocked him and everyone else present. When Mr. Lee saw Su Luo, he paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and extended his hands. "Mr. Su, what brings you to our company? You didn't even let me know beforehand so I could have personally received you." Su Luo glanced at the middle-aged man in front of her. It then dawned on him that this was Li Yunhai, whom he had met yesterday when he went to Louis Tian's house to deliver a gift. No wonder he looked familiar. It turns out he's the general manager of this company. He extended his hand and shook hands with Li Yunhai. "Mr. Lee, what a coincidence." Su Bin was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that Li Yunhai would give Su Luo a severe scolding after seeing her. If Su Luo dares to say another word, he'll be fired immediately. Because of his words, Su Luo's future was ruined. Seeing this, his colleagues would be even less likely to oppose him, and his life would only get better and better. Unexpectedly, Li Yunhai was so polite to Su Luo, even to the point of being respectful. This doesn't make sense. Su Luo comes from an ordinary background, and he was even dumped by his girlfriend recently because of money issues. How could he possibly know someone as important as President Lee? Could President Lee have made a mistake? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it was true. After all, based on his understanding of Su Luo couldn't possibly be some important figure. He quickly said to Li Yunhai, "Mr. Lee, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Su Luo is just an ordinary employee of our company." The one I told you about earlier who had a problem with his attitude is him. I think it's your attitude that's the problem. Li Yunhai turned around and glared at Su Bin. Su Luo is a homeowner in Yunjingshi Yuan, and she lives in a villa that even Luitian is not qualified to buy. Su Bin dared to verbally slander Su Luo right in front of him. He felt an urge to kick Su Bin away. He didn't want to be resented by Su Luo because of Su Bin. To prevent these clueless guys from continuing to offend Su Luo, he spoke up. Do you know who Mr. Su is? He's Chairman Lu's neighbor, a man of immense status. How dare you slander him like that? Watch your words. What? His words were like dropping a bomb in the office. Oh my god, is this for real? Su Luo is actually Chairman Lu's neighbor? If I remember correctly, President Li bought a villa for Chairman Lu in Yunjingshi Yuan. Does Su Luo live there too? Holy crap, no way, that's a rich neighborhood, the villas there cost hundreds of millions. Su Luo lives there too? I actually mocked him for being so arrogant and daring to offend Manager Su. These colleagues were shocked and felt a burning pain on their faces. They were just laughing at Su Luo for being brainless, for offending Su Bin over something trivial, and ruining her chances of promotion and a raise. As it turns out, Su Luo didn't need any of these at all. Zhao Manli covered her chest with both hands, her gaze towards Su Luo almost dripping with desire. No wonder he can wear such an expensive watch. His family background is definitely not simple. I just stood up for him against Su Bin. He should remember me, okay? And with my figure, I don't believe he won't be tempted. Wow, this rich guy is mine. I'm going to rise to the top. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Su Bin still couldn't accept the fact that Su Luo, whom he looked down upon, could live in Yunjingshi Yuan, and spoke up. Mr. Li, you may have mistaken him for someone else. His name is Su Luo, just an ordinary new employee in our company. I have seen his information. His parents are ordinary people. He could not possibly be a rich kid. Chapter 6: The Charm Pill. Is this ever going to end? Li Yunhai frowned slightly, his eyes filled with displeasure as he looked at Su Bin. I really want to kick this clueless guy to death. What do you mean? Do you think I'm an idiot? That I can't even recognize a person? If you say another word, pack your things and get out of here right now. Su Bin was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Luo, this little rascal, held such a high position in Li Yunhai's heart. I, the deputy manager of this department, am going to be fired just for saying a few extra words? However, he wasn't stupid. Seeing Li Yunhai's reaction, he realized what was going on. Su Luo's identity is indeed not simple. Damn it, what are you doing here working, you rich kid? And dressed so plainly, are you kidding me? He felt incredibly wronged. To prevent these people from speaking carelessly and offending Su Luo, Li Yunhai quickly said, Mr. Su, shall we find another place to talk? Good. Su Luo nodded. Soon, the two took the elevator up to the company's reception room. Li Yunhai instructed his secretary to bring out the finest tea to serve them, and then asked curiously, Mr. Su, what are you doing in our company? I heard from Su Bin that you are still an employee of our company. He couldn't understand why someone with a family background even more impressive than Luitian would come to work at Tianqing Technology. Su Luo smiled slightly, to earn some living expenses. Puff. This answer almost made Li Yunhai choke on his tea. That's good. He would never believe Su Luo's words. Although Tianqing's salary was higher than that of its peers, a few thousand yuan was nothing to a rich kid like Su Luo. Even the property management fees for Lian Yunjing Ziyuan are not enough. He guessed that there was some kind of cooperation between Su Luo and Luitian, but what it was beyond his level of expertise to inquire about. He naturally changed the subject and started chatting with Su Luo. After chatting for a while, Su Luo declined his invitation to have lunch together and left the reception room. We arrived at the elevator. Ding! The elevator quickly descended from upstairs and slowly opened. Su Luo's eyes lit up immediately. Inside the elevator stood a stunningly beautiful woman, breathtakingly so. Lu Bingyan? Su Luo never expected to see her here. But then I thought, this is her family's company, so it's normal to see it here. However, it was still as cold as ever, so cold that it made one lose all desire. Lu Bingyan was also taken aback when she saw Su Luo. Su Luo stepped into the elevator and greeted everyone confidently. Hello. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly, and the elevator fell silent once again. Su Luo leaned against the elevator calmly, making no attempt to strike up a conversation. He wasn't the type to fawn over someone who wouldn't listen. As long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who will feel awkward. A moment later, the elevator stopped on the 35th floor, and several girls walked in chattering. I didn't expect Su Luo to have such an impressive background. I think even President Li is trying to curry favor with him. He usually dresses very plainly. I never imagined he was Chairman Lu's neighbor. He seems to be a good person. He's rich but not at all eccentric. And he's handsome too. Whoever marries him will be so lucky. At this moment, Zhao Manli turned her head and saw Su Luo, her eyes immediately lighting up. Su Luo, I never expected to run into you here. We are so destined to meet. After saying that, she put her arms around Su Luo's arms. She let her proud snow-white breasts tightly wrap around Su Luo's arm. He frantically displayed his wealth to Su Luo. He thought to himself, "Grandma, my future, whether I can overcome social class barriers and live a good life depends on you." Su Luo suddenly felt his arm sink into a vast ocean, with waves crashing against it. "It is wonderful." He joked, "Didn't you like Manager Su? How come you're now connected with me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Manli quickly explained. "Who said I like him? I don't like a leader who likes to bully his employees. Didn't you see me confronting him in the meeting? I've always liked you." Su Luo smiled slightly. He wasn't a 3-year-old child, so he naturally knew what was going on. However, he is neither disgusted by gold diggers nor fond of them. "Thank you for liking it. Zhao Manli, are you free tonight? I know a Japanese restaurant that's really good, and their iced drinks are absolutely amazing." Her words carried a very clear implication. "I can have something cold tonight." At the same time, Yukiko wrapped herself up even tighter. "No, I'm busy." Su Luo refused without even thinking. After the elevator doors opened, he pulled his hand out of Zhao Manli's arms and walked out. "Humph, what a straight man." Zhao Manli watched his retreating figure and said with dissatisfaction. A girl next to me scoffed. "Manli, is it possible that Su Luo simply doesn't like you?" Zhao Manli puffed out her chest defiantly, displaying her impressive assets. "Nonsense, how could any man not like me? Just watch, I'll win him over sooner or later." Lu Bingyan, standing to the side, looked at Su Luo's departing figure with a hint of surprise in her eyes. In her opinion, Zhao Manli, while not the most beautiful, was not bad either, especially her figure, which was a big plus. How could Su Luo refuse a woman who was throwing herself at him like that? If it were any of the rich second-generation playboys she knew, it would have already dragged Zhao Manli to a hotel room. The next day, having just finished swimming, Su Luo dried herself off and lay down on the rocking chair. "After swimming around in the early morning, I felt refreshed and invigorated." He took out his phone and opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are clearly displayed before your eyes. Charm pill. Su Luo was taken aback. He had thought that today's flash sale items would be high-value goods such as cars, houses, wine, or luxury items. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be something called a charm pill. Moreover, the flash sale price was much higher than the previous items, reaching a staggering 360 yuan. What is this thing? It increases your charm if you eat it? Is there really such a thing? With a question in mind, he clicked on the small question mark in the upper left corner of the product name. A pop-up window appears. Charm pill. After taking this pill, your charm and charisma will be greatly enhanced. That's awesome. Without hesitation, Su Luo paid for the purchase immediately. A short while later, a small pill appeared on the table next to it. Blue. Su Luo was speechless. Is this little pill legitimate? I picked it up, looked at it for a while, and then popped it into my mouth. Not long after I ate it, I felt a warm current flowing through my whole body. The excess fat on my abdomen disappeared at a rate visible to the naked eye. Under his gaze, his single abdominal muscle slowly transformed into 8. And each piece is very stylish. This thrilled him. It was the first time in his life he had ever seen his own abs. The pectoral muscles, biceps, and glutes are being transformed at a rapid pace. He immediately ran to the full-length mirror. I was almost mesmerized by my reflection in the mirror. She has such a great figure. He wasn't the kind of muscular brutes who were disgustingly big. He was very stylish and handsome. Most importantly, his face has become much more handsome. Although you can still recognize your own face at a glance, you look exceptionally handsome now. After examining it carefully, he discovered. The excess fat on my face is gone, and my features are becoming more defined. My skin has also become very good, fair and delicate, and acne scars, moles, blackheads and other imperfections have all disappeared. Another point is that the proportions of the facial features have changed. The facial features are still the same, but the proportions have become incredibly harmonious. With these three approaches combined, he, who was already somewhat handsome, has become exceptionally dashing, surpassing even the most popular young male celebrities in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he now exudes the air of a noble young master in every gesture. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Now people will really think I'm from a big family, and I can't explain it away. After that, he went to the e-sports room to play games. Around noon, his phone rang. When I took it out, I found it was a call from Yi Huilan. Xiao Su, this is Aunt Yi. Are you home? Come over and have dinner with us. Aunt Yi, no need. Why are you being so polite with me? It's settled then. Your Uncle Lu, Xiaoyan, and I are waiting for you. Hurry up. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Have you ever seen a whole box of property ownership certificates in Chapter 7? Inside the 3 villas. Lu Bingyan looked at the servants serving the dishes one after another and asked in confusion. Mom, why are you making so much food? We can't possibly eat all of it. Yi Huilan smiled and said, because we have guests coming later. Guest? It's Su Luo, who just arrived at the villa. You met her the day before yesterday. Lu Bingyan frowned slightly. Although she had a fairly good impression of Su Luo, she still felt very uncomfortable with a stranger coming to her home as a guest. Yi Huilan patted her on the shoulder. Xiao Su is about your age. When he arrives, talk to him more and don't always have a cold face. Soon, Su Luo arrived at the 3 villas. Lu Bingyan was stunned when she saw him. So handsome. Her looks, figure, and temperament are all impeccable. Hello. He looked at Lu Bingyan and greeted her with a smile. His eyes were undisguisedly admiring that angelic face. Although he had met Lu Bingyan twice, he could never get tired of looking at her face. Feeling his gaze, Lu Bingyan was surprised to find that she felt no disgust at all, and even somewhat liked it. I used to hate being looked at by men. Upon meeting Su Luo's gaze, Lu Bingyan understood. When other boys looked at her, their eyes contained more or less possessiveness, or even undisguised lewdness. Over time, she grew increasingly disgusted with boys. But Su Luo's eyes were exceptionally clear, filled only with pure appreciation. This appreciation made her feel comfortable, and even a little proud. Her feelings of affection for Su Luo increased considerably as a result. Hello, your name is Su Luo? A slight smile appeared on her lips. It makes an already beautiful face even more charming. Upon hearing this, Yi Huilan and Lui Tian exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. For the first time in many years, they heard their daughter ask a boy's name on her own initiative, and with a smile at that. It's worth noting that in the past, Lu Bingyan would be lucky to even nod in response to a boy's greeting. Su Luo, yes, Lu Bingyan? Lu Bingyan nodded. Su Luo smiled slightly. This ice queen was actually quite cute. At this moment, Yi Huilan came forward. Upon seeing his face, Yi Huilan exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Su, you look so handsome today. Yeah? Of course, he's so handsome, and he's a perfect match for my Xiaoyan. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Bingyan, standing to the side, blushed instantly and said coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Yi Huilan laughed. There's hope. As a woman, she knew very well that Lu Bingyan's expression meant that although she didn't necessarily like Su Luo, she definitely had feelings for her. Then, she invited Su Luo to sit down at the dining table. The table was laden with a sumptuous meal. Clear broth bird's nest, Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage and clear broth, 3-layer duck, 8 immortals crossing the sea, Longjing shrimp. These are all exquisite representative dishes of Chinese cuisine. The aroma and appearance are both exceptional. Just looking at it and smelling the aroma made Su Luo's appetite soar. Lui Tian, wife, I think we must serve Xiao Su Matai today when he comes to visit. Yi Huilan rolled her eyes at him. Since Xiao Su is here today, I'll allow you to drink to your heart's content. Okay, thank you, honey. After the wine was served, Su Luo and Lui Tian toasted each other and drank to their heart's content. When they were enjoying their drinks, Lui Tian picked up his glass and put his arm around Su Luo's shoulder. Brother, I don't know why, but I feel particularly close to you today, as if we were old friends. Su Luo laughed and said, Uncle Lu, are you kidding me? No, no, no. Louis Tian shook his head, patted his chest, and said, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I just feel that we are so compatible. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be friendship across generations, and I wish we had met sooner, brother. Come, it's a pity we didn't meet sooner. I regret not meeting you sooner. In the end, both of them were drunk and started calling each other brothers. Yi Huilan, standing to the side, shook her head helplessly, somewhat regretting giving them the wine. After a hearty meal and drinks, Louis Tian had his bodyguards take Su Luo home. He leaned back on the sofa and exclaimed, My brother Su is truly a wonderful person. I wish we had met sooner. Yi Huilan kicked him in annoyance. You're calling him Brother Su? Have you forgotten why we invited him over today? You call him Brother Su, but what is Xiaoyan supposed to call him? Uncle? Louis Tian was taken aback for a moment, then said, It's all right. Xiaoyan and I call each other by our own names. I call him brother, and Xiaoyan calls him husband. We're both from the older generation. Old man my foot. Yi Huilan tapped his head impatiently. You shouldn't have been allowed to drink. Louis Tian, this has nothing to do with drinking. Tell me, isn't Xiao Su very charming? Thinking of Su Luo, Yi Huilan nodded sincerely. Indeed, if I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Louis Tian immediately became indignant. What you're saying is true. Xiao Su is handsome, but I'm not bad either. I'm handsome too. Yi Huilan glanced at him and smiled, Yes, you're very handsome too. You were handsome last night, keep it up tonight. Ah? Louis Tian sobered up instantly and stared at the ceiling. This light is really bright. Su Luo slept until the early hours of the morning. After waking up, he patted his somewhat groggy head. Looks like I can't drink recklessly anymore. Then, he took out his phone and opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now available. Building 1, Jiayuan Riverside Residential Complex, flash sale price, 15 yuan. Upon seeing the product, he was momentarily stunned. Jiayuan Riverside? Isn't this the apartment complex he used to rent in? Building 1 is the best building in that complex. I'm not going to beat the whole building to my own, am I? Without hesitation, he clicked Pay Now. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a cardboard box appeared on the bedside table. Inside is the property ownership certificate. It's a whole box. Holy crap, it really did wipe out an entire building in a second? Even though she had some suspicions at first, Su Luo was still greatly shocked when a whole box of property deeds was placed in front of her. This impact is far greater than the property ownership certificate for Yunjing Shiyuan. He picked up a book and opened it. It clearly states above, owner, Su Luo. Let's flip through another book. Su Luo. Su Luo. It's still Su Luo. A total of 120 books. Building 1 of Jiayuan Riverside is divided into 2 units, A and B. Each unit has 3 apartments per floor. There are 21 floors in total, excluding the first floor, for a total of 120 apartments. It really did blow up the entire building in an instant. Moreover, Jiayuan Riverside is a good location. There is a primary school, a top-tier hospital, and other good supporting facilities such as supermarkets and shopping malls nearby. Therefore, even 5 years after its completion, the housing prices continued to rise. The apartments in Building 1 are all 3-bedroom, 2 living room units, and now a single unit costs around 2.5 million yuan. 120 sets, that's about 300 million. Holy crap, 15 yuan turned me into hundreds of millions of assets. Chapter 8. You'll never know how proactive a girl can be. Go to Jiayuan Riverside and rent out all these houses. Su Luo had lived there before and knew that there were many office buildings around Jiayuan Riverside. Jiayuan Riverside is the most popular among the surrounding residential communities. The house is never hard to rent. He initially rented the apartment there because it was close to his company. If the entire building were rented out, according to current rental market rates, a 3-bedroom, 2 living room apartment costs around 4,000 yuan to rent. 120 sets, that's 480,000 per month. This is a very stable pool of funds. It can easily support his daily expenses and daily flash sales. After quickly packing up, he arrived at Jiayuan Riverside with a box of property deeds. Handsome appearance, elegant temperament, and perfect figure. He instantly captivated the young women downstairs who were sunbathing with their children, their eyes practically glued to him. They all seemed eager to pounce on him and devour him completely. As long as he nods, he can send out one green hat after another. However, he did not share Chao Mingji's tastes. When it comes to relationships, he is quite devoted. He only likes young, beautiful girls with amazing figures. Upon entering the property management office, a sweet-looking girl greeted me. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" His voice was clear and bright, and he seemed full of energy. Su Luo smiled slightly and said, "I want to rent a room." "Okay, we have 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 1-bedroom apartments, all of which are well ventilated and have excellent natural light. Those closer to Binjiang Road also offer beautiful river views, but the prices will be slightly higher." The girl began to introduce herself enthusiastically. Su Luo placed the cardboard box in her hand on the table next to her. "You've misunderstood, I'm not looking to rent a place." The girl paused for a moment, then said, "You just said you wanted to rent a place, but now you're saying you don't. Could it be that what you want to rent is my heart?" After saying that, she lowered her head shyly. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated that the girl had resorted to cheesy pickup lines. This proves the saying true: if you're not handsome, you'll never know how proactive girls can be in front of handsome guys. Slow to warm up and reserved, those are things reserved for people you don't like. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, the girl's face immediately became filled with embarrassment. I was just kidding. So what brings you here?" Su Luo smiled slightly and said, "The house is for rent." "Oh, so you're the landlord. Which room are you renting out?" "Building 1? Which room number?" "The entire building." "Ah." The girl was stunned. "The whole building? Sir, you're not kidding me, are you? This is my property ownership certificate. You can take a look." Su Luo pointed to the cardboard box and said. Upon hearing this, the girl walked over, opened the box, and took out a property ownership certificate. Apartment 303, Unit A, Building 1, owner, Su Luo. I flipped through another book. Su Luo. Turning the page again, it was still Su Luo. After reading several books, the girl's face was filled with shock as she looked at Su Luo in disbelief. It turns out that what the manager said about someone buying the entire building is true. "Please wait a moment, I'll go and get the manager right away." After saying that, he left, and soon returned with a middle-aged man. "Manager, that's him." The middle-aged man immediately strode up to Su Luo, stretched out his hands, and said excitedly, "Hello Mr. Su, I am Lu Yi, the property manager. It's a pleasure to meet you." After saying that, he looked Su Luo up and down, never expecting that the arrogant person who casually bought the entire building was so young. Su Luo reached out and shook his hand. "Hello. Lu Yi, Mr. Su, how about we talk in my office?" After saying that, he took the initiative to help Su Luo carry the cardboard box. You can't blame him for licking it. These are all the owners of the entire building, and it's the best building, Building 1. If he doesn't provide good service and causes Su Luo's dissatisfaction, Su Luo is fully capable of replacing the entire property. After entering the office, he poured Su Luo a cup of tea. "Mr. Su, what brings you to our property management office this time?" Su Luo took the tea, took a sip, and then said, "I would like to entrust you with the task of renting out the entire building." "The whole building?" Lu Yi said somewhat excitedly. "They've entrusted the entire building to them. The commission must be substantial." Su Luo nodded. "Is there a problem?" "No, absolutely not." Lu Yi shook his head. "There are many office buildings near our community, and our community is the most popular among white-collar workers. Mr. Su, your Building 1 is the best building in our area, so it will definitely be very easy to rent out. Are you planning to rent the whole building or share a room? If you share a room, the price will be higher. Take the whole apartment if possible, to avoid trouble." "Okay, based on the current market, the price for a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment is 4,000 per month, with a 2-month deposit and 3 months rent in advance. Property management fees, utilities, internet, and electricity are not included. I wonder if Mr. Su is satisfied with this price." "Okay, let's go with this one." Su Luo nodded. This was pretty much what he knew. Manager Lu, this building used to house quite a few owners and tenants, have they all moved out? Lu Yi, after learning that you had bought the entire building, our property management notified them to move out. Now all the owners have moved out, but there are still about 5 tenants left, and they should all be able to move out in the next few days. The two then signed a power of attorney. Su Luo, Manager Lu, take me to building 1. If the tenants who haven't moved out are willing to continue renting, then they don't need to move out. Okay, I'll take you there right away. Lu Yi diligently helped carry the property certificate to the car. Looking at the luxurious and cool McLaren P1, his eyes were filled with envy and awe. No wonder he's a wealthy person who can buy an entire building. His car is also incredibly expensive. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Soon, under his guidance, the two arrived at the 3rd floor of Unit A in Building 1. After stepping out of the elevator, Lu Yi said, Mr. Su, I notified the landlord of 303 a couple of days ago, asking him to get the tenant to move out as soon as possible. However, I heard that the tenant is not very willing, but there is a high probability that we can renew the lease with them. As they spoke, the two arrived outside room 303. They discovered the door was open, and sounds could be heard coming from inside. The 3 of you should move out as soon as possible. I've already sold this house. Su Luo frowned. The voice sounded familiar. It seemed to be the voice of his former landlord, Lin Bei. Then, a clear and melodious female voice rang out. Landlord, look at the 3 of us girls, we have so much stuff, how can we just move out like that? Besides, we need to find a new place, you should give us at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Lin Bei, it can't take that long. You have to move out in the next 2 days. Do you know who bought my house? He didn't just buy this one, he bought the whole building. I can't afford to offend someone like that. Su Luo walked to the door and looked inside. Inside was indeed Lin Bei, along with 3 beautiful women, all with good looks and figures, each youthful and energetic, making them very lovable. He leaned against the doorframe and began to speak. If you don't want to move out, you can continue renting. Lin Bei turned his head and saw him, a look of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Chapter 9. 3 beautiful female tenants. Lin Bei said somewhat irritably. Why aren't you working properly? What are you doing causing trouble here? Do you think you can just rent this house like that? Even my son who got into Peking University wouldn't dare to brag like that. You just spout off. Don't think you're rich just because you rent a luxury car. Ever since he saw Su Luo driving a McLaren P1, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. Before, he had always felt superior to Su Luo, but now Su Luo had transformed into a luxury car that he couldn't afford at all. This huge change was hard for him to accept. For the past few days, he has been unable to eat or sleep, and after much thought, he concluded that Su Luo's McLaren P1 was just rented to show off. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how a worker earning only a few thousand yuan a month could afford such an expensive car. The 3 girls' eyes lit up when they saw Su Luo. They are all good-looking and have great figures, and they have countless suitors, including many rich young men. They had never seen anyone as handsome as Su Luo before. One of the hot girls walked up to Su Luo, her eyes filled with ambiguity as she looked at him, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Young man, did you buy this house? Can you continue to rent it to us? We have so much stuff that we can't move at all. Su Luo is not only handsome, but also exudes an elegant temperament. Therefore, the moment they saw Su Luo, they were convinced that he was a rich young master and that it wasn't impossible for him to buy the building. Su Luo smiled and said, of course, the rent is 4,000, and you'll have to take care of the property management, utilities, internet and electricity yourself. Su Luo, stop talking nonsense. Lin Bei immediately launched into a tirade of curses. He had thought these 3 girls were pretty and wanted to introduce them to his son. In his view, his son was a top student who got into Tsinghua and Peking University, and he was more than good enough for these 3 girls. It was their good fortune to be with his son. But to everyone's surprise, none of the 3 girls liked his son. Now, he's actually being all lovey-dovey with Su Luo, a poor guy who only earns 8,000 a month, which makes him even more annoyed, who is already a bit irritable. Moreover, Su Luo actually dared to admit that he bought the building and even talked about rent with these girls? Where does this poor bastard get the nerve? He couldn't listen to a single word anymore. Don't be fooled by him, you lot. He is just a lowly worker earning 8,000 a month. He could never be the one to buy this building. He has no right to talk to you about renewing the lease. The 3 girls looked at Su Luo with disbelief on their faces. I think what he said is true. He bought the apartment in this building. Lin Bei, nonsense. He's just an ordinary nobody, renting a place here with me. How could he possibly buy this building? After saying that, his eyes were full of mockery as he looked at Su Luo. He would never allow anyone to boast even more than him to exist. Just then, Lu Yi also walked into the house. Upon seeing Lu Yi, Lin Bei immediately stepped forward. Manager Lu, it's a good thing you came. I didn't expect this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes to be so shameless as to impersonate the owner of this building and collect rent here. After saying that, he turned to Su Luo and said, Xiao Su, you should be honest and down to earth. Stop doing these petty thefts. You're lucky you ran into me today. If you had run into the real homeowner, you would have been in jail for this. Young man, don't be so impetuous. That luxury car you had the other day was just something you rented to show off, wasn't it? Now you're trying to act like you're rich in front of beautiful women. Your vanity will get you killed sooner or later. Seeing Lin Bei belittling Su Luo, Li broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stepped forward to explain. Mr. Lin, Mr. Su is indeed the owner of this building. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. No, Manager Lu, you've been fooled by this kid too? You told me that guy bought an entire building at once. I know this kid, where did he get that kind of money? Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. Mr. Su is the owner who bought the entire building here. I have seen his property certificate, and we have also signed a power of attorney. It can't be fake. He really bought this entire building? All 120 units are his? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Bei refused to believe this fact. Don't be fooled by how kind he was to Su Luo before. That's because he looks down on Su Luo, thinking that Su Luo could never reach his level in his entire life, and he's just showing off his superiority in front of Su Luo. Now that Su Luo has transformed into the owner of the entire building, his selfish nature of being unable to bear seeing others succeed has been completely exposed. After hearing Lu Yi's affirmative answer, the other three girls gathered around him. Wow, did you really buy the whole building? You're amazing. So you'll be our landlord from now on? Let's exchange contact information, so we can contact you if we need anything in the evenings. Just add one more, they won't bother you for no reason. I'll call you if I need your help in the future, such as when the pipes get clogged or the two bedside lamps break. Looking at the three beautiful women who used to look down on her son, now they are showing all sorts of affection for Su Luo, whom she once looked down on. Lin Bei was in an extremely painful state of mind. However, he was too ashamed to stay there any longer, so he slunk away alone. Su Luo couldn't resist the three beauties, and since their arguments were reasonable and well-founded, he added them all on WeChat. Soon, Lu Yi took out the pre-prepared contract and signed it again with the three girls. During this time, Su Luo gained a basic understanding of the three beauties. Xia Jian has a fiery personality and is the girl who teases Su Luo the most. Just as fiery is her figure. Her milky white breasts almost burst open her top, and her graceful curves are so arousing that you want to touch them. Li Lanhua has a lively and lovely personality. Her canine tooth makes her look very approachable, like a little sister next door. The last one is Su Wanner, who is quiet and gentle, speaks softly, and seems a little socially awkward. Just now, when she greeted Su Luo, it was Xia Jian who pulled her along. To Su Luo's surprise, her looks were in no way inferior to Lu Bingyan's. There are three stunningly beautiful women living in this neighborhood, and he had never seen them before. After the contract was signed, Xia Jian grabbed Su Luo's arm and said, Hey bro, it's lunchtime now, let's grab a bite to eat together. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. This girl was far too overly familiar. Li Lanhua chimed in, Brother Su Luo, there's a Sichuan restaurant next to our neighborhood that's really good. Let's go together. Su Luo nodded, okay. Having lunch with three beautiful women is certainly a pleasant experience. Su Wanner said timidly, I'm a little tired, so I won't go with you. Xia Ziyan pulled her over. What's so tiring? It's just a meal, not like I'm exercising with some cute guy. Chapter 10 Xia Ziyan's Ultimate Allure. After saying goodbye to Lu Yi, Su Luo and the three beautiful women walked out of the residential area and headed towards the Sichuan restaurant. The handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of attention along the way. Upon entering the Sichuan restaurant, the owner greeted us. Are you all going to have a meal? Su Luo nodded, do you have any private rooms? Some. After entering the private room, the group ordered dishes. twice cooked pork, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and a vegetarian dish. These are all classic Sichuan dishes. At this moment, Xia Jian spoke up, "Brother, would you like some wine?" Su Luo shook her head, no. He wasn't particularly interested in alcohol to begin with, and he'd gotten drunk with Louis Tian yesterday. Xia Jian leaned closer, her captivating eyes fixed on him with a hint of allure, and spoke in a sexy and ambiguous voice. "Brother, let's drink together. If we get drunk, who knows what wonderful things might happen." As he spoke, his fingernails lightly traced across his arm. His heart skipped a beat. This enchantress was simply too alluring. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen a girl with such a powerful presence. Whether it's her face, figure, or every smile, she exudes a fatal allure, as if she were born with a captivating charm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. He waved his hand and said, "No, I have to drive." "Put." Seeing his expression, Xia Jian couldn't help but laugh. "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you." Li Lanyue looked at Xia Jian with a surprised expression. "Sister Xia, are you in heat? You're not usually like this." She and Xia Jian had known each other for several years. Usually, Xia Jian would deliberately maintain a cold demeanor when she met boys. "Why did I get so worked up just by seeing Su Luo today?" Xia Jian rolled her eyes at her. "Get out of here, can't I meet someone I like?" Su Wanner smiled, looking absolutely beautiful. Soon, all the dishes were served. Xia Jian ate heartily, taking a sip of wine and a bite of meat, displaying a unique and unrestrained style. Su Wanner ate slowly and deliberately, just like an elegant young lady from a wealthy family. What surprised Su Luo the most was that Li Lanyue, who looked like a petite and cute girl next door, was actually a big foodie. They devoured the food on the table like starving ghosts reincarnated. "Hey, where did the rice go?" Seeing the empty rice cooker, Li Lanyue immediately called over the waiter. "Waiter, another serving of rice." Su Luo stared incredulously at her petite figure. "Yeah, I can understand that Xia Jian eats a lot, after all, she's gained weight. But with your figure, why do you still eat so much? Where does it all go?" Upon hearing this, Li Lanyue defiantly puffed out her not-so-prominent chest. "I didn't waste any of my food, okay?" He then realized that even when he straightened his chest, he didn't have Xia Jian's imposing presence, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Although it's not as exaggerated as Sister Xia's, mine is not small either, okay? Don't look down on me." Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by her adorable appearance. During the meal, Su Luo also gained a basic understanding of the three girls' situations. All three were top students. Xia Jian and Li Lanyue graduated from Tsinghua and Peking universities, while Su Wanner was even more impressive, having graduated from MIT. The three of them originally worked at the same company. The boss took a liking to Su Wanner and wanted to keep her as his mistress, but Su Wanner refused outright. After threats and inducements failed, the boss tried to force himself on the woman, but ended up getting beaten up by the three girls. Xia Jian, Li Lanyue, and Su Wanner were thus given the dismissal gift of being fired. After they had eaten their fill, or more precisely, after Li Lanyue had eaten her fill, Su Luo went to the front desk to pay the bill. Xia Jian and the other two arrived outside the restaurant and stood on the street waiting for him. Just then, several girls walked towards them. One of them, heavily made up, saw Su Wanner and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't this the pretentious Su Wanner? What are you doing eating in such a small place?" Su Wanner glanced at her but ignored her. But she persisted, saying, "Oh dear, I remember now. Mr. Wang gave you a chance to be his mistress, but instead of being grateful, you teamed up with these two vulgar women to beat him up. Now you've lost your job, so it's perfectly normal for you to be eating here." He's probably regretting it terribly now, regretting that he rejected Mr. Wang back then. "However, I also have to thank you. If you hadn't rejected Mr. Wang, this good thing wouldn't have come my way. These past few days, Mr. Wang bought me a gold bracelet, a Patek Philippe watch worth over 100,000 yuan, and a Gucci bag. Mr. Wang said that as long as it makes him happy, he will buy me a house in the future. And these are things you could never afford even if you worked your whole life, yet you refused them." After saying that, he looked at Su Wanner with disdain. His face was full of smugness, showing absolutely no shame for being kept by a sugar daddy. Xia Jian rolled her eyes at her. "You shameless slut, do you really think everyone is like you, enjoying selling your body for personal gain? You're just like a dog, eating shit that others avoid and even showing it off everywhere. How shameless. Mr. Wang smells like an old man, you can smell it yourself, but don't come and disgust us. You dare call me a dog? You bitch, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Wen was furious. Xia Jian's words were like a sharp blade, deeply piercing her heart. Enraged, she slapped Xia Jian across the face. Moreover, his long nails were curled inwards, clearly indicating that he wanted to scratch Xia Jian's face. If that slap had landed properly, Xia Jian would have been disfigured. As her hand drew closer to Xia Jian's face, her gaze grew increasingly ferocious. Just then, a large hand appeared and grabbed her wrist tightly. Su Luo's voice rang out, it would be going too far to resort to violence. Li Lanyue and Su Waner both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Looking at Su Luo, Xia Jian felt a strange sense of security. Who the hell are you? Just as she was about to scratch Xia Jian's face, she was interrupted and angrily cursed. But when she saw Su Luo's face, she was stunned. So damn handsome. Immediately afterwards. Patek Philippe Grand Complications 5308 G001? A watch worth over 10 million? She had been pestering her godfather to buy her a Patek Philippe, and had looked at many expensive Patek Philippe watches, including the Patek Philippe Super Complications timepiece 5308 G001. Wow, a rich, handsome, and tall guy? Her gaze towards Su Luo gradually intensified. Chapter 11. Are you being kept by a sugar daddy? Lu Wen's heart immediately perked up. Su Luo was so handsome and so rich. If she were kept by him, wouldn't she be living the high life? This is much better than being covered in spittle from that old, ugly, and bald man every day. Brother, you're hurting me. She pouted her little lips and looked at Su Luo with tears welling up in her eyes. She put on what she thought was a pitiful expression. Su Luo looked at her coldly. Were you trying to slash her face just now? Lu Wen said aggrievely, brother, you've misunderstood her. She wouldn't even hurt an ant normally, so how could she possibly want to scratch her face? You better not have one. Su Luo sneered and released her hand. It seems my brother has a deep misunderstanding about me. Why don't we exchange contact information and get to know each other better in the future? She spoke in what she thought was a very sexy voice, emphasizing the word deep. The implication is quite obvious. Su Luo looked at Xia Jian and asked. Xia Jian, the girl you're talking about, the one the company boss ended up keeping, is she? Lu Wen was stunned. She never expected that Xia Jian and her friends would know someone as handsome, rich, and successful as Su Luo. The jealousy in my heart intensified. Xia Jian nodded. Yes, it's her. Su Luo looked Lu Wen up and down. No wonder your boss resorted to such a low-class tactic as coercion on Waner. He was really hungry. Put. Xia Jian, Su Waner, and Li Lanyue couldn't help but laugh. That's really hurtful. Lu Wen was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Su Luo is insulting her. When she came to her senses, Su Luo had already left with the three beauties. She stomped her foot in annoyance, and it seemed that Su Waner and the other two were filled with jealousy. Her godfather initially liked Su Waner, but chose her last. Now Su Waner and her friends also know Su Luo, a top-tier rich second generation. How could the world be so unfair to her? Soon, Su Luo escorted Xia Jian and the other two back to their doorstep. You all get some rest, I'll head back now. After saying that, he turned to leave. But just then, Xia Jian threw herself into his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at the alluring face so close to his eyes, and feeling the pressure coming from his chest, Su Luo's heart was immediately stirred with waves of emotion. This enchantress is just too alluring. He swallowed hard and said, Jian, you're drunk. Xia Jian smiled charmingly. Brother, we're already at the door, don't you want to go in? It's so much fun inside. Li Lanyue and Su Waner were astonished when they saw this. Everyone was wondering if they should be going out now. Su Luo pinched Xia Jian's cheek in annoyance. You female hooligan, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he pulled her hand away and turned to leave. Watching Su Luo's retreating figure, she smiled. Coward. After entering the house, Li Lanyue couldn't help but ask. Sister Xia, you wouldn't have fallen for brother Su Luo, would you? Xia Jian nodded. Of course, such an outstanding guy, handsome, rich, and with good character, of course I like him, don't tell me you don't. Li Lanyue scratched her head sheepishly. Yes, I like him, but brother Su Luo is so outstanding, there must be many girls who like him, so it's definitely not my turn. Xia Ziyan, how will I know if I have a chance if I don't try? Besides, I have a trick that will guarantee I can win him over. What trick? Li Lanyue's face showed curiosity. Su Wanner, who was pretending not to care, secretly perked up her ears. Xia Ziyan, then the three of us will go together. Wanner is beautiful, I am sexy, plus you are lively and cute. I don't believe he won't be moved. Su Wanner's face flushed red instantly, and she spat out, "Pa, you female hooligan." Li Lanyue said shyly, "Sister Xia, you're embarrassing." After leaving the Jiayuan Riverside community, Su Luo went to the shopping mall. I bought several sets of clothes. He used to be unconcerned about his clothes, as long as they were wearable. Now that he has money, he naturally wants to treat himself better. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. After changing into his new clothes, he almost bewitched the saleswoman to the point of idiocy. The next morning, he habitually opened the daily flash sale app. The new day's flash sale items have also been launched. 1 power pill, a traditional Chinese medicine, for a flash sale price of 500 yuan. So expensive? Su Luo was somewhat surprised to see the price. It's worth noting that watches worth over 10 million yuan were sold for only 20 yuan in a flash sale, and 120 houses were sold for only 15 yuan in a flash sale. But this miracle drug costs 500 yuan. Looks like it's a good thing. He clicked pay immediately without hesitation. A moment later, a small pill appeared on the table. He paused for a moment after seeing the small pill. It's blue again. It's still called Mighty Pill? Are you serious? However, having learned from his experience with the charm pill, he didn't have many concerns and picked it up and swallowed it. After a while, a surge of heat swept over my whole body. He suddenly felt incredibly energetic, with boundless stamina. It feels amazing to feel like I could kill a bull with one punch. He tried bending his knees, then suddenly jumped, his whole body leaping into the air. Holy crap! He was startled because he almost hit the ceiling. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. This bedroom has a 6-meter high ceiling. Holy crap, have I become this powerful? His face was filled with joy. Then she walked to the mirror and admired her own figure. At this moment, every muscle seemed to be filled with explosive power. Etc. He paused for a moment. Dude, this medicine works for you too? After admiring his own physique for a while, he went downstairs, had a simple breakfast, and then comfortably lay down on the sofa. It seems like today is the day my parents have to pay back the money. He immediately took out his phone and transferred 600,000 yuan to his father's account. After paying off the 500,000 yuan debt, my parents will still have 100,000 yuan left. He didn't dare to turn around too much, afraid of scaring his parents. Given his father's personality, he might just turn around and send him to the police station. The moment the text message confirming the successful money transfer arrived, my dad, Su Sanghai, called. Even though it was only 600,000, it still scared my dad with the speed at which he made the call. He shook his head helplessly, pressing the answer button while quickly thinking in his mind how to explain the money. Why did you suddenly transfer so much money? Where did you get all this money from? Did you sell your ass? Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. Dad, what are you saying? How could I possibly do such a thing? Su Sanghai, I don't believe you for a second. You just changed to a job with a monthly salary of 8,000. How could you make so much money without selling your ass? Tell me honestly, has the new company's female boss taken a liking to you? Give me her number, I want to ask her if she wants you. Chapter 12, Making Xia Jian and the other two act as nannies. Su Luo almost choked on her own saliva. His father is sometimes so unserious that he almost doesn't want to acknowledge him anymore. Snap. A slap rang out, followed by the voice of Wang Yimei, the mother. You're an old man, and you still want to be kept? Get out of here, I'm talking to my son. Xiao Luo, how come you suddenly have so much money? That's 600,000. Did you get it from an illegal source? Mom, don't you know me? Would I do anything illegal? Don't worry, this money is all legitimate. A while ago, I saw an old man fall on the street, and no one around dared to help him up. I thought, since I don't have any money, he can't extort anything from me, so I went up to help him. I didn't expect him to be an investment expert. This money was all earned by him through his investments. Su Luo made up a reason whether it was far-fetched or not, as long as it made sense, that was fine. After all, this is 600,000 yuan. You can't earn that much money so quickly by doing anything other than investing. Oh, I see. Wang Yimei was somewhat skeptical. Su Luo, Mom, take this money and pay off the debt first. Otherwise, it's not good to keep owing money. You can give Auntie tens of thousands more in interest. After all, she's not exactly wealthy. When our family was in trouble, she was still willing to lend us so much money. That's a great favor. This time, their family borrowed money and learned a lot. The uncle who often comes to their house to show off how rich he is, immediately starts crying poor when it comes to borrowing money. On the contrary, my aunt lent me 350,000 yuan in one go. Mom knows. You can spend the rest of the money. I'm making money now, so you don't have to be as frugal as before. I'll transfer money to you regularly from now on. Stop right there, kid. You should keep the money for yourself. Get married soon. Your dad and I have enough money to live on. Bringing us a grandson would make us happier than any amount of money. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. The pressure to get married had started ever since his breakup. Mom, I just broke up with my boyfriend and I haven't recovered emotionally yet. How can I start dating someone else so easily? The father, who was standing nearby, immediately spoke up. You're such a wimp. A grown man, it's just a breakup, what's there to be sad about? A real man shouldn't worry about not having a wife. Besides, haven't you heard that the best way to heal from heartbreak is to start a new relationship? Hurry up and find one, stop dragging your feet. Su Luo smiled slightly. Oh, so you mean Dad, you seamlessly transitioned to Mom back then? And you even used Mom to heal your heartbreak. Hey, you little brat, you're slandering me. You're slandering me. Oh. My mother gave a cold laugh. Son, I'm hanging up now. Mom has something to take care of. Jiayuan Riverside. Xia Jian sat on the sofa, browsing recruitment apps. Neither of you have any news either? Su Wanner and Li Lanyu shook their heads. Xia Jian pursed her lips, somewhat annoyed, and said, That damn Wang Jian, he really did blacklist us across the entire industry. After being fired from their former company, they sent out many resumes, but all of them disappeared without a trace, and they didn't receive a single reply. Li Lanyu pouted, then what do we do? Do we have to move to another city? Xia Jian shook her head. Shuian Group has influence all over the country. I guess it won't be much better if we move to another city, unless we change industries. If we switch industries, we'll lose our advantage. That damn Wang Jian, he was clearly in the wrong first, trying to force himself on Wanner, but now it's like we're the ones who made the mistake. After pondering for a moment, Xia Jian said, I'll ask Su Luo and see if he can help us find jobs. Upon hearing this, Li Lanyue's eyes lit up. That works. Brother Su Luo is so amazing, he should have a way. After hesitating for a moment, Su Wanner said, This isn't right. We've only known him for a day, and we're already troubling him like this. Xia Ziyan waved her hand. I can't worry about that now. At worst, I'll just marry him. After saying that, he dialed Su Luo's number. Put. Su Wanner and Li Lanyue were both amused by her. Li Lanyue laughed and said, Sister Xia, you don't want to suffer at all? The call was answered quickly. Xia Jian? Is something the matter? Is the water pipe clogged and needs unblocking? Or is the bedside lamp broken and needs fixing? Xia Jian, no, the stuff is fine. I called to ask if you could help us find jobs. Our former boss has blacklisted the three of us from the entire industry, and all the resumes we've sent out have disappeared without a trace. We really have no other choice. You've been blacklisted? Su Luo was stunned. He hadn't expected that Xia Jian's former boss could be so shameless. Not only did he try to force himself on Su Wanner, but now he was also blacklisting her across the entire industry. After pondering for a moment, he said, Would you be willing to come to my villa and be my housekeepers? To take care of my daily life? He's a little worried about the cleaning and cooking staff who are now assigned by the property management. If someone were to discover his secret of buying things in seconds every day and expose it, things would get really serious. He trusted Xia Jian and the others' character. After all, they were willing to stand up to their boss for their friends, even at the cost of being fired. He feels more at ease having someone like that around. What? The butler? Xia Jian was also surprised by the job he mentioned. Brother, are you kidding me? Yeye and I graduated from Tsinghua and Peking University, and Warner is a top student who graduated from MIT. You actually want us to do this? 80,000 a month. Yes, we'll do our job as housekeepers. We love taking care of brother Su Luo's daily life. Warner's cooking skills are superb. She makes a variety of dishes, and they all taste amazing. She's just as good as a chef in a big restaurant. Yeye is especially good at organizing and cleaning. The three of us will definitely take good care of you in the future. Su Luo, the three of you? Warner can cook, Yeye can clean, what can you do? Xia Jian, brother, the things that others know are designed to make you feel comfortable, linger, and unforgettable. You'll see when the time comes. Hearing that sexy, soft voice, Su Luo's heart couldn't help but tremble. This enchantress is just too alluring. I don't know if it's right or wrong to let someone like that be the housekeeper. Okay, then come over this afternoon for a quick interview. If you pass, you can start working. Okay, I'll tell them the good news right away. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jian said to Su Warner and Li Lanhua. Brother Su Luo introduced us to a job. We'll be housekeepers at his house. Huh? Isn't that a bad idea? Su Warner's face flushed slightly. Being a housekeeper? Does that mean living at Su Luo's house? She's never stayed at a boy's house before. Li Lanhua chimed in, that's right, Sister Xia. We're top students who graduated from prestigious universities. It's not appropriate for us to work as nannies. Xia Jian, monthly salary of 80,000. We'll start preparing now. Upon hearing about the monthly salary of 80,000, all of Su Warner and Li Lanhua's concerns vanished. Chapter 13 Xia Jian's Special Skill. In the afternoon, Xia Jian and the others arrived at Yunjing West Garden by car. Looking at the magnificent villa district, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. At that moment, the security guard came up. Ladies, is there anything I can help you with? Xia Jian stepped forward and said, we're here to see Su Luo. Name. I am Xia Jian, and these two are Su Warner and Li Lanhua. Mr. Su has already made arrangements. I'll take you to villa number 1. Then, he drove them to Su Luo's villa. Wow, I didn't expect brother Su Luo to live in such a nice place. Can we live here in the future? Li Lanhua's eyes lit up as she looked at the magnificent villa and beautiful courtyard. Xia Jian couldn't help but sigh, no wonder he's such a wealthy person who can buy an entire building in one go. Just how rich is he? Then, he said to Li Lanhua and Su Warner. We'll put in our best effort this time and do our best to secure this job. Su Warner and Li Lanhua nodded. This job not only pays well, but after spending time with Su Luo last time, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that Su Luo was really a good person. With such an employer, they would feel much more at ease in the future. At least I won't have to deal with harassment from my boss like I did at my previous company. They pressed the bell on the gate. A short while later, the courtyard gate opened automatically. They went inside and saw Su Luo standing at the villa entrance waiting for them. Brother Su Luo. Li Lanhua, like a cheerful little bird, hopped and skipped to Su Luo's side. Su Luo patted her little head and smiled, welcome, Yeye. Xia Jian also walked over, looking at Su Luo with seductive eyes. Brother, it's been so long. I've missed you. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. This vixen is so damn alluring. Every time I see her, I can't help but want to pull her into my arms and tease her a bit. He said irritably, you little devil, you're causing trouble again. Su Warner nodded slightly to him. Come in. He led the 3 girls into the villa. The 3 girls were immediately stunned by the luxury inside the villa, their eyes filled with astonishment. He walked over and sat down on the sofa. Xia Jian should have already told you that I offered a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, but this job is not one that can be easily obtained. Xia Jian sat down beside him, gently tapped the tip of his nose with her finger, and said with a sweet smile. Brother Su Luo, just you wait and see. Our 3 sisters' cooking skills will make you so comfortable that you won't want to let us go. Warner, Yeye, show your brother what you can do. Okay, I'll start tidying up the room now. Li Lanhua said with great enthusiasm. I'll go to the kitchen and see what ingredients we have. As she spoke, Su Warner went into the kitchen, and after a while, she poked her head out of the kitchen. Brother, how about I make braised pork ribs, beef with green peppers, and shredded pork with garlic sauce tonight? Su Luo smiled and said, no problem, just do your best. Then, he looked at Xia Jian beside him. And you, Jian? One of them is good at cleaning, and the other can cook. What's your special skill? Xia Jian, I told you, my special skill can make you linger and want more. Are you sure you want to experience it now? Of course, it's interview time now. Xia Jian leaned close to Su Luo's ear. So, brother, would you like to stay here, or go to the bedroom? Her breath brushed against Su Luo's ear, sending ripples through Su Luo's heart. Su Luo swallowed hard. Is your special skill legitimate? Why don't you try it, brother, and you'll see if it's proper or not. Xia Jian smiled charmingly and leaned forward slightly. The proud snowflakes revealed even more beauty to Su Luo. Round and snow white. It makes you want to feel its weight. Su Luo steeled his heart. How could a grown man like him be afraid of a woman in this matter? Bedroom. After saying that, he got up and went upstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Xia Jian's lips curled into a smug smile. She got up and followed him to the bedroom on the second floor. Come on, show us. Su Luo sat on the bed and turned to look at Xia Jian. Xia Jian stepped forward, grabbed the hem of his clothes with both hands, and tried to pull it up. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed Xia Jian's delicate hands. What are you doing? Xia Jian, take off your clothes. Taking off your clothes will make the experience even better. He looked at Xia Jian with some surprise. Jian, you really came? We just met. Put. Xia Jian laughed and lightly tapped his head with her finger. What are you thinking? I'm going to give you a massage. You can give massages? Of course, my dad does manual labor and often suffers from back pain, so I learned massage from a young age to help him relieve the pain. Over time, I learned it. I never expected you to be such a sweet and caring person. That's right. As she spoke, Xia Jian took off Su Luo's shirt. She was completely stunned when her shirt was taken off. His eyes were full of surprise and joy. My goodness, you have such a great figure. As she spoke, she couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Su Luo's firm and well-defined pectoral muscles. Su Luo, hey, you're being a pervert, taking advantage of me. Upon hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Su Luo. TCH, you stingy guy, lie down now, I'll massage you. Su Luo did as she was told and laid down on the bed. It must be said that Xia Jian's massage skills are truly top-notch. The technique is not just simple pinching. The pushing, pressing, rolling, and kneading movements flowed smoothly like water, without any sense of stagnation. Her hands seemed to have a sight, pressing the sore spots precisely and with perfect control of the pressure. Too much pressure would hurt, too little would leave no sensation. Her touch was just right. However, the only drawback is, during the massage, whether intentionally or unintentionally, her proud breasts would occasionally press against Su Luo's hands, back, buttocks, and even head. That soft feeling kept tugging at Su Luo's heartstrings. This was both enjoyable and agonizing for Su Luo. 40 minutes later, Xia Jian patted Su Luo on the shoulder. Turn over, let me press on the front for you. Su Luo coughed lightly. No need, your skills are good, you've passed the interview. It's not that he doesn't want to turn things around, it's just that he's broken down. Ever since he took that super powerful pill, he has found that his willpower has weakened. That pill was indeed shady. Xia Jian, no, that won't do. This is a complete set, so hurry up. Really, it's not necessary. Why are you being so coy? Are you even a man? Upon hearing this, Su Luo steeled her resolve and simply rolled over. Xia Jian's eyes widened immediately, her expression filled with surprise. Chapter 14 Instant Kill, Lai Mao Liquor worth 10 million. A smug smile appeared on Xia Jian's lips. Looks like I still have some charm. The process was completed quickly. Su Luo felt an indescribable sense of ease throughout her body and exclaimed in admiration. Not bad, Xia Jian, you've got some skills. So, does that mean I passed the interview? Certainly. Then you should rest for a while, brother. I'll go help Warner and the others. Su Luo nodded. Okay, I'll go down later. After resting for a while, a knock came from outside, followed by Su Warner's voice. Brother, the food is ready. Would you like to try it now? Li Lanua's voice followed, Brother Su Luo, I've finished packing. Come and check if it's up to standard. Upon hearing this, Su Luo got dressed and went outside. The entire villa appeared much brighter. Moreover, Li Lanyue has excellent organizational skills, and her things look very neat and tidy. He didn't have that ability. He used to tidy up his room often when he rented a place, and he always tried his best, but the room still looked very messy. Very good, you passed the monthly test. Yeah. Li Lanyue jumped up happily. Thank you, brother. I will definitely work harder in the future to make sure your money is well spent. Su Luo patted her head, and then they went to the restaurant. Under Su Wanner's expectant gaze, he picked up a piece of braised pork rib and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. The meat was so tender it seemed to melt on the tongue, and the aroma of the sauce mixed with the meat filled the entire mouth. It was fatty but not greasy, and lean but not dry. This was the most delicious braised pork ribs he had ever eaten. Next, he picked up the beef with green peppers. The beef was still oozing tempting oil. He put it in his mouth, and the spiciness of the green peppers exploded on his taste buds. Then the tender aroma of the beef filled his entire mouth. The beef was tender and smooth, and extremely delicious. He couldn't help but give Su Wanner a thumbs up. Wow, Wanner, this is the best braised pork ribs and stir-fried beef with green peppers I've ever had. You've passed the interview. Su Wanner couldn't help but smile. Thank you, brother. Su Luo, alright, it's dinner time now, let's sit down and eat together. Li Lanyue, the foodie, was the first to sit down. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I've been craving Wanner's braised pork ribs for a long time. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After finishing his meal, Su Luo wiped his mouth and said, You can pick a room later, and you'll stay here from now on. Li Lanyue's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Su Luo, can we live here from now on? Su Wanner and Xia Jian also looked at Su Luo expectantly. Even if they are not materialistic, as girls, they can't resist the temptation of such high-end, luxurious, and stylish villas. Su Luo nodded and smiled, of course, otherwise it would be too much trouble for you to run around like that. Also, you can hire servants for the landscaping, trimming and pool cleaning in the future, and I will cover the costs. After all, these two tasks involve a lot of work and also involve some dangers. Thank you, brother Su Luo, you're so kind, Mua. Li Lanyue excitedly kissed Su Luo on the cheek. After realizing what had happened, she said somewhat awkwardly, Sorry, brother, I got excited. Su Luo smiled and pinched her cheek, not minding at all. She's mainly good looking. After taking a shower, Su Luo and the three beautiful women went to the basement cinema to watch a movie. The arrival of three beautiful women brought a touch of life and joy to the house. It's no longer as empty as it used to be. After watching the movie, he went back to his room to sleep. Inside Xia Jian's room, three girls were gathered. Li Lanyue said, Sister Xia, you haven't really fallen for brother Su Luo, have you? You act all cute in front of him, but you're not like that with other guys, especially when we were watching the movie just now. Xia Jian said without any hesitation, Of course, he is not only handsome, but also has good character and strong abilities. Of course I would take the initiative to pursue such a good man. But don't worry, I am a traditional person and I don't mind if the two of you become mistresses. Upon hearing this, Li Lanyue laughed and scolded, Pa, this isn't tradition, it's outdated thinking. Su Wanner lowered her head shyly, her eyes flashing with a few unreadable glints. The next day, Su Luo got up and habitually opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now available. A case of 1930s Lai Mao liquor, flash sale price, 20 yuan. Lai Mao liquor? What kind of wine is this? The name doesn't sound very appealing, yet it costs me 20 yuan. He doesn't like drinking and had never heard of Lai Mao liquor. Immediately, I started searching on my phone. You won't believe it until you check, and what you find will shock you. Lai Mao liquor is actually the predecessor of mutai, a typical representative of sauce-flavored baijiu. Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s is extremely precious, far surpassing the value of maotai made from large leaves and sunflowers. He saw a news item online that in 2011, a bottle of 1935 Lai Mao liquor sold for a sky-high price of 10.7 million yuan, but the key point was that there was no market for it. My goodness, this bean is worth so much? Without further hesitation, he paid immediately. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a message popped up on the daily flash sale app. The goods were also stored in the underground wine cellar. He quickly got up, dressed, and went to the underground wine cellar. There was an extra wooden box inside, and inside the box lay 6 antique Celadon wine bottles. 6 bottles? 16 million? We're rich now. Turning 20 million into 60 million, that's a speed at which they make money. Even Ma Huateng, founder of Tencent, would be moved to tears. Just then, his phone rang. After reading the caller ID, he pressed the answer button. Uncle Lu, what's the matter? Louis Tian's voice came through the receiver. Xiaosu, tonight is my dad's birthday banquet. Are you free? Would you like to come? I'm an outsider, isn't that inappropriate? It's alright, this isn't a family dinner, there are many other friends attending. Okay, then I'll go and wish the old man a happy birthday too. Ah, great idea. Come with us at 7 tonight. Chapter 15: The Lu Family's Gratitude. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo glanced at the 6 bottles of Lai Mao liquor and thought to himself. Let's take one of these bottles as a birthday gift. According to Uncle Lu, Old Master Lu is a heavy drinker. He'll be overjoyed to see this bottle of Lai Mao liquor. Although it's a bit painful to give away 10 million yuan worth of liquor, it's worth it to get in touch with Old Master Lu. Although money is important to him now, it's not that important. With software that offers daily flash sales, accumulating wealth is very easy for him. Therefore, exchanging 10 million yuan worth of Lai Mao liquor for connections with someone of Old Master Lu's stature is absolutely worthwhile. After all, while money is the hard currency in this world, there are many things that money can't solve. Only by integrating into the circle of the wealthy can he make things easier for himself in the future. Moreover, many wealthy people will surely attend Mr. Lu's birthday celebration. By presenting Lai Mao liquor on that occasion, he was essentially sending a postcard. That evening, Louis Tian, Yi Huilan, and Lu Bingyan stood in front of the villa's gate, waiting for Su Luo. Yi Huilan said, "This time it's the old man's birthday, I'm afraid your 2 brothers will rack their brains to please him." Louis Tian laughed indifferently, "No matter what they give, it can't compare to my big leaf sunflower mitai. Thanks to Xiaosu, otherwise I wouldn't know what gift to give today." As the old man grew older, the rivalry among the 3 brothers intensified, each wanting to become his successor. Tonight's birthday banquet is sure to be a fiercely competitive arena. However, with the large leaf sunflower mitai he bought from Su Luo, Louis Tian was full of confidence. Soon, Su Luo came over carrying a bottle of Lai Mao liquor. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Yi." Su Luo greeted the 2 of them. Then he looked at Lu Bingyan beside him. Lu Bingyan dressed up specially today, and she was even more charming than before, given her already beautiful appearance. She wore a white dress, exuding an ethereal beauty, like a fairy who had stepped out of a fairyland. He was so captivated by the sight that he couldn't help but stare. Beautiful, so beautiful. Although Su Wanner is no less beautiful than Lu Bingyan, she is completely inferior in terms of temperament. Sensing his gaze, Lu Bingyan pouted. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before?" Upon hearing this, Louis Tian and Yi Huilan exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They didn't detect any dissatisfaction in Lu Bingyan's tone. Instead, they sensed a hint of teasing. How is that possible? Their daughters, when they see boys, are lucky if they can control their expressions and not show any disgust. They don't even bother to say a word. Now he's even joking with Su Luo. Could it be that my daughter likes Su Luo? Thinking of this, they felt a surge of joy. Thank goodness, their daughter has finally met a man she likes, otherwise they would be driven crazy with worry. Moreover, this man was someone they greatly admired, making them doubly happy. However, while Louis Tian was delighted, he also felt a pang of jealousy. It felt as if someone was about to take away my beloved cotton-padded coat. Su Luo hadn't expected this ice queen to joke with him, and laughed. I've seen plenty of beautiful women, but I've never seen anyone as beautiful and ethereal as Miss Lu before. Ha, glib tongue. Lu Bingyan snorted coldly and said irritably. However, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Xiaosu, is this a birthday gift for the old man? Would you mind telling me what it is? Seeing his precious daughter flirting with Su Luo, Louis Tian couldn't stand it and immediately changed the subject. He used to be very anxious when his daughter didn't like men, but now that she's met someone she likes, he feels awkward instead. Su Luo didn't hide anything and said, "Uncle Lu, you said that Grandpa Lu likes to drink, so I specially prepared a bottle of Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s for him." Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s? Louis Tian's voice was filled with excitement, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiaosu, can I take a look? Sure. Su Luo handed over the Lai Mao liquor. Lu Tian accepted the Lai Mao liquor and examined it carefully. It really is Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s. I never thought I would see the real thing in my lifetime. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. Yi Huilan asked curiously, Old Lu, what kind of wine is Lai Mao liquor, and how does it compare to big leaf sunflower mitai? Lu Bingyan also cast a curious glance at her. Lu Tian, the big leaf sunflower mitai is no match for Lai Mao liquor. This bottle of Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s that Xiao Su has is already an extremely rare collectible. If I remember correctly, 10 years ago, a bottle of Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s was auctioned for a high price of 10 million yuan, and it was priceless. Now the price will only be higher. I didn't expect that Xiao Su would be willing to take it out as a birthday gift for the old man. And look, the trademark, the packaging, the natural oxidation marks, and the patina, it's definitely genuine, not a modern replica or imitation circulating in the market today. Upon hearing this, Yi Huilan looked at Su Luo with surprise in her eyes. What kind of family would give away collectibles of this caliber? Lu Bingyan looked at Su Luo with surprise and curiosity. At this moment, she was filled with curiosity about Su Luo. After pondering for a moment, Lu Tian spoke. Xiao Su, I have a favor to ask. Do you think I could buy this bottle of wine for 15 million and personally deliver it to the old man? Yi Huilan also spoke up. Xiao Su, we know this request is unreasonable, but the old man's birthday banquet is very important to Lao Lu. Do you think you can help me? Su Luo nodded, of course. His purpose in attending the birthday banquet was twofold: first, to build connections with old Master Lu, and second, to make a name for himself in wealthy circles. If this bottle of Lai Mao liquor were given by Lu Tian, everyone would eventually know that the liquor came from him. The same goal can be achieved. Moreover, he would also gain 15 million, as well as Lu Tian's gratitude. He could figure out the answer to such a multiple-choice question even with his backside. Thank you, Xiao Su. You're my lucky star. You've helped me a lot. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Lu Tian said excitedly. After saying that, he transferred the money to Su Luo very quickly, as if afraid that Su Luo would change his mind if he was late. Seeing the bank card notification, Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he's already a multi-millionaire? He took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. Uncle Lu, then please give me your large leaf sunflower mitai as a birthday gift. I can't go to see the old man empty-handed. Certainly. Lu Tian gave the large leaf sunflower-shaped mitai he had prepared to Su Luo. Yi Huilan patted Su Luo on the shoulder. Xiao Su, thank you so much. You're such a kind child. She became more and more satisfied with Su Luo the more she looked at him. No, I need to keep whispering in Xiaoyan's ear to encourage her to take the initiative and win over Xiao Su as soon as possible. We can't let such a good son-in-law be snatched away. Lu Bingyan also stepped forward and said gratefully, Su Luo, thank you. Su Luo smiled and said, you're too kind. Looking at the family of three who were incredibly grateful to him, he couldn't help but think to himself. This deal was absolutely worth it. Afterwards, he got into the Lu family's car and left Yunjing West Garden. Chapter 16. Su Luo, envied and jealous of others. Yunmeng Manor is where old Master Lu Wanlian's birthday banquet was held. At this moment, the manor was brightly lit, bustling with people, and incredibly lively. Inside the manor, a group of young second-generation individuals gathered together. Hey guys, today is Grandpa Lu's birthday banquet. Lu Bingyan will definitely be there, right? Of course. Ever since I saw her last time, I haven't been able to eat or sleep. I just want to see her again. She's so beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? It's a pity that she never attends any offline gatherings. Otherwise, seeing her every day would be a wonderful thing. That's right, her looks and figure are absolutely stunning. I only saw her once, and the shot she brought me is still fresh in my memory. She is simply a masterpiece created by manhwa. Hey guys, I've heard that Lu Bingyan has never been in a relationship. Do you have the confidence to win over this pure and innocent icy beauty tonight? Give up that idea as soon as possible. She's a stone woman. She has no interest in men whatsoever, and even despises them. No matter how skilled you are at picking up girls, she'll remain unmoved. Trying to win her over? It's harder than climbing to heaven. That makes sense. Look at me, with my looks and physique, calling me handsome wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? But the last time I struck up a conversation with her, the way she looked at me, oh my god, it was so cold, completely devoid of emotion, like she was looking at a dead person. Just thinking about that look still sends chills down my spine. But then again, it's only satisfying to conquer a woman like that. I wonder who has that ability. In Jiangcheng, I'm afraid only Zhou Zirong has this ability. He's handsome, a PhD graduate from MIT, and has only been back in Jiangcheng for 2 years to start his own business. Now his company's market value is already in the billions. Moreover, he and Lu Bingyan have known each other since they were children. Although I hate to admit it, he's the most likely one to win over the beautiful Lu. Su Luo and Louis Tian and the others soon arrived at the entrance of Yunmeng Manor. Yi Huilan patted Louis Tian on the shoulder. We've arrived. How was it? Were you nervous? Louis Tian laughed and said, nervous? With Xiao Su's Lai Mao liquor, my only worry now is that I might get too arrogant later. But what a character! Yi Huilan was amused. Thank you. Lu Bingyan whispered to Su Luo. Su Luo smiled slightly, and then the two walked into Yunmeng Manor side by side. With the appearance of Lu Bingyan, the young people in the manor were all excited. Hey guys, Lu Bingyan's here. My god, she's so beautiful, like a fairy. I am truly shocked every time I see her. The beauties I slept with before are nothing compared to her. Wait, why is there a boy next to her? They're standing way too close. Before, no boy could get within a meter of Lu Bingyan. They're practically touching. Holy crap, has this guy already won over Lu Bingyan? I'm so mad. Immediately, a barrage of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes fell upon Su Luo. Su Luo was completely bewildered. I can't figure out how I offended these people on our first meeting. At this moment, a boy looked at Su Luo and Lu Bingyan, his brows furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then, he quickly walked towards Su Luo and the others. Uncle Lu, Aunt Yi, it's been a long time. Louis Tian smiled and said, it's Zirong. I heard your company is doing quite well now. Congratulations. Zhou Zirong quickly replied, it's just a small-scale operation. Compared to Uncle Lu, I'm far inferior and still have a lot to learn from you. Louis Tian, you're being modest. You're much better than your dad in that respect. Zhou Zirong smiled slightly and looked at Lu Bingyan. Shayan, it's been a long time. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly, then spoke to Su Luo. Let's wait until my dad and his family give us their gifts before we give ours. Let's find a place to sit down first. Those pastries are delicious, I'm sure you'll like them. Su Luo responded, and then the two found a seat and sat down. Upon seeing this, Zhou Zirong's face immediately darkened. People around him have always thought that he and Lu Bingyan are the perfect couple, and he himself thinks so too. But now, Lu Bingyan only nodded politely to him, yet she took the initiative to say so much to Su Luo. He suddenly felt as if something he cherished had been taken away. Louis Tian and Yi Huilan also witnessed this scene but said nothing. Instead, they walked straight inside. We entered the inner room. His two older brothers have arrived. Big brother, second brother, where's dad? The second son, Louis Tsai, spoke up, dad is chatting with his old friends inside. Third son, what gift are you bringing dad this time? Louis Tian laughed and said, you'll find out soon enough. The eldest brother, Louisin, stood up. Now that the third brother has arrived, let's go in. Then, they went together into the room where Grandpa Lu was. Lu Wanliang was inside with 3 old friends, drinking wine and reminiscing about the glorious past. After greeting the elderly people, Louisin took out his gifts first. Dad, happy birthday. This is a flower and bird landscape painting by Zhu De, a famous painter of the Qing dynasty. May you enjoy longevity and happiness like the pine trees of Kunlun, evergreen through all 4 seasons. As he spoke, he handed over the landscape painting in his hand. Ha ha ha. Okay, thank you for your thoughtfulness, boss. Lu Wanliang smiled and accepted the painting. A hint of disappointment flashed in Louisin's eyes. Lu Wanliang's lack of excitement indicated that his birthday gift had not met his expectations. A hint of disdain appeared on Louis Tsai's lips. He stepped forward and took out a bottle of wine. When Louis Tian saw the bottle of wine, his eyes narrowed instantly, and he exchanged a glance with Yi Huilan beside him. They both saw the relief in each other's eyes. Louis cleared his throat and said confidently, Dad, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you, a bottle of Mao Tai with a large sunflower design. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lu's eyes immediately lit up. You actually found the big leaf sunflower mutai? Seeing this, Louis Tian was secretly overjoyed. That's right, and this bottle is from 1971. 1971? Ha ha ha. Lu Wanlian laughed happily. Louis Tsai, my son gave this bottle of 1971 sunflower mutai as a birthday gift to Dad, wishing you good health as solid as a rock and a spirit as vigorous as a young man. After saying that, he handed over the large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai in his hand. Ha ha ha. Good, very good, second brother, I really like this gift. Lu Wanliang held the large leaf sunflower mutai in his arms as if he were holding a great treasure, his voice full of excitement. Ha ha ha. Oldly, you used to always show off your 1972 bottle of sunflower mutai to me. Now I have one too, and it's from 1971, so I'm a year ahead of you. Old Masterly said irritably, I know you have a good son. Where did this brat get his hands on that big leaf sunflower-shaped mutai? He ruined my chance to show off to you. Ha ha ha. Don't you even know whose son he is? Lu Wanliang was overjoyed. Seeing this, Lu Yisan's disappointment deepened. Louis Tsai, on the other hand, was secretly pleased with himself and turned to look at Louis Tian. Third brother, this is Dad's 70th birthday. The things you've prepared shouldn't be any worse than mine, right? His face was full of amusement at Louis Tian. Chapter 17, the appearance of Lai Mao liquor shocked the entire audience. He had already presented the large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai, which was very well received by Old Master Lu. With such a fine example before him, it would be quite embarrassing if Louis Tian were to add something inferior. He didn't think Louis Tian's birthday gift could be better than his. First of all, the old man usually likes to drink alcohol. Secondly, Old Master Li used to show off his large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai to his father every day, which made his father very envious. This time, his large leaf sunflower mutai perfectly touched the old man's heart. Such a birthday gift cannot be measured by a single price. In the old man's heart, even an antique worth tens of millions of yuan cannot compare to this bottle of large leaf sunflower mutai. That's where his confidence comes from. We're all family, there is no need to compete when giving gifts. The thought is what counts. Third brother, come here, let me see what gift you've prepared for me. Grandpa Lu was worried that Louis Tian would feel pressured, so he offered words of comfort in advance. Louis Tian stepped forward and took out the Lai Mao liquor. Dad, the birthday gift I prepared for you is a bottle of Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s. I wish you a lifetime of happiness, joy in family life, and a long and prosperous life. What? Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s? Even Lu Wanliang, who had weathered many storms, felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing this news, and almost dropped the large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai in his hand. He quickly put the large leaf sunflower-shaped mutai aside. He carefully took the Lai Mao liquor from Louis Tian's hands. He placed it in front of him and examined it carefully. The other old man also crept over. It really is Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s. Absolutely genuine, there's no way it can be fake. Old Lu, what kind of life do you have? I could tolerate Ikai giving you the big leaf sunflower mutai earlier, but now Lao San Yi Tian is giving you Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s. This is just too infuriating. Ha ha ha. Lu Wanlian laughed smugly. There's nothing I can do, the Lu family's offspring are just that amazing. If you're envious, have your son send some to you too, and I promise I won't be jealous. A petty person gains power. The other old men were quite displeased. Their dissatisfaction only made Old Master Lu happier. He stood up, walked up to Louis Tian, and excitedly patted Louis Tian on the shoulder. Good son, this gift you gave me is just what I wanted, I love it. The eldest and second eldest brothers felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing this. Louis Tsai, in particular, was extremely upset. He was originally very confident that the gift he gave was the one that the old man would like the most. But who would have thought that Louis Tian would actually take out Lai Mao liquor? Louis Tian said, Dad, I'm glad you're happy. I wish you boundless happiness and longevity. Ha ha ha. Lu Wanliang couldn't help but laugh again. With this bottle of Lai Mao liquor you gave me, I could live for decades longer without any problem. By the way, where did you get this liquor? Upon hearing this, the other old men all perked up their ears. If the other party has any left, they will spend a lot of money to buy themselves a bottle. Dad, it's like this. Recently, a young man from a prominent family came to Yunjingshi Yuan, where I live. He is about the same age as Xiao Yan. We've gotten to know each other after a few days, and I also learned that he has this Lai Mao liquor, so I spent money to buy it for him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tsai immediately said, I heard that there are very few bottles of Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s left, and most of them are fakes. Third brother, you haven't been scammed, have you? Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Wanlian's eyes. Several other old men and I examined it and all agreed it was genuine. How can you say it's fake? Do you even have a brain? As expected, Old Master Li said with great displeasure. What do you mean? We've already said it's genuine, and you're still questioning whether it's fake. You think you're so great? You can question my judgment on other things, but when it comes to wine, I've never been wrong. That's right, this wine is definitely genuine. If you don't know anything about it, don't talk nonsense. Another old man chimed in. He then asked Louis Tian, does that young man still have any Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s? Louis Tian laughed and said, such rare wine is probably gone. However, he also came to my father's birthday banquet. You uncles can ask him about it later. He's here too? Okay, I'll have to ask him myself later. If he has it, then no one should argue with me. Why should it be the highest bidder? Louis Tsai, standing to the side, felt incredibly envious. Damn it, he knew the old man liked the big leaf sunflower mitai, and he went to great lengths and hardships to get it. But Louis Tian simply bought a bottle of Lai Mao liquor from his neighbor and got the upper hand. Is there any justice in this world? The third son is really lucky. He can buy our dad's favorite Lai Mao liquor from the neighbor. He said it in a sarcastic tone. The implication was clear, Louis Tian's Lai Mao liquor, though valuable, was of little value. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Old Master Lu's eyes, and he said, such valuable wine, it takes skill for the third brother to get the other party to sell it. Third brother, Dad likes this gift very much. Louis Tian was overjoyed, and at the same time, he was filled with gratitude towards Su Luo. If it weren't for Su Luo, and he had presented an ordinary birthday gift after Louis Tsai, he would have been utterly humiliated, and Louis Tsai would have enjoyed all the limelight today. And it is because of Su Luo that the current situation has come to this. Outside, Su Luo and Lu Bingyan sat together, eating pastries and chatting. The young men standing nearby were incredibly envious. Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever seen Lu Bingyan talk so much with a guy. And he was sitting so close, he must have smelled the goddess's fragrance, right? I hate it. What makes this kid so special? He's just a little better looking, has a better physique, and a better temperament than me. Why does he deserve this special treatment from the goddess? A barrage of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes fell upon Su Luo. If looks could kill, he would probably be in even worse shape than Boyi Cao. Among them, the one I hate the most is Zhou Zirong. As the man widely recognized as having the best chance of winning over Lu Bingyan, the number of times he has spoken to her can be counted on one hand. And this person who appeared out of nowhere was able to chat with Lu Bingyan for so long. At that moment, the jealousy in his heart almost consumed him. A short while later, Grandpa Lu and the others came out from inside. Grandpa Lu said, "Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet. I don't have many rules. Please feel free to make yourselves at home tonight and don't be so formal." Next comes the part where the younger generation presents birthday gifts. Zhou Zirong stepped forward. "Mr. Lu, I heard you enjoy drinking, so I specially prepared a bottle of 1982 Lafite to wish you good health and longevity." Grandpa Lu laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. I like to have some fancy things sometimes. Little Zhou, you're so thoughtful. I really like this gift." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zirong was overjoyed and looked at Su Luo with a defiant gaze. Chapter 18 True Words and Talismans. Su Luo stepped forward and handed over the large leaf sunflower-shaped mitai. "Mr. Lu, this is the birthday gift I prepared, a large leaf sunflower-shaped mitai. May your spring radiance last forever and your joy be everlasting." The elderly men standing nearby were stunned when they saw this. "Old Master Li, no way, another bottle of mitai with sunflower leaves? And it's from 1967. Old Lu, what kind of luck do you have? You've received 3 bottles of good wine today." Another old man chimed in. "Damn, this makes me want to throw a birthday party too. Ha ha ha." Grandpa Lu laughed with immense pride. "You guys can forget about it, you don't have my luck." He was overjoyed today. 2 bottles of mitai and a bottle of Lai Mao liquor, how extravagant. He couldn't even imagine how wild he would become in the future. Young friend, this must be our first meeting. What's your name? Louis Tian, standing to the side, spoke up. Dad, he is my neighbor Su Luo. I bought Lai Mao liquor from him. What? He's Su Luo? The old men's eyes lit up immediately, and they all gathered around. Xiao Su, do you still have any of that Lai Mao liquor? Could you sell me a bottle? Sell it to me, I'm willing to pay a high price. I also have the surname Su, so maybe we were related as ancestors. Those around were stunned by what they saw. They never expected that these big shots, who had weathered many storms and dominated the business world, would act like grandsons in front of Su Luo. The one who was in the most pain was Zhou Zirong, whose hands were clenched into fists. Seeing Lu Bingyan and Su Luo getting close, he originally planned to win over Su Luo by currying favor with Old Master Lu, thus achieving his goal indirectly. Unexpectedly, the gift Su Luo gave was even more appreciated by Grandpa Lu. Now it seems that not only Grandpa Lu, but also several other big shots like Su Luo. Su Luo looked at the several big shots and smiled. I'm sorry everyone, I only had one bottle of Lai Mao liquor, which Uncle Lu bought. I will keep an eye on the news about Lai Mao liquor in the future and let you know as soon as I have any news. Although he still has 5 bottles at home, he doesn't plan to sell them now. Louis Tian just gave the Lai Mao liquor to Old Master Lu, and now he's taking it out to sell, and he's doing it in 5 bottles at once. What kind of nonsense is this? We need to let Old Master Lu keep up the act for a while, otherwise Louis Tian's gift will be meaningless. Moreover, with such precious and rare wine, if he takes out so many bottles at once, it's bound to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It wouldn't be good if his daily flash sales were discovered. Anyway, he's not short of money now, and he doesn't have trouble selling Lai Mao liquor. He can always sell it when he runs out of money. Upon hearing this, the old men's faces immediately filled with disappointment. Alright, then I'll trouble you to take care of it, Xiao Su. Please let me know as soon as you have any news. Xiao Su, my granddaughter is about your age and very beautiful. You two can visit each other more often when you have time. Oldly, have some shame. You're even bringing up your granddaughter for some cheap liquor. Little Su, don't listen to his nonsense. My granddaughter is the real beauty, and she's a perfect match for you. Xiao Su, my grandson Yuan is quite handsome when he's dressed up. Su Luo's head was covered in black lines. What on earth was all this about? Grandpa Lu laughed and said, Gentlemen, please calm down. It's just a bottle of Lai Mao liquor. Look at you all, so anxious and flustered. You don't look like outstanding entrepreneurs or heads of families at all. Seeing his smug look, the other old men were furious. You're still putting on airs with us. You managed to find a bottle of Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s, of course you're not in a hurry. A petty person gains power. Nausea. Grandpa Lu didn't take it to heart at all, on the contrary, he laughed even more heartily. The banquet didn't end until after 10 p.m. Su Luo followed Louis Tian's family back to Yunjingshi Yuan. After saying goodbye to Louis Tian and the other two, he returned home. Back home, Louis Tian couldn't contain his excitement and threw a few punches into the air. Today's birthday banquet went perfectly, thanks to Xiao Su. Otherwise, it would have been second brother's solo performance tonight. Yi Huilan laughed and said, When I first saw Xiao Su, I thought he was a good kid and wanted him to be my son-in-law, but Xiaoyan wasn't happy about it at the time. I'm going to take a shower. Lu Bingyan, standing to the side, blushed slightly and quickly walked towards her room. Upon seeing this, Yi Huilan's smile widened. See? My daughter is shy. There's hope. In the past, when they brought up the topic of blind dates in front of Lu Bingyan, she was usually impatient, but today, she was unusually shy. Louis Tian smacked his lips. Alas, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my precious daughter. Yi Huilan punched him in annoyance. What do you mean? You can't bear to part with her? Let me tell you, Xiaoyan finally met someone she likes, and I'm also very satisfied with Xiao Su. If you dare to interfere, I'll never forgive you. Louis Tian, I know, it's just that I'm a little jealous because Su Luo is trying to take away my daughter's love for me. TCH, what a disgrace. The next day, after getting up, Su Luo changed into her swimming trunks, swam a lap in the pool, and then returned to her bedroom. He now enjoys the feeling of swimming in the morning. It's refreshing and incredibly comfortable. He picked up his phone and opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now available. True Word Talisman X3, flash sale price, 1,000 renminbi. Su Luo was bewildered. Lately, these flash sale items have been featuring some strange and unusual things that she couldn't understand at all. Moreover, this flash sale price is way too high. This is the highest price I've ever seen in a flash sale. With a question in his mind, he clicked on the small question mark next to the product. Soon, a message box popped up, which read, Truth Talisman can control the target's nerves for 10 minutes, ensuring that every word the target speaks is the truth. When faced with your questions, the target will answer in detail, without any lies or concealment. How to use: simply apply to any part of the target's body. Disadvantage: ineffective against deaf, mute, black people who do not speak the language, or the deceased. Holy crap, there's such a thing? You post it and you have to tell the truth? You can't even hide anything? Su Luo was stunned after reading the introduction. This was quite a shock for someone who had received higher education. However, having learned his lesson from the previous experiences with the charm pill and the power pill, he quickly accepted the situation. If appearance, figure, and even temperament can be changed, what else is impossible? He immediately clicked Pay Now. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, 3 talismans appeared on the bed. Its style is exactly the same as the talismans in zombie movies. However, the material is quite special. It has a smooth surface and is tear resistant. Making people tell the truth is a good thing. If used properly, it can be a powerful weapon. It's a pity there are only 3, so we have to use them sparingly. Chapter 19: A Life Like an Emperor. Tianqing Technology. Lu Bingyan and Li Yunhai met in the office. Mr. Li, has Shuian Group supplied us with the original parts? A bitter smile appeared on Li Yunhai's face. No, this Wang Jian, relying on the fact that Ruyan Group is the only company that meets our requirements, has become increasingly unscrupulous. He keeps delaying the delivery of our goods. He even said that if you, President Liu, go and have a meal with him, perhaps the delivery schedule can be accelerated. Oh! Lu Bingyan sneered, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes. She knew perfectly well why Wang Jian insisted on inviting her to dinner. However, she also had a headache. Ruyan Group was the only supplier that met their requirements. If they switched to another supplier, the quality would be lower, and the market trust that Tianqing Technology had worked so hard to build would collapse. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. If I remember correctly, Wang Jian's success is due to his wife, which is why the Shuian Group has grown to what it is today. Li Yunhai nodded. Wang Jian's wife, Lu Ying, is the daughter of Lu Hua, chairman of Pangshan Capital. Shuian Group has achieved its current development precisely because of the strong support of Pangshan Capital. Therefore, Wang Jian is also very afraid of his wife. Lu Bingyan, okay, let's do both. You continue to follow up on the supply situation from Ruyan Group, and I'll try to see if I can talk to Lu Ying directly. If we can persuade Lu Ying, the supply should be fine. Mr. Li, I'd appreciate it if you could put in a little effort. My father entrusted Tianqing Technology to me, and I don't want to ruin the company as soon as I take office. Li Haiyun, don't worry, President Liu, we will definitely overcome this difficulty. Yunjing West Garden. After washing up, Su Luo went downstairs and arrived at the restaurant. I noticed that Xia Jian, Li Lanhua, and Su Wanner, 3 beautiful women, were standing ramrod straight, which was particularly pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing him arrive, the 3 immediately bowed and said, Welcome, Brother Su Luo, to dine here. He was startled. What are you doing? Is breakfast ready? It's ready. Then why aren't you eating? What are you standing there for? We've been waiting for you. How could we eat if our employer didn't come? Xia Jian walked up, took his hand, and smiled. We want you to feel like you're getting the best value for your money. As she spoke, she pulled him toward the dining table, with Li Lanhua having already pulled out a chair. As soon as he sat down, Xia Jian took a napkin and pinned it to his chest. Su Wanner placed a steaming basket of buns and a bowl of beef noodles in front of him. Brother Su Luo, this is the beef noodles and freshly made beef buns that Wanner made this morning. The freshly steamed buns gleamed with a warm white sheen, and the steam carrying the aroma of meat kept wafting into his nose, making them incredibly tempting. The enticing aroma immediately whetted his appetite. Then I'll try Wanner's meat buns first. He couldn't resist reaching out towards the steaming white meat bun. Just then, Xia Jian sat directly into his lap. Brother, let me feed you. After saying that, he picked up the beef bun, tore off a piece, blew on it gently, and then put it into Su Luo's mouth. After Su Luo chewed a few times, his eyes lit up. The dumpling skin has been soaked in the oil from the meat filling, making it soft, chewy, and sweet. The minced meat has a slightly crumbly texture, and with each chew, you can feel the springiness of the beef chunks mixed with the sweet aroma of onions. This was the first time he had ever eaten such delicious steamed buns. Unexpectedly, Su Wanner's cooking skills are so amazing. Brother, how does it taste? Xia Jian took a tissue and gently wiped the corner of his mouth, then asked. Su Wanner's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. He gave Su Wanner a thumbs up. Wanner, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner's face immediately lit up with a happy smile. Brother, as long as you like it, that's fine. I can also make dumplings, wontons, and jianbingguozi Chinese crepes, and I'll make them for you from now on. Su Luo smiled and said, okay, I'm already looking forward to it. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that hiring Su Wanner to cook for 80,000 a month was definitely worth it. Her culinary skills were absolutely on par with those of chefs in high-end restaurants. Then he said to Xia Jian, Jian, can you get down? I can do it myself. You're making me sound like a debauched king. Despite his humble origins, he still finds it difficult to be treated like a cripple. Moreover, Xia Jian's figure was so voluptuous that sitting in his lap, even without doing anything, felt incredibly wonderful. He was afraid that if things continued like this, he would break down. Xia Jian, no, I want to feed my brother. In this house, you are the king. After saying that, he wiggled his hips and adjusted his sitting posture. But just then, bite. Su Luo broke down. Xia Jian sensed it too, and her face immediately flushed slightly. Then he looked at Su Luo with a mocking expression. Brother, are you sure you want me to leave? Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. Every time he faced this enchantress, his composure seemed to diminish considerably. You can continue. Next, he was served by 3 beautiful women. He ate the most absurd yet most satisfying breakfast of his life for the first time. After finishing breakfast, he said to Su Wanner. Wanner, today should be your birthday, right? Su Wanner was stunned for a moment. Brother, do you know my birthday? Su Luo laughed and said, of course, I know all 3 of your birthdays. You don't need to cook tonight. Let's go out to eat together and celebrate for you. Actually, it was because Su Wanner, Xia Jian, and Li Lanyue all filled in their ID cards on the rental agreement, and he wrote them down. Thank you, brother, you're so kind. Su Wanner's eyes were filled with emotion. That evening, the group arrived at the best restaurant in Zhangcheng. Mingxian Pavilion. This is the most upscale Chinese restaurant in Jiangcheng, and it's also a favorite spot for high-ranking officials and dignitaries to dine together. Led by the waiter, Su Luo and her group arrived at the private room they had booked in advance. And we ordered the local specialty dishes. Crispy sea cucumber with glass coating, steamed grouper with Shaoxing wine, braised abalone and golden broth, asparagus tips with crab roe. They also ordered a bowl of longevity noodles for Su Wanner, the birthday girl. The meal cost over 10,000 yuan in total. However, there's a reason it's expensive. The taste is truly exceptional. Su Wanner looked at Su Luo and said gratefully, brother, thank you for celebrating my birthday. Su Luo flicked her head and laughed, scolding, you're still being so polite with me, you're asking for a beating. She rubbed her head and a sweet smile appeared on her face. I just wanted to thank you. I'm going to the restroom. You guys chat first. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door of the private room. The moment the door to the private room was opened, a greasy middle-aged man appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing the person's appearance, her expression changed, and she tried to close the door again. But then, the man noticed her and blocked the door. Oh ho ho, isn't this Su Wanner? I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. I was wondering why you wouldn't agree to my sugar daddy arrangement. Turns out you've already sold yourself off. Chapter 20 The Power of Mantras and Talismans. Su Wanner, what nonsense are you talking about? Who sold it? Wang Jian sneered, if you didn't sell, would you be able to eat here? As he spoke, he glanced around, and when he saw that Xia Jian and Li Lanyue were also there, his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Su Luo. Ha, so all 3 of you were kept by someone. You 3 sisters really have a deep sisterly bond. You resisted so fiercely at the company back then. I thought you were some virtuous and chaste women. Turns out you're all sluts and whores. He waved to Su Luo, dude, let me have some fun sometime when you get tired of playing around. I want to see just how slutty these women who pretend to be so innocent really are in bed. You are shameless. Su Wanner's chest heaved violently with anger. Hearing those foul words, Li Lanue was so angry that she stood up from her chair. You piece of trash, looks like I didn't hit you hard enough last time. Wang Jian jokingly said, oh, you're getting anxious. Your inner self has been hit hard, haven't you? I know you all too well. You usually pretend to be pure and aloof, but that's just a way to raise prices. If someone really offers a high price, you'll all be more shameless and promiscuous than anyone else. Xia Jian leaned against Su Luo and said, You're right. We're definitely not pure and aloof people. We'd be willing to sleep with someone as handsome and charming as you, even if it meant paying you. But someone like you, who is old, ugly, fat, and smells awful, makes us feel nauseous. Of course we'd act aloof in front of you. No matter how much money you have, you can forget about ever meeting the three of us. Those women you're keeping are probably only with you for the money, enduring disgust. I bet even if the lights were off, they wouldn't want to kiss you. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. At this moment, Wang Jian broke down. Because Xia Ziyan was right all along. Every time he wanted to kiss those girls after the lights were off, they would make excuses. Only when he got angry would they reluctantly kiss him. This has always been a thorn in his side. Why do you have such a foul mouth? I'll tear it to shreds. With that, he stormed towards Xia Jiyan. But as he approached Xia Jiyan, a large hand appeared on his face and slammed him down onto the dining table. You brat, do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? He struggled to get up, but found that he was pinned down by that hand and couldn't move. Su Luo looked at Su Wanner and said calmly, Wanner, close the door. Good. Su Wanner closed the door behind her. Su Luo, is he the one who tried to force himself on Wanner? That's right, it's him. Xia Jian and Li Lanue nodded. Snap. Su Luo slapped Wang Jian across the face and then kicked him to the ground. He was in so much pain that he rolled around on the ground. You brat, how dare you hit me? You just wait, I'm not done with you yet. Seeing this, Xia Jian immediately became anxious. Brother Su Luo, he is the owner of Rian Group. It's not appropriate for you to resort to violence. Although seeing Su Luo beat up that bastard Wang Jian was very satisfying. However, she didn't want Su Luo to get into big trouble because of their affair. Upon hearing her words, Wang Jian immediately guessed that Su Luo was not as strong as him, and he straightened up instantly. You think you're so great at fighting? What good is being great at fighting? In this world, it's all about skill. Young man, don't be so hot-blooded. Now kneel down and beg me, and let these three play with me for a few more days, and I can let bygones be bygones. Snap. He had barely finished speaking when he received another slap in the face. Even at a time like this, you're still being sarcastic. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Jian's eyes. Kid, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, once I get out of here, I'll definitely kill you. Upon hearing this, Su Luo let out a cold laugh. Don't worry, you don't have the guts. As he spoke, he lifted Wang Jian up and quietly stuck a true word talisman on his back. The mantra talisman instantly entered his body and disappeared without a trace. Su Luo threw him onto the chair, took out her phone, turned on the recording, and then handed the phone to Xia Jian, who was standing next to her. Jian, record the video. Xia Jian didn't understand why, but she did as she was told. He raised his phone and pointed it at Wang Jian. After taking a sip of tea, Su Luo said, Please introduce yourself. Wang Jian answered truthfully. My name is Wang Jian, and I am the owner of Shuian Group. Tell me, did you try to force yourself on Su Wanner before? Why? She's so beautiful, and she looks just like the white moonlight I had when I was young. Every time I see her, my heart itches, and I want to hold her in my arms and cherish her. I promised her a promotion, a raise, a luxury car, and a villa. As long as she was with me, all of these would be hers. But she refused. She would rather be fired than be with me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I just forced myself on them. I was about to succeed when those damn Xia Jian and Li Lanue barged into my office and ruined my plans. They deserved to die. So I fired them and blacklisted them from the entire industry. I want them to know that with me, they'll have wealth and glory, but without me, they'll have a hard time surviving. After saying that, Wang Jian's eyes were filled with terror. His mouth was completely out of his control, spilling out all the truths. He wanted to shut up, but he couldn't. Does this man in front of me know trickery? The thought was chilling. His gaze towards Su Luo was filled with terror. The other three girls looked disgusted after hearing this. Xia Jian couldn't help but rush forward and kick him. You scumbag! Su Luo reached out to stop him. Please be patient, I still have many questions to ask. The incantation talisman is only effective for 10 minutes, so it cannot be wasted. 10 minutes later, after Wang Jian recounted the story to her, Su Luo learned a great deal about him. In his youth, for the sake of his future, he abandoned his girlfriend and married Lu Ying, who was extremely ugly. Feeling resentful, he didn't behave himself after marriage and kept many beautiful women as mistresses. Once he meets a beautiful woman he's attracted to, he'll try to woo her with money. If money doesn't work, he'll resort to force, and then use money to settle things. Previously, the girls, fearing the power of the Shuyan group, all chose to pay money to settle the matter quietly. This made him increasingly arrogant. Unexpectedly, he ran into Su Wanner, who was a thorn in his side. He also knew that his wife would find out about these things sooner or later, and then he would be penniless again. So over the years, he has been making underhanded moves to dilute Lu Ying and Pangshan Capital's influence in Shuyan Group. When the time is right, we will kick Lu Ying and Pangshan Capital out of the game. Under Su Luo's persistent questioning, he recounted all his little tricks over the years. Su Luo glanced through the video briefly and said jokingly, Mr. Wang, this is a really clever tactic. If I give you a little more time, your wife will have nowhere to cry. Wang Jian slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. Chapter 21 Xia Jian's First Kiss. As the owner of Shuyan Group, Wang Jian had experienced many ups and downs and quickly regained his composure. Tell me your conditions. Su Luo said calmly, from now on, avoid those three when you see them. Don't cause them any more trouble. Also, lift the industry ban on those three. Otherwise, this video will not only appear on your wife's phone, but also on major social media platforms. That's it? Upon hearing this, Wang Jian was taken aback. He was prepared for Su Luo to make exorbitant demands, since she had gone to great lengths to record the video. Her intentions couldn't be small. I never expected it to be such a trivial matter. Su Luo nodded, that's all for now. Xia Jian, Su Wanner, and Li Lanyue were deeply moved. They never expected that Su Luo would be willing to offend Wang Jian, the boss of Rian Group, for their sake. At this moment, Xia Jian's gaze towards Su Luo was filled with longing. Even the usually reserved Su Wanner couldn't hide her admiration when she looked at Su Luo. Okay, I promise you. After Wang Jian finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He's no saint, being in charge of such a large company. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Once he gets back, he'll have plenty of ways to get Su Luo to delete the video. Su Luo naturally saw through his thoughts, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. He then picked up the fork from the table, gently wiping it with a napkin as he said, Mr. Wang, since this is our first meeting, I haven't prepared anything, so I'll just give you a flower. Wang Jian looked at him, quite puzzled. Why are you holding a fork when you gave me flowers? Are you trying to give me a dirty face? The next moment, his face was filled with fear. Su Luo bent the tines of the fork little by little, and it looked exceptionally easy, as if it were effortless. He often eats at this restaurant and knows very well how hard the forks are. He once tried to break them with force, but couldn't budge them at all. Unexpectedly, Su Luo bent it so easily, and even managed to bend it into a shape that suited his taste. If you were to break his fingers? Cold sweat immediately broke out on his face. He was scared this time. He was truly scared. All the thoughts that had been on his mind about causing trouble for Su Luo afterward were instantly banished from his mind. Soon, Su Luo broke the fork in her hand into the shape of a rose. He bent down and slipped it into the pocket on his breast. Mr. Wang, here's a rose made of a fork for you. I hope you'll always be healthy. Wang Jian shuddered immediately. Thank you for your kind words, brother. I will definitely stay healthy from now on. I will definitely avoid those three ladies when I see them again and promise not to cause them any more trouble. I will lift the industry ban as soon as I get back. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Su Luo smiled and said, then I'll take you there. No, please stay. Wang Jian fled the private room in a disheveled state. After taking him away, Xia Jian turned to look at Su Luo. Brother Su Luo, you're so handsome. I love you to death. After saying that, he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Su Luo's neck, and kissed her directly. Su Luo was a little stunned by her sudden attack. However, he quickly came to his senses and immediately wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist. They launched a counterattack. Soon, all of Xia Jian's defenses crumbled under his attack. Su Wan'er and Li Lanhua, who were standing nearby, did not expect them to suddenly start eating. Her face flushed instantly, and she shyly turned her head to the side. However, listening to the smacking sound, they couldn't help but steal a glance, their eyes sparkling with envy. After a long while, the two reluctantly parted ways. Xia Jian lightly tapped Su Luo's nose with her finger and said with lingering interest, "Brother, this is my first kiss." Su Luo nodded. "Oh, it was also my first kiss." "Put." Xia Jian was immediately amused. "Shameless." At this moment, Li Lanhua, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but say, "How long are you going to keep being so lovey-dovey? Aren't you ashamed?" Upon hearing this, Xia Jian smiled and said, "Brother, it seems someone is jealous." Cough. Su Luo coughed twice. Yeah, Wan'er, if you also want to be intimate with me, I don't mind." "Pa! You filthy scoundrel!" Li Lanhua and Su Wan'er cursed in unison. Ha ha ha. Su Luo couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that hiring these three beauties as his housekeepers was an absolutely correct decision, making his life much more interesting. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Wan'er asked, "Brother, how did you get Wang Jian to reveal so many secrets?" Li Lanhua was also very curious. "Yeah, brother, he answers whatever you ask, even revealing things like having affairs behind his wife's back. It's so strange. I don't know either. Maybe he's a good student who answers every question." Su Luo chuckled. This kind of thing was indeed inexplicable. If the mantra talisman hadn't been obtained from the daily flash sale, he wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen. Su Wan'er and the other two clearly did not believe his answer, but they also couldn't understand why. Although all three of them have high levels of education, these things are not in the textbooks. Xia Jian looked at Su Luo and said, "I know, brother Su Luo, you must have some extraordinary abilities. Since you won't say, we won't delve into it." As soon as she finished speaking, the scene of massaging Su Luo in Su Luo's bedroom that day involuntarily flashed into her mind. Her face immediately flushed slightly. Those extraordinary qualities are simply too extraordinary. After chatting for a while, the group returned to Yunjing West Garden. I tidied up quickly and then went to bed. The next day, early morning. When Su Luo woke up, she picked up her phone and was about to open the daily flash sale app when she saw a transfer message. A total of 594,000. Lu Yi, the property manager of Jiayuan Jiangpan, also sent a message, which he opened. "Mr. Su, we've rented out 33 apartments in the past 2 days. With a deposit of 2 months' rent and 3 months' rent in advance, we've collected a total of 660,000 yuan. After deducting commission of 66,000 yuan, the remainder has been transferred to your account. According to the agreement, the commission is 1 month's rent, which is split equally between the landlord and the tenant, amounting to 2,000 yuan. For 33 apartments, that's 66,000 yuan. Of course, this commission is only required when Lu Yi rents out the house. It will not be required afterward." He replied immediately. "Thank you, Manager Lu. You've worked hard." He then opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now quietly sitting in the product list. Winning Magic Charm 3, flash sale price, 300 renminbi. Su Luo was stunned when she saw this. What is this thing? And is this name really respectable? He immediately clicked the small question mark next to the product, and soon a pop-up window appeared. Winning Magic Charms, as the name suggests, allows you to obtain generous rewards by winning against the target 10 times. How to use: stick the talisman on the target, or hold the talisman while silently reciting the target's name. Each talisman can only be used once. Competitive events, no restrictions. Chapter 22. I'm not in the zone today. I don't see what's so impressive about it. After reading the introduction, Su Luo was still quite puzzled. However, I still paid for it. Soon, the 3 winning demon talismans were in his hands. It is similar in style to mantras and talismans, except that the symbols on it are different. He couldn't understand the crooked symbols either. After taking a quick look, he changed into his swim trunks and headed towards the pool outside. When I arrived at the pool, I found that there were already people swimming inside. Xia Jiyan. Her fair skin floated and sank in the water, a truly captivating sight. Especially that round, plump buttocks, which made his blood boil. After a long while, he was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Little brother, why are you becoming more and more impulsive? Xia Jiyan also noticed him and immediately stood up from the water. Water flowed down her hair, glided over her shoulders and neck, crossed mountains and valleys, and fell back into the pool, creating a unique and delightful experience. Seeing his perfect physique, a look of joy flashed in Xia Jiyan's eyes. However, the next moment, Xia Jiyan's face turned slightly red. This guy, even though I saw him once before, I still find him terrifying. But did he break down because of me? My damn charm. Thinking of this, Xia Jiyan felt a surge of pride and joy. Su Luo walked confidently up to Xia Jiyan. He was no longer a shy little boy in these kinds of things. As long as he wasn't ashamed, it was others who were. Looking at Xia Jiyan, a thought crossed his mind. Jiyan, how about we have a swimming contest? This is a good opportunity to see what rewards the magic charm can provide. Xia Jiyan, okay, how do we compete? Let's see who can swim from here to the other side faster. Okay, but let's make this clear beforehand, don't cry if you lose, okay? I'm the champion of the women's swimming competition at our university. Sha, it's not like everyone doesn't have an award. When I was 20, I won the championship in our neighborhood's children's swimming competition. Put. Xia Jiyan was amused by him. She gave him a coquettish glare. Loquacious. Su Luo went down into the pool and stuck the winning demon talisman onto Xia Jiyan's body. The winning demon talisman disappeared the moment it was stuck on her. The competition began soon. Xia Jiyan swam beautifully and skillfully. However, Su Luo's brute force was overwhelming. With the support of his immense strength, he charged far with each strike and reached the other side in no time. He leaned against the shore, quietly waiting for Xia Jiyan to swim over. After Xia Jiyan swam over, she said in an annoyed tone. You brute, you have no swimming skills at all, you just rely on your strength. When you were behind me just now, I was really afraid you would bump me from behind. I think I would have rolled my eyes right there. Su Luo laughed and said, don't worry about that, just tell me whether I won or not. Yes. Then let's do it again. Brother Su Luo, I can't go on. No, I'm not done yet, please hold on a little longer. I wasn't in the right state of mind today, but I'll try again next time. Today. In the next 10 rounds, Su Luo defeated Xia Jiyan instantly. Just after winning the 10th round, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, you have achieved your goal of winning 10 rounds. Reward, 20% equity stake in Yuan Group. Holy crap. Su Luo was stunned when she heard about the reward. Yuan Group is a behemoth enterprise spanning multiple industries and multiple countries. Several of these industries have even reached world-leading levels. This demon-winning talisman gives such a generous reward. Xia Jiyan came to his side and couldn't help but be surprised to see him looking so radiant. You've swum 10 laps and you're not tired? You're insane. Being admired so much by a beautiful woman, especially in terms of physical strength, made Su Luo very proud. No problem, I could swim another 100 laps. Yeah? Xia Jiyan smiled slightly. Then she leaned close to Su Luo's ear and said coquettishly. Brother is so amazing, I wonder if he'll become a pushover if we go somewhere else. Wow, who do you think you are? I'll take you there to see for yourself. As he spoke, he pulled Xia Jiyan into his arms. The soft jade against my chest felt incredibly comfortable. The next moment, Xia Jiyan slipped out of his arms like an eel. She playfully tapped his forehead. They were talking about running, you rascal brother, what are you thinking? You're always thinking about bullying people. I was talking about running. Pa, I don't believe you for a second. After breakfast, Su Luo went to the esports room and started playing League of Legends. After graduation, without friends to play games with, his interest in the game gradually waned. However, I occasionally log into the game for a free-for-all match. This time, he also entered Aram all random all mid mode, but unexpectedly, he randomly got Karthus. I had a great time playing it. After the game ended, he picked up his phone. I noticed another transfer notification. Salary? The salary was paid by Tianqing Technology. Performance-based pay plus salary, totaling 9,200 yuan. I almost forgot about this. I should get my resignation sorted out as soon as possible. I can't just keep occupying this position without doing anything. He then left Yunjing West Garden and drove towards Tianqing Technology. At the plaza downstairs from Tianqing Technology Building, Zhao Manli went down to buy coffee and saw a familiar figure. Uncle? What are you doing here? Her uncle was none other than Lu Yi, the property manager of Jiayuan Riverside. Upon seeing her, Lu Yi immediately walked over. Xiaoli, what a coincidence! Your aunt's birthday is coming up soon, come and buy her a gift. Zhao Manli glanced at the gift and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Wow, that's so expensive. Have you struck it rich lately? Lu Yi tossed his hair and said with great spirit. Of course you don't know, a ruthless person recently came to our community and bought all 120 apartments in the entire building in one go. The whole building? Zhao Manli was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. This level of extravagance far exceeded her expectations. Lu Yi, that's right, it's the whole building. Moreover, he entrusted the entire building's leasing business to me. Your uncle is really arrogant now. Congratulations, uncle. You're welcome. How are you doing? You told me last time that your deputy manager was pursuing you. Are you together with him now? No. Zhao Manli waved her hand. I've fallen for another guy in our office and was planning to pursue him, but before I could even make a move, he hasn't come to work for the past few days. It's infuriating. Skipping work? You want to pursue a man with no ambition? No way, your uncle will never agree to you being with him. When Lu Yi heard that the person Zhao Manli liked hadn't been to work for several days, he immediately became furious. But he's very handsome. Can being handsome put food on the table? No way, I absolutely disagree. But he's also very rich. How much money can an office worker earn? Just then, a sports car stopped beside them, and a handsome figure got out of the car. When Zhao Manli saw who was getting off the bus, her eyes lit up immediately. The person I like is here, and they're ignoring you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi immediately perked up. Heh, I'd like to see how that brat tries to fool the young lady. But when he turned around, he was stunned. Mr. Su? Chapter 23 Lu Bingyan, does Su Luo like me? Su Luo, you're so mean. You disappeared for so many days, do you know how much I missed you? As Zhao Manli walked, she unzipped her top and deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her impressive assets to Su Luo. Su Luo glanced at Zhao Manli's ample bosom, which seemed about to burst open her shirt, but remained unmoved. Having been bewitched by Xia Jian these past few days, he is now immune to Zhao Manli's tricks and nodded politely. Is there something you need? Zhao Manli walked up to him and playfully poked his arm. What could a girl possibly want from you? You know perfectly well what you're asking, you big bad guy. Su Luo smiled slightly and did not respond. At this moment, Lu Yi also caught up. Mr. Su, I never expected to see you here. What a coincidence. Upon seeing Lu Yi, Su Luo smiled. Manager Lu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Thank you so much for the apartment rental. Mr. Su, you're too kind. I will definitely work hard to rent out all the houses as soon as possible. That's troublesome. I have other things to do, so I'll be going now. After saying that, he ignored Zhao Manli's calls and walked straight into Tianqing Technology. Lu Yi and Zhao Manli exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes, and asked in unison. The person you're pursuing isn't Mr. Su, is it? The person you mentioned who bought the whole building, could it be Su Luo? Lu Yi, that's right, he's the one who bought the entire building. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Zhao Manli was overjoyed. He really is a rich young master, and an extremely rich one at that. If I could be with him, wouldn't my future be absolutely wonderful? She had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful life she would have with Su Luo. Uncle, are you still telling me not to pursue him? Lu Yi said somewhat awkwardly, I didn't know you were pursuing Mr. Su, otherwise I wouldn't have stopped you. If you can really win Mr. Su's heart, you'll truly rise to the top. But Shelley, Mr. Su is such an outstanding person, your chances of winning him over are probably very small. He still had some sense of reason. Although he really wanted his niece to win over Su Luo, so that he could also rise to prominence, the gap between the two of them was simply too great. Zhao Manli puffed out her chest defiantly. Uncle, who are you looking down on? My chances are way off, okay? Alright, go ahead and try if you want to pursue him. What if you see a ghost? But you just said Mr. Su is your colleague? What's going on? I don't know. Maybe he's a rich kid coming down to experience life, or maybe this is what they call fate, my destiny. After joining Tianqing Technology, Su Luo directly asked Su Bin for help with the resignation process. Knowing his identity, Su Bin dared not be negligent in the slightest and did his best to help speed up the process. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Tianqing Technology, Lu Bingyan was making a phone call, and the call was connected very quickly. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Lu Bingyan from Tianqing Technology. She dialed the number of Wang Jian's wife, Lu Ying. Oh, so you're the most beautiful woman in Jiangchang. Why aren't you busy dating? Why are you calling me? Lu Bingyan's beauty had already spread throughout Jiangcheng's wealthy circles, and Lu Ying naturally knew about it. However, as someone who grew up as a clown, she always harbored a sense of jealousy and resentment towards natural beauties like Lu Bingyan. Why am I born so ugly while others are born so beautiful? Therefore, her words were always sarcastic and veiled with barbs. Lu Bingyan frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes, but she firmly controlled her emotions and said calmly, Mr. Lu, the main reason I'm calling is about the cooperation between Tianqing Technology and Ruyan Group. We've been cooperating for quite a few years, but recently there have been supply problems. When are you free? Let's meet and talk. Lu Ying, oh, it's about the Shuian Group. I'm sorry, the Shuian Group is entirely managed by my husband, Wang Jian. I've never been involved. You should talk to him. We seem to have had a misunderstanding with Mr. Wang, and our cooperation has run into some problems. Could you perhaps step in? Stop. I already said that my husband is now in charge of the Shuian Group. What would it look like if I interfered with his decisions? I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, I can't help you this time. However, I believe that someone as beautiful as you will find a way. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lu Bingyan sighed helplessly, how come this couple is so alike? Then, he looked at Li Yunhai, who was standing to the side. Mr. Li, how are things going on your end? Li Yunhai pursed his lips, Wang Jian insists on having a meal with you, otherwise there's no point in talking. Lu Bingyan hesitated for a moment, then picked up her phone and dialed Wang Jian's number. Mr. Wang, I am Lu Bingyan from Tianqing Technology. Wang Jian, I was wondering why the magpies were chirping outside my window again today. It turns out that Ms. Lu, the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, called me. Ms. Lu, what brings you here? Do you want to invite me on a trip? Or perhaps we should recite some poetry? Mr. Wang, let's not play dumb. I called today to talk to you about the supply. Tiancheng and Ruyan have always had a pleasant working relationship. Why has things changed today? A cold smile appeared on Wang Jian's lips. President Lu, as you know, our Ruyan Group's products are the best in Jiangcheng, and even in the surrounding provinces and cities. With such a good reputation, it's no wonder we have so many orders that we can't keep up with the demand. However, as the saying goes, difficulties can always be solved. Mr. Lu, when are you free? Let's have a meal and drinks together. Maybe then, when we're in a good mood and I see your sincerity, the problem will be solved. Shameless. Lu Bingyan naturally understood what Wang Jian meant and hung up the phone immediately. This guy is deliberately trying to make things difficult for us. Their lack of supply is having a significant impact on our production. There is a supplier in Beijing that meets our requirements, but if we were to pre-order now, there wouldn't be enough time. Lu Bingyan was very distressed. It's lunchtime, let's eat first. After saying that, he and Li Yunhai walked out of the office. As soon as I opened the office door, I saw a figure standing at the door. Su Luo? Upon seeing her, Su Luo smiled and said, I didn't expect to see you at the company. I'm here to complete my resignation procedures. The process is finished, and I wanted to say goodbye to Mr. Li. Lu Bingyan was taken aback upon hearing this. Resignation procedures? You're an employee of Tianqing? Li Yunhai, who was standing to the side, said, Mr. Su is indeed an employee of our company, in Su Bin's department. No wonder I ran into you in the elevator that day. Lu Bingyan looked Su Luo up and down, still having many questions in her mind. This doesn't make sense. Why would a rich kid like him come to Tianqing to work? Could it be that he has a crush on me? Did he come to Tianqing to get closer to me? He even moved next door to me. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, and a blush quietly crept onto her rosy cheeks. Chapter 24 The Obedient and Well-Behaved Wang Jian. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips, concealing the smile on her face. We're just about to go eat, let's go together. Su Luo nodded, and then the three of them went to the cafeteria of Tianqing Technology. The food in the cafeteria is cheap, varied, and delicious. Su Luo used to really enjoy eating here. After selecting a few items he liked, he and Lu Bingyan went to the CEO's private room. During the meal, he noticed that Lu Bingyan was somewhat absent-minded. Sometimes she would even put food in her mouth and then just stare blankly, forgetting to chew. Bingyan, is something wrong? Fine. Lu Bingyan snapped out of her daze and smiled at him. Li Yinhai, standing to the side, spoke up. Mr. Su, this is what happened. We have run into problems with our cooperation with Rian Group. Their boss, Wang Jian, saw that Ms. Lu was beautiful and threatened to delay the supply, which has caused us a lot of trouble. Su Luo frowned slightly. This Wang Jian was truly incorrigible. He wanted to take advantage of every beautiful woman he saw. Bingyan, do you have Wang Jian's phone number? I want to talk to him. Lu Bingyan paused for a moment, then said. No need. You're not with our company anymore, so this has nothing to do with you. Besides, Wang Jian is determined to get us, so talking to him won't make a difference. That's hard to say. What if Wang Jian listens to my advice? Give me his phone number. All right. Seeing that he insisted, Lu Bingyan took out her phone, found Wang Jian's phone number, and handed it to him. However, Lu Bingyan didn't believe he could really solve the problem. Wang Jian hadn't even called. How could he possibly resolve it? She assumed he just wanted to show off in front of her, and she already knew how to comfort him after he was embarrassed. Su Luo dialed Wang Jian's number directly, and as soon as the call connected, Wang Jian's voice came through. Beautiful Lu, have you come to your senses? How about we meet at Mingxian Pavilion for a good drink tonight? Who knows, if we get really into it, I might pull some strings for you. Su Luo gave a cold laugh. Wang Jian, it's me, Su Luo. Su Luo? Who? Wang Jian grew impatient when he didn't hear Lu Bingyan's melodious voice. What kind of bullshit is Su Luo? Who popped out of some remote corner? I've never even heard of him. He actually used Lu Bingyan's phone to call himself, wasting his feelings. But why does that voice sound so familiar? Su Luo, Mr. Wang, you really have a bad memory. We just met at Mingxian Pavilion yesterday, and you've already forgotten about it today. It's you? Now I remember, no wonder the voice sounded familiar. Wang Jian broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Now, in his eyes, Su Luo is a monster. Not only can she break an incredibly hard fork into a rose with her bare hands, but she can also get him to voluntarily reveal all his secrets. After returning home yesterday, he felt increasingly cold and broke out in a cold sweat. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. In all his years of wandering the martial world, this was the first time he had ever seen such a monster. What do you want to do? Su Luo smiled slightly. Mr. Wang, Lu Bingyan is my good friend. I heard that you coveted her beauty and threatened her with supplies, trying to take advantage of her. Is that true? No. Nothing like that, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Wang Jian's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Lu Bingyan would know this monster, Su Luo. If he had known, he would never have dared to make things difficult for Lu Bingyan. This Su Luo not only possesses secrets that could destroy him, but also has some very strange methods. He has already classified Su Luo as an extremely dangerous person. If he had a choice, he would never want to have anything to do with such a terrible person. Mr. Su, our company has too many orders right now and production is very busy, which is why we cannot supply Ms. Lu in time. We have absolutely no intention of threatening her. Is it possible to overcome that? Yes, we definitely can. We'll start supplying Tianqing Technology tomorrow. Wang Jian readily agreed. Su Luo handed the phone to Lu Bingyan. Wang Jian has agreed to supply the goods. Why don't you talk to him about the details? Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Really? Just a phone call and a few words, and the problem that had been bothering her for so long was solved? However, she still took the phone with some skepticism. Mr. Wang, I am Lu Bingyan. Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry for what happened before. We had too many orders, which delayed our delivery. But I've thought it through now. We can't let this little difficulty ruin our friendly cooperative relationship. So I decided that starting tomorrow, I'll give you priority in our delivery, and the best quality products at that. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan was utterly shocked. Had it really happened? Mr. Wang, are you sure? Of course, it's confirmed. We'll stick to the original contract and won't raise the price. The first batch of goods will depart from the factory at 8 a.m. tomorrow and head to your Tianqing technology. Thank you, Mr. Wang. You're welcome. It's a pleasure doing business with you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bingyan was unable to calm down for a long time. The joy and shock of having solved the problem that had troubled her for so long filled her heart. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Yunhai asked, Mr. Lu, how's it going? Has it been resolved? Lu Bingyan nodded. It's resolved, Wang Jian said. The goods will be shipped tomorrow, and at the same price as before. Pretty. Li Yunhai couldn't help but cheer. Mr. Su, thank you so much. You've really helped us a lot. Lu Bingyan looked at Su Luo with eyes full of admiration. Su Luo, how did you convince Wang Jian to supply us? She was completely baffled. Su Luo didn't say anything, just introduced herself, and without using any sophisticated negotiation skills or condition swapping, Wang Jian agreed to supply the goods, and even gave them priority. Most importantly, according to the conversation she overheard, Wang Jian didn't even know Su Luo's name. They had only met once yesterday at Mingxian Pavilion. Su Luo smiled and said, I have a relationship with President Wang, it's just a matter of putting in a good word. Lu Bingyan clearly did not believe Su Luo's explanation. If you have a relationship with someone, how could you not have their phone number? Besides, it seems Wang Jian doesn't even know your name. However, since Su Luo was unwilling to talk about it, she didn't ask any further questions. Su Luo, thank you so much for this. You've done Tianqing a huge favor. If I ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Su Luo, you're too kind. You've set the mood so well, shouldn't we have a drink? But we don't have any alcohol here, so let's have 3 cups of chicken instead. Puff. Lu Bingyan was amused by him. She smiled sweetly, and was incredibly beautiful. Li Yunhai, who was standing to the side, saw this and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Having served under the Lu family for so many years, he naturally knew Lu Bingyan's character well. He had rarely seen Lu Bingyan smile, and she was even more unsmiling towards men, never uttering a single word. However, in front of Su Luo, he became more talkative and smiled more. Surprised, he looked at Su Luo with admiration and envy. Mr. Su is truly impressive. He can even win over a woman as difficult as President Lu. It's truly admirable. It seems that it won't be long before this stunning beauty, President Lu, is taken. If President Lu's other admirers knew, wouldn't they be green with envy? Chapter 25. Aren't the 3 of us enough for you? The 3 of them then finished their meal in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. After wiping her mouth, Lu Bingyan said, Su Luo, are you free tomorrow night? Yes, what's the matter? You've done our company such a big favor, so I naturally have to show my appreciation. Oh, so it's time to eat. Su Luo patted his chest, relieved, and said, I thought you were going to marry me. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, You're starting to worry about it now. The next moment, Lu Bingyan's expression changed. Excuse me, Su Luo, I'll be there for a moment. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Su Luo was stunned. What's going on? Li Yunhai, who was standing to the side, explained. President Lu has had a sensitive stomach since childhood. The doctor said it was caused by emotional stress, which is probably related to his childhood aversion to boys. To cure it, it depends on President Lu adjusting his mindset. Is that so? The next morning, Su Luo opened the daily flash sale app. Amazing culinary skills, flash sale price, 100 yuan. Can cooking skills be so good they can beat anyone else? Does everything in this software have a price? I hope one day a stunningly beautiful woman will appear and outshine me, someone who's skilled in everything from playing musical instruments to singing. Given the nature of daily flash sale apps, there's a good chance they might actually succeed. With a sense of anticipation, he clicked Pay Now. Payment successful. The item is being shipped. Delivery? How is this delivered? The next moment, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind and was quickly absorbed by him. Holy crap, this is amazing. Just like that, I have god-level cooking skills? But this information contains a lot of methods about food therapy, so I can make some chicken soup to soothe Lu Bingyan's stomach. After a quick wash, he went to the restaurant. Su Waner had already cooked the dumplings, which were still very delicious, and he ate them with great relish. After finishing his meal, he said to Su Waner, "Waner, you don't need to cook lunch, I'll do it." Having just acquired god-level culinary skills, he wanted to show them off. Upon hearing this, Su Waner's heart tightened immediately. "Brother, are you saying you're disgusted by the food I cooked?" He quickly replied, "No, that's not true. Your cooking is delicious. I just suddenly wanted to show off my skills and let you taste my cooking." "Oh, I see." Su Waner breathed a sigh of relief. Although she graduated from MIT and it's a waste of her talents to be a chef here, she's really not willing to leave now. This place is so comfortable she can do whatever she likes, and the boss, Su Luo, is a very nice person. Afterwards, Su Luo took 3 beautiful women with him to go grocery shopping. Handsome men and beautiful women going out together certainly attract a lot of attention. After buying the ingredients, he also bought an old hen to make soup for Lu Bingyan. After returning to the villa, he began to get busy. The 3 beautiful women were amazed by his superb knife skills. Quick, accurate, and steady, the sliced meat is not only uniform in size and thickness, but also has a beautiful shape. Xia Jian couldn't help but praise, "No, brother, you're really good at this. Your knife skills are so cool." Su Waner exclaimed in amazement, "I didn't expect you to be so amazing, brother. I've been cooking for so many years, so my knife skills are naturally pretty good, but I didn't expect you to be even better than me." With Su Waner's help, everything went very smoothly. Soon, all the dishes were prepared and brought to the table. Both its appearance and taste are absolutely superb. The 3 beauties were all captivated by the rich fragrance. Especially Li Lanhua, a foodie, was practically drooling. "Brother Su Luo, when can we start eating?" Holding her chopsticks, she saw the delicious food on the table and felt incredibly anxious. Su Luo sat down at the dining table and said with a smile, "Let's start eating." "Yeah." Li Lanhua cheered and picked up a piece of meat from the table, putting it into her mouth. Xia Jian couldn't resist either, picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. Su Waner placed a piece of meat into Su Luo's bowl, and when she saw Su Luo looking at her, she lowered her head shyly. After experiencing the deliciousness of Su Luo's stir-fried meat, the 3 beauties were stunned. It turned out that they had planned ahead. No matter how mediocre Su Luo's cooking skills were, they would put on a show of superb acting skills to give Su Luo the greatest emotional value. To their surprise, Su Luo's cooking was so delicious, even better than Su Waner's. Li Lanhua couldn't help but give Su Luo a thumbs up. He mumbled incoherently, "Brother Su Luo, you're amazing. The food you made is so delicious." Xia Jian chimed in, "Brother, I'm almost completely smitten with you." While Su Waner was overjoyed, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. The meal was eaten in unusual quiet. The only sounds in the restaurant were the clinking of chopsticks and bowls, and the sounds of chewing. The food was so delicious that they didn't have time to talk. Because if you say one more word, you'll eat one less bite. Soon, the 4 of them finished off all the food on the table. Li Lanhua leaned back in her chair, patted her round little belly, and said with lingering satisfaction, "Brother, the portion you made is far too small. It's not enough to satisfy my craving." Thumbs down. Su Luo poked her belly in an annoyed tone. "Your stomach is about to explode, and you still think you haven't eaten enough? Hey. She scratched her head sheepishly. "Brother Su Luo, your cooking is so delicious." After pondering for a moment, Su Waner asked, "Brother, you won't fire me later, will you?" After saying that, her eyes were full of worry. She really didn't want to leave. Su Luo laughed and said, "What, you think that just because my cooking is delicious, I'll cook for myself from now on and won't need you anymore? No way. You'll have to cook for me for the rest of your life. Don't even think about being lazy." "Real?" Su Waner's eyes lit up immediately. "Don't worry, I will definitely improve my cooking skills in the future and try to cook as well as you, so I can cook for you, for the rest of my life." After saying that, she lowered her head shyly. Just then, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted over from the kitchen. Li Lanhua, the little foodie, twitched her nose. "Wow, it smells so good. Is it chicken soup that Brother Su Luo made? Can we take it out and drink it now?" After saying that, he unconsciously licked his lips. Su Luo shook her head. "That was made for my friend, there wasn't any for you?" "Friends?" male or female? Xia Jiyan's radar started spinning instantly. Su Luo, the woman is our neighbor, Lu Bingyan from Building 3. Xia Jiyan was immediately filled with a sense of crisis. She stayed here for a few days and met Lu Bingyan. Her looks and her demeanor were unmatched by the other three. She hugged Su Luo's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, you're so mean. The three of us aren't enough for you, you still have to go out and flirt with other women. Aren't you afraid of making yourself weak and unable to stand up straight?" Su Luo was both amused and exasperated, and pinched her cheek in an annoyed manner. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanner's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Li Lanyue's eyes, however, only held a longing for chicken soup. She walked over to Su Luo, hugged his other arm, and said in a coquettish tone, "Brother, please let me drink it. You may not know, but I've had this disease since I was little. If I don't drink the chicken soup I smell, I'll die." "No, that's for warming the stomach. What are you going to drink?" "Oh, what a coincidence, I've always had a sensitive stomach, so this is perfect for me." Chapter 26. Did she really manage to win over the goddess? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Luo walked out of the villa carrying a thermos containing chicken soup. Lu Bingyan was already waiting for him in her car in front of the gate. "I saw him come out carrying a lunchbox." "We're going out to eat, why are you carrying a lunchbox? Are you going to get it to go?" He laughed and said, "Your stomach isn't very good, so I made you some chicken soup to soothe it." Upon hearing this, a look of emotion flashed in Lu Bingyan's eyes. "Humph, he really does like me. He knew I had a sensitive stomach yesterday, so he specially made chicken soup for me today." Thinking of this, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. "Thank you, that's very kind of you. However, we're going to a Western restaurant." "Su Luo, what, are they going to steal the food too?" "Put." Lu Bingyan was amused by him. "No, get in the car." He walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. After placing the lunchbox, I started fastening my seatbelt. Turning her head, she saw Lu Bingyan's seatbelt passing between two high mountains, perfectly outlining the proud silhouette of her snow-white breasts. Thrilling. He was momentarily stunned. "What a nice view." Sensing his gaze, Lu Bingyan said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Cough. He coughed twice and turned to look out the car window. "Wow, these clouds are so white." Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but smile slightly. Soon, Lu Bingyan brought Su Luo to the most famous Western restaurant in Jiangcheng, Twilight Dining. "I really like the steak here, you can try it later." "Good." Su Luo nodded. They then entered the stylishly decorated restaurant with Lu Bingyan. In the past, he would have been apprehensive walking into this place, but now, his bulging wallet gives him confidence, and he feels completely at ease. Money is always the greatest source of a man's confidence. Lu Bingyan was immediately recognized after entering the restaurant. "Wow, I didn't expect Lu Bingyan to be eating here today. I'm so glad I came." "That's Lu Bingyan. I didn't believe you guys when you raved about how beautiful she was, but I never imagined she was this beautiful. Her looks and figure are absolutely stunning. If I could date her, I'd be happy to live 10 more years." "Don't even think about it. She's already in a relationship and has even brought her boyfriend to Grandpa Lu's birthday banquet." "I heard they're already married?" "You guys really shouldn't talk nonsense if you don't understand. According to reliable sources, they already have a child." "Holy crap, who is that guy? I'll take him down." "Look, it's the one behind Lu Bingyan. Damn, so what if he's just a little handsome? How come he gets the goddess's favor? I'm not convinced." For a moment, everyone looked at Su Luo with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Following behind Lu Bingyan, Su Luo felt the gazes of everyone and shook her head helplessly. Indeed, beauty is a curse. However, he didn't pay too much attention to these gazes. Guided by the waiter, the two sat down at the table. The waiter handed the menu to Su Luo. "Sir, this is our menu. What would you like?" Su Luo gestured to Lu Bingyan. "Let her order first." He glanced at the menu, but just looking at the names, he didn't know what many of them were. He decided to wait until Lu Bingyan ordered before looking into it. Lu Bingyan began by saying, "Open a bottle of 1982 Lafite and let it decant for 45 minutes. For the appetizer, I'd like Iberian 5J ham, sliced to a thickness of 0.8 mm, served with fig jam. For my main course, I'll have an M9 Wagyu beef, medium rare, with port sauce." And for dessert, I'll have a tiramisu. That's all. Then, she looked at Su Luo. Su Luo, what about you? Su Luo, me too. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan smiled. Waiter, please wait a moment, your food will be here soon. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Bingyan smiled and asked, is this your first time at a Western restaurant? Su Luo nodded. That's right, I couldn't understand the menu at all. As he spoke, he placed the lunchbox in front of Lu Bingyan. Have some soup before you eat, it'll warm your stomach. Alright, I'd like to try your cooking. As he spoke, he opened the lunchbox, and a rich aroma instantly wafted out. Those around him couldn't stop drooling when they smelled it. Wow, what smells so good? It's making my mouth water. It was the lunchbox that the man gave to Lu Bingyan. I don't know what's inside. It smells so good. Could it be that guy who made it? I didn't expect him to be so handsome and such a good cook. Could Lu Bingyan have agreed to be with him just because of his cooking skills? Let alone Lu Bingyan, this rich aroma makes me want to be with him. Wouldn't it be wonderful to eat his cooking every day? Lu Bingyan heard the whispers around her and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to be so popular with guys. Su Luo rolled her eyes at her. Stop teasing me, hurry up and eat, see how it tastes. Okay. She nodded, eagerly picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup, and drank it. His eyes lit up immediately. Then he scooped it up a couple more times, and finally, he picked up the lunchbox and started gulping it down. After finishing the soup, she picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a chicken leg, and showed it off. She had absolutely no manners when eating, and there was not a trace of goddess-like demeanor left. People around her didn't think there was anything wrong with how she ate. On the contrary, they thought that's how she should eat, and their mouths watered even more. Seeing her like this, Su Luo felt extremely smug. The happiest moment when cooking is when you see the food you've made making everyone around you swoon with its aroma. Soon, Lu Bingyan finished all the chicken in her lunchbox, and even poked around in it with her chopsticks as if she wanted to pick out more chicken. She couldn't help but burp and looked at Su Luo embarrassedly. Sorry, I ate a little too fast. Thinking about how she had eaten just now, she blushed with embarrassment. Then, he looked at Su Luo with eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. This chicken soup is so much better than what my housekeeper makes. You're amazing. Being looked at with such adoration by such a beautiful woman, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a little smug. It's alright, I know a little bit. Lu Bingyan, will I ever have the chance to eat your cooking again? His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at Su Luo. Su Luo smiled and said, of course, if you want to eat it. Yeah. Lu Bingyan immediately cheered. Then I'll stick to you from now on. After saying that, she realized her words were inappropriate, and her face turned even redder. Seeing this, the people around looked at Su Luo with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Holy crap, this guy actually won over the goddess with his cooking skills. This was the first time in all these years that they had seen Lu Bingyan show such a cute side in front of men. For them, the best outcome for a woman like Lu Bingyan, whom they could never have, was to remain single. The thought of Su Luo lying next to Lu Bingyan in the future made them feel incredibly sad. I felt like tearing Su Luo to pieces. Chapter 27 The Trident's Radiance will speak for you. After drinking the chicken soup, Lu Bingyan felt a warm and comfortable feeling in her stomach. Looking at the lunchbox next to her, she was very touched and her feelings for Su Luo grew even stronger. Could it be that he knew I had a stomach problem and specially learned how to make chicken soup for me? Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly, and she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Soon, the dishes that Su Luo and Lu Bingyan ordered arrived. This meal completely shattered Su Luo's preconceived notions about Western food. In the past, he and his ex-girlfriend wanted to put on airs, so they bought a bottle of red wine to enjoy. The result was sour and astringent, even more sour and astringent than my girlfriend's. I took one sip and poured the whole thing down the drain. This time, however, the 1982 Lafite allowed him to truly appreciate the deliciousness of red wine. This wine isn't harsh. Instead, it's like a blend of ripe black grapes, woody aromas, and a subtle smoky flavor. It's smooth and not astringent on the palate, and after swallowing, a lingering sweetness remains in the mouth for a long time, creating a very layered experience. Even he, who doesn't usually drink much, had a few extra drinks. M9 Wagyu beef is also exceptional. Its juices are like a hot spring with a milky aroma, melting in your mouth after a couple of chews, completely lacking the fibrous texture of ordinary beef. The outer layer has a crispy, caramelized edge, and when you bite into it, it bursts with juice. The meat inside is a tender pink color, and it has a rich, oily texture without being greasy. I had a very enjoyable meal. After the meal, Su Luo accompanied her to the mall to buy clothes. Su Luo, go back to the car and wait for me. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Bingyan handed the clothes to Su Luo and hurried towards the restroom. Su Luo had no choice but to carry her clothes to the parking lot. At this moment, Lu Bingyan's driver had arrived. Because she had been drinking, Lu Bingyan called her driver over in advance. Upon seeing him, the driver quickly went over and helped him put the clothes in the car. You go wait in the car first, I'll stand outside for a while. He had just finished eating and wasn't really ready to stay cooped up right now. Just then, a Maybach pulled up next to him. A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Upon seeing him, she immediately waved. Brother, I didn't expect to see you here. Su Wenbin, the son of his uncle Su Sangshan, is younger than him and is currently studying at Jiangcheng University. He nodded slightly, his face expressionless. When his family encountered difficulties, his uncle refused to lend him a single penny, but instead bought Su Wenbin a Maybach. He understands that I don't want to lend him money, but there's no need to continue the family relationship. Su Wenbin stepped forward and asked curiously. Brother, it's a workday today, why aren't you at work? After saying that, he glanced at Su Luo with envy. Holy crap, we're from the same family, how come this guy is so handsome? I have already resigned and I am not working now. Ah. Su Wenbin was stunned for a moment. Brother, this isn't right. Your family still owes money, and you dare to quit your job and rely solely on your second uncle and aunt to pay it off? That's not very manly of you. Besides, as a man, you can't give up your career. Otherwise, when will you be able to drive a Maybach like me? When I drive out now, I don't even need to say a word, and beautiful women will come rushing at me, because Triton will speak up for me. This is the life a man should live. You can't just give up now. His words were full of boasting and arrogance. Su Luo found it amusing a rich kid was lecturing her. Your dad really spoils you, he actually bought you a Maybach. My dad is investing. After I graduate, I'll definitely repay him 100-fold or 1,000-fold. After showing off his superiority for a while, Su Wenbin left. He hadn't gone far when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was his father, Su Sangshan, calling. Dad, what's wrong? Xiaobin, how's the car Dad bought you? Did you win over the most beautiful girl in your department? Upon hearing this, Su Wenbin immediately became excited. Dad, you know what, you really have to say, the most beautiful girl in the department used to ignore me, but ever since you bought me the Maybach, her attitude towards me has suddenly become much better. Although I haven't won her over yet, I think it'll happen soon. Ha ha ha. Women, what woman doesn't love vanity? Good luck, try to win her over soon. Just then, Lu Bingyan came out of the restroom and passed by Su Wenbin. Holy crap! Upon seeing that stunningly beautiful face, Su Wenbin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You brat, how dare you swear at me? You've got some nerve. Su Sangshan on the other end of the phone was immediately displeased. Su Wenbin quickly said, Dad, I wasn't talking about you. A beautiful woman just walked past me. She was fucking gorgeous. Su Sangshan, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go chat her up. Money is no object. Su Wenbin swallowed hard as he watched Lu Bingyan's retreating figure. Dad, this woman is different. She's too beautiful, even more beautiful than female celebrities. With your meager resources, I'm afraid you can't win her over. Then forget it. Some women are just not meant for you. Just focus on winning over the most beautiful girl in your department. I know. I wonder which bastard will end up with this top beauty. Just thinking about it makes me jealous. Lu Bingyan quickly arrived at Su Luo's side. Su Luo asked with concern, Is your stomach upset again? Lu Bingyan nodded. However, I feel much better after drinking your chicken soup this time. Thank you, Su Luo. Su Luo laughed and said, Why are you being so formal with me? Then could you make chicken soup for me more often in the future? Su Luo thought for a moment and nodded. Of course you can, but not every day, but every few days is fine. Really? Then let's pinky swear. Lu Bingyan extended her little finger to him. Seeing this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No way, miss, that's so childish. Hey, just give me a little pull, unless you're trying to cheat. Su Luo never expected that this ice queen would actually act coquettishly. Her sweet, delicate voice almost melted his heart. Okay, pinky promise. Then, he extended his little finger and hooked it with Lu Bingyan's little finger, while stamping it with his thumb. Pinky promise, hang yourself, for 100 years, no take-backs. It's settled then. You have to make me chicken soup from now on. No take-backs. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the car door, her face turning red the moment she turned around. This was the first time in all these years that she had held hands with a boy, even if it was just a simple pinky swivel. But now, her heart is pounding so hard it feels like it's going to jump out of her chest. Chapter 28 Immortal Control Technique. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the French windows. Su Luo stretched comfortably and opened her sleepy eyes. Then, I picked up my phone from the bedside table and habitually opened the daily flash sale items. He paused for a moment when he saw the flash sale items above. Immortal Control Technique, flash sale price, 100 renminbi. Immortal Control Technique? Controlling immortal magic? What the heck? Am I supposed to be on a Modern City channel? How did I end up in a fantasy world? Besides, do immortals even exist in this world? What use would I have for this skill? Curious, Su Luo clicked on the small question mark next to the product. A small window suddenly popped up on the software interface. Immortal Control Technique, a top-tier combat skill. Once used, a woman will be unable to leave you, remaining loyal to you for life. Even a fairy descending to earth would be unable to resist and would fall under its spell. Holy crap, that's amazing? Su Luo was taken aback by this introduction. Buy it, we must buy it. He immediately clicked pay now without the slightest hesitation. To have a happy and harmonious life. This knowledge is something we must learn. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. After processing this information, he was completely stunned. Holy crap, you can play like this? This is so exciting. He really wanted to find someone right now to put it to the test and see how powerful it was. After calming his excitement, he went downstairs. Su Wanner had already prepared breakfast in advance. Upon seeing him approach, they immediately went to greet him. Brother, I made noodles for breakfast today. He laughed and said, okay, I love your noodles the most. By the way, after breakfast, you guys come with me to the forest store to buy a car. Buy a car? Great. What kind of car do you want to buy, brother? Not just for me, but also for each of you. Although he now owns a McLaren P1, the car is far too flashy. Every time he drives it, the roar can echo throughout the entire street, which doesn't quite match his personality. It's fine to drive it out occasionally for fun, but it's not suitable for frequent driving, so you'll have to get a new one. Buy it for us? No need, we don't want it. Su Wanner, Se Jian, and Li Lanue, the three beauties, refused in unison. Su Luo, as my housekeepers, it's not good for you to always take taxis when you go out. I have to buy you a car, one for each of you. Seeing that Su Luo insisted, the three women didn't say anything more. After finishing their meal, Su Luo led the three beautiful women towards the Mercedes-Benz dealership. At this moment, inside a specialty store in Jiangcheng. Li Xia, I heard that the guy at your school who was chasing after you is driving a Maybach? I didn't know he was a rich kid. So, did you agree to date him? A slightly older female saleswoman asked a young woman who was quite attractive and had a good figure. His eyes were full of gossip. Li Xia pursed her lips. Don't even mention it. That guy, he drove a low-end Maybach and thought he could get me for a low price. He thought that if I saw he had a Maybach, I would pounce on him. He didn't want to give me any extra effort. I'm speechless. Although I, Li Xia, mainly look at economic strength when dating, I'm not stupid. He thinks he can get me to be with him without spending money on me? Dream on. Guys these days are so smart. They all say money is for women to see, not for women to spend. Let him show it to other women then, I'm not buying it. You're right to think that way. You're so beautiful and have such a great figure. Marrying a rich man and living a happy life will be no problem at all. As she spoke, her eyes glanced at the door and immediately lit up. Wow, what day is it today? There are so many handsome men and beautiful women here. Upon seeing someone arrive, Li Xia quickly said, "Sister, I'll go and greet the guests first." As he spoke, he quickly went to greet the person who came in. "Sir, ladies, welcome to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. I'm Li Xia. What kind of car would you like to buy?" "Mercedes-Benz C-Class, please." Su Wanner spoke up. She chose what was considered the cheapest Mercedes model. "Su Luo, forget the Mercedes C-Class, just take us to see the Maybach." "Huh? A Maybach?" No, brother, just buy us a Mercedes C-Class. Maybach is too expensive, it costs over $1 million. Xia Jian and the other two refused repeatedly. They were not in a relationship with Su Luo now, and even if they were, they did not want Su Luo to buy them such an expensive car. Su Luo waved his hand. "It's settled then. Li Xia, could you please take us to see the car?" Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Xia's eyes. It seemed that this time, all her efforts would be in vain. In her eyes, Su Luo had already been categorized as a pretentious person. Based on past experience, if a guy brings a girl here and immediately heads for a luxury car like a Maybach that costs over $1 million, he's definitely just showing off and will never actually buy anything. What she hates most are customers like this. They're not going to buy a car, but they have to put on airs. She looked at the two Xiaoxians and the other two, and sighed inwardly. I guess that's how he tricked these three beauties into his hands, and they were even willing to share him with all three women. How incredibly foolish. However, she still wore a professional smile. "Okay, I'll take you to see our Maybach now. This way, please, gentlemen." Knowing that entertaining Su Luo and her group would be fruitless, she had to maintain her professionalism due to the shop's requirements. Soon, she led Su Luo and the other three to a Maybach. "Gentlemen, this is our Maybach S-Class. Please allow me to show you its presence. Look at the chrome strip running through the hood, paired with the three-pointed star emblem and the exclusive vertical grille. Wherever this front end is parked, it exudes an aura of prestige. Now let's look at the interior. Our Maybach S-Class seats aren't ordinary. They offer 1,400 millimeters of legroom, along with leg and footrests that include calf massage, heating, and ventilation functions. Leaning back here is even more comfortable than a sofa with leg support. The double-layered soundproof glass creates an incredibly quiet interior space. Gentlemen, would you like to go in and take a test drive?" Soon, Li Xia led Su Wanner and the other two to complete the test drive and other procedures. She looked at Su Luo and said, "Boss, I've already taken them for a test drive. The price is 1.32 million. Do you want to place an order?" Her gaze towards Su Luo carried a hint of mockery. Next up was her favorite part. She wanted to see how Su Luo would try to argue and what strange reasons he could come up with to refuse to buy the Maybach. Sometimes, she really admired these pretentious people. She didn't know how their brains were structured, but they could always find reasons not to buy a Maybach from all sorts of strange angles. Su Luo looked at Xia Jian and the other two. "Do you like it?" Upon hearing this, Li Xia pursed her lips. She's quite the actor, even asking others if they like it. "Xia Jian, I like it, but it's too expensive at over $1 million. I think the Mercedes-Benz C-Class is more suitable for us." Li Xia shook her head. This silly girl, even at a time like this, she's still trying to save face for the loading crew. She deserves to be scammed. "Su Luo, if they like it, we'll take the car. We'll get one for each of them." "Okay, then next time." "What? You want to buy them? And one for each of them? Are you sure?" Li Xia was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. Chapter 29. Brother, don't go. "Su Luo, is there a problem?" No, I just wanted to confirm." Li Xia was deeply shocked and couldn't quite process what was happening. She'd seen plenty of people buy Maybachs, but she'd never seen anyone buy three at once, let alone buy three for their woman. She'd never even heard of such a thing. She originally thought that Su Luo just wanted to bring these three beauties over to show off and fool these three silly women, and that he had no intention of buying a car. Unexpectedly, Su Luo bought 3 Maybachs, all of which were for his women. No wonder these three are so devoted to him. She murmured to herself. Their gazes towards Xia Jian and the other two were filled with envy. Why wasn't she so lucky to meet such a rich and generous man? Her sycophantic suitor thought he was something special just because he drove a Maybach, and even tried to get a bargain on her. Now that she saw Su Luo's wealth, she felt more and more disgusted, and her opinion of that sycophantic suitor dropped even further. The man in front of her, Su Luo, was the one she wanted to marry. if Su Luo also buys her a Maybach. She can duel with Su Luo tonight, and Su Luo can choose any moves he wants. Even if it means she has to swallow all the bitter pills in the end, that's fine. Su Luo, no problem. Also, give me another G-Class. You still want a G-Wagon? Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Li Xia was extremely excited. She had truly met a wealthy young man today. Although she didn't have the chance to get Su Luo to buy her a Maybach, the commission from those cars was enough to make her live a very comfortable life. At this moment, Su Wanner spoke up. Brother, let's register all these cars in your name, otherwise we don't want them. Xia Jian and Li Lanyue echoed. Wanner is right. Seeing their resolute eyes, Su Luo had no choice but to agree. Hearing this, Li Xia felt incredibly sad. These idiots, they didn't even want a car that was given to them for free. How can even idiots like them have such good fortune? Why can't I have it? Oh, heavens, why are you so cruel to me? After asking for some information about Su Luo, she went to process the formalities for Su Luo. Su Luo sat and chatted with 3 beautiful women. A moment later, a hand covered his eyes, and a voice came from behind him. Guess who I am? I am your father. Su Luo laughed and scolded, pulling the person behind him to the front. Old Lu, I didn't expect to see you here. Lu Yuanzhou was Su Luo's best friend during his university years. This guy helped him a lot when they were in college. After graduation, although they had fewer opportunities to meet because they were both busy with work, they still kept in touch frequently. Lu Yuanzhou sat down next to him and said, I was planning to come here to pick up a car today, but I didn't expect to see you here. Su Luo, a wedding car? I heard you say a while ago that you and your girlfriend were discussing marriage. Is good news coming soon? Lu Yuanzhou shook his head. Where would I get that much money? Getting married and buying a Mercedes? We're breaking up. Today I'm just buying a car. Broken? What happened? We originally agreed on a dowry of 200,000 yuan, but her younger brother is also talking about marriage with his girlfriend from Western Jiangxi. The dowry for that girl is 388,000 yuan. So last night, she raised the dowry to 588,000 yuan, saying that her parents have it tough. Anyway, I have over 600,000 yuan in savings, so I should help her family out. Screw her. Just because her parents have it tough doesn't mean I have it easy. Let whoever wants to get married do it. I'd rather spend this money on a wedding than buy a Mercedes E300. And you, it's about time you got married too. Su Luo laughed and said, unfortunately, a while ago, her best friend received expensive jewelry from her boyfriend, and she wanted me to buy it for her too. I refused, so we broke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanzhou was both amused and exasperated. It's so hard to have a normal relationship these days. It's like you owe girls money when you date them. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Wanner beside him, and his eyes immediately lit up. Is this your new sister-in-law? Not bad, buddy, you just broke up and you've already found someone better. Su Wanner's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. Su Luo flicked Lu Yuanzhou on the forehead. No, we're just friends, don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Wanner's eyes. Oh, so this is the new sister-in-law? Lu Yuanzhou pointed at Xia Jian. Xia Jian's lips couldn't help but curl upward slightly. Su Luo kicked Lu Yuanzhou in annoyance. Are you ever going to stop? Hurry up and choose a car. Lu Yuanzhou smiled and said, all right, I won't bother you any longer. Let's get together again when we have time. After saying that, he left with the salesperson. After Su Luo and the others waited for a while, Li Xia completed all the formalities, including the license plate. After paying, Su Luo and the others drove away. The salesperson who had been chatting with Li Xia came up. Holy crap, Li Xia, I never expected to run into a rich young master who immediately placed a huge order. Thank you so much, Sister Li, for letting me have this customer. I'll treat you to dinner after get off work. You're on the right track. That's exactly what I was waiting for. By the way, you're not going to make a move on this top-tier rich kid? He's way better than your simp. He's handsome and willing to spend money on his girlfriend. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xia said, forget it. What? Don't you want to be a concubine? No, that's not it. I'd be happy to be his mistress if he's willing to spend money on me. But the women around him are just too beautiful. Although I'm not bad looking myself, I can't compare to those three. Would he even be interested in me? Silly girl, when men choose a woman, it's not just about looks. What's more important is admiration, recognition, and emotional value. Your looks and figure are good enough for him. If you can provide him with these things, you're guaranteed to be just as good as those three girls. For example, between a stunningly beautiful woman who just lies there like a corpse and refuses to cooperate, and a pretty girl who actively cooperates and is willing to provide plenty of emotional value, which do you think the man would choose? Without a doubt, it would be the last one. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's eyes lit up immediately. Real? Of course. Keep up the good work, I'm waiting for your good news. Thank you, sister. Li Xia looked at Su Luo's contact information on the contract, and her mind immediately started to work. Meanwhile, after the car left the 4S store, Xia Jian suggested going shopping at the mall. Su Luo nodded in agreement. Once he arrived at the mall, he realized how irrational his decision to agree had been. Once inside the mall, the three girls seemed to be injected with adrenaline and started walking like crazy. As for his natural clothes hanger, the three girls naturally didn't want to let him go. One after another, they enthusiastically helped him choose clothes. Every piece of clothing on him seemed to come alive, looking incredibly beautiful. Even the sales assistants were amazed. In all their years in the industry, this was the first time they had ever seen a customer who looked so good in clothes. Xia Jian and the other two were even more excited after seeing the results. The day had taken a toll on Su Luo. If he hadn't taken the stimulant, his health would have collapsed. As soon as they left the mall, the three girls seemed to have their batteries removed, instantly losing all their energy and even losing focus while driving. Su Luo had no choice but to drive them home alone. As for the other three cars, we'll have to come back to pick them up tomorrow. When they got home, the three of them were fast asleep in the car, all sprawled out in their seats. Su Luo shook her head helplessly and put the things she bought into the villa. He picked up Su Wanner and placed her in her bedroom. Next was Li Lanyue, and finally Xia Jian. When he was about to put Xia Jian on the bed, he found that Xia Jian was hugging him tightly. Brother, don't go. Chapter 30. Brother, can I stay here tonight? Su Luo smiled and pinched her cheek. This is your bedroom. What do you want by not letting me leave? Xia Jian unconsciously smacked her lips, as if she were fast asleep. However, Su Luo could tell from her rapid breathing and the rolling of her eyes that she was pretending to be asleep. Su Luo was no longer a 3-year-old child, so she naturally understood. He leaned down and kissed her. With the blessing of the immortal control technique, Xia Jian's defenses crumbled instantly, and she succumbed to its power. After a while, Su Luo's hands quietly touched those proud snowflakes. Xia Jian let out a muffled groan the moment she touched the touchpad. He turned around and lay face down on the bed. Her face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated, and gave her a light slap on the bottom. You're usually so capable, aren't you? Now you're getting stage fright. Go to sleep and come find me again when you've thought it through. After spending these few days together, he realized that although Xia Jian often teased him, she was still a traditional and conservative girl at heart. He didn't insist, got up and left the room. Hearing the door close, Xia Jian opened her eyes, her gaze filled with shyness. My God, what's with his hands? They're like they have magic powers, so scary. Originally, she had decided to let Su Luo experience the beauty of her Shuezi today. However, when Su Luo's hand touched Yukiko, that wonderful feeling was like a key that unlocked the cage in her heart, and something evil was about to be released. This unprecedented sense of loss of control caused her intense unease. She touched her chest, still shaken. At that moment, I felt like I almost lost control of myself and let myself go. What happened? But it felt so good, I want to experience it again. Thinking this, her face turned even redder. After Su Luo left Xia Jian's room, she saw that it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Wanner is sleeping like a log. He had no choice but to go into the kitchen and start preparing dinner. At 8 o'clock, the food was ready, and Li Lanyue and Su Wanner woke up and went downstairs. Smelling the aroma of the food, Li Lanyue rushed into the dining room, and her eyes lit up when she saw the food on the table. Brother, this food smells so good. You must have made it, right? Wanner is asleep, so I'll have to do it myself. Su Luo nodded. Yay! We're in for a treat tonight. Li Lanyue cheered happily. Ever since she ate the meal Su Luo cooked yesterday, she had been thinking about it constantly. Then he turned to look at Su Wanner. Wanner, why don't you go to sleep every time it's dinner time from now on? That way we can keep eating your brother's cooking. Su Luo gave her a light tap on the head. You wish. I paid you to come here and enjoy yourselves? She immediately hugged Su Luo's arm and said coquettishly, Brother, I was just joking. I wouldn't want you to get tired. Su Wanner stepped forward and said apologetically, Brother, I'm sorry, I overslept and made you cook. I promise I won't do it again next time. Su Luo pinched her cheek. It's nothing, it doesn't happen often, don't worry about it. Feeling Su Luo's doting gesture, Su Wanner lowered her head shyly, her heart filled with joy and sweetness. At this moment, Xia Jian also came downstairs. When she saw Su Luo, she remembered everything that had happened in the bedroom, and her face turned slightly red. He pretended to yawn. Brother, I'm sorry, I just woke up. Su Luo stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Keep pretending. You dared to mess with me just now. I'll make you pay later. A hint of shyness flashed in Xia Jian's eyes, and her heart began to race, but she still managed to remain calm. Although I don't know what my brother is talking about, I'm really looking forward to it. Good luck, brother. After saying that, he blew a breath into Su Luo's ear. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. This vixen was truly bewitching. After dinner, Su Luo sat with 3 beautiful women, chatting idly and enjoying himself immensely. As night deepened, he simply returned to his bedroom and prepared to sleep. At that moment, a strong wind blew outside, accompanied by thunder, and then a torrential downpour began. Seeing this, he laughed and said, Looks like I can get a good night's sleep tonight. He always sleeps very soundly and comfortably on rainy days. The sound of the rain always brought him immense peace and relaxation. Despite the thunder tonight, there shouldn't be any major problems. He then turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? He got up, went over and opened the door, only to find a frightened figure standing there. It was Li Lanue. Seeing him open the door, Li Lanue breathed a sigh of relief and quickly crawled inside. Brother, thank goodness you were there to open the door for me. After saying that, she pouted, almost crying. Seeing this, Su Luo quickly asked, What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Li Lanue, I've been afraid of thunder since I was a child, especially at night. I'm too scared to sleep. Now that I'm living in your villa, it's so empty, and I'm even more scared, so I came to find you. Oh, I see. Su Luo nodded in understanding. Brother, can I sleep here tonight? After saying that, Li Lanue lowered her head shyly. Ha! Why don't you go find Wanner or Jian? They were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't wake them. But I only have one bed here. This bed is quite big, I can sleep on the edge. I trust your character, brother, please, the thunder is so loud, I'm afraid to be alone tonight. Li Lanue hugged Su Luo's arm and acted coquettishly. After pondering for a moment, Su Luo spoke. All right. Then, they turned off the lights and each lay down on one side of the bed. Smelling the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl, Su Luo's mind was in turmoil, and her once calm heart was now in turmoil, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. Rumble. Just then, a huge clap of thunder rang out. Ah! Then came a scream. Then, Li Lanue buried herself in his arms, hugged him tightly, and trembled. Bite. He had already lowered his guard considerably after being tricked by Xia Jian today, and now he suddenly found himself in her arms. He broke down. Yeah, what are you doing? We agreed to each take one side. Li Lanue said fearfully, Brother, the thunder was very loud just now, I was scared. Aren't you scared now? Ah. Li Lanue was stunned for a moment. The next moment, they noticed a huge change in him. Her face flushed bright red instantly. Chapter 31 Li Lanue, taken down. Su Luo pinched Li Lanue's cheek. Now that you're scared, why don't you let go of me right away? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Li Lanue stretched out her small hand and performed a Qin King circling the pillar move on him. Brother, I don't think you're anything to be afraid of. Hiss. He gasped. You're playing with fire. You're finished, I'm telling you. The thunder and rain outside grew stronger. The same applies inside the house. With the blessing of the immortal control technique, the two went completely insane. Fortunately, the villa was made of solid materials and had excellent sound insulation, in addition to the sound of thunder and rain outside. Otherwise, Xia Jian and Su Wanner would be woken up by them. The next day, Su Luo woke up slowly and stretched comfortably. Thinking back on everything that happened last night, it feels like a beautiful dream. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. This was the first time he had ever had such a wonderful experience. Under the influence of the immortal control technique, Li Lanue's condition provided him with immense emotional value. Moreover, Li Lanue is far superior to his ex-girlfriend in terms of voice, looks, figure, and temperament. In fact, she completely outshines her. He turned to look to the side and found Li Lanue nestled in his arms with her eyes closed, clearly pretending to be asleep. He pinched Li Lanue's cheek and chuckled, "Weren't you quite arrogant last night? Now you're shy?" Li Lanue opened her eyes, met his gaze, and then lowered her head shyly. "You scoundrel, you know I'm afraid of thunder, and you're taking advantage of me. Hey, so you're trying to shift the blame, huh? Who was it that circled the pillar before the king of Qin last night? Isn't that because you had bad ideas first? Oh, it seems our Yaya has been wronged. I'll never bully you again from now on." "Oh? That won't do." Li Lanue panicked immediately and protested. "Ha ha ha." He immediately laughed triumphantly. Li Lanue realized she had been tricked, and her face immediately turned red. "Bad brother." He gently patted Li Lanue's head. "Alright, hurry up and get out of here, or Wanner and Jian will find out." "Oh." Although Li Lanue was very reluctant, she still left. Su Luo watched Li Lanue's retreating figure, feeling deeply moved. He originally thought that the first person to use the immortal control technique would be Xia Jian, but he didn't expect it to be Li Lanue. Ah, fate. However, this girl is quite bold, unlike Xia Jian, who has the desire but not the courage. Then, he picked up his phone and opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now available as scheduled. Jiangcheng Financial Street, flash sale price, 1,000 yuan. Flash sale items are finally back to being classified as assets. But you're not going to give me the entire financial street, are you? Thinking of this, Su Luo became somewhat excited. Jiangcheng Financial Street is one of the top financial districts in the country. Many large corporations are located here. For example, JP Morgan Chase. He immediately clicked Pay Now. Payment successful. The item is being shipped. A short while later, a stack of documents appeared in his room. All of them are documents related to the property rights of Financial Street. He glanced through it briefly, his heart pounding with excitement. Holy crap, Financial Street is really mine now? This is the financial district of Jiangcheng. The estimated value of a single street block has exceeded 300 billion yuan, which is equivalent to the total annual GDP of two provincial capitals in central and western China. This financial street is also among the top 10 commercial real estate developments in the country, and is the only financial landmark that can rival Shanghai's Lujiazui Riverside Financial City in Beijing CBD. The companies located here include 60% of the nation's top private equity firms, and the regional headquarters of 8 major state-owned banks are also located here. And now, this street belongs to him. I'll have to go check on it after I finish eating. He then got up, quickly washed up, and went downstairs. Li Lanue also came out of the room at that moment, and her face flushed again when she saw him. However, her eyes showed more joy and sweetness. The two walked downstairs side by side. Xia Jian saw Li Lanue limping down and asked curiously, "Yeah, what happened to your leg? Why do you walk so awkwardly?" Li Lanue's face grew increasingly red. She tried her best to walk normally, but the sweet burden was simply too heavy. "The thunder was so loud last night that I was startled and fell to the ground." Xia Jian nodded. "Oh, I see. I have medicine, I'll go get it for you." "No need, I have my own medicine, I've already applied it." Seeing that Xia Jian no longer had any doubts, Li Lanue breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, Su Luo drove his G-Wagon towards Financial Street. At the same time, I called Lu Qi, the property manager of Financial Street. "Hello, who is this?" The call connected quickly, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Manager Lu, this is Su Luo." He got straight to the point and introduced himself. "Mr. Su." Lu Qi immediately became serious. He had just heard the news last night that the owner behind Financial Street had changed, and he didn't expect to receive a call from the new owner today. "Hello, Mr. Su, what are your instructions?" Su Luo, I plan to go to Financial Street today. Can you show me around? Lu Chi, okay, no problem. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at the Lin Yin International Building. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo drove towards Financial Street. Yunjing Shiyuan is not far from Financial Street, and we arrived there quickly. I parked the car in the parking lot and prepared to walk towards the Lin Yin International Building. Su Luo? Just then, a slightly surprised voice came from behind. He turned around and saw a beautiful figure. Squad leader? Xiao Yuyan, his class monitor in college, was the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. She was also the person he had secretly loved for many years. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuyan was just too dazzling at the time. Not only was she beautiful and outstanding, but she also came from an extremely wealthy family. Her father was the chairman of a listed company. Standing before Xiao Yuyan, he was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, so he didn't dare to confess his feelings. After graduation, the two lost contact with each other. I heard that after graduating, Xiao Yuyan, through her own efforts and with her father's modest help, directly founded an investment bank, and did it very well. Later I heard that they moved into Financial Street. Seeing Xiao Yuyan here now, the rumors must be true. Xiao Yuyan walked up to him, looked him up and down for a while, and then said, "Great. You're much more handsome than when you were in school. Looks like you're doing well after graduation. By the way, several people in our class are married, and some have even had children. How are things with you and your girlfriend? Are you getting married soon?" Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. Why did all these old classmates ask her this the moment they met? They really knew how to bring up the most sensitive topics. We've already broken up. They broke up? A hint of joy flashed in Xiao Yuyan's eyes. Chapter 32 4.1 billion rent. Xiao Yuyan, weren't you two always very close? Why did you break up? Su Luo pursed her lips. I also thought we had a good relationship. He looked at the white moonlight so close to him, and his heart began to race. Xiao Yuyan was exactly his type. Every smile and gesture touched his heart, especially her intellectual and elegant demeanor. After all these years, seeing each other again still stirs my heart. Don't talk about me, what about you? Have you been in a relationship since graduation? Xiao Yuyan smiled and said, I've been too busy with work these past few years to talk about it. Upon hearing this, Su Luo was overjoyed. Oh, so you've been working so diligently all these years, the company must be doing very well. Xiao Yuyan looked at him speechlessly. You're really good with words. Is it bad? I have indeed encountered some difficulties recently, but it's nothing serious. This is the first time I've seen you on Financial Street. Did you resign and come here to look for a job? Are you interested in coming to my company? I guarantee the salary will be no lower than other companies. I'm here to collect rent. You're here to collect rent? You're hilarious. Do you think Financial Street is yours? It is indeed mine. Okay, it's yours. Give me a call whenever you want to come to my company. You're welcome anytime. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Goodbye. Su Luo looked at Xiao Yuyan's retreating figure with a helpless expression. These days, nobody believes the truth. Afterwards, Su Luo arrived at the foot of the Lin Yin International Building. Not seeing Lu Chi, he stood at the gate and waited. White-collar workers who worked in the financial district were immediately attracted by his appearance, physique, and temperament. Especially the girls, their eyes were full of stars when they looked at him. Wow, he's so handsome. This is the first time I've ever seen such a handsome guy. He's so handsome, much more handsome than my idol. Does he also work at Lin Yin International? That would be great, then we could see him more often. Seeing this, the other boys felt jealous to varying degrees. The companies in Lin Yin International are all top-tier companies in the industry. It's not a place for just anyone. They always assess ability, not looks. Exactly, this person might be all show and no substance. You girls are too superficial when it comes to boys. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed out of the Lin Yin International Building. Seeing Su Luo standing there waiting, he immediately walked over quickly, looked Su Luo up and down with some uncertainty in his eyes. Is this President Su Luo? Su Luo was so young that he almost didn't recognize her. In his imagination, a person like the financial street boss should be a mature and steady middle-aged man. Su Luo nodded, Manager Lu? Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lu Qi, the property manager of Financial Street. I didn't expect you to be so young. After confirming Su Luo's identity, Lu Qi quickly greeted her. Seeing Lu Qi greet Su Luo, especially with a hint of ingratiation in his tone, everyone around was stunned. The girls looked at Su Luo with increasing infatuation. Wow, even manager Lu treats him with such respect. He must be someone important. No wonder he has such a good temperament. He's handsome and rich. I can't even imagine how happy I would be to marry a guy like that. You men were just belittling him, but he's not like you guys, just a poor, struggling laborer. The boys felt a burning pain on their faces and quickly left. Su Luo ignored these people and said to Lu Qi, "Tell me about Financial Street." "Lu Qi, President Su, I'll take you to your office now, let's talk as we walk." As he spoke, he led the way. At Financial Street, we have always adhered to a strict entry strategy. We conduct a comprehensive investigation into the operating conditions, credit status, and future development prospects of companies that want to move in. Therefore, the companies that come in are all of very high quality, and there are very few cases of rent arrears. Only the most elite companies, such as JP Morgan Chase, can move into the Lining building, and the rent there accounts for a large portion of our Financial Street. With Lu Qi's introduction, the two quickly arrived at the Financial Street Center. Here, there is a garden with exceptionally beautiful scenery that is pleasing to the eye. It is the primary place for white-collar workers to rest and relax. In the center of the garden, a 3-story building stands prominently. This is Su Luo's office building. Lu Qi took Su Luo directly to the 3rd floor. This place doesn't look like an office at all, but rather a luxurious, single-level apartment. It has everything: bedrooms, living room, dining room, gym, and swimming pool. Upon entering, an atmosphere of luxury immediately greets you. He sat down on the sofa, and Lu Qi stood in front of him and said, "Mr. Su, the rent for next quarter has been almost collected, totaling 4.5 billion. I have just arranged for someone to transfer it all to your account." Just then, Su Luo's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a transfer notification. That's exactly 4.5 billion. Upon seeing this number, his heart skipped a beat. The long, tedious numbers made his eyes blurry. In the past, he would never have dreamed that he would have so much money in his account. However, he had seen a bit of the world in the past few days, so although he was very happy to see the transfer record, he did not show it on his face. Seeing this, Lu Qi was filled with emotion. No wonder he's the kind of person who can become the boss of Financial Street. He didn't even blink when more than 4 billion yuan came into his account. I admire him. Su Luo, have all the company's rents been collected? Lu Qi said seriously, there is still one company that hasn't paid the rent, called Hengxin Investment. They used to have a very high rating, but recently they encountered some bad debts and the company's cash flow has run into problems, so they haven't been able to pay on time. But don't worry, President Su, I've already made an appointment with their boss. I'll talk to her later and try to collect the rent as soon as possible. Su Luo nodded, thank you for your hard work. Lu Qi, President Su, you're too kind. This is my duty. You can rest now, President Su. I'll get back to work. After saying that, he left Su Luo's office. Su Luo stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the white-collar workers rushing by below. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He used to be just like the people below him. But ever since the advent of the daily flash sale software, his life has undergone a dramatic change. Now I have over 4 billion yuan in my account, it all feels like a dream. He stayed in the office for a while before leaving. Although the scenery here is nice, it's not fun to stay here alone. I might as well go back and chat with those 3 beautiful girls. As he passed the conference room, he heard sounds coming from inside. Manager Lu, please give us another month. I will definitely be able to make up the rent by then. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Xiao Yuyan? Is Hengxin Investment, the company that failed to pay rent, his company? Chapter 33 Li Lanyue's new move. Lu Qi, President Xiao, I'm sorry, you know our rules. We'll give you a maximum of 10 days. If you can't pay the rent after 10 days, we'll have to follow the contract. Can it be done in 20 days? At most 10 days. Su Luo pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Yuyan was stunned when she saw him. Su Luo, what are you doing here? Did you apply for a job in the property management here? At this moment, Lu Qi stood up and said respectfully, President Su, this is Chiu Yuyan, the owner of Hengxin Investment. Su Luo nodded, walked over and sat down next to Chiu Yuyan, and said to Lu Qi, Mr. Chiu is my friend. We're not in a hurry to collect the rent from Hengxin. You can go out now. I want to catch up with Mr. Chiu. Yes, Mr. Su. After saying that, Lu Qi left the conference room. Are you really the boss of Financial Street? Chiu Yuyan looked at Su Luo in disbelief. Earlier in the parking lot, Su Luo said he was there to collect rent, but she didn't believe him at all. This is Wuhan's Financial Street, a place that ranks among the top in the country. Unexpectedly, it really was Su Luo's. Although she still finds it hard to believe, she has seen Lu Qi's respectful attitude towards Su Luo. Su Luo laughed and said, Of course, I already told you I'm here to collect rent today, but you didn't believe me. I remember saying I believed. I don't believe you. You were clearly just making excuses back then. Wasn't your company doing quite well before? How come you're having problems now? You can't even afford the rent. Chiu Yuyan pursed her lips. Life is never smooth sailing, ups and downs are normal. But, Su Luo, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you extending our rent payment deadline and giving us a huge break, we really wouldn't have been able to get through this difficult time. Once things are settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Oh, it's just for dinner. I thought you were going to marry me. You scared me to death. Su Luo smoothed his chest with his hand, revealing a relieved expression. Put. Chiu Yuyan was amused by him. She punched his shoulder in annoyance. You're dreaming. I'm a virgin, I've never even been in a relationship, how could I possibly marry myself off so easily? As she spoke, Chiu Yuyan checked the time. Sorry, I have a lot going on at my company right now, I have to go back. Let's keep in touch. I'll take you. Soon, the two arrived downstairs. Chiu Yuyan, by the way, Wei is organizing a class reunion tomorrow. Do you want to come? Su Luo shook her head without even thinking. No, we haven't kept in touch much since graduation, and our feelings have faded. There's no point in attending this reunion. It's just that the people who are doing well are bragging about their glorious achievements, while the people who aren't doing well are huddling together in a corner for warmth. It's really boring. Upon hearing this, Chiu Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. That's quite a vivid description, but I'm the class monitor, so I still have to go to the gathering. Okay, goodbye, my landlord. After saying that, he turned and left, but after taking a few steps, he turned back and hugged Su Luo tightly. Then she blushed and left. Feeling the lingering warmth in her arms, Su Luo murmured. What does that mean? Could she like me? Thinking this, he felt a surge of joy and excitement. The power of a white moonlight ideal love interest was truly immense. But the destructive power of Yukiko, the white moonlight, is even greater. I didn't expect this to be so interesting. After saying goodbye to Chiu Yuyan, Su Luo returned to Yunjing Shiyuan. Pushing open the door, I saw 3 women reading books. Although they are now the housekeepers here, they have never stopped learning. Every time Su Luo sees this scene, she can't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder they were able to get into a prestigious university. Brother is back. Upon seeing him, Su Waner put down her book and quickly walked over. She picked up a pair of slippers and placed them in front of him, then took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the gentle Su Waner in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. If I had a wife like that, life would be wonderful. When she met his gaze, Su Waner blushed. Brother, why are you staring at her? Because you are beautiful. Hate. Su Waner lowered her head shyly, feeling both embarrassed and happy. After changing his shoes, Xia Jian pulled him to the sofa and began to massage his head. It must be said that Xia Jian's technique was truly excellent, making him exceptionally relaxed. He couldn't help but sigh that inviting these 3 beautiful women was the right decision. This was simply a life of bliss. Someone cooks, someone gives massages. Evenings are still possible. His gaze fell on Li Lanue, who was standing to the side. Feeling his gaze, Li Lanue lowered her head shyly. Yesterday's events involuntarily flashed through my mind. Now, she is already looking forward to the evening. Soon, it was evening. After washing up, Su Luo sat on the edge of the bed, wondering whether she should call Li Lanue over. Last night was wonderful. She's far superior to any ex-girlfriend. This was the first time he had ever felt so good. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He walked over, opened the door, and a beautiful figure appeared outside. Li Lanyue. Seeing him open the door, Li Lanyue immediately walked in. What are you doing here? He asked the question knowing the answer already. Li Lanyue's face flushed slightly. After coughing twice, she tried to remain calm. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to tidy up my brother's room today, so I came over to clean it up. He chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. It's not too late to clean up tomorrow. That won't do, you won't be able to sleep well tonight. Li Lanyue walked to the bedside and began to tidy up the sheets. After tidying up, Su Luo said, there shouldn't be anything left to pack now, you can go back. What are you talking about? The cleaning has only just begun. Li Lanyue scanned the room, searching for a reason to stay there any longer. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Luo's pants. Brother, your pants look really dirty. Let me wash them for you. What kind of logic is it to do laundry so late at night? Oh, I was just worried you wouldn't get a good night's sleep. As he spoke. Chapter 34 The Power of Money. The next day, Su Luo woke up leisurely and stretched comfortably. Turning his head, he looked at Li Lanyue, who was fast asleep, as gentle and lovely as a cat. He couldn't help but reach out and pat Li Lanyue's head. Last night was another wonderful night. Li Lanyue's initiative made him realize what emotional value is. He never had this experience when he was dating his ex-girlfriend, which made him mistakenly think that this whole thing was nothing out of the ordinary. Li Lanyue also woke up. Upon seeing her, her face immediately turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. Seeing this, he couldn't help but tease, now you know how to be shy? You weren't like this when you were tidying up my room. Recalling what she had done last night, Li Lanyue blushed even more and quickly denied it. That's not me, I don't know that person. You might actually want to be that kind of person deep down. Pa, that's not true. It's all your fault, brother. I only acted like that after you touched me. You must have been the one who did it. Hey, turning the tables. Who was it that played East Wind Breaks on the pipa? Li Lanyue pouted. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Luo was amused by her adorable appearance and reached out to pinch her cheek. Pretend to be stupid with me. Okay, hurry up and get out of here, or Warner and Jian will see you later. Okay, see you tonight. After Li Lanyue stamped his face, she left happily. After the door closed again, Su Luo took out her phone and opened the daily flash sale app as scheduled. Today's flash sale items are now available. Yunjian Ziding Hotel, flash sale price, 50 yuan. What a coincidence. Su Luo was taken aback for a moment. He did know a little about this Yunjian Ziding. The best hotel in Jiangchang, bar none, and also one of the city's landmark buildings. It is highly sought after by wealthy people. It is said that a presidential suite costs 100,000 yuan per night. Yunjian Ziding isn't far from here, and it faces Yunjing Shiyuan across the lake. They are said to be projects of the same real estate developer. He clicked pay immediately without hesitation. A short while later, a stack of documents appeared on his bed. All the necessary certificates and procedures are complete, including the fire safety inspection certificate. After briefly browsing through it, Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. This daily flash sale app is so convenient. After breakfast, unlike Xia Jian and the others who loved studying, he was bored, so he rode his bicycle out. Enjoy the scenery and let loose some of your inner bull. Since taking the power pill, he felt he had become a bit hyperactive, and he felt uneasy until he had used up all the power in his body. Soon, he rode his bicycle to the south gate of Jiangcheng University. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar school gate, his eyes were somewhat dazed. It's as if I can see the scenes of playing basketball with my classmates on campus and sitting in a 5-person row at the internet cafe. Unfortunately, many students, after graduating, experienced the harsh realities of society and became increasingly materialistic. The beautiful memories of the past can only be frozen in time during our school days. A moment later, a Maybach pulled up beside him, and a figure stepped out of the car. It was Su Wenbin. Su Wenbin saw him riding a bicycle and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Brother, what a coincidence, I actually saw you at the school gate. Su Wenbin is also a student at Jiangcheng University, currently a sophomore. Su Luo, I was just riding my bike around aimlessly today and ended up here, so I'm taking a look at my alma mater. Cycling is great. Not only can you enjoy the scenery along the way, but you can also exercise. I'll get a bicycle someday. A Maybach won't get the same experience. Su Luo nodded. The driving experience of the Maybach is indeed just average. I still prefer the G-Class. He's driven both the Maybach and the G-Class in the past couple of days, and overall, he still prefers the G-Class. It's powerful and imposing. Upon hearing this, Su Wenbin's face turned green. What the hell did I want to hear you say? A penniless bastard without a job dares to look down on a Maybach? You think you're worthy? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Then, he said in a sarcastic tone. I didn't expect Brother Luo to be so amazing, even able to afford a G-Wagon. Your girlfriend must admire you a lot now. We've already broken up. Then you should drive your G-Wagon even more. You don't know how materialistic girls are these days. Take my goddess Li Xia, for example. She's a total gold digger. She used to never even look at me properly, and she wouldn't even acknowledge me when I greeted her. But ever since I started driving my Maybach, her attitude towards me has completely changed. Her voice has become so pleasant. Today, she even asked me to drive her out for a drive. If I work hard tonight, I'll probably win her heart. That's the charm of a Maybach. Bro, my Maybach is already like this. Why don't you take your G-Class out for a spin? Are you worried about not having girls prettier than your ex-girlfriend throwing themselves at you? When Su Luo heard the name Li Xia, he was stunned for a moment. Why did the name sound so familiar? After pondering for a moment, he said, It works that well? I'll have to take my G-Wagon out for a spin sometime. By the way, your goddess is materialistic. Tell me, if my G-Wagon and your Maybach were both in front of her, which would she choose? Su Wenbin was dumbfounded and looked at Su Luo as if she were an idiot. He cursed inwardly, damn, is this guy brain dead? Can't you tell I'm showing off? You think you can just climb all over me like that? Have you no shame? You want to steal my woman? You think you're worthy? Do you even have a G-Wagon? He pursed his lips and said, We'll talk about it when you drive your G-Wagon. Just then, a commotion arose from the school gate. The two looked up and saw a beautiful woman walking slowly towards them. She captivated the restless male college students around her, leaving them completely infatuated. Li Xia. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Su Luo remembered that she was the saleswoman from the Mercedes-Benz dealership the other day. When Su Wenbin saw Li Xia, his eyes immediately became infatuated. Holy crap, this is awesome. If I could sleep with her, it would be amazing. I'm going to get her tonight no matter what. As he spoke, he patted Su Luo on the shoulder, somewhat smugly saying, Brother, this is a real beauty. Only those with money can get her. Su Luo shook her head helplessly. At this moment, Li Xia looked over, paused for a moment, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and then her face lit up with joy as she quickly walked over. Upon seeing this, Su Wenbin was overjoyed. Brother, did you see that? Did you see her expression? She used to be so aloof, always ignoring me. Now look how happy she is. That's the power of money. Hurry up and bring out your G-Wagon, otherwise you'll just be able to look at this beauty from afar. Soon, Li Xia approached. He greeted them with a smile. Xia, you look so beautiful today. I'm so happy to see you. However, Li Xia seemed not to see him at all, and walked straight past him towards Su Luo. Upon arriving in front of Su Luo, he said excitedly, Brother, what a coincidence. To run into you here, is this what they call fate? Chapter 35 Su Wenbin's Confusion. Su Wenbin was completely stunned on the spot. Li Xia's sweet, melodious voice, her charming smile, and her eyes full of flattery practically screamed groveling. He had never seen that expression before. He couldn't even imagine how great he would feel if Li Xia could show that same expression when she was with him. Li Xia used to be very aloof in front of him. Let alone jokes, even when he took the initiative to greet her, Li Xia would only nod slightly. Li Xia's attitude towards him only improved after he bought the Maybach, but that was all. She never smiled, let alone had such a sweet smile. Aren't you a gold digger? Why are you fawning over a poor guy riding a bicycle like this? Have you lost your mind? Why? Just because he's handsome? That's so superficial. You're also from Jiancheng University? Su Luo asked, somewhat surprised. Li Xia nodded, yes, I work part-time at a Mercedes-Benz dealership. I didn't expect you to be my junior. Really? I never imagined that my brother and I would be so destined for each other. Li Xia's face was filled with joy. With this senior-junior relationship, it will be easier to develop a closer relationship with Su Luo in the future. Brother, why are you riding a bicycle today? Su Luo, it's good to exercise and enjoy the scenery. I've always been too busy to relax like this before. Upon hearing this, Su Wenbin rolled his eyes. You're really spouting nonsense without thinking. Do you think my goddess is some naive and innocent girl? I don't believe your lies. Just admit you're poor, stop pretending. To his surprise, Li Xia looked at Su Luo with eyes full of admiration after hearing this. Brother, you love life so much. I love people like you who love life so much. Su Wenbin was completely dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? You actually believe this nonsense? Just then, an idea flashed through his mind. Could Li Xia have been fooled by this guy, thinking he's a rich second generation? That's quite possible. I know him inside and out. He dared to brag about owning a G-class to me. In front of someone like Li Xia, who doesn't know him at all, wouldn't he be exaggerating beyond belief? He's shameless enough. No, I have to expose his lies. I can't let Li Xia be tricked into sleeping with him. He immediately stepped forward and said, Xiaxia, I didn't expect you to know my cousin. Is Su Luo your cousin? Upon hearing this, Li Xia asked in surprise. Upon hearing her address, Su Wenbin's lips twitched slightly. Damn it, can you please stop calling me that so intimately in front of me? After calming himself down, he said. That's right, my cousin is the person I admire the most. Although he was born into a poor family and could only wear worn-out shoes in the freezing cold when he was a child, he was poor but ambitious. He studied hard from a young age and eventually got into Jiangcheng University with excellent grades. In his first year after graduation, his annual salary was as high as 100,000 yuan. Some time ago, he even borrowed hundreds of thousands of yuan to build a house for his family. Although he has quit his job now, I know he is not the kind of person who gives up. He must have his own plans. He will be able to pay back those hundreds of thousands of yuan in no time. His words, seemingly praising Su Luo, were actually a message to Li Xia. Su Luo comes from a poor family and has not achieved much personally. His annual salary is at most a little over 100,000 yuan. He is currently unemployed and owes hundreds of thousands of yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's eyes lit up immediately. So Su Luo is a first-generation entrepreneur. No wonder he's so generous, buying each of his 3 women a Maybach in one go. On the contrary, rich second generation like Su Wenbin, who seem to come from wealthy and glamorous families, actually don't have much money. Let alone buying a car, they struggle to even buy a handbag. She became even more determined to be with Su Luo, even if it meant keeping things secret. Thinking this, she looked at Su Luo with eyes full of heartache. Brother, I never imagined that you had such a difficult childhood. It's all my fault for meeting you too late. If I had met you earlier, I would never have let you suffer even the slightest bit. Su Wenbin, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Holy crap, lady, is this the point I made? Do you want me to demonstrate for you what it means to grasp the key point? Moreover, shouldn't a gold digger like you show disdain and stay away from a poor guy like him? Why have you suddenly become so kind? Xiaxia. Don't call me Xiaxia, you don't deserve it. Li Xia turned her head and glared at him angrily. Su Wenbin, what's wrong with you? Isn't Su Luo your cousin? Shouldn't his dad and your dad be brothers? Your family is so rich, why couldn't you help them out when they were kids? Forehead. Su Wenbin was speechless for a moment. If Li Xia said that they had money but wouldn't help, he would think that his family was cold-blooded and selfish. If you said it wasn't much money, this gold digger would probably turn around and leave. As the sun rose higher, Su Luo spoke. I'm leaving now, goodbye. He planned to visit the Yunjian Ziding Hotel, then went back. Upon hearing this, Li Xia quickly pulled him back. Brother, could you give me a ride? Su Luo was taken aback. Weren't you going out with Xiaobin? Wouldn't it be more convenient for you to ride in his car? The Maybach is much more comfortable than my bicycle. Li Xia quickly explained. Who went out with him? We had a class reunion today, and I just hitched a ride with him. You misunderstood me, brother. Brother, please take me with you. I love riding bicycles and enjoying the scenery on both sides. Besides, the place I want to go isn't far, just the Yunjian Ziding Hotel up ahead. Su Luo didn't expect that the place she was going to was also the Yunjian Ziding Hotel. Alright then, come on up. Thank you, brother. A happy smile appeared on Li Xia's face. She sat on the back of the bicycle and wrapped her arms tightly around Su Luo's waist. Feeling those well-defined abdominal muscles, her face flushed slightly. I didn't expect him to be in such good shape. Those abs, his fighting ability must be off the charts. Meanwhile, Su Wenbin, standing to the side, watched as Li Xia's snowball pressed against Su Luo's back, deformed, and felt incredibly jealous. He couldn't even imagine how wonderful it would feel if Li Xia hugged him like that. Damn it, this poor bastard rides a beat-up bicycle, how come he feels better than me driving a Maybach? Xiaxia, ride in my car. It's so hot, your bicycle makeup will run. There's air conditioning in the car. Li Xia refused without hesitation, saying, no, I just like bicycles. Su Luo smiled and said, Xiao Bin, we're leaving now. Goodbye. After saying that, he rode away on his bicycle. Su Wenbin was left standing there, looking completely bewildered. He was just bragging to Su Luo about how materialistic Li Xia was, and even said that with a Maybach in hand, he could win Li Xia over tonight and have a wonderful night. But now, Li Xia would rather ride on Su Luo's bicycle than in a Maybach. Holy crap, this doesn't make sense. Did this gold digger have a sex change? Why is my Maybach inferior to Su Luo's poor bicycle? Just then, Su Luo and Li Xia passed a speed bump, and the two were jolted up and down several times, with Li Xia holding on even tighter. It made him so hungry that his mouth almost watered. Does she really like riding a bicycle? I want to buy a bicycle too, and I want to enjoy the ultimate feeling of being pushed back in my seat. Chapter 36, using true words and talismans again to intimidate the crowd. Jiancheng University is less than 2 kilometers away from Yunjian Ziding Hotel. Soon, Su Luo brought Li Xia here. Li Xia reluctantly let go of him. Brother, I'll go in now. See you next time. He nodded. After Li Xia left, he found a place to park his bicycle and prepared to enter the hotel. Su Luo? Just then, a voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a BMW parked beside him, with a person sticking their head out of it. Lu Ximing? Lu Ximing, a college classmate, was extremely active during college and often helped the counselor and teachers with various tasks. It really is you. Lu Ximing glanced at his bicycle and continued. I didn't expect your mode of transportation to be so environmentally friendly. Su Luo, exercise. Lu Ximing curled his lip, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That's great. Wait for me a moment, I'll park the car and we'll go up together. Together? For what? Su Luo was somewhat puzzled. Lu Ximing, what's with that expression? Of course we're going to the class reunion together, you didn't know that? Su Luo then realized that Xiao Yuyan had told him yesterday that Wei had organized a class reunion, but he hadn't expected it to be at the Yunjian Ziding Hotel. I'm not attending this party, I have to go now. Have fun, everyone. After saying that, he turned and walked into the hotel lobby. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Wang Hongfei, the general manager of Yunjian Ziding. Lu Ximing watched his retreating figure and pursed his lips. If I were in this state, I wouldn't even be able to attend a class reunion. Yunjian Ziding Hotel, top floor, general manager's office. General manager Wang Hongfei and deputy manager Li Jianhua gathered here, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Oldly, the hotel has a new owner. I wonder if this new owner is easy to fool. Wang Hongfei tapped his fingers repeatedly on the table, his tone somewhat grave. Li Jianhua frowned, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The new boss has no connections in the hotel. It should be quite easy for us to fool him. Wang Hongfei, we can't be so optimistic. If it's a successful businessman who comes, it will be very easy for him to deal with us. So, for the time being, let's be more cautious, observe the situation, and then make a decision. Li Jianhua nodded. Okay, it's better to be cautious, otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the new broom sweeps clean and the fires spread to us. Just then, Wang Hongfei's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Wang Hongfei? This is Su Luo. Su Luo's voice came through the receiver. Mr. Su? Hello, this is Wang Hongfei. Hearing the young voice on the phone, Wang Hongfei became excited. Mr. Wang, I'm downstairs now, about to go upstairs. Please call all the heads of the hotel's departments into the conference room. Yes, Mr. Su, I'll call them right away. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Li Jianhua asked curiously. Old Wang, why are you so happy to receive a call from your boss? Wang Hongfei said excitedly, because our boss is a young man, probably some clueless second-generation rich kid who's got nothing better to do than start his own business. Real? Certainly. That's great, this time we've got him cornered. Li Jianhua also became excited. Wang Hongfei, however, we still have to do the bare minimum and give them the respect they deserve. Quickly call the heads of each department to the meeting room. After saying that, he sent a message to the person in charge via WeChat. Upon hearing that the new boss was coming, none of the managers dared to be negligent and they all quickly arrived at the conference room. Shortly after they arrived, the meeting room door was pushed open from the outside. Su Luo appeared at the conference room door. Is he the new boss? So young? I never expected our new boss to be so handsome. They never expected that the new owner of such a large hotel as Yunjian Ziding would be so young, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Su Luo walked to the front of the conference room. Wang Hongfei and Li Jianhua exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with joy. Wang Hongfei stood up and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Su, I am Wang Hongfei. Su Luo nodded slightly, glanced at the people present, and then spoke. I apologize for calling everyone here. I'm here today for one thing only. Now that I've taken over Yunjian Ziding, I don't want any parasites to hinder the hotel's development. I'm here today to root out those parasites. Come here and help me record this with my phone. As he spoke, he took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and handed it to his secretary who was standing next to him. Everyone present was stunned, wondering how he was going to find out the corrupt officials. Wang Hongfei and Li Jianhua, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. They've been running this hotel for so many years, their influence is deeply entrenched. How could a new owner possibly find out about their problems? Su Luo sat down in the chair, took out the mantra talisman with her left hand, and silently affixed it to Wang Hongfei's back before disappearing instantly. Mr. Wang, tell me, who are the corrupt officials in the hotel who are embezzling the hotel's assets? Those present were utterly astonished upon hearing this. They thought Su Luo had some trick up her sleeve, but instead she just asked him a question. How could they possibly get the answer out of him? Li Jianhua looked at Su Luo with disdain, thinking to himself. You really are an idiot. Just wait and see how we'll make you suffer later. Just then, Wang Hongfei spoke up. The hotel's parasites include me, Deputy General Manager Li Jianhua, Purchasing Manager He Guang, and Finance Manager Li Li. Everyone present was stunned at that moment. They didn't expect that Su Luo's method of finding the worms was through questioning, and even more unexpectedly, Wang Hongfei actually confessed. That's not the most abstract part. The most abstract part is that Wang Hongfei also confessed to himself. Actually, they had been working at the hotel for many years and knew more or less about Wang Hongfei and his group's affairs, but they never expected that Wang Hongfei would reveal it. Li Jianhua was completely dumbfounded, looking at Wang Hongfei as if he were an idiot. He couldn't understand why Wang Hongfei did this at all. Didn't we agree to fool the new boss together? Wang Hongfei, what the hell are you talking about? You're making baseless accusations. President Su, I, Li Jianhua, swear that I have worked diligently at Yunjian Ziding all these years and have never embezzled any of the hotel's assets. If I'm lying, may my mother die a horrible death. President Su, I have never embezzled a single penny from the hotel. Wang Hongfei is framing me. He Guang and Li Li also spoke with expressions of grievance. Sit down, it's not your turn to speak. Su Luo gave them a cold glance. Meeting Su Luo's gaze, the three of them froze, obediently sitting back down. Su Luo looked at Wang Hongfei. Tell me, how did you embezzle the hotel's assets? Li Jianhua, He Guang, and Li Li's hearts jumped into their throats, but they still held on to a sliver of hope. After all, this matter is also related to Wang Hongfei. He can't very well put himself in jail, can he? Chapter 37. This general manager is too honest. Wang Hongfei began by saying, they colluded with suppliers to inflate purchase prices, forge purchase contracts and acceptance documents, pocket the price difference, and even fabricated suppliers and falsely reported purchase quantities to embezzle hotel procurement funds. Everyone present was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Damn, they actually said that. Li Jianhua and his accomplices were sweating profusely. Li Jianhua stood up abruptly, enraged, and said, Wang Hongfei, you're talking nonsense. When did I ever? Su Luo gave him a cold glance, and he immediately felt as if he were being stared at by a tiger, a sense of fear rising from the bottom of his heart. He obediently sat back down in his seat. Su Luo looked at Wang Hongfei again. Go on, what else? Wang Hongfei's forehead was covered in sweat, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He was conscious, but his mouth was completely out of his control. There are also cases of abusing approval authority to falsely list expenses, such as travel expenses and entertainment expenses, or concealing some of the income from guest rooms and catering, and misappropriating advance payments or reserve funds. In projects such as hotel renovation, equipment upgrades, and service outsourcing, they accept kickbacks from contractors or lower standards but settle at the original price to profit from it. Finally, there's the unauthorized disposal of hotel assets, such as idle equipment and beverage inventory. Suluo, these are the only methods we use to embezzle hotel assets. Upon hearing this, Su Luo secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Wasn't this blatant embezzlement? Fortunately, I managed to kill a few true word talismans instantly, otherwise this kind of thing would have been very difficult to find out. You've used so many methods, yet no one noticed? As he spoke, he scanned the people present. Feeling his gaze, many people lowered their heads in shame. Wang Hongfei, yes, Lu Jinru, the deputy manager of the finance department, and Li Shi from the purchasing department, reported us to the former boss. However, over the years, we have gained the former boss's trust. The former boss not only does not believe them, but is also preparing to fire them. Who are Lu Jinru and Li Shi? Su Luo glanced at everyone present and asked. President Su, I am Lu Jinru. A young woman stood up. She was quite pretty, and her professional suit perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, giving her a unique charm. Su Luo, where is Li Shi? Lu Jinru, he's not a department manager, so he's not here. Okay, from now on, I appoint you as the hotel general manager and Li Shi as the purchasing manager. Please inform him after the meeting. President Su, I'm afraid I'm not capable of taking on this important task. Lu Jinru said with some trepidation. Su Luo, if I say you have it, then you have it. That's settled then. Lu Jinru took a few deep breaths and said solemnly. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. I will definitely work hard in the future and live up to your trust. Su Luo nodded slightly. Seeing this, the others looked at Lu Jinru with envy. Su Luo looked at Wang Hongfei again. I'm going to call the police. But if the police come, how will they find evidence of what you've done? Everyone present was completely dumbfounded and asked, what are you going to do? Besides, you've already said you're going to call the police, how could he possibly voluntarily reveal the evidence? Wouldn't that be stupid? But the next moment, they were completely stunned. Wang Hongfei calmly and methodically recounted all the evidence of his and his accomplices' crimes. Li Jianhua, Li Li, and the others turned ashen-faced. They hadn't expected Wang Hongfei to reveal even these things. If the police uncover all of this, they could face at least 10 years in prison. Li Jianhua immediately stood up from his chair and rushed towards the door, wanting to destroy all the evidence first, so that there would be no way to prove anything. Bang! At that moment, a loud bang echoed throughout the entire conference room. Then, Su Luo's sharp voice rang out. I'd like to see who dares to leave this room before the police arrive. Li Jianhua was frozen in place, and turned around with difficulty. When he saw the table in front of Su Luo, his eyes were immediately filled with fear. On the table in front of Su Luo, there was a very clear handprint. This is incredibly hard solid wood, yet it managed to leave a mark. If that slap had landed on him. He immediately rushed back to Su Luo's side. President Su, it's slander. He's slandering me. I haven't done any of those things, he said. I came from a poor family and I'm terrified of poverty, so I cherish this job very much. I wouldn't dare touch a single penny of money that doesn't belong to me, for fear of affecting my future. Li Li echoed this. That's right, Su Luo, Wang Hongfei is deliberately framing us. These are all things he did himself, and have nothing to do with us. Please investigate, President Su. Su Luo said calmly, whether you're all right or not, we'll know once the police investigate. Lu Jinru, call the police. Yes, Mr. Su. Lu Jinru immediately took out her phone and called the police. Soon, the police arrived. With the clues provided by Wang Hongfei, they quickly gathered evidence of the crimes committed by the individuals. Wang Hongfei and the others were also taken away. Su Luo looked at the remaining people and said coldly. There are probably still some of you who have some connection with Wang Hongfei, but I can let bygones be bygones. I hope you will settle down and work hard in the future, and not have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, if I can let Wang Hongfei go in, I can also let you go in. Of course, I will have Lu Jinru draft a new performance appraisal standard. As long as you work hard, your future salary will definitely be better than it is now. Su Luo understood the principle of giving a beating followed by a sweet treat. Those present repeatedly said, "President Su, rest assured, we will work diligently and will not embezzle a single penny of the hotel's assets." Recalling the scene where Wang Hongfei inexplicably confessed to him, he looked at the clearly visible palm print on the table. A chill ran down their spines, and their previous ulterior motives were instantly forgotten. Su Luo also said that their salaries would increase in the future, which strengthened their resolve to work hard and not embezzle. "That's all, you can all go out now, Lu Jinru stays." Lu Jinru felt quite reserved facing Su Luo alone, as she was still unsure about her new boss's personality. Su Luo pointed to the chair next to him and smiled. "Sit down and let's talk. Don't be so reserved. Tell me about the hotel's current revenue situation." Seeing his friendly smile, Lu Jinru felt much less nervous and sat down next to him, saying, "The hotel's revenue has been very stable in recent years, with net profit around 500 million. Now that you, Mr. Su, have eliminated Wang Hongfei and other corrupt officials and cleaned up the atmosphere of the entire hotel, this year's revenue should increase by 20%. Su Luo nodded. 500 million. While not as extreme as Financial Street, it is definitely a high-quality asset. However, he believes that excluding Wang Hongfei and his group, the increase in revenue is far more than just 20% on paper. The improvement in decoration, equipment, and service standards will definitely bring a significant positive effect to the hotel. At this moment, he paused for a moment and turned to look at Lu Jinru. "You smell so good." Chapter 38. Su Luo is in such a miserable state? He noticed that Lu Jinru had a faint, pleasant fragrance that was refreshing and delightful. Ah. Lu Jinru's face flushed slightly. In the past, if a man had said that to her, she would have felt very offended and disgusted. However, Su Luo's eyes were clear and bright, showing no intention of taking advantage of her. She felt no unease whatsoever, only shyness, secret joy, and a touch of smugness. "Thanks. Su Luo, what perfume are you wearing? It smells so good, I want to buy some for my friend too. This is my natural body odor." After Lu Jinru finished speaking, her face turned even redder. Oh, I apologize for the intrusion." Su Luo felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time he had ever met a girl with a pleasant body odor. He used to think that beautiful women smelled sweet and soft, but that was just lusted play. So I subconsciously thought Lu Jinru was wearing perfume. Surprisingly, it smells really good. Lu Jinru, no. It's nothing. Su Luo smiled slightly. The position of finance manager is currently vacant. Do you have any good candidates in mind? After pondering for a moment, Lu Jinru spoke. I think Zhou Bo, the leader of the cost control group, is competent. He is very serious about his work and has a high level of professional ethics. It was because of him that I discovered the shady dealings of Wang Hongfei and his group. Moreover, his management skills are quite good. Su Luo, then let him serve as the finance manager for the time being, and observe him for a period of time. Lu Jinru checked the time. President Su, it's lunchtime now. Would you like to come down for a meal? I can continue reporting to you at the dinner table. Good. Then, the two got up and left the meeting room. Yunjian Zitting Hotel, 66th floor, Xingha Hall. After He Wei saw that almost everyone had arrived, he spoke up. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this gathering I organized. I hope you all have a great time today. Don't be shy, just like when we were in school. Someone asked, Mr. He, business must be good lately, you've invited us to such a nice hotel for a dinner party. That goes without saying. Apart from the class monitor, the most successful person in our class is Boss He. Given the economic downturn, Mr. He's ability to make so much money is truly remarkable. Boss He, if there's a chance in the future, could you take the brothers with you? You can have the meat, and we'll just have the soup. He Wei waved his hand modestly and said. Everyone, you flatter me too much. I'm just a small fry, nothing special. He then glanced at everyone present, his gaze finally settling on Su Qian. Su Qian, wasn't Su Luo with you in Jiangchang? Why didn't she come to this gathering? All eyes immediately fell on Su Qian. Su Qian is Su Luo's ex-girlfriend. Although her figure and looks can't compare to Qiu Yuyan's at all, she can still be considered a pretty girl. I don't know, we've already broken up. Ha? You two broke up? This news caught everyone off guard. The girls around Su Qian whispered among themselves. Why? Su Luo is so handsome, how could you bear to do that? Exactly, I still remember Su Luo's handsome figure on the basketball court. Every time I think of it, I think he's so cool. I can't even imagine how wonderful it would be to sleep with a man like that at night. Su Qian, you really don't know how lucky you are. If you don't want to talk, then we will. Seeing everyone praising Su Luo, Su Qian felt very wronged and pouted. What's the use of being handsome? He doesn't have a single penny. His family is still in debt for hundreds of thousands of yuan. He can't even afford to buy me a necklace. If you want to date a man like that, you can have him. Upon hearing this, the girls' expressions immediately changed. Ha? He won't even buy you a necklace? He's so stingy. Exactly, shouldn't guys spend money on girls? You didn't want a luxury car or a villa, it was just a necklace. You're such a stingy guy, you were right to break up with him, I support you. Moreover, his family actually owes more than 500,000 yuan. If you marry into that family, you'll suffer terribly. Congratulations, sister, on escaping this sea of misery. It's such a waste of all these years of your youth. A woman's youth is very precious. You've wasted so much of your youth on him and haven't gotten anything in return. Su Luo is such a jerk. Exactly. I remember He Wei was interested in you back then, but unfortunately you chose to be with Su Luo. Otherwise, you might have ended up with He Wei. I can't even imagine how great your life would be now. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt even more resentful towards Su Luo. At this moment, Lu Jiming spoke up, "Everyone, do you know who I ran into downstairs just now? Who is it?" Seeing his mysterious demeanor, everyone became curious and asked him a question. Su Luo, and he even rode a bicycle here. He probably knows he's not doing well and is feeling inferior, so he didn't come to this gathering. These words caused an uproar among those present. No way, our handsome guy is doing so badly, he's riding a bicycle and can't even afford a car. Su Qian, I was too loud when I spoke to you just now. You should break up with this kind of person. Su Qian, he was so poor, and you could endure it for so long before breaking up. You must truly love him. If it were me, I would have run away long ago. Hearing everyone belittle Su Luo like that, Lu Yuanzhou sneered. Ha, a bunch of idiots. He personally witnessed Su Luo buy 3 Maybachs in a G-class in one go, yet his classmates mocked him for being poor. He was starting to look forward to seeing what expressions these fools would have when they found out Su Luo's true wealth. Those around him laughed when they heard what he said. Ha ha ha. Lao Lu got upset when we talked about his good friend. Lao Lu, even if you're unhappy, you have to admit that after all these years since graduation, he's still riding a beat-up bicycle. That means he's not capable. Su Qian breaking up with him was a very wise choice. Lu Yuanzhou laughed and said, "What's there for me to be unhappy about? Su Luo is doing better than you, and Bossy." He then looked at Su Qian and said, "I'm telling you this, you'll regret breaking up with Su Luo." Su Qian pouted, "Oh dear, I regret it so much, I regret it so much." Ha ha ha. Everyone present laughed. They didn't believe Lu Yuanzhou's words at all. Just kidding. As Su Luo's ex-girlfriend, Su Qian spent every day with Su Luo, so how could she not know Su Luo's situation better than Lu Yuanzhou? To claim that he's doing even better than Peter Hessler is simply laughable. Peter Hessler smiled and said, "Old Lu, you've become more and more humorous these past few years. Alright, Yuyan told me that she's busy at her company and will be a little late. She told us to start now and not to wait for her. The beautiful Chiu is coming too. I thought she wasn't coming today, and I was quite disappointed. It's so good that she came. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. Even if I can't have her, just looking at her face can brighten my whole day. I heard she's still single. Who do you think she'll end up with? Is there even a question? Of course it's Bossy. Who here can compare to him in terms of ability? I also think that Mr. He and Xiu Yuyan are the best match." He Wei listened to everyone's words and felt secretly pleased. Just then, a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. He Wei's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly went to meet him. Yu Yan, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I thought you would be late. Xiao Yuyan smiled slightly. Bossy, we are not children anymore. It's not appropriate for you to call me by my full name. Please call me by my full name. He Wei was taken aback when she said that in public, and his face immediately showed embarrassment. Just moments ago, everyone was boasting that he was the most likely to win over Xiao Yuyan, but then Xiao Yuyan made him call her by her full name. Chapter 39. Your uncle is the hotel general manager? He Wei said somewhat awkwardly. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. Those around were astonished by what they saw. It seems that Miss Chiu isn't interested in Bossy. I didn't expect her to have such high standards. She doesn't even like someone as young and promising as Mr. He. I guess she'll have a hard time getting married in her lifetime. That's good, otherwise I'd be so envious. That's right, if I can't have it, no one else can. After looking around, Xiao Yuyan asked, is everyone here? He Wei, most of the people near Jiangcheng have come, except for Su Luo. Lu Jiming said he saw Su Luo downstairs, but Su Luo didn't come here. I guess she was riding her bicycle and was a little self-conscious, so she didn't dare to come over. Su Luo is here too? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuyan's eyes lit up. They're already downstairs, why aren't they coming over? I'll ask them what's going on. As he spoke, he took out his phone to send a message to Su Luo. She didn't believe He Wei's claim of inferiority at all. He was joking. Su Luo was the boss of Financial Street. If anyone should feel inferior, it was the people present. At this moment, Su Qian spoke up. Squad leader, what else is there to ask? Don't I know Su Luo? He's a person who cares about his image. It must be like what Bossy said, that he's not doing well and is too embarrassed to come. But he's poor, and it's a rare opportunity to eat at a fancy hotel, so he doesn't want to miss it. That's why he came to the hotel first and then came out to freeload a meal at the end. Her words caused everyone present to burst into laughter. Ha ha. I think Su Qian's words make a lot of sense. Let's guess when Su Luo will appear. Of course we can't wait until the end to come back, by then we'll have eaten all the food. Xiao Yuyan walked up to Su Qian and looked at her coldly. Su Qian, you've already broken up, isn't it immoral to still talk about your ex-boyfriend like this? Meeting her gaze, Xiao Yuyan became a little nervous. I'm just telling the truth. How is that making things up? That poor bastard is exactly that kind of person. Oh. Xiao Yuyan gave a cold laugh. Poor wretch. You have no idea how great a person you've missed out on. I'm sure you'll regret it. Su Qian said indignantly. Yes, I regret it. I regret not leaving him sooner, which wasted my precious youth. Lu Yuanzhou said she would regret it, and now Xiao Yuyan is saying the same thing. What? Did that poor bastard Su Luo become rich overnight after breaking up? Regret? Regret my foot. The students around were all astonished when they saw this. Is this real? The beautiful Chiu is speaking up for Su Luo? I've never seen the beautiful Chiu argue with anyone before. This is the first time I've seen it, and it's all for Su Luo. What did that poor bastard do to deserve this? Damn, I'm so envious. Could it be that the beautiful Chiu has a crush on Su Luo? Bullshit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a talented young man like Bossy wouldn't be interested in a beautiful woman like Chiu, so how could she possibly be interested in a poor bastard like Su Luo? I could also say I'm Qin Shi Huang, but don't spout such nonsense. He Wei, standing to the side, felt incredibly jealous when he saw Xiao Yuyan speaking up for Su Luo. Hey, Su Luo. At this moment, Lu Jiming shouted towards the door. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the door. A figure was seen passing by the door. It was Su Luo. Lu Jiming immediately rushed out. Seeing this, Su Qian said. See? I told you he would definitely come. He even pretended to be just passing by. But I overestimated him. I thought he would have some self-respect and come when the party was almost over. But I didn't expect him to be so greedy. He was afraid we would eat all the food and didn't want to wait even a moment longer. Those present smiled slightly upon hearing this, their gazes towards Su Luo now tinged with disdain. Outside the door, Lu Jiming rushed to Su Luo's side. Su Luo, you little rascal, you're already at the hotel and you're still not here for the class reunion? Seriously, come inside with me. After saying that, he pulled Su Luo into the Star River Hall without further ado. He Wei walked up and said to Su Luo, "Su Luo, what's wrong with you? Ji Ming said you got downstairs early but didn't come up. Are you feeling inferior because you ride a bicycle? You're wrong to think like that. We're all classmates, no one will look down on you." His words, seemingly meant to comfort Su Luo, were actually full of sarcasm. Xiao Yuyan's initiative to speak up for Su Luo had already made him extremely jealous of Su Luo. "Su Luo, I had something to do just now." Upon hearing this, He Wei's eyes lit up immediately. "Su Luo, you don't work here, do you?" "My uncle is the general manager of Yunjian Ziding." "Which department do you work in?" "I'll ask my uncle to look after you." He looked at Su Luo and thought to himself, "Humph, working for my uncle, even if Xiao Yuyan has feelings for you, you dare to compete with me? You've got a death wish." Thinking this, he was overjoyed. Lu Ximing, who was standing to the side, exclaimed in surprise, "No way, Mr. He, your uncle is that powerful? He's actually the general manager of the best hotel in Jiangchang." The other students were also shocked by the news. "Mr. He is really low-key. He has such an impressive background, yet I've never heard him mention it. You don't even know this?" Bossy became one of the top suppliers of Yunjian Ziding Hotel because of his uncle. Otherwise, how do you think his company could have developed so well in just a few years? How enviable. I wish I had such an amazing uncle. As Su Luo listened to the whispers around him, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that Wang Hongfei has left behind quite a few troubles. I'll have Lu Jinru investigate these suppliers thoroughly later. At this moment, Lu Ximing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Su Luo, you've really struck gold. With Bossy's uncle protecting you from now on, becoming a manager won't be a problem. You'd better toast Bossy a few times later." He Wei immediately said, "Hey, Ximing, you're exaggerating a bit. The appointment of a manager still requires the boss's personal approval. However, if Su Luo is capable, my uncle can pull some strings, and there shouldn't be any problem." Su Luo pursed her lips. "It seems your uncle wields considerable power in the western court of Cloudstream." He Wei laughed and said, "It's not that big, but my uncle has been running this business for many years. In many cases, his words carry more weight than the boss's. If you want to make a name for yourself in this hotel in the future, then it will depend on your performance." He deliberately emphasized the word performance. Su Luo smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Then, he bypassed He Wei and came to Qiu Yuyan, smiling. "Yu Yan, we meet again." Those around him smiled mockingly when they heard him address Qiu Yuyan that way. He Wei was rebuked for addressing Qiu Yuyan that way. He's a piece of trash who's far worse than He Wei, yet he dares to call someone that. Those present were ready to watch the show, including He Wei. Chapter 40. You dare impersonate the hotel general manager? To their surprise, Qiu Yuyan did not show any discomfort with Su Luo's affectionate address. Instead, she smiled. "You said you couldn't come yesterday, I never expected to see you here today. Su Luo, I didn't expect the gathering to be held here. I just happened to be here today because I have some things to take care of." As he spoke, he sat down next to Qiu Yuyan. Those around were stunned by what they saw. Wow, Qiu Yuyan doesn't mind Su Luo calling her so affectionately at all. Bossy called her that just now, but she retorted. She even allows Su Luo to sit so close to her, almost touching, and she doesn't seem to mind at all. Could she like Su Luo? I can't accept that. Su Luo can smell Qiu Demei's fragrance right now. Damn, I'm so envious. So, it seems that Su Luo completely outclasses Bossy in Qiu Yuyan's eyes? That's impossible, isn't it? Bossy is such an outstanding person. What does Su Luo have besides being handsome? No, what makes Su Luo so special that the beautiful Qiu treats him differently? Qiu Demei's taste is really unique. I don't understand at all. He Wei was furious when he saw Su Luo and Qiu Yuyan sitting side by side. Especially since Qiu Yuyan was wearing a sleeveless dress today, their arms touched, resulting in physical intimacy. He Wei was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. He had been pursuing Qiu Yuyan for so many years, but he hadn't even held her hand yet. What makes Su Luo so special? He strode forward, stood before Su Luo, and said, Su Luo, your good brother Lu Yuanzhou is over there. I think it would be most appropriate for you to sit with him today and catch up. His tone was laced with a strong sense of threat. The meaning is clear: if you want to continue hanging around Yunjian Ziding, you'd better get out of here. At this moment, Zhou Yuyan spoke up. I think Su Luo is quite suitable to sit here. He Wei was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhou Yuyan to speak to Su Luo at this moment, and his jealousy towards Su Luo deepened. Su Luo chimed in, I also think it's fine for me to sit here. What's there to talk about with Lao Lu, that old stinky man? Lu Yuanzhou immediately laughed and scolded, get lost, I don't want to sit with you anyway. Upon hearing this, He Wei's face darkened. Okay, very good. The voice sounded somewhat strained and resentful. The students present looked at Su Luo as if she were an idiot. Although Zhou Yuyan is currently treating Su Luo very specially, they don't think Su Luo will win her heart. To offend He Wei and ruin one's future for a woman, one can never have. What is that if not foolishness? In their view, knowing that He Wei's uncle is the general manager of Yunjian Ziding, Su Luo, who works at Yunjian Ziding, should keep her distance from He Wei's crush, Zhou Yuyan, and try her best to please He Wei so that she can use this relationship to go further and achieve greater success. Su Luo's actions are simply insane. Su Qian pursed her lips and muttered something under her breath. Idiot. The girls around them also whispered among themselves. Su Qian, you've really had a tough time, spending so many years with such an idiot. Back then, I was so envious of Su Qian for being able to date such a handsome guy. I never expected that she was all show and no substance. Sigh. I had a crush on him back then. What was I thinking? Just then, Lu Jinru walked in. The boys present immediately became agitated upon seeing this. Wow, who is this stunning beauty? Her looks are just as good as Chio's. She's not in our class, is she? I wonder who she came in to see. That's right, the person she found was me. Get lost. Soon, Lu Jinru stood beside Su Luo, her attitude somewhat respectful, and said, President Su, the meal is ready. Everyone around was stunned. Holy crap, it's Su Luo again. What the hell does she have to offer? First it was the beautiful Chio, and now it's another stunning beauty whose looks are just as good as Chio's. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. What's this woman's name again? President Su? Su Luo is a boss now? And this girl is his secretary? That's impossible. If he were the boss, would Su Qian have broken up with him? That's right, and Su Qian also said that his family still owes hundreds of thousands of yuan, so he can't possibly be a boss. Su Qian looked at Su Luo, feeling very uncomfortable. What she most wanted to see was that after breaking up with her, Su Luo's life would get worse and worse, and the girlfriends he found afterward would be terrible, none of them as good as her. But reality seems to be different. Not long after the breakup, Su Luo was surrounded by two stunning beauties. Their beauty alone made her feel incredibly inferior. The key point is that both beauties were very kind to Su Luo. Upon seeing Lu Jinru, Zhou Yuyan immediately felt a little nervous. Su Luo, who is she? Su Luo smiled and said, she is Lu Jinru, the general manager of Yunjian Ziding Hotel. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyan stood up and extended her right hand to Lu Jinru. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Zhou Yuyan, Su Luo's classmate. She wasn't surprised that the general manager of Yunjian Ziding treated Su Luo with such respect. After all, Su Luo was the behind-the-scenes boss of Financial Street, so what was Yunjian Ziding compared to him? Lu Jinru also extended her right hand and gently shook hands with her. Hello, Ms. Chiu. He then addressed the other students. Hello everyone, you must all be Mr. Su's classmates, right? Welcome to our Yunjian Ziding party. I hope you have a wonderful experience here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. The students present were stunned upon hearing this. Lu Jiming looked at Lu Jinru, then at He Wei, and said, Mr. He, didn't you say your uncle is the general manager here? Is your uncle a woman? He Wei's eyes darkened as he looked at Lu Jinru and asked in a serious tone. You say you're the general manager of Yunjian Ziding? Who approved that? I approved it. Su Luo spoke up. Put. The others burst into laughter. Before Su Luo spoke, they still had some doubts about whether He Wei's uncle was really the general manager of Yunjian Ziding. After Su Luo said that, there was no need to doubt it anymore. They understood what was going on. It must be that Su Luo spent money or something to invite this beautiful woman to act with him in order to show off. But this acting was so poor. You approve it? Who the hell do you think you are? Ha ha ha. Su Luo, you're amazing. You actually approved someone to be the general manager of the best hotel in Jiangcheng. Why don't you approve my application? I'd like to experience what it's like to be a general manager. Su Luo, I don't even know how to say anything to you. He Wei said coldly. Su Luo, it's not funny to impersonate the general manager of Yunjian Ziding. I've already told you, my uncle is the general manager here. I advise you to stop now, or things will get very ugly. Lu Jinru looked at him and said. You must be He Wei, and your uncle is Wang Hongfei? He Wei, oh ho, I didn't expect you to know my uncle. Then hurry up and apologize. I can let bygones be bygones regarding the matter of impersonating the general manager of Yunjian Ziding. Is Zusiyuan Technology also your company? You know quite a lot, huh? Yes, it's my company. Lu Jinru looked at Su Luo and said. President Su, Wang Hongfei abused his power for personal gain, awarding orders to Zusiyuan Technology Company, which did not meet our requirements, and providing our hotel with a large number of substandard products. Su Luo, in that case, from this moment on, immediately cease cooperation with Zusiyuan Technology. Also, thoroughly investigate other suppliers to see if they have similar situations. Yes, Mr. Su, I will have someone take care of it immediately. Chapter 41. I gave you a chance, my ex-girlfriend regrets it. Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter. Su Luo, you're getting too into character. With such conviction, it's a waste that they're not actors. If I didn't know you, I would have believed both of you. Mr. He, Su Luo is going to terminate your cooperation with Yunjian Ziding. Are you scared? Are you going to wet your pants? Su Qian covered her face, feeling ashamed of being Su Luo's ex-girlfriend. It was a stain on her life. He Wei stood up and said coldly. Su Luo, you've gone too far. I know you're doing poorly and feel inferior, so I didn't want to bother with you pretending to be the behind-the-scenes boss of Yunjian Ziding. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and even dare to make fun of me. So don't blame me for disregarding our classmate relationship. As he spoke, he took out his phone and made a call. Brotherly, there are two men here impersonating your general manager and the boss behind the scenes, causing trouble. Bring 2 security guards up here and kick them out. Yes, I'm in the Galaxy Hall. After hanging up the phone, he said to Qiu Yuyan. Language. As soon as he uttered the first word, Qiu Yuyan gave him a cold look. President Qiu. He quickly changed his tune. Damn it, even that liar Su Luo can call you Yuyan, but I can't. Why is that? President Qiu, it's not that I want to make the party so ugly, it's just that Su Luo went too far. He dared to have someone impersonate my uncle. I won't hold it against him for that, but I didn't expect him to go even further and say that he would terminate my cooperation with Yunjian Ziding. Isn't this just making fun of me? I can't tolerate this. Not wanting to leave a bad impression on Qiu Yuyan because of this, he quickly explained. Qiu Yuyan smiled with great interest. This is indeed an ugly situation, but I wonder who will be the one to suffer the embarrassment later. What? He paused for a moment, unsure of what Qiu Yuyan meant. Others began to persuade Su Luo. Su Luo, quickly apologize to Bossy, don't let the situation get too ugly. Stop pretending to be all high and mighty. Everyone knows your situation. You even came by bicycle. Stop acting like the behind-the-scenes boss of Yunjian Ziding. The more you pretend, the more like a clown you become, and the more ridiculous you become. That's right. Mr. He said his uncle is the general manager here. You even found someone to impersonate the general manager of Yunjian Ziding. I don't know what to say to you. Lu Yuanzhou was displeased when he saw these people talking about Su Luo all at once. What do you know? You're just making noise here. Su Luo is the behind-the-scenes boss of Yunjian Ziding. You're just making a fuss here now, but you'll be embarrassed later. He had witnessed Su Luo buying 3 Maybachs in a G-Class at once. Even though he had never met her, he chose to trust Su Luo unconditionally. After spending several years together in college, he knew very well that Su Luo was not a pretentious person. Old Lu, if you don't need your ears anymore, just donate them. Bossy just said that his uncle is the general manager here. Bossy has become very successful because of his uncle. What are you still doing here? Lu Yuanzhou, don't give me this nonsense. Since you're so sure Su Luo isn't the owner of Yunjian Ziding, how about we make a bet? If he isn't, I'll give each of you 1,000. If he is, you'll each give me 5,000. Do you dare? 1,000 against 5,000? That's a huge difference, isn't it? Weren't you also sure about Su Luo? What? Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Lao Lu, you're a really good friend. You actually supported Su Luo with real money. I'll have to teach you a lesson. I'm joining. I never thought that attending a party could bring in extra money. Lao Lu, count me in. Count me in too. I have to make money off Lao Lu. Ha ha ha. I'll create a group, and everyone who wants to participate can join. If we lose, no one is allowed to run away. Lu Yuanzhou's mouth was practically crooked from smiling. You can make a fortune by attending a party. At this moment, Su Luo stood up. He didn't want to sit there and argue with these so-called old classmates any longer. He said this to Chou Yuyan and Lu Yuanzhou. I'm going to eat now, Yuyan, Lao Lu, want to come along? Chou Yuyan smiled and said, of course, Boss Su's lunch must be delicious, I have to join in. Lu Yuanzhou, old Su, I'm not going. I have to stay here and keep an eye on these people, lest they run away later. Okay, we're at Lanyue Hall. You can come any time. As he spoke, he was about to leave with Lu Jinru and Xiu Yuyan. At that moment, He Wei blocked his way. Su Luo, I gave you a chance. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Just stay here and wait for the security manager of Yunjian Ziding to come over. Everyone else laughed when they saw this. Looks like the best actor is scared his conviction isn't quite there yet. Trying to show off and then run away? How interesting. Old Lu, it looks like you're going to have to spend a lot of money today. Su Luo frowned slightly, about to reach out and push He Wei away. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, looking hurried. Upon seeing the person who arrived, He Wei laughed and said, the security manager is here. Let's see how you continue to pretend now. After saying that, he went to greet them. Brotherly, it's been a long time. Security manager Li Hao asked, Mr. He, who was pretending to be our general manager and boss and causing trouble here. Actually, after Wang Hongfei was taken away, he didn't want to talk to Wang Hongfei's nephew. However, He Wei said that someone was impersonating the general manager and owner of Yunjian Ziding and causing trouble. As the manager of the security department, he had the responsibility to ensure the safety of hotel personnel and property, so he had to come over. He Wei pointed at Su Luo and Lu Jinru and said, it's those two. Li Hao followed his finger and looked over. When he saw Su Luo and Lu Jinru, his expression changed and he quickly walked over. Seeing this, the others laughed. I didn't expect Bossy to call the security manager. Su Luo is in big trouble. I wonder if he'll still be so calm and collected when he gets kicked out. Of all people to impersonate, why did he have to impersonate the general manager and boss here, and even in front of Bossy? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Li Hao walked up to Su Luo and Lu Jinru and said respectfully. President Su, President Lu, it's you. He Wei called earlier saying someone was impersonating you and causing trouble. I thought it was someone else. His attitude was extremely respectful. The method Su Luo demonstrated in the conference room just now had a significant impact on his mind. The others present, seeing his extremely respectful attitude, looked at each other in astonishment. Did I hear that right? The security manager's name is Su Luo. President Su? And he calls that beautiful President Lu? Holy crap, could he really be the mastermind behind Yunjian Ziding? How is this possible? Isn't He Wei's uncle the general manager here? Su Qian also looked at Su Luo in disbelief. Li Hao was the security manager of Yunjian Ziding. How could such a person show such respect to Su Luo? A hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Chapter 42 Can you take me home? He Wei looked at the scene before him, his mind a jumbled mess. Brother Li, are you kidding me? If those two are the general manager and the boss, then what is my uncle? Li Hao, a prisoner, what else could it be? Your uncle has been embezzling hotel assets for years, and the amount he embezzled was too large. President Su has already called the police and had your uncle arrested. What? Brother Li, you're not kidding, are you? He Wei found it hard to accept the news. Li Hao rolled his eyes at him. I'm not in the mood for jokes with you. If you don't believe me, call your uncle and ask him yourself. He Wei quickly took out his phone and dialed Wang Hongfei's number. Uncle, I'm at Yunjian West Courtyard right now. Are you in your office? What? You've really been arrested? How is that possible? He Wei stumbled, his face ashen. It's over, everything is over. The reason his company has been able to develop so well over the years is entirely due to the orders from Yun Jianziding that he obtained through Wang Hongfei. If they lose this order, their company's junk products have no market competitiveness whatsoever and they simply cannot survive. His glorious days are about to come to an end. He never dreamed that Su Luo, whom he looked down upon, would actually be someone who could decide his life or death. It's ridiculous that he just threatened Su Luo, saying he would make it impossible for Su Luo to stay in Yun Jianziding, but the other party directly dismissed his uncle. The others present also realized what was happening at that moment. Wow, Su Luo really is the owner of Yun Jianziding. I was laughing at him when he said he approved that beautiful woman as general manager. I didn't expect that I was the most ridiculous one. Holy crap, this is the best hotel in the whole of Jiangcheng. Its annual revenue is hundreds of millions. How come Su Luo was doing so well? We were actually laughing at him just now. At that moment, their faces burned with pain, and they wished they could disappear into the ground. They were just laughing at Su Luo for being brainless and not knowing how to please He Wei, but in the end, Su Luo killed He Wei. Judging from He Wei's expression, Su Luo really did manage to get rid of He Wei's uncle. Then He Wei is finished. He got to where he is today entirely because of Yun Jianziding's orders. This world is really absurd. He Wei got to where he is today because of Yun Jianziding's orders, but because of that, he looks down on Su Luo, the boss behind Yun Jianziding. Upon seeing that He Wei was about to fall on hard times, these people all changed their tune and stopped calling him bossy. Ha ha ha. The happiest person in the room was Lu Yuanzhou. What did I tell you? Su Luo is the one who's doing the best among us, even better than He Wei. You still don't believe me? Let me check the group chat. There are 22 new members. I remember all of you. 5,000 each. Not one of you can run away. Seeing the people who had just mocked his brother now looking ashamed, he felt incredibly satisfied. Now, there's still 110,000 left to take, it's even more awesome. Then, he turned to look at Su Qian. What did I tell you? You'll definitely regret breaking up with Lao Su. You actually abandoned him just because his family owed money and couldn't buy you a necklace. You're really something else. Do you know what I saw at the Mercedes dealership the other day? Old Su bought Maybachs for 3 girls, one for each of them. If you hadn't broken up with her back then, you would own a Maybach now, but you broke up with her because of a necklace. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's face turned deathly pale. Hearing that Su Luo had bought Maybachs for 3 girls, one for each of them, he felt terrible. Lu Yuanzhou was right if she hadn't broken up with Su Luo. Not only will they have a Maybach, but they can also share in the hundreds of millions of yuan in annual revenue of the Yun Jianziding Hotel with Su Luo. She couldn't imagine how wonderful life would be. She had a very good chance of getting all of this, but she broke up with Su Luo just because of a necklace. At this moment, her heart felt as if it were being eaten away by tens of thousands of ants, a painful and agonizing experience. She took out her phone and angrily sent a message to her best friend. It's all your fault for making me break up with Su Luo. You just can't stand to see me happy. Li Hao glanced at He Wei and said to Su Luo. Mr. Su, did He Wei offend you? Perhaps. Su Luo waved his hand. Mister, he is our guest today, so we must treat him well. Yes. Li Hao nodded quickly. Su Luo said to Qiu Yuyan and Lu Jinru. Let's go eat. After saying that, he left the Star River Hall with the 2 beautiful women, ignoring He Wei completely. In fact, he didn't take He Wei and his classmates' sarcasm to heart at all. After acquiring the daily flash sale software, his mood became increasingly indifferent as his assets accumulated daily. He discovered that after becoming wealthy, many things that he used to think were very important became less important. After they left, the other students also stood up. He Wei, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, so I'll have to go now. Let's meet again next time. My wife is about to give birth, it's urgent, I have to go see her. His wife is about to give birth, and I'm also very anxious. I have to go and see her. Most of them came to this gathering because of He Wei, hoping to get a share of the profits from him. Otherwise, after so many years since graduation, who would still have the mind to attend this so-called class reunion? But now, He Wei himself is in dire straits, so there's no need for them to stay here any longer. Moreover, He Wei and Su Luo don't get along, and if he stays here and incurs Su Luo's displeasure, that would be bad. Soon, all of these people left one after another. He Wei looked at the empty Star River Hall. A bleak smile appeared on his lips. When he first arrived, he was so full of vigor, the focus of everyone's attention, and the object of everyone's flattery. But how long has it been? He has become the one that everyone dislikes. And all of this was because of Su Luo, whom he looked down upon. Su Luo, Zhou Yuyan, and Lu Jinru soon arrived at the Lanyue Hall. A sumptuous spread of dishes, both Western and Chinese, has been laid out on the table. M9 Wagyu tomahawk beef, Australian lobster, Buddha jumps over the wall, etc. After sitting down, Zhou Yuyan said, Su Luo, you've only graduated a few years ago, and you already own the Yunjian Zitting Hotel and the Financial Street. How did you do that? After she finished speaking, her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Su Luo. She knew Su Luo's family background fairly well. It was quite ordinary and offered no help to Su Luo's career. In other words, Su Luo got to where she is today entirely on her own. As a wealthy girl with her father's help, she felt she could never do that. When Lu Jinru heard that Su Luo was not only the owner of Yunjian Zitting, but also the owner of Financial Street, her face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Su Luo. She also knew about Financial Street. It was much more impressive than the Yunjian Zitting Hotel. Feeling secretly pleased to be looked at so admiringly by two beautiful women, Su Luo smiled. It was just luck. Seeing that Su Luo was unwilling to talk about it, Zhou Yuyan did not ask any further questions. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Jinru escorted the two to the parking lot downstairs. Zhou Yuyan bit her lip and said shyly, Su Luo, I just ate a lot of carbs and I'm feeling a bit carb nauseous. Can you take me home? Chapter 43. I'll be right at the door, I'm not going in. Okay. Su Luo nodded. Zhou Yuyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of smugness. Su Luo turned to look at Lu Jinru and said, Mr. Lu, could you please keep my bicycle safe for me? Lu Jinru nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the word bicycle, Zhou Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. You actually rode a bicycle here. No wonder those classmates treated you that way. It's for exercising. After getting into Zhou Yuyan's car, Su Luo glanced at her phone. I discovered that Lu Yuanzhou had sent me a message. Old Su, these bastards all left after you left, seeing Yiwei's downfall. The gathering didn't happen, so I won't disturb your time alone with the two beauties. We'll get together again next time. After reading the message, Su Luo said to Zhou Yuyan. Old Lu said that after we left, everyone else left too, and the gathering never happened. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyan sighed. I guess they all left because they saw that Yiwei was down on his luck after you terminated your cooperation with him. A bunch of sycophants. You're right, these kinds of gatherings are really pointless. There's no need to attend them anymore. You know, they were all so nice in school, how come they become so mercenary in the real world? Su Luo said as he started the car. You can't entirely blame them. That's just how society is. The rich are the bosses, no matter where they got their money. In this kind of atmosphere, it's really asking too much of them to remain untainted. Zhou Yuyan nodded in deep agreement. That's true. This era is materialistic and money is everything. However, I think you haven't changed. You're still the same as when you were in school. Su Luo laughed and said, Nonsense, I changed a lot. Where? He's become much more handsome than before. Look at that sharp jawline, you could cut vegetables with it. Su Luo touched her jawline, looking quite vain. Put. Zhou Yuyan was amused by him and playfully punched his shoulder. Shameless. Then, Zhou Yuyan stared at Su Luo's profile, her heart pounding, her eyes gradually becoming infatuated. Sparrows are eating crickets. Soon, guided by Zhou Yuyan, Su Luo drove the car to Zhou Yuyan's house. Arrive. Oh. Zhou Yuyan looked somewhat reluctant. She had never felt time pass so quickly. Take this car back. You can return it to me another day. Goodbye. Her family owns more than one car, and besides, if Su Luo drives it back, they'll have a reason to meet again in the future, right? Su Luo laughed and said, I've already brought you back, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? It's so rude of you to just kick me out like that. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyan panicked and quickly offered an explanation. No, it's just that my dad is home today. Next time he's not home, I'll definitely take you in. Su Luo, it's okay, I won't go in. I'll just look around from the doorway. Of course, it would be even better if you could order some water. You filthy scoundrel, get lost. Xiao Yuyan's face instantly turned red. Although she had never been in a relationship, she was not completely ignorant and naturally knew what Su Luo was talking about. He punched Su Luo in an annoyed tone, then opened the door and got out of the car. After waving goodbye, Su Luo drove away. Watching the car drive away, she murmured to herself. Was he flirting with me just now? Thinking this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, revealing a hint of smugness. If other boys spoke to her like Su Luo did, she would definitely feel incredibly ashamed, angry, and disgusted. Hearing these words from Su Luo's mouth, she felt both shy and pleased, as if she wanted to be teased again. After quickly composing herself, she went home and found her father, Xiao Hongji, sitting in the living room watching the news. Upon seeing her enter, Xiao Hongji asked, "Who brought you back?" "Friend." "Oh? Male or female?" "A man." Xiao Hongji raised an eyebrow slightly. "Boyfriend?" "My daughter has finally figured things out and started dating." "What's he like?" "Tell Dad, and I'll give you my opinion." She rolled her eyes at Xiao Hongji. "None of your business." "It seems the falling flowers are willing, but the flowing water is indifferent." Xiao Hongji joked that he knows his daughter very well and can tell what's going on just by looking at her. No sooner had he finished speaking than a slipper flew towards his face. He caught it and laughed. Okay, Dad was too talkative. After returning the slippers to Qiu Yuyan, he asked, "How's your company doing these days? Do you need Dad's help?" After putting on her shoes, Qiu Yuyan sat down next to him. "Not for now. Financial Street has already allowed me to pay the rent late. This crisis will be over in a few days." Qiu Hongji frowned and asked doubtfully, "Financial Street allows you to pay rent late? That doesn't fit their usual policy." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something. "The person you like isn't the owner of Financial Street, is he? He's older than me and ugly too. Your dad won't approve of this relationship." He became a little anxious by the end. Xiao Yuyan gave him a good whack. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly like old Deng? The owner of Financial Street has changed, he's my classmate now." "Your classmate? The same age as you? He's a boss on Financial Street? His family must be very well off." Qiu Hongji's face showed surprise. "No, his family is just average." "What?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Hongji was stunned. He swallowed hard and then said, "You have such an outstanding classmate? What does he look like?" "If he's ugly, I wouldn't agree to his relationship no matter how outstanding he is." "Don't worry, he's even more handsome than you." Qiu Hongji was immediately displeased. "More handsome than me? That's impossible." "Cut." Xiao Yuyan pursed her lips, took out her phone, and opened a photo of Su Luo. After reading it, Xiao Hongji exclaimed in amazement. "Holy crap, although he's still a bit less handsome than me, he's really good looking. Yuyan, you have to get him, you absolutely have to get him. Come on, Dad will tell you how to handle a man." Xiao Yuyan blushed, but her ears were already perked up as she listened attentively to Qiu Hongji's lesson. After leaving Qiu Yuyan's house, Su Luo unexpectedly ran into Lu Yuanzhou at a traffic light intersection. So, he brought Lu Yuanzhou to Yunjing West Garden. Looking at the magnificent villa, Lu Yuanzhou was filled with amazement. "Wow, Lao Su, I knew you were doing well, but I didn't expect you to be doing this well." There was no envy, jealousy, or hatred in his tone, only deep happiness for Su Luo. Su Luo put her arm around his shoulder and laughed. "Come on, I'll take you inside to have a look." As soon as the door opened, the three beautiful women sitting in the living room saw Su Luo return and immediately came to greet her. "Brother, you're back." Then, some wiped away sweat, some helped change shoes, and some massaged shoulders. Lu Yuanzhou, who was standing to the side, was extremely envious. He wasn't envious of Su Luo's wealth, but he genuinely envied her. Being served by three beautiful women like this, what's the difference between him and an emperor? "Old Su, I remember you said last time that they weren't your girlfriends, so how come they're living together?" Su Luo laughed and said, "They are indeed not my girlfriends, they are my housekeepers." Lu Yuanzhou was taken aback. "Oh, so you rich people call your girlfriends butlers instead of girlfriends? You know how to have fun." After saying that, he gave Su Luo a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Su Luo. Chapter 44. Your ex-girlfriend messaged me. He truly admired him. Su Luo not only found such a beautiful girlfriend, but he found three. Most importantly, he was able to get these three beauties to live together peacefully. That's fucking awesome. None of the three beauties refuted the claim that Su Luo was his girlfriend. Su Wan'er lowered her head shyly, a hint of secret joy flashing in her eyes. Xia Jian was more than happy for people to say that she was Su Luo's girlfriend, so naturally she wouldn't refute it. Needless to say, Li Lanhua had already done everything that was going to happen between her and Su Luo, and had long since decided in her heart that she was Su Luo's girlfriend. Su Luo kicked Lu Yuanzhou in annoyance. Are you trying to make fun of me? Lu Yuanzhou laughed and said, just kidding, Lao Su, I'm just taking a look around your villa. Su Luo, go ahead, you can go anywhere except the bedroom. Lu Yuanzhou began his tour of the villa. Swimming pool, gym, wine cellar, cinema, and even a private dock? After the visit, he was stunned. The extravagance here far exceeded his expectations. Old Su, I'm going to post this on my WeChat moments. Let those snobs talk about you like that at the party. I'm going to give them a good slap in the face. Su Luo laughed and said, do as you please. Lu Yuanzhou began editing his WeChat moments. Today I visited my good friend Su Luo's house to experience the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Then, he added photos he had taken of the living room, swimming pool, wine cellar, cinema, etc., and sent them. His WeChat moments exploded in an instant. The comments below were full of envious remarks from classmates, especially those who envied Lu Yuanzhou. The fact that Su Luo was able to bring Lu Yuanzhou to her villa shows Lu Yuanzhou's importance in her heart. It is foreseeable that with Su Luo as a good friend, Lu Yuanzhou's future life will be something they can only dream of. If only they could have become good friends with Su Luo like Lu Yuanzhou when they were in college, or if they could have kept in touch with Su Luo after graduation. Even at the party, when Su Luo was being ridiculed by the crowd, they didn't join in the mockery. Instead, they stood up and said a few words in Su Luo's defense. So now they can also have a very wealthy friend. When the time comes, even if Su Luo slips something through his fingers, it will be enough for them to live a life of luxury. However, they all missed these opportunities, and now they all want to slap themselves for being so stupid back then. Meanwhile, inside Su Qian's rented room, Su Qian also saw Lu Yuanzhou's WeChat moments, her eyes filled with regret and deep longing. This spacious and bright living room, with its luxurious sofa, would be so relaxing to lie here and watch a show. And this swimming pool taking a lap every morning after waking up would be incredibly pleasant. Then head to the wine cellar to sample some fine wines and experience the lifestyle of the upper class. In the evening, Su Luo and I can go to the cinema to watch movies and enjoy some cozy time together. When the movie gets touching, we can even get lost in each other's company on the sofa in the cinema. Although Lu Yuanzhou didn't take a picture of the bedroom, she couldn't imagine it. In a villa like this, the bedroom must be spacious and luxurious, with a light gray marble floor reflecting a crystal chandelier. She lay on the bed with its own shock-absorbing design, wrapped in a soft quilt, and fell asleep. Early in the morning, while she was still half asleep, Su Luo conducted a thorough investigation and uncovered all the taxes she had evaded. Just thinking about it was wonderful. These things originally belonged to her. She was Su Luo's girlfriend just over a month ago. In just over a month, all of these things were gone from her. It's so painful. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She snapped out of her daze, went over and opened the door. A figure appeared at the doorway. It was her best friend, Li Wen. Her eyes immediately darkened. How dare you come here? Li Wen went inside, put down her bag, and said irritably. Why should I be embarrassed to come? Explain to me what you meant by that message you sent me? What do you mean by advising you to break up with Su Luo? Is it because you can't stand to see you doing well? He's a penniless wretch, his family owes hundreds of thousands of yuan, and he only earns so little. What future do you have with him? Is it wrong for me to advise you to break up? Su Qian's temper flared up instantly. Poor bastard. Do you know his real identity? You know the Yunjian Zitting Hotel, right? He asked the behind-the-scenes boss. And look at this, this is the big villa he lives in. If you hadn't been urging me to break up with him every day, I would be a rich lady by now. She showed Li Wen Lu Yuanzhou's WeChat moments. After reading it, Li Wen's eyes were filled with disbelief. This is Su Luo's villa? No way, my boyfriend can't even afford such a luxurious villa. How could he possibly afford it? And what did you say? He's the owner of the Yunjian Zitting Hotel? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Qian. You can't just believe whatever people say. Su Qian, how could it be impossible? Our class reunion today was held at Yunjian Zitting. At the time, the general manager and security manager of Yunjian Zitting were very respectful to him. How could this be fake? Really? Then why is he in debt for hundreds of thousands? And he won't even buy you a necklace? Li Wen still couldn't believe it. All along, she had thought Su Luo was a handsome good-for-nothing. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a while, his identity would change so drastically, and he would become a big hotel owner and live in a big villa? Su Qian, is that even a question? Of course, it's a test for me. Rich people love to do this kind of thing. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you persuading me to break up, I could have been living the life of a rich lady in just over a month. You just can't stand to see me doing well. I even considered you my best friend. Su Qian felt increasingly aggrieved as she spoke, and poured all her regret onto Li Wen. Li Wen was also very angry after hearing this. Blame me? If you hadn't been complaining to me every day, saying that Su Luo was no good at this or that he couldn't make money and was stingy, would I have advised you to break up with him? Why don't you look at our WeChat chat history and see how you described him to me back then? Did you even make him sound like a human being? I don't know him at all, and you said all that to him. As your best friend, how could I not advise you to break up with him? Besides, have you forgotten how happy you were when you broke up with him? Saying that you were getting rid of a burden and moving towards a better life, and now you're blaming me? Admit it, you've looked down on him for a long time and wanted to dump him a long time ago. You just wanted to get my approval so you could dump him without feeling guilty. You can't regret it after you see he's rich and then blame me for breaking up with him. Su Qian was speechless for a moment. I don't care. You were the one who persuaded me to break up with you. You ruined my life as a wealthy wife. You just can't stand to see me doing well. I don't have a best friend like you. Get out of here. Incomprehensible. Li Wen pursed her lips, picked up her bag, and left. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qian took out her phone and sent a message to Su Luo. Su Luo, it's been so long since we broke up. Want to grab a bite sometime? Yunjing West Garden. When Su Luo heard her phone ring, she took it out and looked at it, a cold smile appearing on her lips. Seeing this, Lu Yuanzhou asked curiously, "What's with that expression? Who sent you that message?" Su Luo, Su Qian asked me out to dinner. Lu Yuanzhou leaned back on the sofa. It's good to be rich. My ex-girlfriend took the initiative to get back together after we broke up. I broke up with my ex-girlfriend and haven't received a single message from her yet. Su Luo, your ex-girlfriend seems to have texted me too, inviting me out to dinner. What? Lu Yuanzhou sprang up from the sofa. Chapter 45, a man over 25 is practically dead. He took Su Luo's phone and saw that his ex-girlfriend had indeed sent him a message. Brother Su Luo, it's been so long. Lu Yuanzhou and I broke up, and I'm so scared being alone at night. Can you come and keep me company? A photo was also posted below. Facing the camera, her eyes were alluring, her red lips were slightly bitten, and she was wearing a loose nightgown. Her proud Yukiko breasts were faintly visible. His face practically screamed, "I can't believe it." Bang! Lu Yuanzhou's face immediately turned green. Damn it, this fickle woman, she tried to seduce you right after we broke up, shameless. Luckily I bought a Mercedes back then, otherwise if I had married her, she would definitely have cheated on me. Su Luo laughed and said, "Then why are you angry? You should be happy. You've already broken up, so what happens to her in the future is none of your business. Don't be so possessive, it only adds to your troubles." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanzhou realized what was happening and let out a deep breath. You're right. What happens to her in the future has nothing to do with me. I was just being too attached to her. After chatting for a while, Lu Yuanzhou saw that Su Wanner and the other two were there, so he decided not to stay too long and went back. If it were just Su Luo here, he would definitely stay for a few days to experience what it's like to live in a villa. Su Luo also returned to her bedroom to rest. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Lu Bingyan calling. "Bingyan, what is it?" Lu Bingyan's cool voice came through the receiver. "Su Luo, are you home?" "Here I am. Could you come out for a moment? I need to talk to you about something." "Okay, just a moment." After hanging up the phone, Su Luo walked outside. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard gate, his eyes lit up. Lu Bingyan was already waiting for him at the door. Even though he had met Lu Bingyan several times, he was still amazed by her beauty. When Lu Bingyan saw him come out, a smile appeared on her usually cold face. He walked up to Lu Bingyan. "Speak, what do you want?" "Lu Bingyan, after your help last time, we quickly reached a comprehensive cooperation agreement with the Shuai Group. So, President Wang has prepared a banquet tonight. Are you free to come with me? President Wang also said that he hopes you can come too." "I'm not going." Su Luo refused without even thinking. "I don't really like the atmosphere of banquets, they're too noisy." Although he is not the kind of particularly solitary homebody, he does not like overly noisy banquets. For him, a meal with 3 or 5 close friends is the most comfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Bingyan looking at him coldly. He was both amused and exasperated. "Is this how you ask for help?" Lu Bingyan pouted, "No." Put. He was charmed by Lu Bingyan's appearance and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her delicate cheeks. "Okay, I agree." Then, noticing that Lu Bingyan's gaze was growing colder, he withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Lu Bingyan, "Then it's settled. Tonight at 7 o'clock, ride in my car." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his home. As she turned around, Lu Bingyan covered her face, which had just been pinched, with a smile playing on her lips. Su Luo watched her retreating figure and murmured, "No reaction? Then I'll pinch her again next time." Then, he turned around and went back home. As soon as he entered, he spoke to Su Wanner. "Wanner, you don't need to cook for me tonight. I'll eat out." After he finished speaking, he was met with scrutinizing gazes from 3 beautiful women. Xia Ziyan looked at him and said, "You just went out to meet Lu Bingyan, right? Are you going on a date with her tonight?" Su Luo smiled and said, "It's not a date, it's just going to a banquet with her." Xia Ziyan threw herself into his arms, hugged him tightly, and said coquettishly, "That's still a date, brother. You already have the 3 of us, why are you still flirting with other women? Can your body handle it?" Yukiko pressed against Su Luo's chest, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Su Wanner's gaze towards him held a hint of resentment. Li Lanue, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but say something. "Sister Jian, with my brother's physique, he should be able to handle 4 or 5 without any problem." "Xia Jian, how do you know if you haven't experienced it? It's said online that men over 25 are practically dead." "My brother is 26 this year, probably all bark and no bite." Su Wanner nodded in agreement, "I think so too." "Eh?" Su Luo immediately became unhappy and grabbed Su Wanner in his arms. "I'll show you right now whether I'm all bark and no bite." After saying that, the restriction was lifted. "Bite." "Ah." Sensing his change, Su Wanner's face turned bright red. I'm going to cook." After saying that, he turned and left. Sensing his murderous aura, Xia Jian ran away shyly. Only Li Lanue remained, looking at him expectantly. He chuckled and tapped Li Lanue on the head. "You're such a foodie, you always want to eat." Li Lanue smiled and said, "It's delicious. We'll talk about it when I get back tonight." "Yeah." After saying that, he hopped and skipped to the sofa and started playing games. Seeing this, Su Luo thought of the 2 winning demon talismans that were left. So, they took out a sticker and stuck it on Li Lanue's body. After winning 10 times in a row, the reward appeared. Reward, 10% equity stake in Zhou Yuan Group. Su Luo was taken aback. Zhou Yuan Group again? With the reward from winning the magic talisman last time, he now owns 30% of the shares in Zhou Yuan Group. Meanwhile, in the west courtyard of Yunjian, in the Qinghui Hall, Lu Bingyan's suitor, Zhou Zirong, met with a young man here. Zhou Zirong poured the young man a full glass of wine and asked, "Brother Chang, what brings you to Jiangcheng all of a sudden?" Zhao Yicheng took a sip of his drink and said, "First of all, of course, I've come to see you, my old friend. Since graduating from MIT, we've both been busy with our own careers, and we've had very little time to meet. However, the main reason I'm coming to Jiangcheng this time is to see someone. He acquired 20% of my family's shares, and the old man won't feel at ease if I don't see him." "What? Someone has acquired 20% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares?" Zhou Zirong was shocked when he heard the news. Zhou Yuan Group is an absolute giant company, yet someone is so audacious as to acquire 20% of its shares in one go. Zhao Yicheng nodded, "That's right. Moreover, they bought all the shares of Zhou Yuan's second largest shareholder at a 50% premium. This person is very mysterious. After acquiring the shares, he did not contact us. He is hard to figure out. My dad was supposed to come today, but he had something come up, so he asked me to come instead. A 50% premium? This person is offering such a high price, they must have something big up their sleeve. That's what the old man thinks too, that's why he's worried. I came to Jiangqing to sound out this person. By the way, why do you look so haggard? Hasn't your company been doing well lately? Zhou Zirong picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. It's a private matter, let's not talk about it. Okay, feel free to ask if you have any difficulties. We're friends. Chapter 46 Dancing with Lu Bingyan, Zhou Zirong breaks down. At 7 p.m., Wang Jian personally appeared at the entrance of the Yunjian Ziding Hotel with several senior executives from the Shuai Group. The employees below were all shocked. Who is it that came to our Ruyan celebration banquet today? It's enough to make President Wang go to such lengths, not only waiting for us at the gate himself, but also bringing other senior executives with him. I heard it's Lu Bingyan from Tianqing Technology. Her? Surely not. Only her grandfather deserves Mr. Wan's respect. Could it be that old Master Lu is here too? Then I don't know. Soon, a Maybach slowly drove up and stopped in front of the hotel. Li Yinhai got out of the passenger seat, quickly went to the back seat, and opened the car door. Then, a smooth, fair, long leg stretched out from the car, instantly catching everyone's attention. Lu Bingyan stepped out of the car, her stunning beauty drawing admiration from those around her. Wang Jian stepped forward. President Lu, welcome, welcome. He didn't even extend his hand, not out of politeness, but because he felt that Lu Bingyan was Su Luo's woman, and he wouldn't dare to take advantage of her in the slightest. Lu Bingyan smiled slightly. Good evening, Mr. Wang. At that moment, the other rear door was also pushed open from the inside, and Su Luo stepped out. Upon seeing this, Wang Jian immediately went over and extended his hands. President Su, we didn't expect you to grace us with your presence. Welcome, welcome. It's truly an honor for us to have you attend our celebration banquet in Ruyan. Su Luo extended her hand, shook his hand, and smiled. We're all friends, so of course I have to come to Mr. Wan's celebration banquet. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian was overjoyed. Having been in the business world for many years, he's no naive newcomer. Naturally, he understood the subtext in Su Luo's words. As long as he didn't do anything reckless, Su Luo wouldn't make things difficult for him, much less reveal those secrets to the public. These words undoubtedly reassured him. The employees and even the senior executives of Shuai Group were all surprised when they saw this scene. They never expected that Wang Jian would treat Su Luo with such respect, even to the point of being somewhat humble. Having worked with Wang Jian for many years, they knew very well that because of his marriage into the family, Wang Jian cared a lot about his reputation, which made him particularly arrogant. Even when facing someone of high status, Wang Jian would not easily show a humble attitude. Unexpectedly, this young man in front of him could make Wang Jian so. They all began to speculate about Su Luo's identity. Su Luo walked over to Lu Bingyan's side. Lu Bingyan naturally took his arm, and led by Wang Jian, the group walked into Yunjian West Courtyard. At this moment, in Qinghui Hall, Zhou Zirong saw the scene through the floor-to-ceiling window, and his face immediately darkened. Seeing this, Zhao Yicheng followed his gaze downwards, his brows furrowing slightly. Isn't this the girlfriend you told us about when we were at MIT? You two broke up now? Zhou Zirong sighed. What breakup? She was stolen away by someone else. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's anger flared up immediately. So she cheated on you, this can't just be left like this. A hint of smugness flashed across Zhou Zirong's eyes as he continued mournfully. Brother Chang, forget it, it's already like this anyway. Zhao Yicheng waved his hand. What's there to consider? If she broke up with you normally and then got together with another man, I wouldn't have anything to say. But she cheated on you. When you were at MIT, you rejected so many women for her, and she turned around and cheated on you. This can't be considered. Don't worry, no matter what her family background is, I'll stand up for you this time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zirong's smugness intensified. Zhao Yicheng is a very loyal and righteous person who is very generous to his friends. This kind of personality makes him seem particularly innocent in the treacherous business world. All his actions just now were a trap to get Zhao Yicheng to stand up for him. Lu Bingyan, don't blame me. Blame yourself for not accepting my advances. I've chased you for so many years, rejected so many women for you, but I couldn't even hold your hand. And another man just appeared, and you're already throwing yourself at him. You damn slut. Inside Baichuan Hall. Surprisingly, Su Luo liked the banquet that Wang Jian organized. There's no so-called high-class atmosphere, nor is there any meaningless socializing like in TV dramas, with people holding wineglasses and walking around. Some only have one word, hi. Delicious pastries, a sumptuous dinner, and a variety of entertainment activities. They even invited many celebrities, who were young and beautiful, making it a feast for the eyes. Lu Bingyan sat beside him, sipping red wine. After finishing one glass, I reached out to pour myself another. Su Luo moved the wine aside and said, "Still drinking? Don't you know you have a sensitive stomach?" Hearing the reproach in Su Luo's words, she felt no annoyance, but rather a sense of joy and sweetness. After drinking your chicken soup last time, my stomach felt much better, and I can drink a little alcohol without any problems. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. I made chicken soup for you to soothe your stomach, not to give you the opportunity to continue causing trouble. Oh, just let them drink it. They love it. One cup, then another. Lu Bingyan pouted and said coquettishly. Li Yunhai, who was standing to the side, immediately sat up straight, somewhat unable to believe his ears. He must have heard right. Lu Bingyan, who had always been as cold and aloof as a mountain, was actually acting coquettishly, and to a man no less. At that moment, he felt immense admiration for Su Luo. It's amazing that Lu Bingyan, who dislikes men, could show such a feminine side. Su Luo was charmed by Lu Bingyan's coquettish manner. Unexpectedly, this ice queen, who is usually so cold that it makes people uncomfortable, is so cute when she acts coquettish. Okay, just one. Just one cup, I guarantee. Lu Bingyan reached out to grab the wine bottle, but lost her balance and fell into Su Luo's arms. Because of the compression, the collar of the shirt no longer fits snugly against the skin. From Su Luo's perspective, he actually saw the stunningly beautiful Yukiko in her entirety. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Lu Bingyan felt Su Luo's gaze, and her face immediately turned red, like a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. She grabbed the wine, poured herself a drink, took a sip, and tried to hide her panic. At this moment, Wang Jian walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet, and thank you to all our celebrity friends. Your presence has added a lot of brilliance to this event. Now, the ball begins, let's keep the fun going. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became lively again, and everyone went to find their dance partners. Meanwhile, several executives have already set their sights on several female celebrities. Su Luo initially thought this part had nothing to do with her. Unexpectedly, Lu Bingyan patted his arm. Come on, let's go jump too. I won't. I don't know how either. Then what are we even dancing for? Doesn't this make you seem like you fit in? After saying that, he pulled Su Luo to the center of the dance floor without further ado. Looking at the people around them, the two imitated each other and hugged. As the music started, I began to dance. The boys around her looked at Su Luo with envy at the sight. They couldn't even imagine how wonderful it would be to hold such a beautiful woman in their arms. Looking at his dance partner, he suddenly felt utterly bored. My initial excitement subsided into a state of calm and acceptance. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. At the beginning, neither Su Luo nor Lu Bingyan were familiar with the process. They bumped into each other from time to time. Feeling the proud snowflakes repeatedly crashing against his chest, Su Luo felt a secret sense of pleasure. Lu Bingyan, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at it. Su Luo laughed and said, it's alright, don't worry, I'm durable. Besides, there's a shock absorption device. Lu Bingyan's face instantly turned red, and she glared at him irritably. You filthy scoundrel. Although he said that, he was quite pleased with himself. Both of them were quite intelligent, and they quickly grasped the basics. They stuck together and started dancing to the music. At that moment, Zhou Ziron and Zhao Yicheng passed by Baichuan Hall. Hearing dance music playing inside, he couldn't resist pushing open the door and peeking in. When I saw Su Luo and Lu Bingyan dancing together, he was furious, feeling like his wife was cheating on him. Moreover, Lu Bingyan had a shy, feminine demeanor on her face. He had known Lu Bingyan for over 20 years, but had never met her. Envy, jealousy, and resentment. At that moment, it occupied his entire heart. He rushed in immediately, stood before Su Luo and Lu Bingyan, and said, filled with shame and anger, Lu Bingyan, you shameless woman, how dare you dance this kind of dance with another man behind my back? Oh! Upon hearing this, the people around were all amazed and showed expressions of amazement, forgetting to dance. Lu Bingyan and Su Luo also stopped. Lu Bingyan's face showed disgust. Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours who I dance with? Zhou Zirong, it has nothing to do with me? When we were kids, your grandfather and my grandfather drank together and arranged our marriage. You are my fiancé, Zhou Zirong. For so many years, everyone around us has thought that you must be my woman. Now, you're dancing this kind of dance with him here. What's the difference between that and cheating? You're such a fickle woman. What will my friends think of me? Su Luo raised an eyebrow slightly. He finally understood that the man in front of him had nothing to do with Lu Bingyan. He was just imagining himself as Lu Bingyan's man. Now that he saw him dancing with Lu Bingyan, he had broken down. Lu Bingyan's gaze grew increasingly cold. Clearly, she was now completely enraged. He gently patted Lu Bingyan's shoulder and said to Zhou Zirong, what you said is very offensive. If you apologize now, I can let bygones be bygones otherwise. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Zhou Zirong interrupted him, pointing his finger at his nose and cursing. Who do you think you are? You dare to act tough with me? I've looked into you, Su Luo. You come from nobody. Do you think you're good enough for Bingyan? Su Luo smiled slightly and reached out to put his arm around Lu Bingyan's slender waist. Bingyan likes me, how am I not worthy of her? Seeing the woman he had longed for so many years being so easily held in someone else's arms, and most importantly, the woman he had never even held hands with didn't resist at all, and even had a bit of shyness on her face. Zhou Zirong was furious. So what if she likes you? With your background, do you think her family would approve of you two being together? But she just likes me, there's nothing I can do about it. Damn it, do you dare to say something else? She doesn't like you. Holy crap! Garen whispered, a silence that broke his guard. Su Luo's words struck Zhou Zirong's weak spot with absolute precision, completely breaking his defenses. You're so smug, aren't you? I'll remember you. You really think my Zhou family is jealous? If you can continue to make a living in Jiangcheng, I'll take your surname. Young Master Zhou, you're threatening my friend at my banquet. Do you think my Shuoyan group is just jealous? Wang Jian walked out from the side. He knew that Su Luo was definitely capable of resolving this matter, but this was the best opportunity to curry favor with Su Luo, and he didn't want to miss it. When he saw him step forward, Zhou Zirong's eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Wang, are you sure you want to go against the Zhou family for the sake of a poor loser? He never expected that Wang Jian would stand up for Su Luo. If that were the case, things would get complicated. Behind Shuoyan Group is Pangshan Capital, and the Zhou family dares not offend them easily. Wang Jian, you can give it a try. Just then, a voice came from the entrance of Baichuan Hall. Is the Shuoyan Group so powerful that it dares to threaten my friend, Zhao Yicheng? Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Zirong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 47. Lu Bingyan was deeply moved. Young Master Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Yicheng, Wang Jian's expression changed drastically. Then, with an embarrassed expression, he said to Su Luo, President Su, I'm sorry, but I can't handle this matter. Shuoyan Group only has influence in Jiangcheng and surrounding cities, while Zhao Yicheng's Zhou Yuan Group ranks among the top in the entire country. They are not even in the same league. He didn't dare to interfere anymore. After saying that, he stepped aside. Seeing this, Zhou Zirong's face was full of smugness. Making friends with Zhao Yicheng was his biggest gain from going to MIT. Without the Shuoyan Group backing Su Luo, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to handle this country bumpkin? Upon hearing the name Zhao Yicheng, Lu Bingyan's expression changed. She hadn't expected Zhou Zirong and Zhao Yicheng to have such a close relationship, and she quickly spoke to Su Luo. Su Luo, don't get involved in this. Seeing the changes in Wang Jian and Lu Bingyan's expressions, they realized that Zhao Yicheng was no ordinary person, so they asked, Who is this Zhao Yicheng? Lu Bingyan, he is the eldest son of the Zhao family in Shanghai. The Zhao family is a family that can easily crush our Lu family. That's amazing. That's right. Zhao's Zhou Yuan Group is a behemoth spanning multiple fields, including our Lu family's business. They could crush us with ease. I didn't expect Zhou Zirong and Zhao Yicheng to have such a deep relationship. Don't get involved in this. I don't want you to be targeted by this behemoth, Zhou Yuan group, because of me. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he took a step forward and stood in front of Su Luo. Zhou Yuan group? Su Luo raised an eyebrow, surprised by the coincidence. They unexpectedly encountered someone from Zhou Yuan group here, who currently holds 30% of Zhou Yuan group's shares. He stepped forward, stood next to Lu Bingyan, smiled slightly, and said, I don't think Zhou Yuan group is that scary. Seeing the relaxed smile on his face, Lu Bingyan felt a sense of security. Su Luo, you don't need to get involved in this mess. Su Luo smiled and said, we are friends. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan was deeply moved. Seeing this, Zhou Zirong sneered inwardly. A country bumpkin dares to look down on Zhou Yuan group, he's courting death. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng stepped forward and glanced at Wang Jian. You're smart to know what's good for you. My friends, Zhao Yicheng's friends, are not people that others can threaten. Zhou Zirong stepped forward and pulled Zhao Yicheng back at the right moment. Brother Chang, forget it, you don't need to get involved in this. Now that Lu Bingyan, Wang Jian, and others see that Zhao Yicheng is on his side and dare not oppose him for Su Luo's sake, his goal has been achieved. Without the obstruction of the Shuiyan group and the Lu family, wouldn't it be as easy for him to destroy Su Luo as to kill an ant? If Zhao Yicheng continues to get involved and finds out that Lu Bingyan was never his girlfriend, things will get complicated. Zhao Yicheng shook off his hand. No, you're my good friend, your business is my business. Zhou Zirong, Brother Chang, please stop getting involved. I'm begging you. If others find out that I can't even handle a woman and have to rely on my own brothers, where will I put my face? He almost burst into tears. Zhao Yicheng sighed and said, okay, I won't get involved anymore. But if there's anything you can't handle, be sure to tell me right away. After saying that, Zhao Yicheng walked outside. Seeing this, Wang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhao Yicheng were to deal with Su Luo here, he wouldn't dare to help at all, he'd probably let Su Luo take her anger out on him afterwards. But if they're outside, it's none of his business. Lu Bingyan also breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had heard of Zhao Yicheng's righteousness, and if Zhao Yicheng insisted on standing up for Zhou Zirong, things would become difficult. At this moment, Su Luo smiled slightly and said, don't go. The more we discuss, the clearer things become. If you think we've done something wrong, feel free to break it down and explain it to us right here. Upon hearing this, the others turned pale and looked at Su Luo in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? This plague is about to leave, and you still call him back? At a time like this, does right and wrong still matter that much? Su Luo. Lu Bingyan tugged at Su Luo's arm, her eyes filled with anxiety. Su Luo pinched her cheek and smiled. I will not allow anyone to insult your reputation. But Lu Bingyan was both touched and anxious. Su Luo, I'm here, it'll be all right. Looking into Su Luoping's calm eyes, her panicked heart calmed down considerably. At the scene, there was another person whose face turned green, Zhou Zirong. In his vision, the main difficulty in this plan was persuading Zhao Yicheng not to get involved. As long as Zhao Yicheng left on his own initiative, Su Luo and the others would be more than happy to see him get involved. Unexpectedly, after Zhao Yicheng persuaded him to leave, Su Luo actually called out to him to stop. How dare she? At that moment, he felt like kicking Su Luo to death. He quickly pulled Zhao Yicheng along. Brother Chang, ignore this scoundrel's barking. I'll handle this myself. Zhao Yicheng shook off his hand and said, I think he is right. Anyway, we're in the right, so we're not afraid to argue with him and convince him. Otherwise, if I stand up for you, he might say that the Zhao family is bullying others. After saying that, ignoring Zhou Zirong's obstruction, he walked straight up to Su Luo. Kid, she's my brother's girlfriend, and you're with her now. You're stealing my brother's girlfriend, which is very immoral. Do you agree with that? I refuse to accept this. Ha? So shameless? Zhao Yicheng was stunned for a moment, never expecting Su Luo to be so self-righteous. Su Luo, because your premise is wrong. She, Lu Bingyan, was never his girlfriend, so how could I be accused of stealing her away? Lu Bingyan added, I've never been his girlfriend. We were just neighbors when we were kids. I've barely spoken to him since we were little. Zhao Yicheng, impossible, absolutely impossible. When I was at MIT, my brother would often show off your photos in front of us. He even rejected many outstanding girls for you. If you weren't his girlfriend, why would he do that? Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan's eyes flashed with disgust as she looked at Zhou Zirong. I never imagined you could be so disgusting. Looking at Su Luo and Lu Bingyan's expressions, Zhao Yicheng was a little confused and turned to look at Zhou Zirong. Brother, say something. Zhou Zirong forced a smile and said, how can we not be boyfriend and girlfriend? When we were kids, my grandfather and your grandfather got engaged while they were drinking together. Did you hear that? Your grandfather and his grandfather are drinking. Isn't that just a joke made while drunk? Zhao Yicheng was stunned. Back in school, Zhou Zirong would always brag to him about Lu Bingyan, and he thought that Zhou Zirong and Lu Bingyan had dated. He never expected that it was just a drunken joke. Isn't this ridiculous? He frowned, his eyes flashing with an unreadable light. Then his gaze turned sharply to Zhou Zirong. You are using me. Although he is a righteous person who likes to stand up for his friends, it doesn't mean he's stupid. Chapter 48 Lu Bingyan's adoration panics the Zhao family. Sensing the anger in Zhao Yicheng's voice, Zhou Zirong's expression froze. Brother Chang, I swear, I had no intention of taking advantage of you. Her grandfather arranged the marriage himself. It was a marriage of convenience, arranged by our parents. She is my woman. I'm not lying to you. Besides, I didn't want you to get involved in this matter at all. Ha! Su Luo was amused and gave a cold laugh. Zhou Zirong, if Bingyan doesn't grow up to be as beautiful as she is now, but instead becomes an ordinary-looking, overweight woman, will you still uphold the arranged marriage? Zhao Yicheng looked at Zhou Zirong, his eyes filled with disappointment. This friend is right. We're all men, and we all know what is going on in our hearts. If you can't win over the girl you like, just give up gracefully. What kind of man throws a tantrum here by bringing up her grandfather's drunken joke from back then? As for whether you've taken advantage of me, you know the answer in your heart. We're not stupid. After speaking, he turned to look at Lu Bingyan and Su Luo, his expression full of apology. Miss Lu, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't understand earlier. Dude, you look kind of familiar. Su Luo touched his face and laughed, you've got it wrong. I'm so handsome, I'm not some kind of average-looking guy. He now has a better impression of Zhao Yicheng, this young master. Although Zhao Yicheng threatened him at first, it was all to stand up for his friend. After understanding the situation, he bravely admitted his mistake and apologized, which shows he is a real man. Those around rolled their eyes upon hearing this. It was so damn infuriating, but they were helpless because it was the absolute truth. Zhao Yicheng's eyes narrowed, as if he had thought of something. There's definitely no mistake, please wait a moment. As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened the photo album, flipped to a picture, looked at the photo, and then looked at Su Luo. Are you Mr. Su Luo Su? His voice was tinged with surprise. He hadn't expected that the person he had randomly bumped into here would be Su Luo, the one he had come to Jiangcheng to find. At that moment, he felt like kicking Zhou Zirong to death. His father sent him over to sound out Su Luo's intentions and see if Su Luo wanted to take control of Zhou Yuan Group. After all, Su Luo had bought 20% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares at such a high premium, which made the Zhao family very uneasy. Even if you can't figure out Su Luo's true intentions, you should still maintain a good relationship and try your best to prevent things from developing in the worst possible direction. However, because Zhou Zirong used him, his first meeting with Su Luo turned out to be such a terrible scene. It's possible that Su Luo originally had no intention of controlling the Zhou Yuan Group, but after what he did, he might have changed his mind, and then this would be a huge problem. Although Su Luo's 20% stake is less than his family's 30%, it is still a significant amount. Su Luo nodded, that's right, I am Su Luo. Zhao Yicheng, Mr. Su, let me reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Yicheng, the son of Zhao Ziyuan, the chairman of Zhou Yuan Group. I never expected our first meeting to be in such an awkward situation. I apologize to you and Ms. Lu for my behavior just now. I'm sorry. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Su Luo. Those around were stunned by what they saw, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Su Luo. When Su Luo called Zhao Yicheng back just now, they all thought Su Luo was incredibly stupid and was bound to fail today. Unexpectedly, this is how it ended. The young master of the prestigious Zhao family actually apologized to someone, and even bowed at a 90-degree angle. At this moment, they all began to wonder what Su Luo's true identity was. Lu Bingyan looked at Su Luo with eyes full of admiration in addition to shock. She always felt a strong sense of security when she was with Su Luo, as if nothing could trouble Su Luo. The same approach was taken when facing Shueyan Group last time, and the same applies now when facing the behemoth, Zhou Yuan Group. Women all admire strength, and even someone as aloof as her is no exception. At this moment, Su Luo's image in her heart became much taller. Su Luo reached out and helped Zhao Yicheng up. It's not your fault. You were just taken advantage of. Be more careful next time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Mr. Su's generosity is admirable. After saying that, he turned around and glared fiercely at Zhou Zirong. Zhou Zirong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, how could he not know that Su Luo was the person Zhao Yicheng was looking for in Jiangcheng, the one who bought 20% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares? He was initially indignant that Lu Bingyan ignored him and chose a country bumpkin instead. He thought Su Luo was a character he could easily manipulate, but he never expected to be so blunt. At that moment, his inner panic reached its peak. It's over, it's all over. The Zhou family might be finished too. Zhao Yicheng ignored him and spoke to Su Luo. Mr. Su, could we find a quieter place to talk? Su Luo smiled and said, of course. He could roughly guess why Zhao Yicheng had come to see him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng was overjoyed. Just then, his phone rang. After glancing at the phone, Zhao Yicheng spoke to Su Luo. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it's my dad on the phone. Su Luo waved his hand in acknowledgement, then pressed the answer button. Dad, what's wrong? His father, Zhao Ziyuan's voice came through. Cheng, have you seen Su Luo? I did see him, but... No, but today you must find out what he really wants to do by acquiring shares in Zhou Yuan Group, because he has acquired another 10% of Zhou Yuan shares. What? They acquired another 10%? A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Yicheng's eyes. That's right, and he bought it at a huge premium. Now, he holds as many shares in Zhou Yuan Group as our Zhao family. You must keep him in check today, no matter what. Do everything you can. I'll raise funds now and buy as many shares as possible from the minority shareholders, otherwise our Zhao family will be in danger. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yicheng gave Zhou Zirong a cold look. He really wanted to kill this guy right now. Then, he looked at Su Luo and gave a bitter smile. Mr. Su is indeed very generous. Su Luo smiled and said, so, shall we talk now or not? Zhao Yicheng, thank you, Mr. Su, for giving me this opportunity. This way, please. Su Luo said to Lu Bingyan, wait here for me for a while. After saying that, he followed Zhao Yicheng to the private room next door. As Zhou Zirong watched their retreating figures, his heart was filled with remorse. He knew that he and Zhao Yicheng had completely broken up. This friend, who had helped him a lot in the past and could have given him a lot of support in his career, was gone forever, and Zhao Yicheng even held a grudge against him. He also offended Su Luo, whose exact identity was unknown. The Zhou family might be completely ruined because of today. All of this was because he was blinded by lust and became jealous of a woman who did not belong to him. If the old man in the family knew about this, he would probably bury him immediately. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Zhao Yicheng arrived at the banquet hall next door. Zhao Yicheng poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Su Luo. Mr. Su, I'm a straightforward person, so I'll get straight to the point. May I ask why you acquired so many shares in Zhou Yuan Group? To control Zhou Yuan? After he finished speaking, his heart jumped into his throat, and his fingers, gripping the wine glass tightly, began to turn white. Chapter 49 Brother Luo likes popular actresses? I get it. Su Luo laughed and said, relax, you're about to crush the wine glass. Oh. Realizing what had happened, Zhao Yicheng smiled awkwardly and put the wine glass back. Su Luo took a sip of wine and then asked. Then why do you think I acquired so many shares in your Zhou Yuan Group? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yicheng spoke. If it were me, the sole purpose of acquiring 30% of a company at a 50% premium would be to gain control of that company. But I don't see that ambition in you. This is precisely what puzzled the Zhao family. Logically speaking, Su Luo should have entered the board of directors, seized the right to speak, and fought for more benefits after spending such a high price to buy 20% of the shares. However, Su Luo did not contact them for several days in a row. Just when they thought Su Luo had no intention of participating in the management of Zhou Yuan Group, Su Luo bought another 10%, making his shareholding equivalent to that of the Zhao family. They are now completely baffled as to what Su Luo is trying to do. Su Luo smiled slightly and said, "You're right. I don't really have the desire to control Zhou Yuan Group. I just have too much money to spend, so I just buy things casually. Unless, your Zhao family is up to something behind my back." Zhou Yuan Group is very important to the Zhao family, but to him, it's just a reward for the magic talisman he gets from daily flash sales. He really doesn't care about fighting for management rights. Of course, if the Zhao family dares to play tricks behind his back, he wouldn't mind destroying the Zhou Yuan Group directly. It's just a reward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's lips twitched slightly. So much money you don't know what to do with it, you just buy whatever you want? Is this even human language? Zhou Yuan Group has a market value of over 800 billion yuan. A 20% stake would be worth over 240 billion yuan. Add to that your 50% premium, and it's over 360 billion yuan. You actually said you'd just buy whatever you want? You have so much money, can you give me some? However, he finally received a satisfactory answer and immediately said solemnly, "Mr. Su, rest assured, my Zhao family will never resort to underhanded tactics. In the future, we will only work hard to manage Zhou Yuan Group and bring you more benefits." Looking at Su Luo in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. This Mr. Su is truly a remarkable person. He had only ever seen that calm and collected demeanor in his grandfather, who had seen through the ways of the world. He never expected to see it in Su Luo, a person his own age. This made him even more convinced that Su Luo had no intention of taking control of the Zhou Yuan Group. Afterwards, the two started chatting. Unexpectedly, they hit it off as they talked and ended up drinking and enjoying each other's company. Su Luo grew increasingly fond of this young master. He didn't expect that although Zhao Yicheng came from a wealthy family, he didn't have the arrogance of a rich young master at all, but instead was full of chivalrous spirit. Generous and righteous. Chatting with someone like that is exceptionally comfortable. Moreover, Zhao Yicheng always has his own unique perspective and insights on things, which have benefited him greatly. After finishing his drink, he patted Zhao Yicheng on the shoulder and smiled. "That's all for today. Let's chat again next time." Ha ha ha. Zhao Yicheng burst into laughter. Being able to make a friend like Mr. Su makes this trip to Jiangcheng worthwhile. We're friends now, so stop calling me Mr. Su all the time. It's too formal. Then, I'll call you Brother Luo. Hey! Su Luo quickly stopped him. "I'm younger than you, so don't call me Brother Luo, just call me Dad." "Go to hell." He rolled his eyes at Su Luo, clearly annoyed. "Su Luo, after today's parting, I don't know when we'll meet again. Zhao Yicheng is a guy I really like, and now that we're parting ways, I'm a little reluctant." Zhao Yicheng smiled and said, "It won't be long, we'll see each other again soon. The group has built a cinema in Jiangcheng, so I'll probably be coming here often recently. Also, a movie we invested in is about to be released, and the female lead is the popular and beautiful star Lin Shiqing. How about it? Are you interested in coming to our cinema to watch it?" Su Luo shook her head. "Forget it, I still prefer watching movies in my own home theater. Going to other theaters is too much trouble. However, I have seen Lin Shiqing's dramas. She is indeed beautiful and her acting is also good. I quite like her." Zhao Yicheng's eyes darted around. This includes saying that she likes watching movies at home and that Lin Shiqing is very beautiful and that she likes her very much. This is an implication. "Brother Luo, I understand, I'll take it to heart." Su Luo was taken aback. "What do you know? What else could you possibly know? It's all about men's stuff. Don't worry, just hold me, and I'll take care of everything perfectly." As he spoke, Zhao Yicheng gave Su Luo a look that said, "Don't worry about me." Su Luo was completely baffled by him, the damned riddlemaker. Soon, the two returned to Baichuan Hall. Everyone else present was stunned to see the two chatting and laughing together. Originally, they thought that Su Luo would be severely punished by Zhao Yicheng tonight. Who would have thought that in such a short time, their relationship would become so good? When Wang Jian saw this scene, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He never dreamed that Su Luo's power was so great that he could turn enemies into friends with the young master of the Zhao family in such a short time. The thought that he had almost forced himself on Su Luo's woman in the past terrified him so much that his heart nearly stopped beating. Fortunately, Su Luo didn't hold it against him. Su Luo walked to Lu Bingyan's side and said softly, "Let's go." Then, he said to Wang Jian, "Mr. Wang, we're leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality. Wang Jian immediately ran over, all excited. I'll take you. At this moment, Zhou Zirong also came over, his face full of apology. President Su, I was blind to your greatness just now and acted rudely. I'm sorry, please forgive me and don't hold it against me. Su Luo gave a cold laugh. You're not apologizing to me, you're apologizing to Bingyan. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lu Bingyan. What do you want him to do? Looking at him, Lu Bingyan felt a surge of security. I wish I could stay by his side forever. Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly. However, she quickly climbed onto the frost, looked at Zhou Zirong, and said coldly. Here, shout loudly to everyone present, I, Lu Bingyan, have never dated you. I never have, and I never will. It's all your own fantasy. Shout it 10 times, and I will forgive and forget. Zhou Zirong was stunned, and his face turned extremely ugly. If he really did that, not only would he lose all face, but the Zhou family would also lose all face, and it would be virtually impossible for him to inherit the Zhou family business in the future. Either do as Miss Lu says, or the Zhou family is finished. You choose one. Seeing his hesitation, Zhao Yicheng spoke in a cold voice. Looking at his once caring friend who now treats him coldly, Zhou Zirong felt deeply remorseful. They were really being too clever for their own good, only to end up shooting themselves in the foot. He has no choice now. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and shouted loudly. Everyone, I, Zhou Zirong, have never been in a relationship with Lu Bingyan, not in the past, and not in the future. It was just me who was lustful and fantasized. So, she did not cheat on me. It was I who shamelessly slandered her. Su Luo and Lu Bingyan ignored him and left Baichuan Hall side by side. Afterwards, they took a car back to Yunjing Shiyuan. After getting off the bus, Lu Bingyan looked at Su Luo. Thank you for tonight. Su Luo couldn't help but pinch her delicate cheek. Why are you being so polite with us? This sudden act of intimacy flustered her. She slapped Su Luo's hand away and glared at him. Don't pinch my cheeks, it's so annoying. Oh, sorry, I'll go back now, goodbye. Su Luo turned and walked towards home, but after taking only 2 steps, she turned back. He cupped Lu Bingyan's rosy cheeks in his hands and rubbed them repeatedly. After petting him, he ran away. Lu Bingyan watched his retreating figure, covered her cheeks with her hands, and unconsciously smiled. That big bad guy. Chapter 50, Xia Ziyan discovered her affair with Li Lanyue. When Su Luo returned home, it was already late. Su Wanner and the other 2 were not in the living room, they had probably gone to their rooms to sleep. He walked to the water dispenser and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. He had drunk quite a bit of alcohol that night, which had left him with a dry mouth. Fortunately, after taking the powerful pill, his physical condition is now excellent, and he has not experienced dizziness or nausea. Brother, you're back. A clear, melodious voice came from behind me. Turning around, I saw Li Lanyue, wearing a loose-fitting nightgown. The beautiful scenery, appearing and disappearing intermittently, is very attractive. He stepped forward and pulled Li Lanyue into his arms. Why aren't you asleep yet? Li Lanyue nestled in his arms. I'm thirsty, I want to get down and have a drink of water. Su Luo, then you drink first. I'm feeling it and need to go take care of something. Ah. Li Lanyue's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head shyly. At this moment, Su Luo let go of her and walked towards the restroom. She was stunned. Brother, didn't you say you were going to solve it? Su Luo nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing, going to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Li Lanyue's eyes welled up with tears, and she said with great grievance. Is Yaya really that bad? Brother, you'd rather let your hand show off than actually. Showing off? Su Luo was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening and pinched Li Lanyue's cheek in an annoyed manner. What are you thinking? I just need to go to the restroom. What are you thinking? Huh? Oh. After realizing she had misunderstood, Li Lanyue's face turned even redder. And then what happens after you go to the restroom? After saying that, she looked at Su Luo with anticipation. Su Luo kissed her cherry-like lips and smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you get away with this. Then I'll wait for you. Li Lanyue felt both shy and happy. The next day, Su Luo woke up slowly, looking at the sunlight streaming in through the window and the beautiful woman beside her. She felt incredibly content, life was wonderful. Then, he stretched comfortably. It reached halfway and then stopped. Because he saw that there was another person inside the room. Jiyan? How did you get in? Xia Jiyan said irritably, are you upset that I'm ruining your mood? Li Lanyue also woke up. Upon seeing Xia Jiyan, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Sister Jiyan, what are you doing here? Xia Jiyan, yeah, Waner has made breakfast. Go wash up and eat. Good. Li Lanyue quickly grabbed her clothes and left. After Li Lanyue left, Xia Jiyan sat down next to her, her eyes fixed on Su Luo. When did you start? Su Luo smiled and said, just in the next few days. After saying that, his expression changed, and he clutched his waist. Pain. Xia Jiyan glared at him. I hope it hurts to death. I thought I was the first one to be with you out of the three of us, since I'm usually so proactive. I never expected you to get together with Ye without a word, you jerk. He looked at Xia Jiyan with a half smile. Are you sure you want to be the first? Xia Jiyan nodded, of course. With a whoosh, Su Luo stood up straight on the bed. Clanging and rattling. Ah! Caught off guard, Xia Jiyan was startled and turned away shyly. I have to go now. Remember to come down for dinner soon. After saying that, he fled in panic. Su Luo smiled and shook his head. He has the desire to steal but not the courage, and he still wants to be the first one. However, even knowing that Xia Jiyan was interested, he had no intention of forcing the issue. Such things can only be truly enjoyable when both parties are willing. If there's an element of coercion involved, and one party becomes reserved, then it loses its appeal. Anyway, he has Li Lanyue now, so he's not in a hurry. He sat back on the bed, picked up his phone, and opened the daily flash sale. Today's flash sale items are already listed. Zhongqing Olympic Sports Center Management Company, Limited, flash sale price, 199 renminbi. Olympic Sports Center Management Company? Su Luo was taken aback. He knew the Olympic Sports Center was one of the most iconic landmarks in Zhongqing. With a total investment of 6.8 billion yuan and a land area of 660,000 square meters, it can accommodate 87,000 people at the same time. It mainly organizes large-scale sports events, cultural performances, and mass fitness activities. Since its completion, it has attracted countless singers to hold concerts here, and many singers are even proud to hold concerts here. But he had never heard of the Olympic Sports Center Management Company. He only understood after a quick online search. The Olympic Sports Center is a public institution, not a private entity, but its operation and management rights can be delegated to external parties. This Olympic Sports Center Management Company, Limited has obtained the operation and management rights of the Olympic Sports Center. Our main business includes organizing various sports events, cultural and artistic exchange performances, venue rental, and ticket sales. With the Olympic Sports Center becoming increasingly popular, hosting large-scale events and concerts year-round, the annual profit is estimated to be considerable. I bought it. After getting a general idea, he didn't hesitate to click pay immediately. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a stack of documents appeared on the bedside table. These were all documents related to his becoming the owner of the Olympic Sports Center Management Company. After briefly glancing through them, he got up, washed up, and went downstairs. When Xia Jiyan saw him, her face immediately flushed slightly, and the clattering sound in her mind lingered. He walked up to Xia Jiyan, reached out and lifted her chin, and said teasingly, "Didn't you say you wanted to be the first? Why did you run away just now? Did you chicken out?" Xia Jiyan stiffened her neck. Who chickened out? I just happened to have something to do. Su Luo pinched her nose, coward. After finishing breakfast, Su Luo received a call from Lu Bingyan. Beautiful Lu, what's the matter? Lu Bingyan's cool voice came through the receiver. The weather's nice today, how about we go out for some exercise? Sure, no problem. Su Luo readily agreed. Going out with a beautiful woman was a wonderful thing in itself. Moreover, he still had a demon-winning talisman he hadn't used yet, so he took this opportunity to torment Lu Bingyan. Okay, then get ready, I'll wait for you at the door. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo grabbed a tracksuit and went out. After he left, Xia Jiyan approached Li Lanyue and asked curiously. Yeah, tell me, what does that feel like? Li Lanyue was surprised by her question and blushed deeply. Su Waner, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, what's wrong? Xia Jiyan, it's about her and brother Luo's affair. Yaya and brother Luo? What's going on? Su Wanner became even more curious. Oh, what else could it be? As she spoke, Xia Jiyan whispered a few words in Su Wanner's ear. Su Wanner's face immediately turned red. She glanced at Li Lanue, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Xia Jiyan hugged Li Lanue. Yeah, tell me quickly, what does it feel like? Su Wanner also sat down next to her, her ears perked up. Chapter 51. Xia Jiyan and Su Wanner were stunned. Let's discuss. Oh dear, you're asking such an embarrassing question, how am I supposed to answer you? Li Lanue said shyly. Xia Jiyan, I don't care. If you don't tell me, I'll sleep with you every night from now on, so you can't go to your brother's place. Huh? No way, you might as well kill me. Upon hearing that she couldn't go see Su Luo that night, Li Lanue immediately became anxious. Upon seeing the surprised looks on Xia Jiyan and Su Wanner's faces, she blushed and buried her head in the cushion. Xia Jiyan exclaimed in surprise, wow, you little rascal, you're completely addicted. Because it's really wonderful. That's not right. I saw those girls online saying they didn't feel much at all. The only reason they hummed a little was to save face for their husbands or boyfriends. How come it's you? No, I just think it's wonderful. Maybe it's because my brother is talented. Li Lanue raised her head and said, her face flushed. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiyan also pictured the clattering scene in her mind, and her face flushed slightly. It's clear that my brother is very talented. Li Lanue immediately said, it's not as simple as it looks. I feel that my brother has unparalleled skills. The wonderful feeling seems to reach the soul directly, a pleasure from the depths of the soul. At that moment, I lost myself. That's amazing? It's just that amazing. Then tell us your story properly. Next, the three beautiful women continued to chat about this topic. The conversation stirred the hearts of Su Wanner and Xia Jiyan, who were both planning when to go find Su Luo and experience it for themselves. Meanwhile, Su Luo went out and saw Lu Bingyan waiting for him in her car. After getting into the car, he asked while fastening his seatbelt. Where should we go for fun? Lu Bingyan, driving, said, the Olympic Sports Center has a better environment there. Olympic Sports Center? Su Luo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lu Bingyan would take him there to exercise right after he bought the Olympic Sports Center management company. Lu Bingyan, what's your reaction? You don't want to go? He shook his head. No, I was just thinking about something else. Lu Bingyan, do you play tennis? Never played it. Then I'll show you around today. The Olympic Sports Center is not far from Yunjing Shiyuan, about a 20-minute drive. Upon arrival, the two booked an entire VIP room. After entering the venue, he quietly took out the winning demon talisman and stuck it on Lu Bingyan's body. Although he had never played tennis before, this sport that tests physical strength, reaction, and speed was no challenge for him at all, given that he had taken some kind of super strength pill. He quickly won 10 games. Congratulations, host. You have won 10 PK battles and received the reward, 5% of Zhou Yuan Group shares. Zhou Yuan Group again? Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. Why don't you just give me 35% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares? Why bother with this winning demon talisman? After winning 10 games, he basically just fed Lu Bingyan tips and tricks during their subsequent games. After all, it's a trip for two, so having fun should be the priority. It's no fun if Lu Bingyan is always picking up the ball. Moreover, playing ball with a beauty like Lu Bingyan is simply a visual feast. Every swing of the racket was a delight to watch. Sometimes, he would hit the ball to different spots, making Lu Bingyan run back and forth. With each hop and jump, it skipped and hopped. It's really beautiful. Zhou Yuan Group, Zhao Ziyuan's office. Zhao Yicheng, who rushed back to Shanghai overnight, also appeared here. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Ziyuan spoke. You mean, Su Luo doesn't have the ambition to control Zhou Yuan? He bought 30% of Zhou Yuan's shares just because he has too much money to burn and is just playing around? That's right. Zhao Yicheng nodded. Is he sick? Zhao Ziyuan was speechless. What kind of lunatic are you? Paying such a premium to buy Zhou Yuan's shares just for fun? If you want to play around, go buy shares in another company, okay? You're scaring me half to death. Zhao Yicheng laughed and said, Dad, don't worry. Luo Go and I are good buddies now. Besides, I can tell that he's not the kind of person who's ambitious for power. He would never get involved in the management of Zhou Yuan. Zhao Ziyuan was skeptical. If that's the case, then that's good. Just then, the phone on his desk rang, and he picked it up to answer it. This is Zhao Ziyuan. What is it? What? Are you sure? He then helplessly put the receiver back. Dad, what's wrong? Zhao Yicheng had a bad feeling. Zhao Ziyuan, your good buddy bought another 5% of Zhou Yuan's shares, and at twice the price. What? Zhao Yicheng was dumbfounded. He was completely confused and no longer sure whether Su Luo had actually controlled Zhou Yuan's heart. After all, Su Luo now holds 35% of the shares in Zhou Yuan Group, which exceeds the Zhao family's 30%, making him the largest shareholder. Don't just stand there like an idiot, quickly call your good buddy and ask him what he really means? Zhao Ziyuan said somewhat anxiously. Originally, after Su Luo purchased 30% of the shares, he raised funds to purchase another 5% to ensure the Zhao family's absolute leadership. But who the hell could have imagined that Su Luo would act so quickly? I bought 10% yesterday, and I bought another 5% today. And they even charged a 100% premium. They really don't treat money like money. Zhao Yicheng quickly took out his phone and dialed Su Luo's number. They tried calling several times, but couldn't get through, which made the two of them very anxious. Zhao Ziyuan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. After pondering for a while, he spoke. Acheng, now tell me in detail every single conversation you had with him yesterday. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng tried hard to recall the conversation he had with Su Luo yesterday and recounted it all to Zhao Ziyuan. Dad, I really think Brother Luo isn't lying to me. He seems like a very sincere person, not scheming at all. He would never try anything funny with me. And we had a really good chat yesterday. I could tell he really considers me a friend. Zhao Ziyuan nodded. You're right. Based on your conversation, I can tell he is a sincere person. But what does it mean that he bought another 5% of the shares today? His head was about to explode from thinking, but he still couldn't figure out the key point. In all his years of life, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Logically speaking, if someone were to acquire Zhou Yuan's shares at such a high premium, they would definitely want to take control and gain ownership. Paying such a high premium but not participating in group decision-making? Isn't that insane? Who would believe that? By the way, you just mentioned that girl's name is Lu something? Su Luo values her a lot. Zhao Yicheng, Jiang Cheng, the Lu family, Lu Bingyan. Zhao Ziyuan, the Lu family? The Lu family has recently been trying to cooperate with us. Su Luo said that as long as we don't cause any trouble, they won't interfere with the group's management. Regardless of his true intentions, we can at least show our goodwill first. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Yitian's number. On the other end, Lu Yitian paused for a moment after seeing the phone call, gestured to his wife Yi Huilan, cleared his throat, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Ziyuan, President Lu, we have carefully inspected your Lu family's products. Although they are not quite up to par, as long as we send a few engineers to help you adjust the parameters, there will be no problem in meeting our requirements. Therefore, we have decided to cooperate with your Lu family on this project. What? Mr. Zhao, are you serious? Lu Yitian stood up excitedly. The Lu family had made many preparations for this cooperation. As long as they could reach a cooperation agreement with Zhou Yuan Group, the Lu family's business would reach new heights. However, according to previous rumors, the Lu family had basically no hope of cooperating this time. But who could have imagined that, in a dramatic turn of events, Zhao Ziyuan would actually call them and say he wanted to cooperate with them? The windfall was so huge that it made him dizzy and he could hardly believe his ears. Zhao Ziyuan laughed and said, "Of course, I never joke about business. By the way, does your daughter have a boyfriend named Su Luo?" Chapter 52 Meeting the beautiful celebrity Lin Shiqing. This abrupt turn of events left Lu Yitian somewhat bewildered, but he quickly realized that Zhao Ziyuan's decision to cooperate with the Lu family was most likely due to Su Luo. He quickly replied, "Xiaoyan and Su Luo are indeed good friends, but I don't know if they've developed into a romantic relationship." Zhao Ziyuan laughed and said, "Ha ha. It's not far off. Congratulations, President Lu, on having such a good son-in-law. Then the cooperation is settled. We'll schedule another time to finalize the contract details." After hanging up the phone, Yi Huilan, who was standing next to her, asked curiously, "Why did Zhao Ziyuan suddenly call you? And he even got you all excited." Louis Tian let out a deep breath and said excitedly. He said he wanted to cooperate with our Lu family. How could I not be excited? If this cooperation can be realized, our Lu family's business will definitely reach new heights. Upon hearing this, Yi Huilan's eyes were filled with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. If this collaboration happens because of you, your succession to the old man's position will be a sure thing. But didn't we already say it was hopeless? Why are you suddenly collaborating with us again? Louis Tian, President Zhao mentioned Su Luo, so it's likely that Su Luo was behind it all. Yi Huilan exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Luo is so powerful? He can even influence the Zhao family. He is truly our family's lucky star. Last time, he gave you Lai Mao liquor, which made you shine at the old man's birthday banquet. This time, he helped us facilitate the cooperation with the Zhao family. We must find a way to repay him for this kindness. Louis Tian, how can we repay them? Some families have more than we do, so the task of repaying them can only be left to Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Yi Huilan couldn't help but laugh. That's a good idea. Olympic Sports Center. At that moment, 3 people walked in through the door. The man in the lead was well dressed, clearly from a well-off family. The girl next to him was wearing large sunglasses and a mask, covering her face. However, her graceful figure and perfect body proportions unmistakably demonstrate that she is a great beauty. Next to the girl was a boy who looked very gentle. He had a round face and a beard, was carrying a small bag, and had his fingers hanging loosely in front of his chest. He looked like he was very popular in Chengdu. The man in the lead, Zhang Yunle, said to the girl, Shirqing, Kevin said that you're going to join a tennis film crew and want to come here to practice your tennis skills and familiarize yourself with the filming location. The woman wearing a mask nodded. She is none other than the popular actress Lin Shirqing. Zhang Yunle, then you've come to the right person. Without exaggeration, I'm a professional tennis player. In high school, I represented the school in competitions and won the championship. I was known as the Ma Long of Zhangcheng. Today, I will definitely teach you some practical tips so that you can quickly master tennis. High school? Specialized? Kevin, the bearded man standing to the side, exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yunle looked a little embarrassed. None of your business? Shut up. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I was being presumptuous. Kevin pouted. Zhang Yunle almost threw up his dinner from the night before. Put. Lin Shirqing couldn't help but laugh. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, I'll take care of it. Zhang Yunle patted his chest. Afterwards, the group found the manager here. Manager Lu, please arrange a VIP court at the tennis hall for me. I'll book it all for today. Manager Lu, Yunle, I'm so sorry, the VIP rooms are all booked out, and only the regular rooms are left. How about you go to the regular rooms? Zhang Yunle, huh? How can she go to a regular screening? She's Lin Shirqing, a big star. How can she go to a crowded, noisy regular screening? I'll go talk to them. Lin Shirqing immediately said, never mind if you don't have one, we can book for tomorrow. Celebrities are very careful about public opinion. She was really afraid that Zhang Yunle would take advantage of her position and drive people away, which would lead to rumors that she was being arrogant and difficult to work with. That would be terrible. Zhang Yunle could also see her worry. Don't worry, I'm just going to talk to them. If it doesn't work, then forget it. After saying that, the 3 of them went to the VIP hall together. Inside, a man and a woman were seen playing ball against each other, sweating profusely. Zhang Yunle immediately said, Shirqing, wait here for a moment, I'll go and talk to them right away. After saying that, he was about to walk into the stadium when Kevin stopped him. Young Master Zhang, there's no rush. Then, pointing at Su Luo, he said to Lin Shirqing. Shirqing, look at that boy. His basketball moves are so pleasing to the eye. The power, speed, and rhythm are amazing. If you could act like him on the big screen, it would be absolutely amazing and you would definitely gain a lot of fans. Lin Shirqing's gaze followed the direction of his finger and landed on Su Luo, her eyes immediately lighting up. So handsome, he's incredibly handsome. Su Luo is not only handsome, but also has a great physique. The swinging motion is also wide and powerful, which is very pleasing to the eye. As she looked at it, her eyes became somewhat glazed over, and her heart began to beat faster. Seeing this, Zhang Yunle immediately sensed something was wrong. If he continued to look at her like this, his goddess might become someone else's woman. He hurriedly went into the stadium and came to Sulo's side. Hey bro, I'm pursuing a girl and I want to practice with her here. How about you guys let us have this venue? I'm willing to cover the cost of renting it all out for you today, and I'll even give you a VIP card. You won't have to pay anything to come here for the next year. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Luo raised an eyebrow. Give me a VIP card? Is your dad the general manager here? You can just give it away whenever you want? Zhang Yunle, my dad is indeed the CEO of the Olympic Sports Center Management Company, but I paid for the VIP card out of my own pocket. If I dare to misuse company assets, my dad will break my legs. Su Luo laughed and said, alright then, this venue is yours. Since this guy wants to pursue a girl here, he doesn't mind helping him out, and besides, the guy's attitude is alright. Moreover, he could tell that Lu Bingyan was already exhausted, but she was just being stubborn and wouldn't say it. Zhang Yunle was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thanks, bro, that's so kind of you. Polite. Su Luo waved to Lu Bingyan. Bingyan, let's go back. Lu Bingyan walked over. Seeing Lu Bingyan's stunning beauty, Zhang Yunle was filled with envy. Damn, this guy is really something, eating so well. I need to step up my game and try to win Lin Shiqing's heart sooner. Thinking of this, he quickly ran to Lin Shiqing. Shiqing, we met some easy-going people. They agreed to let us use the venue. Thank you for your help, Zhang Yunle. Lin Shiqing said politely. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Hearing the goddess's thanks, Zhang Yunle felt a surge of joy, but before he could fully savor his happiness, Lin Shiqing walked past him directly to Su Luo, took off her mask and sunglasses, and said humbly, Hello sir, I am Lin Shiqing, an actress. I am about to join a tennis film crew. I saw your tennis posture just now, which is very helpful for my acting. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me. I can pay for the tuition. Zhang Yunle was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. Zhangcheng Malong is right here. Why don't you find someone else to teach you? Chapter 53 Teaching Lin Shiqing to Play Tennis. Su Luo looked at the stunningly beautiful face beneath the mask and smiled. Oh, it's you. I used to really enjoy your work. Really? A look of joy appeared on Lin Shiqing's face. She often encounters strangers on the street who express their affection for her, and she's long been used to it. However, hearing these words from Su Luo's mouth made her inexplicably happy. Seeing Su Luo's handsome face and his perfect figure outlined by his sportswear made her heart beat even faster. Su Luo smiled and said, Of course, your acting is superb, I really like it. An uncontrollable smile appeared on Lin Shiqing's lips. Thank you for your appreciation. Could you teach me how to play tennis? My next film is related to tennis. Your tennis moves were very entertaining. If I could replicate them in the film, I'm sure it would be very popular with the audience. Zhang Yunle immediately squeezed through. Shiqing, if you want to learn tennis, come to me. I'm a professional in tennis. Kevin, standing to the side, said, Young Master Zhang, I'm not trying to belittle you, but look at this friend's muscles and physique. He's obviously better than you. Besides, Shiqing is learning tennis to act in movies, not to compete. The most important thing is to make it entertaining. Zhang Yunle immediately retorted, It's not just about having a good physique, his skills might just be dead muscle. Besides, my playing style is just as entertaining. If you don't believe me, let's have a match right now, and I'll show you what professionalism and entertainment value really mean. After saying that, he looked at Su Luo and said, Dude, wanna play around? Kevin looked him up and down and said, Young Master Zhang, don't be too sure of yourself. Otherwise, you might not only lose the game, but also be less entertaining than this handsome guy. Zhang Yunle said confidently, Lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My only worry now is that this brother kindly gave us the venue, and it wouldn't be fair if I let him lose too badly later. Lin Shiqing said to Su Luo, Brother, can you play a game with him? I'm very good at imitating. If I watch your playing moves a few more times, I can imitate them. Su Luo nodded, I see, then no problem. He had been holding back during his fight with Lu Bingyan, and now he felt a bit uncomfortable. Now that I've encountered a professional, I'll have to have a really good fight. Then he said to Lu Bingyan, Bingyan, take a rest, I'll play another match. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly, then walked to the chair and sat down. Su Luo and Zhang Yunle walked onto the court. Zhang Yunle twirled the racket in his hand. Dude, I'm not going to let you win this time, you know what I mean. When he's in front of a girl he likes, he naturally wants to do his best and make a good impression. Su Luo smiled slightly. It's alright, let's begin. Zhang Yunle tossed the ball high into the air, then jumped up, arching his body like a fully drawn bow, before bouncing back and forcefully slamming the ball back down. He served what he thought was a really cool serve. Seeing the ball coming, Su Luo immediately rushed over, no longer holding back, and went all out. With a smooth, effortless motion, he swings his racket and returns the ball to its source. Lin Shiqing, standing to the side, had only one word in her mind: handsome. So handsome. The explosive power that Su Luo displayed had a tremendous impact on her. She had previously worked with many pretty boys in the industry, all of them delicate and effeminate. She had never seen such a manly man before. Her eyes began to glaze over, and her heart fluttered. Sitting in the chair, Lu Bingyan looked at Su Luo with admiration in her eyes. Zhang Yunle panicked as he watched the ball hurtling towards him. In all his years of playing tennis, he had never seen a ball so fast. However, his goddess was watching from the side, and although her gaze didn't seem to be on him, he couldn't back down. He swung his racket at the incoming ball. Bang! His racket was knocked away from his hand, and he was stunned, his face burning with pain. He was just bragging that he was a professional, but he couldn't even catch the ball. Su Luo, sorry, buddy, I used too much force. Su Luo hadn't expected that even though he had only relaxed and hadn't used his full strength, the ball he hit was already so fast. Zhang Yunle quietly shook his right hand and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I was just distracted. Even if you put twice the effort, I can still catch it." Su Luo smiled slightly and said nothing. He knew very well that men were most stubborn at 3 specific moments. In front of the goddess he likes. When you press the kidney reflex zone on the sole of your foot, even if the sole of your foot is pressed until it's pierced, you won't feel any pain. And then there are things like not feeling well after sex with your girlfriend or wife, your bangs being askew, being startled by your partner's shouts, or your partner's breathing being affected. Next, Su Luo stopped using so much force and fought back and forth with Zhang Yunle. Zhang Yunle wanted to win by using skill, but Su Luo's speed and reaction were extremely high, and he could catch all kinds of tricky balls. Meanwhile, Lin Shiqing, who was standing to the side, kept her eyes fixed on Su Luo and held a racket in her hand, imitating Su Luo's movements. At first, it was completely off, but after a while, she imitated it more and more accurately. Even though her arms weren't as strong as Su Luo's, the way she swung her racket still felt very powerful. Su Luo watched with admiration. As expected of an excellent actor, his ability to imitate is absolutely amazing. After a while, Zhang Yunle stopped. Brother, I see you're tired, let's take a rest." He truly had unspeakable suffering in his heart. He was huffing and puffing as he played, not only thinking about how to beat Su Luo, but also trying his best to make the game entertaining. When he turned around, he saw that Lin Shiqing was looking at Su Luo the whole time, and didn't even glance at him. All that effort for nothing. Su Luo smiled and nodded. "I am indeed a little tired, let's rest." Lin Shiqing stepped forward with a towel and handed it to Su Luo. "Brother, thank you so much. I've almost mastered it. With your moves, I'm sure I'll gain a lot of fans when my movie is released." Looking at the composed Su Luo, and the stark contrast between her and Zhang Yunle, who was exhausted like a dog, she couldn't help but admire him. His physical condition is amazing. Being his girlfriend must be so wonderful. Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly. Zhang Yunle felt a pang of jealousy watching Lin Shiqing hand Su Luo a towel. He had been pursuing Lin Shiqing for some time, but Lin Shiqing only maintained basic politeness towards him. Is the difference between people really that big? Su Luo took the towel and wiped her sweat. "You truly are a great actor, your imitation skills are amazing. I'll definitely go see your new movie when it's released." "Really? Thank you so much." At that moment, Kevin walked over looking anxious. "Shiqing, something bad has happened. It's a call from President Wang. He says that actress Lu Qian is going to compete with you for the lead role in this movie." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Lin Shiqing's expression changed drastically. Chapter 54 Lin Shiqing's despair, Su Luo takes action. Lu Qian is currently the most popular actress, possessing both talent and a huge fan base. If they were determined to compete with her for the female lead, the production team would definitely choose Lu Qian instead of her. She started to panic. She had studied the script of the new drama carefully and found it to be excellent. In addition, the production team was very solid. She had a feeling that the drama would definitely be a hit when it aired. Therefore, she really didn't want to lose this opportunity. But when faced with Lu Qian'er, she felt utterly hopeless. She has absolutely no advantage over Lu Qian'er. Although she believes she is no less skilled than Lu Qian'er in terms of acting, looks, and figure, Lu Qian'er is a highly popular actress who is far ahead of her in terms of popularity. Why does she suddenly want to take this role from me? Kevin, from what Mr. Wang said, her backer has recently collapsed, so she urgently needs to find a new one. She heard that our new film is invested by a film and television company under the Zhou Yuan Group, so she came over. You can talk to Mr. Wang on the phone. As he spoke, he handed over his phone. Lin Shiqing answered the phone. President Wang, is Lu Qian'er really going to compete with me for this role? What's the production team's reaction? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Lu Qian'er is determined to get the role this time. She has already contacted the production team. According to the assistant director's feedback, she had a very pleasant conversation with the director. You will most likely be replaced. Isn't there any way to fix this? Lin Shiqing was very unwilling. She really liked the drama and the character. There is a way. Go find Zhao Yicheng of Zhou Yuan Group and have a good talk with him. This drama was invested in by his family. As long as he is happy, this drama will definitely be yours. Lu Qian'er can't take it away. Lin Shiqing frowned. What do you mean? What else could it mean? It's all for art. To hell with art. Even if he were the crown prince, let alone the young master of Zhou Yuan Group, I would never sell myself for this play, absolutely not. Lin Shiqing said very firmly. Su Luo raised an eyebrow. This beauty looked delicate, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce. However, could the young master of Zhou Yuan Group that she mentioned be Zhao Yicheng? The middle-aged man on the phone continued. Look, you're in such a hurry again. Our marketing department has already done the research. If you participate in this play, you'll definitely become a huge star, and your future will be bright. Right now, we just need you to sacrifice for art. In this industry, who doesn't want to become famous by sacrificing for art? Even someone like Lu Qian'er is no exception. Everyone does it, it's no big deal. Don't narrow your own path. Lin Shiqing, just because everyone does it this way, does that mean it's right? Do I have to follow suit? Being an actor is just an ordinary job for me. Don't talk to me about art or anything like that. At worst, I'll quit and find another job. I won't starve. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhang Yunle, standing to the side, looked at Lin Shiqing and didn't know what to say for a moment. He now desperately wished he were a very capable person, able to be a hero and save Lin Shiqing from her troubles. Unfortunately, he was just the son of the CEO of the Olympic Sports Center Management Company. Although the film crew would choose this location as the shooting location, he had no say in the matter. There's more than one stadium. At this moment, Su Luo spoke up. Shiqing, is the young master of Zhou Yuan Group that you just mentioned Zhao Yicheng? Is your new movie invested in by Zhou Yuan Group? Lin Shiqing nodded. That's right. Su Luo, wait a moment, I'm going to make a phone call. After saying that, he walked towards his backpack. Although he didn't spend much time with Lin Shiqing, he developed a strong liking for the girl. Moreover, she could tell that Lin Shiqing had put a lot of effort into this drama, and casting Lin Shiqing as the female lead would definitely be beneficial to the new drama. Therefore, he decided to help Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing and the others were stunned when they heard his words. Kevin, Shiqing, he said he's going to make a phone call? Who's he going to call? It's not the director, is it? Do you think the director will listen to him? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shiqing said. He just asked me about Zhao Yicheng, I guess it was for this guy. Upon hearing this, Kevin was extremely excited and said. That's great. Zhao Yicheng is an investor. If he decides to cast you as the female lead, the director can't do anything about it. Zhang Yunle immediately said decisively. Impossible. He could never have called Zhao Yicheng. Who is Zhao Yicheng? He's the young master of the Zhao family in Shanghai, with a very prestigious status. I don't even have the chance to meet him. Su Luo opened the back of her phone and took it out. They discovered several missed calls, all from Zhao Yicheng. He was playing ball with Lu Bingyan and couldn't hear them at all. He called back. Cheng, why are you calling me so many times? Hearing his voice, Zhao Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, you finally called me back. Why did you suddenly buy another 5% of Yuan shares today? You almost worried my dad to death. Su Luo laughed and said, I told you, I have too much money and don't know what to do with it, so I just buy whatever I want. Don't worry, Yuan Group is still controlled by your Zhao family, and I won't interfere. Real? Of course it's true. Am I crazy? Why would I give up a perfectly peaceful life to manage a big company? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Then I'm relieved. Hearing the sincerity in Su Luo's words, Zhao Yicheng finally felt relieved. Su Luo, by the way, in the new movie we invested in, is Lu Qian'er going to compete with Lin Shiqing for the lead role? Zhao Yicheng, dude, you like Lin Shiqing that much? You pay so much attention to her, and you already know about what just happened. Don't give me that nonsense, just tell me if it's true or not. Yes, that's right. The director just called me and told me about it. He said that, given Lu Qian'er's popularity, making her the female lead is the best choice. Let's not change her, let's keep Lin Shiqing. I think she's put in a lot of effort for this role. Oh? Okay, I'll contact the director right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yicheng said to Zhao Ziyuan, Dad, you can rest assured now. I told you, my buddy isn't the kind of person who's obsessed with power. Zhao Ziyuan frowned, but from what I heard on the phone, it sounded like he interfered with the production team's choices. Doesn't that mean he still wants to be involved in the company's decision-making? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng couldn't help but laugh. Dad, that's because Brother Luo likes Lin Shiqing. He told me yesterday that he likes Lin Shiqing. Oh, I see. Zhao Ziyuan was finally relieved. Then you should contact the director right away. You can't replace him. You also need to give Lin Shiqing more preferential treatment on set. Also, since he likes Lin Shiqing, you should try to bring them together. Zhao Yicheng laughed and said, Don't worry, Dad, I understand. I'll arrange it in a bit and make sure my buddy can comfortably win the heart of his beauty. Chapter 55 Forcibly Hugging Lu Bingyin. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo walked up to Lin Shiqing. I've already told Zhao Yicheng that the role won't be changed, so you'd better give me a good performance and show acting skills that are no less than Lu Qian'er's. You can't let me down. Huh? It really worked? Lin Shiqing and the others looked at each other, somewhat incredulous. That's Zhao Yicheng from the Zhao family. You just bumped into him, made a phone call, and Zhao Yicheng obediently agreed not to change the female lead? That's impossible. Zhang Yunle said, Dude, you're exaggerating. Who is Zhao Yicheng? He's a top-tier rich kid in Shanghai. Do you think he'd listen to you? You probably don't even have his phone number, and neither do I, let alone you. Su Luo smiled slightly and did not argue. Your father's name is Zhang Disheng? That's right. Where is he now? He's such a workaholic, he should be in his office at this hour, but why are you asking? Have him come down to see me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunle immediately became displeased and said with great displeasure. Dude, there's a limit to how much you can act tough, isn't there? Do you think you're our company boss? You even made my dad come down to see you, how dare you? Just then, Lin Shiqing's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from the CEO of an entertainment company. She pressed the answer button. An excited voice immediately came from the phone. Shiqing, really, you're putting on this act with me? You were so righteous just now, I thought you were being naive. I didn't expect you to get things done so quietly and so quickly. Very good, that's how it should be. It's all for art. We artists should put aside those worldly views. Lin Shiqing was completely bewildered. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? Wang Shikai, pretend, keep pretending. The director of the crew called me and said that Zhao Yicheng personally called him and told him that he must not replace you under any circumstances. He also instructed that you should be treated well in the crew. Shiqing, you're amazing. You've managed to snag the person Lu Qian'er wanted to latch onto. Impressive. With Zhao Yicheng's help, your future career will be smooth sailing. Huh? It really worked? Lin Shiqing looked at Su Luo in disbelief. Although she didn't think Su Luo was teasing her, she found it hard to believe that Su Luo could change the decision of a top-tier rich kid like Zhao Yicheng with just one phone call, so she didn't have much hope. Unexpectedly, Su Luo actually did it. She hung up the phone immediately and excitedly threw herself into Su Luo's arms. Brother, thank you so much, thank you so much. She really liked the show. When she heard that Lu Qian'er wanted to take the role from her, she was very unwilling, but more than that, she felt desperate because she had no advantage over Lu Qian'er at all. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and Su Luo resolved the matter with just one phone call. At this moment, she was filled with gratitude towards Su Luo. Overwhelmed with excitement, she hugged Su Luo without thinking. With the beautiful woman in his arms, Su Luo felt secretly delighted. Lin Shiqing doesn't have the skinny figure of other female stars. Instead, she's voluptuous and well endowed, making her very comfortable to hug. Zhang Yunle, who was standing to the side, saw Lin Shiqing throw herself into Su Luo's arms, and his eyes were full of envy and jealousy. In particular, it was noticeable that Lin Shiqing's snowflakes were pressed tightly against Su Luo's body, deforming them. He couldn't imagine how pleasurable it would be to be pinned down like that. After a long while, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Originally, Lin Shiqing's predicament presented him with a golden opportunity to win her over, but he failed to seize it. They could only watch helplessly as Su Luo took the opportunity away. Previously, he thought Lin Shiqing wasn't materialistic and didn't sell herself for resources like other female celebrities, so he thought he might have a chance. In retrospect, that idea was truly naive. Just like in the movie Hello, Mr. Billionaire. Although Xiaozhu was not materialistic, every moment when she was moved by Wang Duoyu and developed feelings for him was because of money. A woman as beautiful as Lin Shiqing is not someone you can touch without sufficient ability. Because there are so many people who want to move her and are willing to do so, and the problems that her beauty brings are not something that ordinary people can solve. At this moment, Zhang Yunle completely sealed away his feelings of love for Lin Shiqing deep in his heart. As Su Luo was enjoying Lin Shiqing's soft and comfortable embrace, he suddenly sensed a cold light coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw that Lu Bingyan's already aloof face was covered with frost. Is she jealous? He chuckled inwardly. He then gently patted Lin Shiqing on the shoulder. Lin Shiqing then came to her senses, left his embrace, and said shyly, "Brother, I'm sorry, I got too excited and lost my composure. But thank you so much. I really love this movie. If it weren't for your help, I probably wouldn't have been able to participate." Su Luo laughed and said, "Don't just thank me. I'm betting with Zhao Yicheng that you're more suitable for this role than Lu Qian'er. You'd better give it your all and not slap me in the face." Put. Lin Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, don't worry, I promise to do my best to act well in this play. By the way, I still don't know your name." "Su Luo." "Su Luo?" Lin Shiqing murmured to herself several times. "I'll remember that, brother Su Luo." Lin Shiqing's agent, Kevin, also chimed in, "Thank you, Mr. Su. We wouldn't know what to do without you." Then he looked at Zhang Yunle. "Didn't you say that Zhao Yicheng would never listen to Mr. Su? You even said that you didn't have Zhao Yicheng's phone number, so Mr. Su certainly wouldn't have it either. What do you say now?" Zhang Yunle scratched his head awkwardly. However, the name Su Luo felt strangely familiar to him. The next moment, he froze, as if struck by lightning. The person who just acquired the Olympic Sports Center Management Company seems to be named Su Luo. Moreover, a mysterious person recently acquired 30% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares. This person is also named Su Luo. Could it be that those two Su Luos and the Su Luo in front of me are the same person? No wonder he could influence Zhao Yicheng's decision with just one phone call. No wonder he just asked my dad to come down and see him. Everything is connected. Zhang Yunle stared at Su Luo in utter shock. "Are you the one who acquired a 30% stake in Zhou Yuan Group?" Su Luo was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to know about this. You acquired a 30% stake in Zhou Yuan Group?" Lin Shiqing also looked at Su Luo with a shocked expression. Su Luo laughed and said, "What, doesn't it look like it?" Lin Shiqing secretly clicked her tongue in amazement. "I always thought the person who acquired the shares of Zhou Yuan Group was an old man, but I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome." After saying that, she lowered her head shyly. Zhang Yunle, on the other hand, showed a relieved smile. Losing to a man like this was not unjust. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I'll call my dad right away." Soon, Zhang Dishing came running down the street, all excited. Su Luo led him to a corner and used the last true word talisman. It was discovered that he did not engage in much embezzlement like Wang Hongfei of Yunjian Ziding Hotel. On the contrary, he is a workaholic who manages the Olympic Sports Center Management Company very well. "Mr. Zhang, you will continue to be in full charge of the company from now on. Just report to me regularly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dishing was overjoyed. He was genuinely afraid that the new boss would come and make a big splash. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. I will definitely manage the company well in the future. After saying goodbye to Lin Shiqing and the others, Su Luo and Lu Bingyan went to the underground parking lot. After putting the items in the trunk, bang! Lu Bingyan slammed the trunk shut. Su Luo was startled. Why did you use so much force? You startled me. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Lu Bingyan and said teasingly, Beautiful Lu, are you jealous because Lin Shiqing hugged me just now? Cut. Lu Bingyan looked at him coldly. Don't flatter yourself. Why would I be jealous? You're not my boyfriend. Su Luo smiled slightly. This woman was rather interesting. Then, he reached out and, without saying a word, pulled Lu Bingyan into a tight embrace. Chapter 56 Lu Bingyan, Su Luo has a crush on me. Although Lu Bingyan's figure isn't as exaggerated as Xia Jian's, it's still quite impressive, and holding her in my arms is exceptionally comfortable. Caught off guard by Su Luo's sudden embrace, Lu Bingyan's face flushed slightly. However, she quickly concealed her emotions and said coldly, What are you doing? Su Luo, hey, I'm hugging you. You're not jealous anymore, are you? Oh. Lu Bingyan was so angry she laughed. You're really delusional. I'm not jealous at all because you're hugging another woman. Let go of me right now. Let me hug you a little longer, it feels quite comfortable. As she spoke, Su Luo tightened her grip on her hands again. Rogue. Lu Bingyan pushed him away and walked towards the driver's side door, a smile playing on her lips. Seeing that Lu Bingyan had calmed down, he smiled and sat in the passenger seat. Soon, Lu Bingyan took him back to Yunjing Shi Yuan. Bingyan, it was great playing ball with you. Let's meet up again sometime. After saying goodbye to Lu Bingyan, he picked up his backpack and headed home. Lu Bingyan watched his retreating figure, pouted, and her eyes showed a hint of unhappiness. The next moment, he stopped, turned around, and returned to Lu Bingyan's side. I almost forgot something. After saying that, he reached out and pinched Lu Bingyan's cheek. Goodbye, Jean Run. After saying that, he turned and ran. Lu Bingyan watched his retreating figure, a smile appearing on her face, while secretly cursing, You big bad guy. Then, she turned around and walked home with light steps. When Su Luo returned home, Xia Jian and Li Lanyue immediately came to greet her. Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Xia Jian threw herself into his arms, her hands kneading his muscles incessantly, her eyes filled with greed. Feeling Xia Jian's aggressive gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was about to be devoured. Are you all right? What's with that look? Xia Jian's face flushed slightly. What could possibly be wrong with her? She just misses her brother too much. Today, I listened to Li Lanyue describe the wonderful things that happened between her and Su Luo this morning. Xia Jian was itching to get back to work and was eagerly awaiting Su Luo's return. No, something's wrong with you. Su Luo looked at her strangely, then glanced at Su Wanner, who was sitting motionless on the sofa with her head down. Wanner, you didn't even greet me when I came back? You're not welcoming me? Huh? No. No. Su Wanner's face was filled with panic. I'll go cook for you. After saying that, he fled to the kitchen as fast as he could. Su Luo was completely dumbfounded. Something's not right, absolutely not right. Meanwhile, after Lu Bingyan returned home, she saw the joy on Louis Tian and Yi Huilan's faces and couldn't help but ask curiously. Dad, Mom, what good news happened? Why are you so happy? Yi Huilan joked, You seem very happy too. You're having a great time playing with Xiao Luo. Oh dear, Mom. Lu Bingyan's face flushed slightly. I'm asking you, why are you criticizing me? Yi Huilan and Louis Tian exchanged a glance and both saw the smile in each other's eyes. This was the first time they had ever seen shyness on their daughter's face. It was truly a rare sight. In the past, if they had joked with Lu Bingyan about another boy like this, it would have been quite good if Lu Bingyan hadn't shown any anger or disgust. It seems there's something going on between these two. Yi Huilan smiled and said, We are happy because we have reached a cooperation agreement with Zhou Yuan Group. Huh? Didn't they say our product didn't meet their requirements? Is this collaboration going to fall through? That's how it should be in theory, but Zhou Yuan Group was willing to send technical personnel to help us produce qualified products, so the cooperation was reached. Huh? What are they after? Lu Bingyan was stunned. This was the first time she had ever seen such an operation. Anyone who didn't know the situation would think that the Lu family was the Zhao family's biological son. Lu Tian laughed and said, "What else could it be for? It's because of Xiao Luo. I had someone check, and Xiao Luo recently bought a total of 35% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares in 3 separate transactions at extremely high prices. The first 2 transactions were at a 50% premium, and the last one was at a 100% premium. Now he is definitely the largest shareholder of Zhou Yuan Group, even more than the Zhao family. I guess it was Xiao Luo who got them to cooperate with our Lu family. He paid such a high premium for the shares in Zhou Yuan Group?" Lu Bingyan was shocked. She knew that Su Luo had recently bought shares in Zhou Yuan Group, but she didn't know it cost so much money. Why would he do that? Was it to help the Lu family? Has he really been secretly in love with me all along? Lu Bingyan remembered that in order to pursue her, Su Luo first went to work at her company, Tianqing Technology, and then bought a villa near her home. Now, they've spent a fortune to become the largest shareholder of Zhou Yuan Group, all to help the Lu family. I never imagined he'd go to such lengths to pursue me. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that it was true. My heart was instantly filled with sweetness. Yi Huilan walked over and said, "Xiaoyan, Xiao Luo has helped us a lot recently, you should thank him properly." "Why aren't you thanking him?" "Without a doubt, he helped the Lu family because of you, so of course you should thank him." "Then, how should I express my gratitude?" Yi Huilan revealed a mocking smile. "You handsome men and beautiful women, do I need to teach you how to express your gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan's face immediately turned red. "Oh mom, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, she ran shyly towards her room. All that remained was Yi Huilan's ant-like smile. In the evening, after washing up, Su Luo sat on the bed. "What's wrong with Xia Jian today? She's even scarier than usual. She's making me feel uneasy all over. I have to find Ye later." Since taking the power pill, his willpower has become beyond words. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Xia Jian calling. He pressed the answer button. "Jian, what is it?" Xia Jian's terrified voice came through the receiver. "Brother, a snake has crawled into my room. It's terrifying. Come and take a look right away." "A snake? I'm coming right now." Upon hearing Xia Jian mention a snake, he rushed out of the bedroom without saying a word. They arrived at Xia Jian's bedroom door. Xia Jian stood in front of the door with a look of terror on her face. Upon seeing him arrive, Xia Jian felt as if she had found her anchor and threw herself into his arms. "Brother, you finally arrived." He patted Xia Jian on the shoulder. "It's okay, I'm here." "How did the snake get into your room?" "Xia Jian, they climbed in through the window, it scared me to death." Having taken the stimulant, he became bolder and more skilled, and entered Xia Jian's bedroom, starting to rummage through drawers and cabinets. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find a trace of a snake. "I couldn't find it, Jian. Where was the last place you saw it?" Xia Jian closed the door behind her and locked it, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. She quickly walked up to him and did a little hand gesture like the king of Qin circling the pillar. "Brother, it's here." "Oh, it's angry and it bit me. Well, I can only give it a taste of its own medicine." Chapter 57: The Invisible Mirror and the Nano-Bionic Flight Vehicle. Second rate. The next day, Su Luo slowly woke up. He turned to look at Xia Jian and found that she had woken up and was staring at him with a fascination. Her face still had a blush that hadn't faded, making her very beautiful and charming. When she realized he was awake, Xia Jian's face flushed slightly. She then kissed him on the cheek and ran out. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo felt extremely smug. There are only 2 sources of a man's genuine sense of accomplishment. One is to achieve great success in one's career, and the other is to make one's woman flee in disarray, just like now. Afterwards, Su Luo got dressed, returned to her room, took out her phone, and logged into the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now available. Smart Vision Invisibility Lens plus Nano-Bionic Flight Vehicle Set, flash sale price, 1,000 renminbi. Such a cool name? He clicked the question mark next to the product, and an interface popped up. Smart Vision Invisibility Mirror. When worn, it can capture photos and videos of what it sees, scan and analyze all information about people or objects, and even control nano-bionic flying vehicles. Nanobionic aircraft. After connecting to the Smart Vision Hide Mirror, it can transfer the Smart Vision Hide Mirror's functions, with a remote control radius of less than 10 kilometers. Simultaneously, it can emit ultrasonic waves to destroy small electrical appliances. Holy crap, that's awesome! Su Luo was amazed by this feature. Without hesitation, I clicked Pay Now. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. Soon, a very cool and high-tech watch appeared on his bed. What happened to the promised intelligent vision contact lens and nanobionic flight vehicle? What's this watch? Puzzled, he picked up the watch and examined it closely. The watch has normal timekeeping functions and also displays the date, month, year, weather, etc. Then he saw a switch on the side. When he pressed it, the dial popped open, revealing the space inside. A tiny pair of glasses and a small robot were lying prominently inside. So small? He reached out and pinched the glasses out. Unexpectedly, the Smart Vision contact lens quickly enlarged, becoming the size of ordinary glasses. After acquiring items like the Mantra Talisman and the Power Pill, he was amazed by the zoom function of the Wisdom Eye Concealment Mirror, but he quickly accepted it. Once you put them on, the glasses become instantly invisible, as if they don't exist. Within his vision, the Smart Eye Mirror scanned all the items in the room. His gaze fell on the mattress, and the mattress's information immediately appeared. Name, Hasten's Mattress. Price, 5.25 million yuan. Materials and craftsmanship, made from natural materials such as horsehair, wool, and camel hair, and hand-sewn. Wow, it really can scan out information, and the information is so complete. After experiencing it firsthand, Su Luo was amazed by the Smart Eye Concealment Mirror's function. Then, with a flick of his eyes, the nanobionic aircraft flew out of the watch space and entered stealth mode the instant it left the watch space. However, the Smart Vision Invisibility Mirror could still reveal it. With his mind, he controlled the aircraft, which began to hover inside the house. Silent and without a trace. Then, he piloted the aircraft away from the room. Seeing Su Wan'er busy in the kitchen, Li Lanue was tidying up. The aircraft flew out of the villa and soared upwards. This was the first time Su Luo had seen Yun Jingshi Yuan from this perspective, and it gave her a unique and exhilarating feeling. After playing for a while, the novelty wore off considerably. A thought suddenly occurred to him: why don't we check what that girl Lu Bingyan is up to? To be honest, he was a little curious about what a cold and aloof woman like Lu Bingyan was like when she was alone in private. Subsequently, the nanobionic aircraft flew into Lu Bingyan's home. Seeing Lu Tian sitting on the sofa reading the news, while Yi Huilan was tending to potted plants beside him. Soon, the aircraft passed through the crack in the door and entered Lu Bingyan's boudoir. When he saw the scene inside, he almost stood up on the spot. Because at this moment, Lu Bingyan should have just finished taking a shower and was drying her body with a bath towel. Beautiful, so beautiful. It is so beautiful that it is without any flaws, as if it were a work of art carefully sculpted by manhwa. However, Lu Bingyan quickly put on her clothes and covered up this stunning sight. Su Luo felt a pang of regret. He then tried scanning Lu Bingyan and quickly obtained all of her information. Name, Lu Bingyan. Gender, female. Age, 23. Chosen one, Su Luo. Seeing this, he felt a surge of pride. Dude, you're so charming. He continued looking at other information. At 2 years old, he could speak at 4, he could recite poems at 5, he could write a so, knocking out his teeth and crying loudly. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that the goddess, who was usually so aloof, had done something like writing an old so when she was a child. The information provides a very detailed account of Lu Bingyan's life. However, key events are still highlighted in a special font. Su Luo glanced through it and discovered that even the events of last night were being recorded. Yesterday, I played basketball with Su Luo and had a great time. However, seeing Su Luo being hugged by a female celebrity made me unhappy. Su Luo couldn't help but laugh. She looks so aloof on the outside, but she's such a sweet and feminine woman on the inside. Chapter 58: Encountering a Serial Killer. Su Luo took a deep breath and calmed her excited emotions. Put the watch on, then place the Smart Vision invisible lens and the nanobionic flying vehicle inside. I must say, this watch that was delivered during the flash sale is really pretty good. Not only is it stylish and versatile, but it also looks very classy when worn, and it's convenient to carry around the smart contact lens and the nanobionic flying device. Then he went downstairs. Seeing him come downstairs, Li Lanue quickly walked up to him and whispered a complaint. Bad brother, did you go to see Sister Jian last night? You left me all alone in the room. He smiled and pinched Li Lanue's cheek. Then why didn't you come with us last night? The thought of seeing two beauties, Li Lanue and Xia Jian, together made him feel excited. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Li Lanue's face flushed slightly, and she playfully punched him. You scoundrel, you wish. I'm not going to agree to this. I just want to enjoy our time together and don't want any outsiders to bother us. Su Luo laughed and said, I think you're just greedy. You're afraid someone will take it from you and you won't have enough to eat. Pa, that's not true at all. Li Lanue's face turned even redder after Su Luo saw through her thoughts. Then, she hugged Su Luo's arm and said coquettishly, I don't care, you have to make it up to me today. Ha? You want to come in broad daylight? What if Jian and Wanner start eavesdropping through the door? You're really looking for a thrill? Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest flashed in Li Lanue's eyes, but she still argued. Oh no, what did you think I was thinking of? I wanted you to take me to see a movie. Go to the movies? Don't we have a home theater? Why go out? This is different. I want to see my idol Lin Shirqing's latest movie, but we don't have a copy at home. Is Lin Shirqing your idol? Su Luo said with some surprise, I just met Lin Shirqing yesterday, this is too much of a coincidence. Li Lanue nodded, yes, I've liked her since she debuted. She's a great actress, very beautiful, and very kind to her fans. Please take me with you, okay? She pouted and acted coquettishly, looking incredibly cute. Su Luo couldn't resist giving her a kiss on the lips. Okay, I'll take you there. Su Wanner, who had just come out of the kitchen, saw this scene and her eyes showed a hint of envy and longing. She lowered her head shyly. Yeah. Li Lanue jumped up happily. Yeah, what are you talking about with your brother? You seem so happy. Li Lanue smiled and said, because my brother promised to take me to see Shirqing's new movie, do you want to go too? Real? Xia Ziyan's eyes lit up immediately. Of course I'm going too, she's my idol too. Li Lanue, then I'll book the tickets now and invite Wanner along too, so the four of us can go together. After breakfast, the three girls got together. Li Lanue said, Sister Jian, how did you feel last night? Was it as wonderful as I described? Xia Jian said, both shy and excited. That's right, it was so amazing that I lost control and completely became a different person. Before, when I saw other girls complaining online, I thought this kind of thing was nothing special for us girls. Li Lanue, that's because my brother is amazing. Su Wanner looked at Xia Jian with envy in her eyes. Jian, did you really go to see brother Su Luo last night? Xia Jian nodded, that's right, Wanner, you also need to take action quickly. Ha? Su Wanner bit her lip and lowered her head. Xia Jian patted her head and said, Wanner, you should know that a man as outstanding as brother Su Luo can't possibly have only one woman in his life. If you really like him, don't mind this. Besides, after spending these days together, I figured out that he's a bit of a repressed guy. If you don't take the initiative, don't even think about moving the relationship forward. Interacting with your brother is wonderful. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Su Wanner nodded. I know, but it's so embarrassing. How can I take the initiative in something like this? Li Lanue laughed and said, Sister Jian, let's not try to persuade her. It's better if she doesn't join. That way, we can take turns and interact with her brother every other day. If she joins, we'll have to wait another day. Xia Jian had a look of sudden realization on her face. Right, how could I forget about that? Wanner, your previous idea was right. Love should be pure, loving only one person for a lifetime. Su Luo, that womanizer, is not suitable for you. Su Wanner was so angry she laughed. You wish. I'm joining, and I'll make you all furious. The group went to a nearby cinema and watched a movie. I must say, this is a very good movie. Moreover, Lin Shirqing's acting skills can be appreciated more directly on the big screen. Natural and delicate. It was as if she were the character in the play. After watching the movie, the three beauties suggested going shopping. Seeing the excitement in their eyes, Su Luo had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, I have the Smart Vision Invisibility Mirror, which allows me to see the life stories of passers-by, making shopping less boring and even more exciting than the movie I just watched. The wife brought her lawyer to her home to collect evidence and bumped into the mistress. The wife didn't get angry because the mistress was cursing the scumbag man and the other woman inside the door. There was also the story of someone who went to catch her husband and his mistress, only to find her own daughter inside when she opened the door. Even more shockingly, a man discovered that his wife and another man had been frequently visiting high-end hotels. Eventually, his wife found out and brought her mistress to him, demanding a divorce and relinquishing custody. The man immediately went to get a paternity test and discovered that neither child was his. He then immediately called his mistress to come and collect the children. It turned out that the children were not the mistress's biological children. One child belonged to the man's younger brother, and the other child belonged to the mistress's driver. The stories left Su Luo speechless. He never expected that these seemingly ordinary passers-by would have such fascinating backstories. Just then, he saw a man wearing a baseball cap pass by Xia Jian, holding a razor blade in his hand. He easily slit open Xia Jian's bag and stole her wallet and phone. He grabbed the man's hand. "Dude, you're really bold to do this in broad daylight." The man glanced at him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then, a switchblade popped out of his right hand and stabbed directly into his abdomen. He was startled, and the hair on his body stood on end. Damn it, go all out. This was the first time he had encountered something like this, and he was completely terrified. In a moment of desperation, he attacked with all his might, punching the man's right wrist. Click! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The man's face contorted in extreme pain, and he could no longer hold the knife, which fell to the ground. Then, he punched the man in the face. Bang! The man fell straight to the ground and lost consciousness. Only then did he come to his senses and breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you all right?" Su Wanner and the other two were frightened by what they had just witnessed. They rushed over and checked his body to see if he had been injured by a knife. Su Luo smiled and said, "I wasn't hurt, don't worry." "Wa'ada. Brother, you scared me to death." Seeing that he was all right, Li Lanhua threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Tears welled up in Xia Jian's and Su Wanner's eyes as well. They had all seen the man stab Su Luo in the abdomen. If Su Luo had reacted any slower. Looking back now, they are all terrified. Seeing them shed tears, Su Luo felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Gently wiping away their tears, he smiled and said, "I'm fine now, aren't I? Don't cry, everyone around is watching." The three beautiful women became embarrassed when they saw that a lot of people were watching them, and quickly composed themselves. At this moment, Su Luo began to scan the unconscious man on the ground with the smart eye hidden mirror. He wanted to see what kind of person dared to take someone's life in the street. Soon, all of the man's information came out. He was utterly shocked when he saw the message. Holy crap, a wanted serial killer on the run. Chapter 59. The Great Hero Su Luo, Policewoman Xinxinghe. Name, Su Jibin. Gender, male. Age, 31. Among the information obtained by the Smart Vision lens, there were several lines of text highlighted in red and bold. A 23-year-old man confessed his feelings to a girl he had secretly loved for many years, but was rejected and verbally abused by her. He then raped and murdered her. A 25-year-old man followed a beautiful woman in Jincheng for several days. One night, he raped and murdered her at her home. 28 years old. 31 years old. With his exceptional makeup skills and counter-surveillance techniques, he evaded capture time and again. Holy crap, 4 cases, 4 lives lost. Su Luo was shocked by this information. I thought I had just run into a thief, but it turned out to be a big fish. He took the wallet and phone back from Su Jibin and returned them to Xia Jian. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed the police. "Hello, I need to report a crime. I've caught wanted criminal Su Jibin. Please send someone over immediately." "I'm not kidding, it's him." "Yes, the one who raped and murdered 4 girls. Could you please send someone over as soon as possible? I have other things to attend to. I'm on the 2nd floor of Joyuan Plaza on Longhu Road." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Is he a murderer? Brother, shouldn't you stay away from him to avoid being hurt? Xia Jian said with great concern. Su Luo laughed and said, "It's all right, he poses no threat to me." At this moment, Su Jibin, who was on the ground, woke up from his coma. However, he gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain to continue pretending to be asleep, while his uninjured left hand quietly reached into his pocket. Just as he was about to touch the knife, a voice came from above his head. I advise you to stay put, or I'll be very cruel. A chill ran through him, and he dared not move an inch, afraid. Over the years, his courage and temperament have been greatly honed during his exile and escape. When he raped and murdered that girl some time ago, he didn't feel the slightest emotional fluctuation. But this time, he was actually afraid. When Su Luo said that he was the wanted criminal Su Jibin, everyone around him was shocked. Holy crap, is he Su Jibin, the guy whose bounty keeps getting raised and is now at 500,000? Holy crap, this devil has actually come to Jiangcheng. He just walked right past me, damn it. Wait a minute, this person doesn't look like Su Jibin on the wanted poster at all. This is really different, buddy. Are you sure you're not mistaken? His temperament and appearance are completely different. He is definitely not Su Jibin. I heard the whispers of those around me. Su Luo also curiously took out her phone and searched for the wanted poster. The wanted poster showed Su Jibin wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking rather delicate, and even somewhat simple-minded. It's completely impossible to reconcile this with the rough-looking man in front of me. No wonder passers-by thought he had made a mistake. However, he didn't offer much explanation and instead waited quietly for the police to arrive. Su Jibin was renowned for his abilities, and soon, heavily armed criminal police officers appeared at Joyuan Square. Alert! The man in the lead waved his hand, and the people behind him quickly separated the onlookers. Then, he walked straight toward Su Luo. Hello, I am He Huan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jiangcheng City. Your name is Su Luo? You're the one who called the police? Su Luo nodded, that's right, it's me. He is Su Jibin, the wanted serial killer. Upon hearing this, He Huan squatted down and carefully examined Su Jibin. At this moment, the person behind him spoke up, Captain he doesn't look like Su Jibin at all. Brother, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? He Huan shook her head, I didn't mistake him, he is Su Jibin. Su Jibin is good at makeup and can achieve the effect of deceiving everyone. However, bone structure cannot lie. As he spoke, he took out handcuffs, preparing to cuff Su Jibin. Unexpectedly, when they grabbed Su Jibin's right hand, they discovered that his right hand was broken. He looked up at Su Luo, you did this? Su Luo, he tried to stab me with a knife just now. In the heat of the moment, I punched his wrist, and that's how it happened. You smashed his hand with one punch? He Huan's face showed disbelief. Although human bones are not as hard as steel bars, they cannot be easily crushed with a single punch. Let alone their criminal investigation team, even when he was in the special forces, he had never seen anyone with the strength of their fists to do that. Most importantly, Su Jibin's hand was not restrained. According to the young man's description, he was hit while stabbing with a knife. In other words, Su Jibin can dissipate most of the force by swinging his hand. This young man must have incredible strength. That's amazing. A policewoman behind him looked at Su Luo and exclaimed in sincere admiration. Su Luo looked in the direction of the sound and her eyes lit up. While the policewoman's looks may not be on par with Lu Bingyan's, she is certainly no less attractive than Xia Jian. With her short hair, she looked exceptionally refreshing and capable. At this moment, her gaze towards Su Luo was filled with surprise and a hint of admiration. He Huan lifted Su Jibin off the ground and handed him to his men. Take him to the hospital to treat his wounds first. Keep a close watch on him and don't let him run away. Then, turning to Su Luo, he said, Young man, thank you for ridding the people of this scourge and capturing the big devil Su Jibin. However, according to regulations, you need to come with us to the station to give a statement. That's no problem. Su Luo nodded. Thank you for your understanding. He Huan patted his shoulder, then spoke to the policewoman behind him. Shaoshan, I'm leaving the taking of the statement to you. The policewoman immediately replied, Okay, Captain He. At this moment, the onlookers finally realized that the man was Su Jibin, a wanted serial killer, and a chill ran down their spines. Holy crap, it really is that murderous fiend Su Jibin. I never thought he would escape to Jiangcheng. I've heard that Su Jibin is very cunning. He's not only good at disguise, but also has top-notch counter-surveillance skills, which is why he's been able to roam freely for so many years. The bounty on his head keeps increasing. This guy is amazing. He was able to recognize him and subdue him with his bare hands. He's really incredible. This guy is really amazing. Su Jibin disguised himself so well that he looked completely different from the wanted poster. I couldn't even recognize him based on the poster. This guy actually managed to recognize him. He's incredible. Holy crap, thank goodness this young man was here, otherwise some young girls in Jiangcheng would have been in trouble. Yes, my daughter often works very late. I can't even imagine what would happen if she were caught by this murderer. Luckily, there was this young man. He is a hero of our Jiangcheng. Yes, he is a hero. I don't know if he wants a wife or not, but I'd like to introduce my daughter to him. You're kidding me. Look how pretty the girls around him are. Hearing the endless praise from those around him for Su Luo, the three of them couldn't help but smile, feeling deeply proud of Su Luo. At the same time, their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Su Luo. This is their man, so handsome. At that moment, the policewoman came up. Mr. Su, ladies, please come with me to the police station. Okay. Su Luo nodded. Then, taking Su Wanner and the other two, they drove to the police station. Chapter 68 Date with Lin Shiqing. Upon arriving at the police station, the policewoman led them to a room. The policewoman said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Qinghe." Her eyes were full of smiles as she looked at Su Luo. She felt only goodwill towards the man who had brought to justice a notorious criminal who specialized in raping and murdering girls and had 4 lives on his hands. Su Luo, hello, Officer Shin. Mr. Su, please describe the details of what happened. Here's what happened. I was shopping with 3 friends when we ran into Su Jibin. He was slashing me with a knife. Su Luo described the process in detail. After listening, Shin Qinghe looked at Su Luo with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Even just listening to Su Luo's account, she could sense how dangerous the situation was. Fortunately, it was Su Luo. If it were anyone else in this situation, not only would they not have been able to catch Su Jibin, but they might have also lost a life. That would be a huge problem. The pressure on them was already immense, given that Su Jibin had committed several murders over the years and remained at large. Su Luo was their savior. During the period of Su Luolu's statement, in a room at the Yunjian Zitting Hotel, Lin Shiqing was diligently studying the script, working exceptionally hard. This is the first time since she entered the industry that she has had such a strong desire to perform well in a play. Because Su Luo had said that she was more suitable for the role than Lu Qian'er, and she didn't want Su Luo to be proven wrong. Just then, her phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was Zhao Yicheng calling. "Young Master Zhao, is there something you need from me?" Zhao Yicheng's voice came through the receiver. "Lin Shiqing, do you know why the production team insisted on choosing you over Lu Qian'er, even though Lu Qian'er has outstanding acting skills and a much larger fan base than you?" "I know." "Oh? You know?" "Of course, because Brother Su Luo helped me." "It's good that you know. Brother Luo told me that he likes you, but he's too shy to express it. So, as his brother, I can only help him out. Do you think it's possible to find some time to have a meal with him? Does Brother Su Luo like me?" Upon hearing this news, Lin Shiqing was overjoyed and couldn't wait to say it. "I have time. A person should know how to be grateful." "Ha? You agree?" Zhao Yicheng was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Shiqing to agree, and to agree so readily. It's worth noting that Lin Shiqing is known for her impeccable morals in the entertainment industry. Many powerful figures have tried to sexually harass her, but Lin Shiqing has refused, preferring to retire from the industry. He had previously expressed his feelings for Lin Shiqing, but even though he was a young man from a wealthy family and quite handsome, Lin Shiqing rejected him without hesitation. This time, when he called Lin Shiqing, he prepared a lot of arguments to persuade her to have dinner with Su Luo and cultivate their relationship. But who would have thought that before he could even use his skills, Lin Shiqing agreed, and her tone was rather eager. "No, you agreed way too quickly. Am I that much different from Brother Luo?" Lin Shiqing, yes, ask Brother Su Luo if he can come tonight. I'm free tonight. Oh? Tonight? Then I'll talk to Brother Luo. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yicheng was still completely bewildered. What's going on? Did I gain a memory or lose one? Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. After watching the surveillance footage, Shin Qinghe and the others confirmed that what Su Luo said was true. However, when they saw the video of Su Lu Bangbang cleanly knocking out Su Jibin with 2 punches, they were all shocked. They asked themselves if they could do that at all. Even if they were to face a sudden attack from Su Jibin, they would most likely be caught off guard. At that moment, they felt a deep respect for Su Luo. Shin Qinghe walked up to Su Luo, a sweet smile on her face. Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation. I also thank you for ridding the people of this scourge. If it weren't for you, I don't even know what kind of trouble Su Jibin would have caused in Jiangcheng. Su Luo laughed and said, I just happened to run into you. When it comes to eliminating evil for the people, it's ultimately up to you guys. Then, could we add each other on WeChat? That way we can easily contact each other if anything comes up. After saying that, Shen Xinghe felt her heart racing, and she didn't understand why she was so nervous. Su Luo, of course. Afterwards, the two added each other on WeChat. After saying goodbye to Shen Xinghe, he led Su Wanner and the other two out of the police station. At this moment, a male police officer walked up to Shen Xinghe and joked. Xiao Shen, this is the first time I've seen you smile so sweetly at a boy. What, have you fallen for him? Shen Xinghe rolled her eyes at him, so what if I like you? If you could catch a big devil like Su Jibin, I'd like you too. Su Luo had just settled into her car when her phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was Zhao Yicheng calling. Ah Cheng, what's up? Zhao Yicheng, brother Luo, are you free tonight? Lin Shiqing wants to invite you to dinner. Lin Shiqing wants to invite me to dinner? Su Luo sounded somewhat surprised. He and Lin Shiqing had only met once. Moreover, he could tell yesterday that Lin Shiqing was not the kind of person who would curry favor with the powerful. She would rather lose her job than fawn over Zhao Yicheng. Therefore, it's definitely not someone who wanted to invite me to dinner after knowing my identity. Zhao Yicheng, maybe he wanted to thank you. So, are you free? When Li Lanue, who was in the passenger seat, heard the name Lin Shiqing, her eyes lit up immediately. Brother, did Sister Shiqing invite you to dinner? Do you know her? Xia Jian, who was sitting in the back, immediately leaned her head closer. Brother, I want to go too. I've never met her in person before. Su Luo looked at Su Wanner. Wanner, do you want to go too? Being questioned by him privately made Su Wanner feel as sweet as if she had eaten honey. He nodded. Yes, I want to go too. Seeing this, Su Luo spoke into her phone. Ah Cheng, let's make an appointment with Lin Shiqing tonight. We haven't eaten yet. Zhao Yicheng, on the other end of the phone, was stunned once again as he listened to the voices of other girls coming through the receiver. He acted as a matchmaker for Lin Shiqing and Su Luo so that the two could develop a good relationship. Now Su Luo is taking other girls on dates with Lin Shiqing. How can they possibly develop a relationship like that? However, he could only bite the bullet and say it now. I've already made a reservation for you at the restaurant, Fireworks Pavilion, Room 1. You can just go there directly. After hanging up the phone, he secretly prayed that nothing unexpected would happen tonight. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Director Lu Wei was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea. He Huan pushed open the door and walked up to him. Boss, Su Jibin has arrived in Jiangcheng. What? Lu Wei's hand trembled, and he spilled tea all over himself. However, he had no interest in that. Then what are you still loitering around here for? Quickly send people to set up a perimeter and make sure no murders occur in Jiangcheng, or I'll dismiss you from your post. He Huan laughed and said, Boss, don't be so nervous. The man has been arrested and is receiving treatment at the hospital. Ha? They've arrested him, ha ha ha. Lu Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. He Huan, well done. You guys managed to do something that other units couldn't. You've really made me proud. Next time I go to a meeting, I'll have to show off in front of those guys. As he spoke, he punched He Huan in annoyance. Hey kid, can you stop pausing around like that next time you talk? My heart can't take that kind of fright. He Huan touched his nose. Boss, we didn't arrest him. Lu Wei was stunned upon hearing this. Ha? If it's not you, then who is it? Who has this ability? His name is Su Luo. Chapter 61 The Sensible Su Wanner, Li Lanue, Xiajian. Lu Wei, Su Luo? There's no such person in the bureau, is there? Someone from a sister unit? How can you let someone else get there first in our Jiangcheng territory? He Huan laughed and said, Boss, look how anxious you are. This person is not from our unit, but a passerby. He happened to see Su Jibin stealing his friend's phone and wallet while he was shopping, so he caught Su Jibin. This is the surveillance video of the whole process of him catching Su Jibin. As he spoke, he took out a tablet and placed it in front of Lu Wei. The tablet was playing the surveillance video of Su Luo's encounter with Su Jibin. when he saw Su Jibin pull out a knife and stab Su Luo in the abdomen without saying a word. Lu Wei was furious. This is outrageous. He's completely lawless. Even at a time like this, he still dares to use a knife on someone. He Huan, notify the hospital and get him treated as soon as possible. I want him to face legal judgment as soon as possible. He Huan, boss, I've already spoken to the hospital. I've wanted to kill this kind of heartless person for a long time. But take a closer look at Su Luo's skills. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei watched the video carefully, and the more he watched, the more shocked he became. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, with exceptional reaction and explosive power. Did you encounter such a promising talent when you were in the Wolf Fong? He Huan shook his head. No, although Su Luo's experience and skills are a bit rough, his physical fitness is terrifying. When Su Jibin suddenly went berserk, he was able to react quickly and shatter Su Jibin's hand bones with a single punch. Even Wolf Fong doesn't have anyone like that. If he had a period of training, he could easily crush my teammates. If he were in the army, he would definitely become a king of soldiers. Lu Wei liked it more and more the more he looked at it. He is not only physically excellent, but also has a strong ability to observe. He was able to recognize Su Jibin even when he was in disguise. He is definitely a good candidate for criminal investigation. Such a person must be specially recruited to our bureau. You submit the report, and I will approve it. He Huan was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. Boss, just give up on that idea. Do you know who he is? He owns the Financial Street and Yunjian Zitting Hotel in Jiangcheng. In the past few days, he also acquired 35% of the shares of Zhou Yuan Group, becoming the largest shareholder of Zhou Yuan Group. How could someone like that be a criminal investigator? That's amazing? Lu Wei was stunned. He thought Su Luo was just an ordinary passerby, but he never expected her to be a very wealthy man. He sighed, expressing his deep regret. Damn it, we've finally found a good prospect. Su Luo drove the car, taking Su Wanner and the other two towards the fireworks building. After the initial excitement of meeting her idol in person subsided somewhat, Li Lanyue came to her senses and looked at Su Luo, asking, Brother Su Luo, why does Sister Shiqing suddenly want to invite you to dinner? Is there something fishy going on? Xia Jian realized what was going on after hearing this. Yes, Sister Shiqing is known for being very chaste and wouldn't easily have dinner alone with a guy. Tell me honestly, is there something going on between you? As she spoke, excitement gleamed in her eyes. Su Luo was both amused and exasperated. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of illicit affair could there be? We only met yesterday. Maybe it's because Lu Chenner tried to steal a roll from her yesterday, and I helped her, so she's treating me to dinner to thank me. Upon hearing this, Li Lanyue's eyes immediately showed displeasure. The rumors online are actually true. That Lu Chenner really did steal the roll from Sister Shiqing. How despicable. Sister Shiqing prepared so much for the new drama. Brother Su Luo, thank you for helping Sister Shiqing keep the roll, but something still doesn't feel right. That's right. Xia Jian picked up the conversation. Something's still not right. Even if she's very grateful to you, Sister Shiqing wouldn't invite you to dinner alone. She's someone who cares a lot about her reputation. Tell me honestly, has she fallen for you? Su Luo shook her head. How could that be? I only met her yesterday. No matter how charming I am, I can't make someone fall in love at first sight. You too shouldn't be jealous. Xia Jian laughed and said, Silly brother, which eye of yours saw us being jealous? We're overjoyed to be able to become sisters with our idol. You should hurry up and win her over. Li Lanyue was also very excited and said, That's right, if you can win over Sister Shiqing, we can see our idol every day, and we can even spend the night with her. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Cough cough cough. Su Luo almost choked on her own saliva. He originally thought Xia Jian and Li Lanyue were jealous, but he didn't expect that they wanted to become good friends with Lin Shiqing. The turn was so sudden that it caught him completely off guard. Wanner, why don't you say something? Su Wanner smiled and said, Brother, I've always been a very traditional person, and I'm willing to be a concubine. Puff. Wow, you guys are awesome. He gave Su Wanner and the other two a thumbs up, completely impressed. Xia Jian patted his shoulder, Stop being so cocky, take this seriously. Su Luo, no, other girls hope their men only love them, so why are you asking me to bring people home? Li Lanyue rolled her eyes at him, You big hooligan, would you be willing to bring people home if we didn't let you? Since we can't stop you, we might as well choose some sisters we like, at least that way it will be more comfortable to get along with them. Xia Jiyan leaned close to his ear and said. When the time comes, we sisters will work together to eat up all your leftover food, and then you won't be able to bring any more sisters home. Your idea is brilliant. Su Luo was truly impressed. He hadn't expected these three to think about things this way. However, Li Lanyue was right. If these three tried to stop him from having affairs, he probably wouldn't listen. I never expected these three to be so sensible. I love it even more now. Xia Jiyan, Yaya, Wanner, Shiqing is a person who values her reputation a lot. If she knew about the relationship between brother Su Luo and us, she probably wouldn't join us no matter how much she likes him. So, we need to plan something to help him. Otherwise, with his blockhead, he won't be able to accomplish this. The three then began to plot. Meanwhile, in the number 1 private room of the fireworks building, Lin Shiqing has already arrived here. Today, she dressed up specially, with exquisite makeup and beautiful clothes. My makeup should look pretty good, right? She would take out a mirror every now and then, feeling inexplicably nervous. Soon, there was a knock on the door. A look of joy appeared on her face. She quickly straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and strode to the door, opening it. Su Yuo Gu. Her voice stopped abruptly, and the smile on her face froze. Because at this moment, there was not only Su Luo at the door, but also 3 beautiful women. Xia Jiyan took a step forward and looked at her. So your name is Lin Shiqing? Chapter 62 Absolute Loyalty Agreement. Seeing how intimately Li Lanyue and the others treated Su Luo, Lin Shiqing could easily guess that the 3 beauties in front of her were Su Luo's women. She gave Su Luo a reproachful look. That womanizer has so many women, and they're all stunning beauties, including Lu Bingyan from yesterday. However, faced with Xia Jiyan's questioning, she, who liked Su Luo, immediately felt guilty and her eyes kept darting away. I am. Li Lanyue and the others pulled Su Luo into the private room and closed the door. Li Lanyue looked at Lin Shiqing and tried to suppress her joy as she spoke. It really is you. I never expected that a big star like you would take the initiative to invite our husband to dinner. You're not trying to seduce him, are you? Lin Shiqing waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's just that he helped me keep the role of the female lead in my next drama, so I wanted to treat him to a meal to thank him properly. I have no other intentions. Li Lanyue, really? I don't believe it. Xia Jiyan stared intently at Lin Shiqing. Thank you? If you just wanted to express your gratitude, you didn't have to come alone. You could have brought your staff. I remember you, Lin Shiqing, never go on dates with guys alone in private. Also, you're obviously dressed up today, even more beautiful than on the red carpet. Your private style is always simple and comfortable. You even said you don't like Su Luo. Your words of gratitude aren't just a way of saying you want to marry him, are they? No. Nothing like that, it's just a simple thank you, you're overthinking it. Lin Shiqing was surprised that the person in front of her knew her so well, and she became even more nervous. Li Lanyue leaned close to her ear. Just admit it, you like our Su Luo brother, otherwise, we'll expose this to the media, he. Su Luo, standing to the side, was both amused and exasperated. However, before he arrived, the 3 girls had explicitly forbidden him from interrupting, so he didn't say anything. However, watching your own woman help you pull another woman feels really weird. Lin Shiqing took a deep breath. Yes, I like him, but I didn't mean to interfere in your relationship. I just wanted to thank him today. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. After saying that, he gave me an expression that said, do whatever you want with me. He. I knew it, Sister Shiqing, you like brother too. Who wouldn't like brother? Upon hearing her admit it, Li Lanyue hugged her arm and said happily. Xia Jiyan also laughed and said, no wonder he's our idol, his taste is just like ours. The change in their attitude completely baffled Lin Shiqing. What are you doing here? Li Lanyue said excitedly, we are your fans. We've liked you ever since your first drama, Diamond Lover. Xia Jiyan, I'm so happy just thinking about being able to be sisters with my idol in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing quickly replied. Stop. I never said I wanted to be his woman. As for you two, judging by your looks, you're all quite outstanding. Why would you want the 3 of you to be with him together, plus the one from yesterday, making it 4 people? After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Luo with more admiration in her eyes. There's no need to mention Xia Jiyan and the other two. As for Lu Bingyan from yesterday, she's an undisputed beauty in terms of temperament, figure, and looks. She's never met a woman as beautiful as her in the entertainment industry. Moreover, Lu Bingyan is clearly from a wealthy family, yet Su Luo manages to make such a woman willingly accept the existence of other women. That's really impressive. Li Lanue, because my brother is handsome, has a good character, and... She whispered a couple of words in Lin Shiqing's ear. Lin Shiqing blushed, glanced at Su Luo in surprise, and lowered her head shyly. I don't think about that kind of thing, so I won't be with a guy because of it. Xia Jian laughed and said, that's because you haven't met brother Su Luo yet. He seems to have a kind of magic. When you interact with him, you feel like you're going to ascend to heaven. You'll want to interact with him all day long, again and again. Li Lanue, that's right, that feeling is wonderful, so wonderful that it can make you completely lose control and become a person you don't recognize at all. It's indescribable. You'll know once you experience it. Anyway, after we experienced it, we couldn't live without it. That's outrageous. Lin Shiqing was shocked by their description, feeling both shy and curious, and then looked at Su Wanner. Do you feel this way too? Su Wanner looked around awkwardly. Put. Li Lanue and Xia Jian couldn't help but laugh. Sister Shiqing, don't ask her anymore. She's such a coward she hasn't even interacted with her brother yet. Su Luo felt quite embarrassed to hear these women openly discussing this matter in front of him, and quickly said something. Let's order some food and eat quickly, we're starving. Sure enough, when girls talk about this, boys have nothing to say. The atmosphere at the meal was exceptionally harmonious. 3 girls met their idol and had endless topics to talk about. After the meal, Su Luo was kicked out of the private room. The 4 girls continued chatting in the private room for over an hour, though it was unclear what they were talking about. Anyway, when Lin Shiqing came out and saw him, her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. After a hasty farewell, he left in a hurry. Back in the car, he asked curiously, what did you guys talk about in there? Li Lanue smiled and said, don't worry about it, just wait for the good news. Alright, but I never said I liked Lin Shiqing from beginning to end. Aren't you guys being a bit presumptuous in doing this? Li Lanue rolled her eyes at him, brother Su Luo, aren't you ashamed to say that? You heartbreaker, Shiqing is so beautiful and has the aura of a star, how could you not like her? No, is my reputation really that bad? That's right. The 3 women said in unison. Well, you guys have a good eye for people. Su Luo awkwardly touched his nose, then started the car and drove home. Tonight, it is Li Lanue. Su Wanner tossed and turned in her room, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The next day, after Su Luo got up, I habitually opened the daily flash sale app. Today's flash sale items are now available. Absolute Loyalty Agreement X2, flash sale price, 5,000 renminbi. Absolute loyalty? Is that really that incredible? He clicked the question mark in the upper right corner of the product, and a window popped up quickly. Absolute Loyalty Agreement, once the target signs this agreement, they will unconditionally obey your commands. At any time and in any place, you will always hold the highest position in the target's heart, even above their own life. Holy crap, this is a good thing. Su Luo was taken aback by the introduction. He began to think about who should be subject to this absolute loyalty agreement. There's absolutely no need for women around him, because he already possesses the art of immortal control. As long as a woman interacts with him, she will be loyal to him. Moreover, the immortal control technique is meant to make a woman loyal to love, while the absolute loyalty agreement creates a slave with no independent thought and absolute obedience. He would never use it on his own woman. It could be used to develop a powerful boost. Chapter 63 Qiu Yuyan in danger. Su Luo clicked Pay Now. Although we haven't found a suitable user yet, it's better to be prepared. Payment successful. The item is being shipped. Soon, 2 agreements appeared on his bed. He glanced at them briefly and then put them away. After a quick wash, I went downstairs. Xia Jian saw him, walked up to him, and said with a resentful look, "You big bad guy, you finished with Yaya last night and didn't even come to keep me company. Do you know how upset I was last night? Since interacting with Su Luo, she's become addicted and wants to do it again. Last night was incredibly difficult." Su Luo pinched her cheek and laughed, "You can't blame me for this. You know, yeah, she's a glutton. By the time she's full, it'll be very late. I was just afraid that going there would disturb your sleep. Upon hearing this, Li Lanue's face instantly turned red. No one does that, brother, you're slandering me. Xia Jian walked up to Li Lanue, pinched her cheek, and said with a laugh. You're so smug, yeah. You've eaten your fill and don't care about your sister's life or death, huh? Tonight I won't let your brother come to see you either, so you can be as hungry as you want. Su Luo laughed and said, why don't you two come at me together? I can handle it. Pa! You wish. Xia Ziyan and Li Lanue were both ashamed upon hearing this and spat at him in unison. He walked to Su Waner's side, reached out his finger, and gently lifted Su Waner's cheek. Looking at her stunning face, which was no less beautiful than Lu Bingyan's, he smiled slightly. Where's our Waner? When is it your turn? Su Waner's face turned even redder, and she shyly turned her head to the side. I don't want to interact with you. Really? I don't think so. Without saying a word, he kissed her. Su Waner symbolically pushed him away with her hand. After a while, the hands that were pushing him tightly wrapped around his neck. After they separated, he pinched Su Waner's cheek, saying one thing and meaning another. No, I didn't. Looking into his eyes, Su Waner was so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Seeing Su Waner's embarrassed expression, he stopped teasing her. What did you make for breakfast today? Neat buns. Su Luo, great, your steamed buns are my favorite. Xia Jian, standing to the side, teased Su Waner. So brother Su Luo was talking about steamed buns. I thought it was steamed buns, that scared me to death. Su Waner blushed even more and glared at her coquettishly. You're annoying. After breakfast, Su Luo received a phone call from Lu Jinru, the general manager of Yunjian Ziding Hotel. Mr. Lu, what is it? Lu Jinru said in a somewhat tense and serious voice. President Su, there's something I need to report to you. Just now, I saw President Chiu Yuyan and Zhang Yi, the boss of Greenfield Group, enter a private room. President Chiu looked somewhat angry. Is there a problem? Su Luo asked with some confusion. Lu Jinru, the key is Zhou Yi. This Zhou Yi is no good. He is known as the underground prince of Jiangcheng. He often uses improper means to harm the interests of other companies and has ruined many innocent young girls. I'm afraid that President Chiu might be in danger if she is in the same private room as him. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint appeared in Su Luo's eyes. So arrogant? Isn't anyone able to do anything about him? Xia Jian and the other two were startled. It was the first time they had ever seen Su Luo like this. It is said that his background is not simple. Su Luo sneered, I'd like to see just how complicated this is. After saying that, he hung up the phone, rushed out of the villa, and drove towards the Yunjian Ziding Hotel. If Zhang Yi is foolish enough to dare to touch his white moonlight, he wouldn't mind going crazy once. Yunjian Ziding was not far from the villa, and he arrived there quickly by car. Lu Jinru was waiting at the hotel entrance early in the morning. As soon as he got out of the car, Lu Jinru immediately came to greet him. President Su, they are currently in the Lanhua Hall. Take me to the private room next to theirs. Okay. Soon, led by Lu Jinru, Su Luo arrived at the next room of Lanyu Hall. He took out the Smart Vision invisibility mirror, put it on, and sent the nano-bionic aircraft into the lunar embracing hall. Upon entering, Su Luo found Chiu Yuyan and Zhang Yi sitting on opposite sides of the table. She breathed a sigh of relief. The worst hadn't happened. However, the atmosphere inside the private room was not pleasant. Zhang Yi swirled his wineglass, his aggressive gaze sweeping over Chiu Yuyan as he made a provocative sound. TSK, I didn't expect President Chiu to be so handsome even when he's angry. These ups and downs are so captivating. President Chiu, are you deliberately trying to seduce me? You, shameless. Chiu Yuyan was furious and felt extremely disgusted. However, she tried her best to control her emotions, afraid that if Yukiko continued to fluctuate, it would give the other person a good show. Zhang Yi, in recent years, your Greenfield Group has been developing better and better, and its market share has doubled. In the past 3 years, Hengxin Investment has not seen a single dividend. How do you explain this? Zhang Yi shrugged indifferently. President Chiu, didn't I tell you this long ago? Although the company is growing bigger and bigger, it's not making any money. All the profits are going into expansion. Otherwise, how do you think the company could have achieved such great growth? You need to be patient and trust Green Vine. Before long, your Hengxin investment will pay off, maybe next year. And the returns might be so great that they'll surprise you. Seeing his shameless expression, Xiao Yuyan felt a nameless fire burning in her heart, and she took out several documents from her bag. Stop giving me empty promises. I'm not a newbie in this industry. Don't think we don't know what you've been up to behind the scenes. Hengxin has already investigated and found out that you purchased raw materials from another wholly owned company of yours at prices far above the market rate, allowing Greenvine's profits to flow into your pocket in this way. And you call this a case of the company not making a profit? Furthermore, in recent years, Greenvine has incurred many unreasonable expenses, such as significantly increasing employee benefits, increasing business entertainment expenses, travel expenses, and even fabricating some non-existent business expenses, thereby reducing the company's profits. You call this the company not making money? Zhang Yi, we've investigated everything thoroughly, and the evidence is right here. What else do you have to say? Zhang Yi glanced at the document and pursed his lips indifferently. TSK, I didn't expect you guys to have this kind of ability. But so what? You are given 1 month to hand over all the legitimate profits belonging to Hengxin Investment. What if I don't? Then we'll see you in court. Ha ha ha. Then go ahead and sue. Zhang Yi shrugged, his expression quite eccentric. Chapter 64 Zhang Yi's extreme arrogance. Xiao Yuyan was furious at Zhang Yi's shameless behavior. She originally thought that if she presented this evidence, Zhang Yi would obediently hand over the dividends that originally belonged to Hengxin Investment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi didn't care at all. Then let's meet in court. After saying that, he picked up the document, turned around, and walked outside. But after taking only a few steps, he was stopped by 2 burly men in black suits. Xiao Yuyan's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to look at Zhang Yi. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi laughed and said, Hey, you were right, this wine is really strong, I did want some. Xiao Yuyan panicked, a hint of fear appearing in her eyes, and said with a fierce but weak voice. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything reckless, my dad won't let you off the hook. Zhang Yi shrugged, Your dad is indeed good at business, but this is China, this is Jiangcheng. No matter how much money he has, it's nothing. Bring her here with me. 2 burly men immediately escorted Xiao Yuyan to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stretched out his finger and gently ran it across her face. Your face is so beautiful, just looking at it makes me excited, and I want to give you a good look. Xiao Yuyan's heart was instantly filled with despair, tears silently streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded. Zhang Yi, please, don't touch me. I don't want Greenfield's dividends anymore. Zhang Yi, hey, now it's time for us to nurture our relationship. Talking about money is so hurtful. I heard you're 26 and have never had a boyfriend. Today I'll be merciful and let you experience the joy of being a woman. As he spoke, he pinched Xiao Yuyan's chin and was about to kiss her. Bang! A loud crash was heard, and then a door panel flew over and slammed heavily next to them. Zhang Yi was so startled that he almost lost control on the spot. Xiao Yuyan turned her head and saw the figure standing at the door. Overjoyed, she saw a glimmer of hope again in that figure that had brought her to the brink of despair. Su Luo, save me. This is Su Luo's hotel. As long as Su Luo is here, she'll be fine. Zhang Yi looked at Su Luo with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. He had originally planned to enjoy the food, but at this crucial moment, he was so rudely interrupted. Cripple him. He pointed at Su Luo, utterly ashamed and angry. Yes, young Master Jiang. One of the burly men nodded, then turned and walked towards Su Luo with a cruel smile on his face. Kid, if you dare to ruin young Master Zhang's plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinru, who was standing next to Su Luo, immediately stepped forward. What do you want to do? This is Mr. Su Luosu, the owner of our Yunjian Ziding Hotel. You dare to use violence here? The burly man paused for a moment, then turned to look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sneered, the owner of Yunjian Ziding is nothing to me. Cripple him. With Zhang Yi's permission, the burly man looked at Su Luo again. Kid, how dare you interrupt young Master Zhang's good time? Which leg did you kick the door with? Fine, I'll just take both legs off your body. Lu Jinru shouted sternly, you cannot be so lawless in Yunjian West Court. Go and take him down. Upon hearing this, 3 security guards stood in front of Su Luo with their batons. Seeing this, another burly man in black also came over. The two of them worked together and quickly knocked the three security guards to the ground. Seeing the security guard groaning on the ground, one of them spat. With a monthly salary of a few thousand, why are you working so hard? He then looked at Su Luo with a playful smile on his face. If we don't call a few more people, you might lose your leg. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Even in Yunjian Zitting, they didn't take Su Luo, their boss, seriously at all. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuyan inside narrowed her eyes and quickly called out. Su Luo, go quickly, don't worry about me. Seeing how capable Jiang Yi's two men were, she had already resigned herself to her fate. Jiang Yi sneered, leave? Do you think he can leave without my permission? It seems he's your sweetheart. I'll break his legs later and make him watch us being intimate, ha ha. I love the plot of an incompetent husband the most. The smile on his face froze the next moment. Su Luo lunged forward, landing an uppercut on the chin of one of the men in black, followed by a beautiful spinning kick that slammed into the head of another. In just 2 moves, the 2 men in black collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that his 2 bodyguards would be no match for Su Luo, a mercenary who had dominated the Middle East and Africa and emerged from hell. Lu Jinru, standing to the side, looked at Su Luo with eyes full of admiration. Her heart was in her throat after the 2 men in black easily defeated the 3 security guards. She never expected that such powerful men in black would be so easily taken down by Su Luo. Looking at Su Luo's tall and straight back, her heart began to race, and her eyes gradually became hazy. After dealing with the 2 men in black, Su Luo quickly walked towards Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan threw herself into his arms, overwhelmed with joy at being reborn from the brink of despair, and burst into tears. Su Luo, it's so good that you're here. I thought. He gently patted Xiao Yuyan's back and said softly. I'm here, everything will be alright. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yi and found that Jiang Yi was sitting there calmly, drinking his wine, without showing the slightest sign of panic. He gave a cold laugh. Heh, young Master Jiang has such a good heart, still able to remain so calm even at a time like this? Jiang Yi glanced at him and smiled dismissively. Why shouldn't I be calm? You don't think that just because you're a tough guy, I should be afraid, do you? In this society, power and connections matter. You can try to mess with me and see if this building is still there tomorrow. Oh, sorry, I misspoke, you probably won't be able to see this anymore. Su Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly. Background? It seems that young Master Jiang has quite a background, daring to embezzle other people's money so brazenly. No. Jiang Yi shook his head. You've misunderstood me. I'm robbing the rich to help the poor, it's a righteous act. Rob the rich to help the poor? Whose poverty will be helped by robbing the rich? Look at me, how poor I am. Su Luo was so angry he laughed. He had seen scoundrels before, but never one as shameless as this. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this guy any further. Come here, kneel down, apologize to Yuyan, and return the profits belonging to Hengxin Investment to them, and I can forgive and forget. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You want me to kneel down? Do you even know where the Jiang in Jiancheng comes from? Do you dare accept me kneeling down? But you, come here, kneel down, lick the soles of my feet clean, and then send Xiao Yuyan to my bed. I might consider letting you go. Chapter 65 Jiang Yi's terrifying background. Looking at the incredibly unruly Jiang Yi, a cold glint flashed in Su Luo's eyes. He raised his leg and kicked Jiang Yi hard in the stomach. Jiang Yi collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and writhing in pain. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuyan's expression changed. She knew about Jiang Yi's background. Su Luo, he. Su Luo gave her a reassuring look and smiled. Fine. Looking into Su Luo's eyes, she felt inexplicably at ease and stopped saying anything, snuggling into Su Luo's arms like a kitten. At this moment, she chose to unconditionally believe in Su Luo. If, in the end, Su Luo was unable to resolve the situation, she would choose to stand with Su Luo and face everything together. It took Jiang Yi a while to recover. He got up from the ground and looked at Su Luo with embarrassment and anger. You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? Snap. Su Luo slapped him hard across the face and said coldly. Kneel down and apologize. He covered his face, glaring angrily at Su Luo. Listen up, kid. My father is Jiang. After saying that, he looked down at Su Luo with disdain, waiting for Su Luo's face to show shock and fear, and then kneel down and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, what followed was another slap and an extremely cold voice. Kneel down and apologize. Jiang Yi covered his face, stunned. He hadn't expected that even after he brought up his father's name, this guy would still dare to hit him. You little punk, are you deaf? My father is Jiang. Snap. My father is Jiang. Snap. I'm sorry, Shou Yuyan. I shouldn't have treated you like this. I'm not human. I'm an animal. I deserve to die. Seeing Su Luo raise his hand again, he knelt down with perfect ease. The current situation is beyond human control. Those who understand the times are the wise ones. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take another slap. He comforted himself in this way, silently vowing to himself. That damned little punk, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Once I'm gone, I'll slowly torture you to death, making you wish you were dead. Su Luo, and all the dividends you owe Hengxin investment over the years, you must return every single penny. Jiang Yi replied repeatedly, okay, I'll go back right away and have the finance department settle the accounts immediately and transfer the money to Hengxin's account as soon as possible. With that, he turned and started to walk out. Stop. He hadn't taken 2 steps when Su Luo called out to him. He turned around and looked at Su Luo. Brother, is there anything else? His heart pounded, fearing that Su Luo might pull some trick again. Su Luo, I don't trust you. Sign this before you leave. As he spoke, he placed the absolute loyalty agreement and a pen on the table. An absolute loyalty agreement? Upon seeing the words on the cover, Jiang Yi paused for a moment, then picked it up and began to glance through it. Core principle of the agreement: Party B voluntarily accepts Party A's absolute leadership and command, adheres to the principle of utmost loyalty, and obeys all of Party A's instructions throughout the entire process, ensuring the absolute execution of Party A's interests and will without any objection or shirking of responsibility. Duty of loyalty and service. 1. Party B shall maintain absolute loyalty to Party A and refrain from any form of betrayal, disclosure, or perfunctory behavior. Party B's personal will and actions shall be entirely subordinate to Party A's instructions. 2. Party B shall respond immediately and execute any instructions issued by Party A perfectly without raising any questions or adding any conditions. 3. Party B must place loyalty to Party A above all else, even above their own life. After reading the contents of the absolute loyalty agreement, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and even found it quite amusing. In his eyes, contracts were just pieces of waste paper, let alone this worthless loyalty agreement that had no legal effect whatsoever. He chuckled to himself, sure enough, all brawn and no brains. What kind of idiot thinks he can control me by signing this? But this does give me a direction. Once I get out, I'll make you carry it out one by one. Brother, can I leave after signing this? Su Luo nodded. Okay, I'll sign now. From now on, I'll be your loyal little brother and follow your lead. After speaking, he picked up a pen, signed his name, Jiang Yi, on the Party B section. The moment he signed it, the absolute loyalty agreement turned to ashes and merged into his body. His eyes immediately changed, filled with respect and awe. He stood up and spoke to Su Luo with great respect. Onar. Seeing this, Su Luo was overjoyed. The absolute loyalty agreement was indeed powerful. Don't call me master, it sounds weird. Just call me Mr. Su from now on. Jiang Yi, okay, Mr. Su. Shou Yuyan, who was in Su Luo's arms, was stunned when she saw this scene. She knew that Su Luo must have used some methods, and she was immediately filled with curiosity. What methods could possibly transform Jiang Yi, who was just so eccentric, into this state? However, being a smart woman, she didn't ask any more questions. If Su Luo wanted her to know, he would tell her on his own. Lu Jinru, who was standing to the side, was both shocked and excited when she saw this scene. It's happening again, it's happening again. President Su's amazing methods. He used the same method last time to get Wang Hongfei to confess everything. Could he be a descendant of the Miao people? Does he know how to use goo poison? Could he have used a love potion on me? Otherwise, how come I've only met him a few times, but already? Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly. Su Luo put his arm around Shou Yuyan and sat down. Jiang Yi, tell me about your situation in detail. Okay, Mr. Su. Jiang Yi spoke respectfully, and then began to introduce himself. After hearing his introduction, Su Luo's heart was filled with waves. He hadn't expected this guy to have such an amazing background. No wonder he could become the underground prince of Jiangcheng. His father, Jiang Er, is the chairman of Green Forest Capital, which is extremely powerful and almost monopolizes the real estate, road administration, and entertainment industries such as KTV, bars, and nightclubs in Jiangcheng and surrounding cities. Greenfield Group has been thriving in recent years thanks to the backing of Green Forest Capital. Jiang Ye's mother is even more impressive in Jiangcheng. She has already reached the status of a half-step supreme being. No wonder this kid is lawless and does whatever he wants in Jiangcheng. However, having such a loyal and obedient subordinate will be of great benefit to him in his future endeavors in Jiangcheng. Of course, you have to be careful to keep your distance, otherwise if this guy explodes and affects you, it will be a loss. Go back and calculate the amount of money embezzled from Hongxin Investment as soon as possible, and return it to them. Okay, Mr. Su. Jiang Yi bowed, then turned and left. Su Luo looked at Xiao Yuyan's exhausted appearance and felt sorry for her. Why don't we rest here for a bit before going back? Xiao Yuyan nodded shyly. Everything that just happened left her exhausted and she needed a good rest. Soon, Su Luo led her to the presidential suite on the top floor. After placing her on the bed, Su Luo said softly, "Go to sleep, I'll be right here waiting for you, it's okay." As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the sofa next to him. Unexpectedly, she grabbed my hand. What's wrong? Su Luo asked, puzzled. She bit her lip, blushing shyly, and said, Su Luo, I want it. After saying that, her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Chapter 66 Zhou Yuyan's most precious possession was given to Su Luo. Just now, when Jiang Yi was about to force himself on her, her biggest regret was that she hadn't given her first time to Su Luo, and that Jiang Yi, that scoundrel, had ruined it. So now, she wants to give Su Luo her most precious thing. Su Luo looked at her with a mocking smile, asking a question she already knew the answer to. What do you want? Zhou Yuyan blushed even more, and said shyly, what else could I want? Just that. Which one? I don't know. You filthy scoundrel, you don't know anything, you're doing this on purpose. Zhou Yuyan bit her lip, looking at Su Luo with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. He then got up and kissed her. Su Luo was naturally not going to let such a good deal slip by. He skillfully used the immortal control technique. Soon, Zhou Yuyan was completely captivated. After a while, Zhou Yuyan groaned, pushed him away, and darted into the quilt. It started convulsing. He saw this and couldn't help but laugh, jokingly saying, Beautiful Qiu, no way, that's too fast. Zhou Yuyan said shyly, Get out, I want to sleep. Okay, you go to sleep first. I'm going out. Call me if you need anything. He didn't want to force things, he just wanted things to take their natural course. Moreover, he prefers the girl to take the initiative, as that would add a unique flavor. After going outside, he found Lu Jinru still waiting at the door. Is there something you need? Lu Jinru, President Su, in order to motivate employees to work harder and to prevent embezzlement from happening again, we have recently revised and improved the performance evaluation and reward punishment schemes. Would you like to take a look? Good. He nodded, and then followed Lu Jinru to the general manager's office. Lu Jinru handed him the 2 documents. He started flipping through the pages. It was found that Lu Jinru had perfected these 2 documents very well. The performance plan was more motivating for employees to work more actively and efficiently, and the reward and punishment system was also able to effectively regulate employee behavior. He put the file back on the table, quite satisfied, and said, You did a good job. I am very satisfied with both documents. However, there is one point: if an employee embezzles property in the future, and the amount is not large, we can turn a blind eye. There is no need to be too strict. Having worked for several years, he understands employees' psychology very well. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If a company's vetting process is so strict that a job offers no financial reward, it will severely dampen employees' enthusiasm and initiative, leading them to adopt a get-by attitude, or whether they can even complete the work is questionable, let alone do so efficiently and with high quality. The additional costs incurred from rigorous auditing, coupled with the losses from employee negligence, will far exceed the small amount of money employees steal. Lu Jinru was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Su, we will handle this situation well. Actually, she had wanted to talk to Su Luo about this for a long time, but Su Luo had just sent Wang Hongfei and others who had embezzled hotel assets to jail, so she was a little afraid to talk about it. Yes, I believe you. Su Luo walked to the sofa, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. He was calculating in his mind how to make the best use of Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi's father was Jiang Er, who had connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles in Jiangcheng, and his mother was practically the supreme ruler of Jiangcheng. Such a card, if used well, can be very beneficial. If used poorly, it could very well lead to utter ruin. At this moment, Lu Jinru walked up behind him. Miss Su, shall I give you a massage? He paused for a moment. You can? Lu Jinru smiled and said, I go for massages whenever I have free time, and I've learned a few tricks from them. Then you can come. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinru felt a surge of joy and began massaging Su Luo's shoulders and neck. I must say, it's actually not bad. Although she couldn't compare to Xia Jian, Su Luo still felt great. Moreover, Lu Jinru exudes a faint, pleasant fragrance. Mr. Lu, you smell so good. He couldn't help but say. Faced with such slightly teasing words, Lu Jinru did not feel offended at all. On the contrary, she felt a little happy. Thanks. Feeling the comfort of Lu Jinru's neck and shoulder massage, and smelling the pleasant fragrance, Su Luo quickly drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, I found a blanket covering me. It must have been Lu Jinru who covered it for him. He then went to the presidential suite on the rooftop. Xiao Yuyan has woken up. Upon seeing him, she lowered her head shyly. He walked up to Xiao Yuyan and teased, wasn't that? Xiao Yuyan immediately reached out and covered his mouth. Don't mention it again, it's so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. I won't tell, I won't tell. He reached out and pulled Xiao Yuyan into his arms. He was suddenly filled with excitement. This was the goddess he had dreamed of throughout his university years. Xiao Yuyan nestled gently in his arms, feeling his quickened heartbeat, and a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. After a while, the two of them ate lunch here, having ordered the food they had ordered. Not long after they started eating, Xiao Yuyan's phone rang. Manager Wang, what's the matter? The dividends from Greenfield Group have arrived? Are you sure? Xiao Yuyan excitedly stood up from her chair. Great, go and pay the rent for Financial Street first. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yuyan hugged Su Luo's neck and kissed him passionately on the cheek. Su Luo, thank you. Greenfield's dividends have arrived, and our company can weather this storm. Su Luo, hey, your lips are all oily. I'll kiss you, mua mua. Xiao Yuyan kissed Su Luo's face several more times. Naughty. Su Luo looked helpless and gave her a light tap on the head. Jiang Yi is quite efficient. He knew that Jiang Yi's first thing to do when he got back would be this, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Xiao Yuyan took out a wet wipe from her bag and gently wiped the oil off his face. Thank you, Su Luo. If it weren't for you, we would never have gotten this money back, and I would have lost it all. Su Luo pinched her cheek. You're being so polite with me. But why did you ever think of investing in Greenfield Group? Xiao Yuyan, at the time, I didn't know much about him and his father. I only knew that Green Forest Capital was very powerful and his mother was a near supreme figure in Jiangcheng. I thought Green Forest would definitely develop very well in the future, so I invested in it. I didn't expect that he would be so shameless and arrogant. You could even say he was lawless. Only you can deal with him. After she finished speaking, her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Su Luo. Although she didn't know exactly what method Su Luo used, it was truly impressive that he could make someone as eccentric and domineering as Jiang Yi obey. Su Luo smiled and said, maybe that's just my personal charm. I can't help it, I'm attractive to both men and women. Put. Xiao Yuyan was amused and smiled sweetly. She gently tapped Su Luo's forehead with her finger and said coquettishly, You're shameless. The two finished their meal quickly, and Su Luo drove Xiao Yuyan home. After stopping in front of Xiao Yuyan's house, he looked at Xiao Yuyan and said, See you next time. Xiao Yuyan unbuckled her seatbelt and gently ran her fingers along his arm. We're already at the door, won't you come in and sit down? Chapter 67. Is Su Luo really that abnormal? The opportunities and crisis of the Lu family. With a flick of her little finger, Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. I'm a little thirsty and need to have some water. Xiao Yuyan smiled and said, That's great, my dad also wants to see you. Is your dad home? Su Luo, who was about to open the car door, froze. Xiao Yuyan, yes. Su Luo, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do, so I won't go in with you. Put. Xiao Yuyan was amused by him and pinched his cheek in annoyance. You pervert, were you thinking of doing something naughty just now? Su Luo coughed twice as a tactical maneuver. What could I possibly be thinking? I'm so innocent, kind, and upright. I also want to meet your dad, but I really have something urgent to attend to. I don't believe you for a second. Xiao Yuyan rolled her eyes at him, then gave him a quick kiss on the lips before hurriedly getting out of the car. He touched his lips and laughed, kissing and then running away. That's really unethical. Then, he started the car and drove away. After watching him leave the residential area, Xiao Yuyan returned home. Her father, Xiao Hongji, was sitting on the sofa watching the news. When he saw her come back, he smiled and said, "Daughter's back? Have you eaten?" "Have eaten." She changed into a pair of slippers and sat down next to Xiao Hongji. Xiao Hongji glanced out the window. Wasn't it Su Luo who brought you back just now? Why didn't you invite him in for a seat? Xiao Yuyan rolled her eyes at him. It's all your fault. My fault? What does this have to do with me? Xiao Hongji was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Yuyan, as soon as he heard you were home, he suddenly had an urgent matter and didn't come in. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hongji couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid has the flair I had back in the day. You just had dinner with him, right? How were those moves your dad taught you? Did they work? You taught me so badly, I didn't remember anything, and we just kissed. Now we're officially together, right? After saying that, Xiao Yuyan lowered her head shyly. Xiao Hongji couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It has to be you young people these days, you know how to win without using any special moves. But I'm relieved that you found your own happiness. I was worried that you would end up alone. By the way, have you gotten the money back from Greenfield Group yet? That kid Jiang Yi is so arrogant, relying on his dad and mom. Should I personally take action? Xiao Yuyan picked up some fruit from the coffee table, put it in her mouth, and said, No need, he has already transferred all the dividends he owed to Hengxin Investment to us. What? Xiao Hongji's face showed shock. That's impossible. Jiang Ye's reputation speaks for itself. How could he easily spit out what he's already swallowed? Xiao Yuyan, he didn't want to give it back, but I had Su Luo. Su Luo stepped in and said a few words, and he obediently did as he was told. A few hours later, he transferred all the money to us. After she finished speaking, her face shone with pride. Xiao Hongji was shocked upon hearing this. Su Luo made Jiang Yi obedient with just a few words? As a businessman who had been working in Jiangcheng for many years, he knew how powerful the Jiang family was and how arrogant they were in Jiangcheng, always acting as if they were the most important person in the world. Su Luo was able to make Jiang Yi vomit up all the money he had taken by just a few words. The more I hear this, the scarier it becomes. If that's the case, Su Luo's power is beyond his imagination. Xiao Yuyan raised her chin. Xiao Hongji let out a deep breath and calmed himself down. It seems you found a very capable man. I'm so happy for you. But aren't you getting a little too proud? I've never seen you so happy for me before. Xiao Yuyan immediately hugged his arm and said coquettishly, Dad, you are also my pride. That's more like it. At this moment, in Yunmeng Manor, at the residence of Old Master Lu. The three Lu brothers, Etienne, and Etienne, all gathered here. Now, Old Master Lu is gradually relinquishing power, handing over the group to the three of them to manage, which can be seen as a way of screening successors in advance. Every week, they would set a time to come and report to Grandpa Lu. Today is the day for the report. Louison, Dad is still taking a nap inside, let's wait a bit. Soon, Grandpa Lu woke up. The group sat down in the living room. Grandpa Lu, eldest son, you go first. Louison gritted his teeth and spoke. Dad, the current economic environment is getting worse and worse, so our foreign trade orders are gradually shrinking, and the competition in the domestic market is becoming more and more serious, which is causing our domestic market share to continue to decline. I think our group needs to reduce costs and increase efficiency, cut off unprofitable sectors, and reduce unnecessary expenses. Only in this way can we survive in this environment. After glancing at him, Lu Wanliang said, It's true that the overall environment is not good, but can we take the initiative and try our best to turn things around? Look at Xi'an, Tianqing technology was not doing well, but after she took over, even though the overall environment is not good now, she still made it very successful. As the uncle, you can't lose to a junior. Now you know. Luisen lowered his head in shame. By comparing himself to a junior colleague, Lu Wanliang was expressing his dissatisfaction with the management results of his group. Louis glanced at his elder brother, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and then confidently said to Lu Wanliang, "Dad, I have some really good news. Our mine, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, has discovered copper-nickel ore. This is a core raw material for battery production. I've had someone estimate its value, and it's probably worth tens of billions. Now, the country is vigorously developing new energy, and our Jiangcheng also plans to allocate a piece of land to build a new energy city. If our Lu family can take over this project, relying on the copper and nickel mines we have, it will not be a problem to build a huge business empire." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanliang stood up from his chair, his brows furrowed, and paced back and forth in the living room. Lu Yixai was stunned when he saw this. He originally thought that when Grandpa Lu heard the news, he would be very excited and would praise him generously. I never expected her to have this expression. "Dad, what's wrong? Isn't this something to be happy about?" Lu Wanliang said, "You're oversimplifying things. Jiangcheng does want to build a new energy city, but this lucrative opportunity is surrounded by wolves, including Jiang Er, a guy who will stop at nothing for profit. If news of our copper-nickel mine gets out now, we'll become the target of everyone's criticism. Who knows what kind of despicable methods Jiang Er will use to seize the copper-nickel mine for himself. So, suppress this news for now." "Ha? So we're just going to give up on this lucrative opportunity? The new energy city project is about to be put out to tender." Lu Yixai was very unwilling. "No, we definitely want a piece of this fat meat, but we have to wait for the right opportunity. But I have already submitted the tender documents for the new energy city." "You?" Lu Wanliang looked at Lu Yixai with a helpless expression, feeling disappointed in him. Then, his gaze gradually hardened. "If they've already handed it over, then so be it. My Lu family isn't one to back down from trouble. Whatever tricks they try, I, Lu Wanliang, will take them on." Then, he looked at Louis Tian. "Third brother, I hope you bring me good news." Louis Tian smiled and said, "Dad, this is absolutely great news. We have reached a cooperation agreement with Zhou Yuan Group. The contract has been signed. Look." As he spoke, he handed over the contract in his hand. Lu Wanliang was stunned. "Didn't they say this collaboration fell through?" "Louis Tian, that's how it was supposed to be, but someone helped us. Do you remember that junior who gave me Lai Mao liquor last time? Chapter 68 Su Wanner is missing a man?" Upon hearing the words Lai Mao liquor, Lu Wanliang's eyes immediately lit up. "Su Luo, of course I remember, it was him who helped you." Lu Wanliang's eyes showed surprise. That was Zhou Yuan Group. How could Su Luo influence Zhou Yuan Group's decisions? Louis Tian laughed and said, "To be precise, it was the Zhao family that chose to cooperate with us in order to curry favor with him." "Trying to please him? Tell me in detail." Grandpa Lu became even more curious. "Louis Tian, just a few days ago, Su Luo acquired a total of 35% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares in 3 separate transactions at a premium of 50% to 100%, which is more than the Zhao family's shareholding. He is now the largest shareholder of Zhou Yuan Group." "What?" Grandpa Lu's face was filled with shock. I was shocked by this news. Luisen and Lu Yixai, who were standing to the side, were equally shocked. So that Su Luo was him. They also received the news, but never associated the name Su Luo with Su Luo. They just assumed it was someone with the same name. In their minds, someone who could spend so much money to buy 35% of Zhou Yuan Group's shares must be a middle-aged person. Who would have thought it was a young man? Lu Wanliang couldn't help but sigh. I never expected Su Luo to be so amazing. Xiao Tian, he has done our family a huge favor. With the order from Zhou Yuan Group, our Lu family will definitely be able to reverse our previous decline and usher in a new era. We must remember this kindness. Hear us what we'll do, invite him to our home for a meal on my behalf. We need to thank him properly." Louis Tian laughed and said, "Dad, I might not be able to persuade him. You'll have to let Xiaoyan handle this." "Ha ha ha." Lu Wanliang quickly understood what it meant. "Okay, let Xiaoyan go. Xiaotian, you've raised a wonderful daughter. The two brothers, Luisin and Luizai, exchanged a glance and both saw envy in each other's eyes. There was a time when they all looked down on Louis Tian because he only had one daughter, and felt that the succession could not possibly be his. Who the hell would have thought that Lu Bingyan would find such an awesome boyfriend, making Louis Tian stand out in front of Grandpa Lu and gain a lot of face? The last birthday banquet featured Lai Mao liquor, and this time it's an order contract from Zhou Yuan Group. It's practically a done deal that Louis Tian is destined for the throne. The main reason is that Louis Tian doesn't have to put in much effort. Jealousy, I'm so damn jealous. Louis Tsai thought to himself with resentment, damn it, why don't I have a daughter like that? I wish I could have a son-in-law who's awesome too. Luisin, on the other hand, started to get creative. My little girl is just as pretty as Xiaoyan, and even has a better figure, plus she looks younger. Could it be? The next day, Su Luo woke up from her dream. Seeing Li Lanyu sleeping soundly beside him, he didn't wake her. Instead, he reached for his phone and opened the daily flash sale app. Anyway, Li Lanyu is now completely loyal to him, so there's no need for him to deliberately hide from her. Today's products are now available. Gulfstream G700, flash sale price, 1,999 yuan. Holy crap! Private jet? Su Luo had heard of this private jet before it was known as the mobile palace in the sky for top tycoons. He clicked on the question mark next to the product and started reading the description. The fuselage has sharp, razor-sharp lines, and its silver-white paint gleams with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, exuding a strong aura of nobility. The entire cabin features South American ebony wood trim paired with Italian hand-stitched silk upholstery, and 20 genuine leather airline seats, ensuring a comfortable travel experience for passengers. The all-weather satellite communication and anti-jamming avionics system can maintain good communication with the ground even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Costing over $100 million, equipped with a Rolls-Royce engine, and capable of cruising at Mach 0.9, it boasts top-tier comfort and power. Holy crap! The luxuriousness of this Gulfstream G700 left Su Luo in awe. In the future, when I have nothing to do, taking a few beautiful women on a world tour in this private jet would be a wonderful thing. He clicked pay immediately without hesitation. Payment successful. Goods being shipped. The item has been delivered. Note, the Gulfstream G700 is registered under the financial street name and parked at Jiangqing International Airport to cover your management fees for the next 5 years. Seeing that the daily flash sale had thoughtfully arranged everything for him, Su Luo put his phone away and then gave Li Lanyu a kiss on the lips. Little lazy cat, wake up. Let me sleep a little longer. Li Lanyu snuggled closer to him and said coquettishly. He laughed and said, if you don't get up soon, it might get up. Upon hearing this, Li Lanyu's expression immediately changed. She jumped out of bed in a flash, giving Su Luo a coquettish glare. Rogue brother. After saying that, he put on his clothes and ran out. If she didn't run away soon, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to move today. Su Luo's strength made her both love and hate him. Su Luo watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh, his heart filled with smugness. He absolutely adored the daily flash sale app. It not only swelled his wallet but also made him incredibly wealthy, greatly boosting his confidence as a man. After a quick wash, he went downstairs. They found Su Wanner clutching her stomach, sitting on the sofa with a pained expression. Xia Jian and Li Lanyu stayed by her side, their faces full of heartache. One gently massaged her belly, while the other fed her brown sugar water. Seeing this, Su Luo quickly stepped forward. What's wrong with Wanner? Su Wanner saw him arrive. Brother, you're awake? I'll go make you breakfast right away. After saying that, he was about to get up. He immediately grabbed Su Wanner and pinned her down. You're in this state, why bother making breakfast? Just get some rest. Xia Jian, who was standing to the side, said, Wanner has menstrual cramps, it's an old problem, she suffers from it every month. Su Luo, you come every month? Don't you see a doctor? What did the doctor say? Xia Jian and Li Lanyu exchanged a glance. The doctor said that Wanner needs a man. After saying that, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. Su Wanner's illness made them feel both sorry for her and amused. A blush immediately spread across Su Wanner's pale face. She said shyly, oh dear, what nonsense are you two talking about? That's not true at all. Li Lanyu laughed and said, Sister Wanner, why don't you just go with brother Su Luo? This way, not only will your menstrual cramps be cured, but you can also experience the joy of ascending to immortality. Su Wanner's face turned completely red. Feeling extremely embarrassed, she grabbed a cushion and covered her face. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Su Luo, wanting to see Su Luo's reaction. Su Luo began searching her mind for dietary remedies for menstrual cramps. He found it very quickly. Warner, I'll help you treat your menstrual cramps right away. Huh? Now. Su Warner was both shy and happy. Isn't happiness coming a little too suddenly? Chapter 69 Lu Bingyan is jealous. Yes, right now. Su Luo nodded. Xia Jian immediately said, then let's help Warner to the bedroom now. Su Luo was taken aback upon hearing this. Why go back to the bedroom? This is fine. Huh? Here? The three women looked at each other, their faces turning red. Li Lanue, brother, should Jian and I go out for a bit to make room for you? Why are you going out? You can stay here. You can eat later too. Yeah, isn't that your favorite food? Wait, is it really that exciting? Xia Jian exclaimed in surprise, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Su Warner's face turned completely red, as if it were about to bleed. Li Lanue said shyly, I do love to eat, but, in front of them, I. Looking at their expressions, Su Luo quickly realized what the three of them were thinking. Immediately, they each flicked their foreheads. What are you thinking? I'm just going to cook something for Warner, really. After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. Just cooking something? Su Warner watched his retreating figure, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. The same applies to Li Lanue and Xia Jian. After entering the kitchen, Su Luo glanced at the refrigerator and took out a piece of mutton. To cure menstrual cramps, what you need is never something like brown sugar water, but meat, eggs, and dairy. Menstrual cramps are simply caused by strong uterine contractions, leading to ischemia and hypoxia, which in turn causes pain. The heme iron and iron in meat, eggs, and dairy products can be used to synthesize hemoglobin. Lamb is a warming food that can promote blood circulation and enhance the body's ability to supply oxygen and blood. After processing the mutton, put it into a pressure cooker and then add other ingredients and seasonings in proportion. Next, I'll prepare a chicken soup for Lu Bingyan. He promised Lu Bingyan last time, but he hasn't done it for her even once yet. Since we're already in the kitchen today, we might as well cook together. Soon, the mutton stew was ready, and its rich aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Li Lanue, that little glutton, spotted the aroma immediately and sniffed it. Wow, it smells so good. As expected of my brother, the food he makes is so appetizing just from the smell. As he spoke, he ran eagerly toward the kitchen. Even Su Warner, who had lost her appetite due to menstrual cramps, now had a great appetite. With Xia Jian's help, they arrived at the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, Li Lanue asked, Brother, what are you making? Stewed mutton, hurry up and sit down at the table, it's time to eat. As he spoke, Su Luo poured all the mutton out of the pressure cooker. It was served on the dining table. He ladled out a bowl and placed it in front of Su Warner. Warner, try it and see how it tastes. Su Warner picked up a piece of mutton, put it in her mouth, chewed it a few times, and then her eyes lit up. She quickly ate the meat. It's so delicious. The meat is tender and flavorful, it's incredibly tasty. And after eating it, I felt a warm current in my body, and my stomach didn't hurt as much. Su Luo smiled and said, then you should eat more. Seeing this, Li Lanue, the little glutton, couldn't wait any longer and picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. He burned himself so badly that he started cooking the vegetables right in his mouth. Seeing this, Su Luo couldn't help but tease, yeah, the meat is already cooked, there's no need to stir-fry it again. Li Lanue said coquettishly, Brother, you're so annoying. I've been burned like this, and you're still making fun of me. Su Luo, this mutton was specially stewed for Warner. You little glutton, eat less and don't show it off to everyone. Li Lanue, I understand. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand things. Just then, the doorbell rang. Su Luo went over, opened the door, and found Lu Bingyan standing there. The sight of that stunning figure instantly lifted Su Luo's spirits. It's not fair to blame the world for judging people solely on their looks. Good-looking people can provide immense emotional value simply by standing there. Su Luo smiled and said, Beautiful Lu, what brings you to my house so early in the morning? Lu Bingyan, my grandfather. She paused, then sniffed. What smells so good? Would you like to try some of my stewed mutton? Lu Bingyan said with a cool expression. No, I've already had breakfast. Although she said that, Su Luo clearly saw her throat move slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This little smug girl. Just have a bite, please. I rarely cook, so please do me a favor. Alright then, I'll just try 1 or 2 pieces. With that, he and Su Luo walked into the kitchen. When Xia Jian and the other two saw Lu Bingyan, they were on high alert, their eyes filled with wariness as they looked at her. They knew that the cold, beautiful woman in front of them was a rival in love, and a formidable one at that. However, Lu Bingyan glanced at them indifferently, her expression unchanged, and sat down next to Su Luo. Su Luo took out a bowl and filled it with mutton for her. Her eyes lit up immediately after she took a bite. This fickle guy's cooking skills are truly top-notch. Born into a wealthy family, she has eaten all the good things since childhood, but when it comes to delicious food, Su Luo's cooking is definitely number 1. Then, unable to resist, I ate another piece. Why would you think of making such a nourishing dish as lamb so early in the morning? Su Luo, Wanner had menstrual cramps, so I stewed mutton for her. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner felt a warmth in her heart and a touch of pride. Lu Bingyan's gaze towards Su Luo held a hint of resentment. Oh, so it was made especially for her. Upon hearing that the mutton was specially stewed by Su Luo for another woman, she really wanted to walk away in a huff. However, the mutton was just too delicious, and she couldn't bear to leave. Therefore, the more she ate, the more resentful she became towards Su Luo. In the end, that look in his eyes made Su Luo's heart tremble. The mutton was quickly devoured by the group. Su Luo looked at Su Wanner and asked with concern, "Wanner, how are you now?" Su Wanner touched her belly and said with great joy, "It doesn't hurt as much anymore, thank you, brother Su Luo, you're so kind." She had been completely absorbed by the delicious mutton, and now she realized that her stomach cramps were gone, replaced by a warm and comfortable feeling. Su Luo patted her head and laughed, "Why are you being so polite with me?" Seeing this, Lu Bingyan said coldly, "I'm going back first." After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Su Luo watched her retreating figure, secretly amused. He had already figured out Lu Bingyan's personality. The colder her voice, the stronger her emotions. Then, he picked up the lunchbox, served Lu Bingyan some chicken soup, and chased after her. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Lu Bingyan gave him a cold look. "Angry? What do I have to be angry about? Are you jealous because I specially stewed mutton for Wanner? Jealous? For a piece of mutton? Are you kidding me? I've eaten all kinds of delicious food since I was a child. It's just a piece of mutton. Why would I care? You said last time that you would often make me chicken soup, but it's been several days now and you haven't made it even once. I don't care at anything." Seeing this, Su Luo chuckled inwardly. This girl may appear aloof and mature on the outside, but she still has a little girl inside her. He handed the lunchbox to Lu Bingyan. "Look what this is? Chicken soup?" Lu Bingyan's tone was somewhat excited. "Of course, it was specially stewed for you." The other 3 didn't have a chance to drink it. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 70 Visiting the Lu family. Hearing that Su Luo had specially made chicken soup for her, Lu Bingyan was overjoyed, and all her resentment towards Su Luo vanished completely. He reached out to take the chicken soup. At this moment, Su Luo put the lunchbox away and said jokingly, "However, since you say you don't like it, then forget it." Upon hearing this, she immediately became anxious, snatched the lunchbox away, glared at Su Luo, and said coquettishly, "Who takes back something they've given away? How annoying." As he spoke, he opened the lunchbox, and his eyes lit up as he smelled the rich aroma inside. "At least you still have some conscience." As he spoke, he carefully closed the lunchbox. Seeing her adorable expression, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Didn't you say you needed to talk to me? You haven't said what it is yet." "Oh." Lu Bingyan felt a little embarrassed. The delicious mutton and her jealousy of Su Luo made her forget everything. "My grandfather would like to invite you to his house for dinner this afternoon." "Su Luo, is your grandfather celebrating his birthday again?" "Put." Lu Bingyan was amused by him. "Don't be ridiculous, it's just a simple invitation to my home for dinner." "I see." Su Luo nodded. "I understand, they're here to discuss our marriage." Lu Bingyan blushed slightly, but did not refute. "I'll pick you up this afternoon." "Okay, I will do my best to make sure I live up to the title of grandson-in-law." After saying that, he reached out and rubbed Lu Bingyan's cheek, then turned and walked towards home. Lu Bingyan watched his retreating figure, touched her cheek that had been rubbed, glanced at the chicken soup in her hand, and smiled broadly at her usually cool face. You want to be my grandson-in-law already? Dream on. You'd better make me chicken soup at least 100 more times. Then, with light steps, she walked home. After returning home, Louis Tian asked, so, did Xiao Luo agree? Lu Bingyan, I agreed. I'll take him to Grandpa's house this afternoon. Louis Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Good that you agreed. It's still up to you to take the lead. Yi Huilan looked at the lunchbox in Lu Bingyan's hand and asked curiously. I asked you to invite someone over for dinner, why did you bring back a lunchbox? Lu Bingyan, this is chicken soup. Chicken soup? Yes, I have a sensitive stomach, so Su Luo made this for me. Yi Huilan and Louis Tian exchanged a smile. Louis Tian asked with concern, how's your stomach? I haven't seen you have an upset stomach these past few days. Lu Bingyan, I felt much better after drinking Su Luo's chicken soup last time. If I drink it again this time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Will drinking chicken soup make you better? Louis Tian and Yi Huilan exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Over the years, they have fed Lu Bingyan countless good things, including a lot of chicken soup, but her gastrointestinal problems still haven't improved. Is there anything special about Su Luo's chicken soup? It's so good you feel better after just one bite. Yi Huilan joked, I remember the doctor said that Xiaoyan had a strong aversion to boys, which caused her gastrointestinal stress. It seems that Xiaoluo's appearance has made Xiaoyan no longer averse to boys, and her gastrointestinal health has improved. After saying that, his gaze towards Lu Bingyan was full of ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan blushed deeply. Mom! However, after Yi Huilan said that, she also realized that she didn't seem to have such a strong aversion to other boys lately. Ha ha ha. Yi Huilan laughed. You're shy, then Mom won't say anything more. At this moment, Lu Bingyan opened the lunchbox, and a rich aroma immediately wafted out. Even Yi Huilan and Louis Tian, who had tasted all the delicacies in the world, were captivated by the aroma and couldn't stop salivating. Yi Huilan, did Su Luo cook this himself? Is he such a good cook? Certainly. Lu Bingyan's tone carried a hint of pride. Xiaoyan, let Mom have a taste. Yi Huilan swallowed hard. She hadn't felt this hungry in years. Lu Bingyan immediately protected the chicken soup. No, this is what Su Luo gave me to treat my stomach. Yi Huilan touched her stomach. Oh, what a coincidence, my stomach just happens to be a little upset today. Louis Tian couldn't help but say, what a coincidence, my stomach isn't feeling well today either. Lu Bingyan looked at the two of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the afternoon, Lu Bingyan brought Su Luo to Yunming Manor. As soon as the car stopped, two servants came forward and opened the car door for them. Welcome home, Mississippi. Welcome, Mr. Su. Thanks. After thanking her, Su Luo got out of the car with Lu Bingyan. Grandpa Lu's villa is designed in the style of a Jiangnan courtyard, with white walls and black tiles, and upturned eaves. It has a unique charm when viewed from the outside. Just then, three people of similar age walked towards them. The man in the lead looked somewhat mature and was probably a few years older than them. The boy to his right was particularly eye-catching, with dyed yellow hair, dreadlocks, an oversized hoodie, and loose cargo pants. Su Luo was worried that his pants might fall down at any moment. He also had a gold chain around his neck. He looks like a sleazy hoodlum. To the left of the leading man was a rather cute girl, whose looks were in no way inferior to Lu Bingyan's. What was even more eye-catching was her incredibly magnificent breasts, which swayed as she walked. Su Luo saw this and wanted to reach out and help her, afraid that she would get tired. Hey sis, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. You're so stunningly beautiful, your looks are absolutely amazing, SKR. Upon seeing Lu Bingyan, the blonde-haired man immediately began to convulse, leaving Su Luo completely stunned. Seeing his expression, Lu Bingyan introduced him. This is my second uncle's son, Lu Yanchen. He has a vocational school diploma, so he's a little mentally unstable. Please don't mind. Lu Yanchen was immediately displeased. Hey sis, don't label people based on their education, don't be prejudiced. My talent has no limits, SKR. Get out of my way. Lu Bingyan gave him a cold look. Sis, I'm so glad to finally see you. I've missed you so much. At that moment, the girl threw herself into Lu Bingyan's arms. The two women embraced, and the sight of a planet colliding with Earth sent a shiver down Su Luo's spine, making him feel a strong tremor. Lu Bingyan smiled, a rare occurrence, and pinched her cheek. "Don't give me that, we just met a few days ago." He. "A day apart feels like 3 autumns, you know." Lu Bingyan introduced Su Luo. "My uncle's youngest daughter, Lu Bingyu, you can just call her Xiaoyu." "Hello Xiaoyu, my name is Su Luo." "Hello." Lu Bingyu replied timidly. She looked him up and down, her little face turning slightly red. "Was this the guy my dad wanted me to get last night? He's so handsome." Thinking of this, her face turned even redder.